didn't like the healthcare, but what he said, one of his messages was actually right, where he said in his bill, it shouldn't be more than 8% of your pay, which 8 or 9%, something like that. I'm like, I'm okay with that. However, the problem is that before tax or after tax. And the other issue is, like, you get healthcare plans. Like, my company gives good benefits. So you pay whatever, let's say $100, $200 a month to cover a family of four, $2,000-$3,000 deductible, right? And you make 60 grand a year. You pay $200, $2,400 a year. Okay, whatever. Look at what percentage it is of their income someone makes 60 grand. Now, a bigwig executive that makes $300,000-$400,000 a year pays the same $2,400 a year for health insurance that the person that pays 60 grand. So, like, right now with Medicare is you pay 1.45% withholding, and your employer pays a 1.45% on their end. So you're already paying in about 3%. Okay, and if Obama was saying, okay, 9%, 8-9% to cover yourself, if you just told employers, hey, to insure each employee, it's going to cost you like 4 or 5% of their wages, and then you as an employee to always be covered pay like 3-4%. Do you know how many people would sign up for that? But that's not, like, how our system's set up is just so screwy.
Nick, let me ask you a question, Nick. Do you believe from each according to their needs, to each according to their ability?
Ouch.
Just out of curiosity, do you agree with that statement?
What do you mean by that?
It's very simple. From each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs. Like, that's what you're explaining here.
Yep.
That's what I heard too. The communist
So
way of
you're
doing
a communist, right, Nick?
No, I'm not a communist. I bet you're more
That is
capitalist.
literally communism, what you're explaining.
It's not communism.
That is definitely 100% communism,
Go read my
bro.
profile. Go read my profile, bro. You think
What you're
it's
explaining is a Marxist idea. I'm just
No,
being straight
it's
with
not a Marxist idea. It's a free market.
you.
No, it's
definitely
not.
No, that's
It's
not.
not free
No,
market.
it is. You buy your insurance the same way you buy your car insurance. Trump's a fucking communist too. Trump's not a conservative. I think Trump's a
We don't pay
conservative.
car insurance based off of our income.
Well, you do pay it based on the car you own. And
Stick
healthcare
on
not
health insurance.
That's
healthcare's
completely
not the same
different.
as
No, you don't.
car
So the risk
insurance.
doesn't change.
No,
The risk doesn't
but
change if I make $1 million compared to if I made $100,000. The risk doesn't change. It's still the human's health based on their age.
Your car insurance rates also depend on a lot of different factors, not just the type of car you have, but
Your accidents,
your driving record, the area you live in, all types of shit.
So Nick, it's an awful idea. I mean, it's an awful idea. But the better solution would be taking out the middleman and allowing hospitals and doctors to be able to offer membership
I already
programs.
gave a solution. We'll pay cash for the basic stuff.
I don't think that one. Sorry.
I can already pay for the basics. So we already do. We have that option. So look, the idea would be let me just, I do that. I don't have health insurance. I pay cash. So look, and I've done it for 15 years. Ever since Obamacare came in place, I got rid of health care. So let me explain though. The way to do it is take out the middleman and allow hospitals and doctors to offer membership programs rather than having a company called an insurance company have to pay my bills. Now, we can still keep private insurance, allow for group programs and stuff like that, but you can make co-ops between hospitals and doctors from region to region and group to group areas where I could be able to get service if I was in another location. But generally speaking, we don't have to have a middleman that pays the bills. I could buy this same membership program, like a gym membership program, from my local hospital or my local doctor, and that would at least cover me, 85% of the time that I'm, look.
What do you do with Medicare or Medicaid?
Cancel it.
No. So Nick, I need to say something. So I work in Medicare, and I don't think you understand what it was like before Medicare. The high deductibles, they don't have coverage for pre-existing conditions. So Medicare was created for seniors. Hold on, Nick, if you can mute yourself. Medicare was created for seniors specifically because they were being denied coverage, they were being denied surgery, they were being denied certain treatments because they didn't have coverage for a pre-existing condition. That's what it was like before Medicare. It was very hard for seniors to get that coverage. So Medicare allowed that. In Medicare, you could also get Medicaid if you are low income. So you can get you can get a dual plan, whether it's you have a healthcare dual, WellCare dual, Alignment Heart and Health Plan has a dual plan. So it allows seniors who haven't put in that work that you are suggesting for them to get an employer plan. They haven't put in that time that Medicare had that you were supposed to work to get Social Security or whatever the case may be. So there are times where people are disabled that cannot qualify for certain coverages because they haven't put in those hours that Social Security and Medicare force you to have for you to get signed up. So I think Medicare is very, very important. Our senior population is completely just forgotten about. Their age is blamed on their sicknesses, their illnesses. So Medicare is very important for our senior population. We just keep forgetting it.
No, but if you pool everyone together, the problem is with Medicare is everyone high risk goes into it. If you go read Ron Paul's book, he never took any insurance, and insurance bills or hospital bills started going up since they implemented Medicare. Anytime the government gets involved, the cost goes up and the quality goes down.
Let me ask you, after the deductible is paid, how much do people put into their hospital bills with Medicare? Do you know the percentage?
I don't know.
Okay, so there's a deductible when people get onto a health insurance. You have a deductible. Usually it's like $1,200 to $2,000. Once you pay that deductible off, so say you're going to an office and you get blood work done, or you're just getting your checkup, or you're getting an ECG done, or EKG, I'm sorry. You would pay off that deductible. After you've paid off that deductible, you are responsible for 20% of the bills, while your insurance covers 80% of the bills. That's why it's important, because the deductibles before Medicare were like $10,000 to $15,000 to where they couldn't even afford their bills. And Medicare, it allows you to have just a percentage that you pay, 20% and 80%. That's important. So they're not paying that much anymore than they were without Medicare.
Look, Medicare is bankrupt. We can't afford it. I'm telling you, like the unfunded liabilities, look at the price of gold as of recently. Like, I'll say one thing about the stock market and Trump. He's been very good to me financially. I love him, and I love Biden. Like, both of them have. They've made me a very rich man. But I could capitalize on the stupidity of these politicians. But I'm just saying, look at how the unfunded liabilities of Medicare. It's not sustainable. It's just not. It's a Ponzi scheme, and everyone that's high risk goes on it. And I do agree with Joe. We probably should be paying cash for the basic services, but if we did it that way, it would be cheaper. Just go YouTube Oklahoma's surgery center. It's a surgery place where he only accepts cash, and they were showing a local hospital. A guy had to get carpal tunnel, or a lady had to get carpal tunnel surgery. It was $28,000. This guy did it for $3,000, and she told her employer, and her employer actually, because they were a self-insured plan, her employer paid for the procedure because she's like, it's that cheap.
Yeah, so the reason.
Yeah, that's your employer plan.
Oh, sorry, Marcus.
No,
The reason is I just wanted to add this. The reason it's cheaper to pay cash to a doctor or a hospital, it's to private practice doctors. Let's be clear about that. Hospitals don't get that much cheaper when you go to the hospital with cash. But the reason why is they don't have to deal with the paperwork for the insurance companies. Oftentimes, while you're sitting there waiting, because a cash customer gets right in and right out immediately. But while you're sitting there waiting for those 2-3 hours in the lobby and in the waiting room, a lot of times they're just on the phone line trying to get approval from your insurance company if they're going to pay for it or not ahead of time. So insurance has definitely created a false inflation in health, but it's not just health. It occurs in everything insurance touches. And we have a larger problem with insurance, greater than just health insurance, that I think we'll have to come to addressing one day. And most of it is just, they need to pay their damn bill.
I just want to answer a question to James in the chat. There is an age limit for Medicare. It's 65 and over, or unless you've had a disability for over 2 years and you've been getting Social Security checks from it, or SSDI. So yeah, there is an age limit for Medicare, and specifically for seniors or people who are disabled.
But the thing is, too, is like Social Security, too, is the biggest Ponzi scheme ever. Like, like Japan's having that problem right now. It works when you have more people paying in than drawing out. But when the pyramid now goes to baby boomers, when you have more people drawing in than out, I mean, that's going to be depleted in like 12 years. I'm not even depending on it, but to me, I don't need it. But I think they're eventually just going to means-based test people, and it's just going to be like a welfare type program.
Nick, I agree with you about the Medicare is failing, but like I said, the solution isn't as easy as you said, especially not a communist plan. It's just that you just can't, it's not going to change over. It's well, whatever it was, you can't change it overnight. And you're right, it's going bankrupt. I don't know, because our politicians sold us a bill of goods, and you know that's what happens. There's big trouble.
Switzerland doesn't.
It's
Switzerland
something
doesn't
that
have.
I never hear people criticizing the
So Switzerland has like the longest life expectancy. Same with Singapore, and everyone gets healthcare. It's not government run.
Hold on for a second, man. How come I never heard people criticize Obamacare or Obama when he made it a provision that if you didn't have insurance by the time that you filed your taxes, your ass was penalized for that shit. They were forcing people to get that crappy ass goddamn coverage.
Yeah, that is stupid.
We're not even talking about the deductibles, the highest deductibles. Right? Think about it. People who didn't have a job, people who were unemployed, people who were low income could qualify for Obamacare. But if they used it, then they had a high-ass unreasonable deductible that was too high for them to fucking pay. It was a trap from the word go.
Yeah.
Then if your ass didn't have it, by the time you filed taxes, your ass got penalized for it. It was a tax. How come people on the left never criticized Obama for it?
Oh yeah, they're idiots like that. You know that guy Aram? He thinks that was the greatest thing ever because more people were insured. Well, yeah, when you put a gun to people's head, I mean, but there's a loophole a lot of people don't know in the Obamacare bill. It's called the millionaires loophole. So what you can do is like, let's say you're 60, 61, wanting to retire and can't get Medicare till you're 65. If you have a Roth IRA, take as much money as you can out of it for like 3-4 years or live off of it for 3-4 years and show very little income. Like you can show like maybe $12,000 a year. You can get every government subsidy out there. Cause I know a guy that's worth like, I don't know, like $4.5 million. And I told him, he's like, well, I don't know if I can retire because of health insurance. Like, no. I go, show nothing. And this guy qualifies for food stamps. He qualifies for Medicaid. He only pays like $50 a month for health insurance, or $100 a month for health insurance for he and his wife because of this Obamacare millionaires loophole. Because the Obamacare bill bases your insurance on your income, so he only shows like $20,000 a year. And very, very few people know about this loophole. But I know it could tax.
Yeah, the whole world knows about the loophole. The whole world's collecting from the government, food stamps. People, everybody knows about all the loopholes. That's why we're going bankrupt. Everybody's collecting. No, please. Everybody knows about those loopholes.
Then how come like very few people understand how like corporations can pay no income tax? I come on this app and people are clueless.
I think everybody who's gone to business school understands that, Nick. You don't understand.
You want to know freedom of thought? You in the
post-secondary education.
Back to your fucking.
Don't go through this Canadian American school system. This is extremely basic stuff.
Go back to your fucking communist country, okay?
The fact that you think this is like interesting, profound information.
We know that you're here to troll and add no value to any room.
I mean, I'm literally saying what Jules is saying, so I guess Jules is here to troll too then.
I'm not a communist. If you are,
He is, that's the problem. He lives in like the People's Republic of Canada and he tries to criticize American politics. And then he's very fucking stupid.
Sure.
He said that like he hopes Canada's gonna sell all their stock in the U.S. market, and then they're gonna send our stock market tanking. Which is, and if he had any brains, it's illegal to do. So yeah.
It's illegal.
Remember,
Under what? International trade law? The thing that Trump shit on all day long?
You can't. If you own stock in, like, if you're heavily invested in a country, you can't just sell it off. Just like Warren Buffett can't sell off all stock in Berkshire Hathaway.
But you said it's illegal. You mean they shouldn't?
It is.
Illegal, but which law are you
illegal.
talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, let me fact check it. I don't believe that that's illegal.
Yes, it is. Go read it in their fucking 10K. If you don't know anything about SEC reporting and Securities and Exchange, which you don't, because I've worked in that area, you can't just sell off all your stock. Bezos can't sell off all his stock in Amazon. You know what that would do to the stock price?
But wait,
There's laws
those
against it.
laws apply to Canadian government-owned U.S. bonds?
Yes.
No, it doesn't. No, we're in Canada.
I said
I
stock.
don't care about your stock laws. These aren't bonds. They're not even stocks.
Take over your country.
You don't even know what you're talking about. You don't know the difference between bond and stock. I'm talking about stocks. Nobody ever mentioned stocks. Yeah, but we're not talking about stocks in this case. It's not stocks, it's bonds.
But I was talking about stock.
Okay, but it doesn't own American stocks. The threat is not the
They're heavily invested.
Okay, but you don't understand the threat then. The threat is not that Canada's going to sell off American stocks. It's that the Canadian government and the Japanese government are going to sell off American bonds. That's not illegal, Nick. And it's not illegal to sell off American stocks if you're not American. I don't know where you're getting this information. It makes no
Yes,
sense.
it is, because they have mutual funds with them, and how the funds work. Okay, what was Charles the communist?
Hey folks, can I chime in on the healthcare system? Can you hear me?
Eric, speak up a little bit. You're kind of low.
Sure. Can I chime in my 2 cents on the healthcare system?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just graduated from a master's in public health, and I would love to hear you critique my take on the healthcare system. And this is not specific to US, it's mostly Western medicine. And how I see it, the root cause of the problem of healthcare being really expensive goes back to the number of medical students that get to become a doctor, right? It's almost like an oligopoly, right? There is a limit to the number of medical students who can come in, and then that creates a bottleneck, and then they can charge more and more. But let's say if the government had a plan to increase that size, and I'm sure you're all aware of the shortages of doctors and nurses we have. The government had a plan to, let's say, double or maybe increase the number of medical students we can get in, then do a residency, right, by even 50%. Then in 10 years from now, you have many doctors, and the number of patients that they see in cities will go down. Then they are going to be more willing to move to the remote areas of the country. So the rural health would improve, right? And then the other solution that can also be incorporated is the use of AI to increase the productivity of doctors. Then believe how much time they spend on documentation, right? If the documentation and the manual tasks are given to AI, doctor can spend more time with their patient and also see more patients. So I'm just curious to get your feedback and see if I'm right, or if there's anything that's missing here.
Yeah, Arya, what you said, it actually is not true. Um, did you say you just graduated from MPH?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, that's interesting because I know that they, like, one of the assignments they give people to do in the classes is to see if this works, but it's a very complex scenario. I don't know if you're in US or not. It's a very complex scenario in the US, and increasing the number of doctors will not actually lower the cost of healthcare. It's actually
Why?
it's a very complicated situation. It's not something you can like talk about it in like 5-10 minutes. One of the reasons of it is cost of education in America.
Well, the
If
cost,
you go to medical school, if your parents are not paying for your school from the day that you start, like from when you get your diploma, if you're not on grants, from when you start, going to university for your bachelor and all the way till the end of your presidency, by the time you're done, you have at least $300,000 student loans. So increasing number of doctors will not lower the cost of healthcare because it's just not going to work like that. One of the reasons is that.
I totally
That's
agree
one
with that.
of its reasons.
I totally agree that the cost of tuition is a lot high, and if you look historically, that has not been the case. Look at the charts, the cost of education is going up and up. But I don't see how that will have a causal relationship with, with that negates the argument or negate the solution.
It's very important because you can open medical school doors to everyone. Like you can just even take MCAT and everything out and say everybody can go to medical school. Come on in and go in. If you lower the income of a medical doctor, then nobody wants to become a medical doctor. It's not even profitable at this moment to be a doctor. Most of the people who go and become medical doctors or any doctors, after a decade when they're done with their school, they regret it because the amount of time, money, stress, everything you put in, and then what comes out of it, and the stress of the work, it doesn't work out. But the cost of school, cost of drugs. The cost of drugs is one of the main reasons why healthcare is so expensive. The cost of equipment. Like, do you know how expensive it is to put an MRI machine or like an X-ray machine in your practice? Like, it's a complicated thing. Just simply increasing the number of doctors will absolutely not decrease the cost of healthcare. I promise you that.
I'm interested in learning about the arguments against that, and one thing you mentioned was that it's not profitable to become a doctor. Can I ask him what's the average salary of a family doctor?
It's different in every state, though.
Not in U.S.
I don't know. You have to Google it. I don't know what the average is.
100,000 or more, right?
I don't think so because you can hire a medical doctor for $60 an hour right now in Los Angeles, and Los Angeles is one of the highest paid jobs. So I don't know. I have to look that, but you're including like plastic surgeons and a lot of other stuff into this, and $200,000 when you have a $300,000 student loan minimum. Some people have $500,000 student loan when they finish school, and then you have like a 6 to 8, 9% interest rate on that coming. Like, trust me, with this cost of living, and then out of that $200K, like almost half of it will go for tax. No, do you know what the cost of living is in LA? You want someone to spend like 12 years of their life going to school, and then at the end of it, like have $7,000-8,000 a month as income? It won't.
I have the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistic website open in front of me, and it's the mean annual wage for doctors is $240 $1,000 for family medicine physicians. So let's say if a doctor
But
graduates.
you
with
can't even
500K,
lower that. 200,000 is nothing. You know how much the Congress members get paid? 185,000.
Can I finish my sentence? Let's say if a doctor, a family doctor, is graduated with 500K student loan, right? Student debt, and they graduated, their annual wage is 240K, right? They can put down maybe 20%, 30% of their annual salary, and they should be good paying their debt in 5-10 years. So it's definitely profitable. And if in this, the family physician is like on the lower side wages. If you are talking about surgeons, they make 500K, 600K easy.
Your
so
math
I-
is so
I
off.
asked-
The fact that you're trying to argue that they can pay off their student loan in 5 years, 10 years, where there's
If they wanted to.
absolutely not a single person doing that. No, they can't do that. Because even if you make, let's go with the 250 that you said. Let's say with the 250 that you said, how much of that is gonna be gone for tax? What do you wanna take? 40%, let's say 35, 40%, whatever. Just take of it. Take 10% of it for the student loan that they have to pay back, and then do the cost of living and see how it all works out. A doctor that makes 250,000 a year, I'll tell you right now, that's gonna be the doctors living in big cities. Right now, renting a 2-bedroom apartment is gonna be like what, $5,000 in Los Angeles? You know the doctor's not gonna go live somewhere like that's not nice. Like
Okay,
you have
let's
to.
disagree on the profitability of becoming a
What
doctor.
I'm just telling you, because you brought your master of public health into this, my whole point, this is why I didn't want to have this argument with you. My point was that nowhere in master of public health degree or the education, they teach you that increasing the number of doctors will decrease the cost of healthcare because it has nothing to do with
Absolutely,
that.
they don't teach you. I totally agree with you that they
Exactly,
don't
and
teach
that-
you.
because that's
I'm
not even
thinking
correct.
I'm thinking from the first principles here.
No,
I'm
no,
not
but
saying
that's
that
not
they taught
correct.
me that. But you have to give me an argument against it. don't
I
wanna take too
did,
much of
having
the time
too
of
many
everyone.
doctors, increasing number of doctors won't lower the cost of medical equipment.
Supply and demand.
Increasing-
You don't agree with the concept of supply and demand.
Now you're doing what you said I was doing, which is like speaking while I'm speaking, but
I'm sorry.
the main three reasons that cost of healthcare is high is the cost of education. That's one of them. The other reason is high cost of drugs, which is irrelevant. If you increase number of doctors, it won't lower the cost of drugs. And then the last of them is the cost of medical equipment. So I don't know how, like, increasing number of doctors would change any of those three factors, but.
Concept of supply and demand.
I just wanted to ask you a question. Is it Araya?
Arya.
Arya?
Arya,
Hi.
yeah.
I just was wondering where you were living, where you went to school.
I prefer to remain anonymous, if that's okay with you.
Well, that's fine, but what country are you in?
US,
And did you go to school in the US?
correct.
And are you going to be practicing in the US and working in the US, or are you going back home?
I'm not really sure.
Last question, has the US given you everything?
No, not really. I paid
Great question.
a huge amount of tuition,
You paid what tuition? I didn't hear you.
a huge amount of, yeah.
He said he has the luxury of paying tuition.
Why don't you go to a cheaper school in your own home country? You're obviously here for a reason.
That's
I
right,
mean,
because the university that I went to in the US has better ranking and better professors. The quality of education mattered.
And
So then it's
what
your
country?
fault.
I want to know what country you were in before.
I prefer to remain anonymous.
Why? What do you gotta hide?
It's not fighting, it's remaining anonymous.
Why?
Put your face on it.
What
so-
country? What country?
Is it a Middle East country?
Yeah.
Is it a Middle East country?
Is it Haiti? Is it
He
Iraq?
sounds,
Iran? What?
he sounds like he's Iranian,
Oh, here we go.
How would that matter?
which
Is
Start
is weird
speaking
because,
Farsi.
because believe it or not, Iran has very good public health
Yeah.
programs. Very, very good public health
It
programs.
only matters because you're not telling us.
okay, so I came up with an argument on how we can improve healthcare. And now the question is about who is my, like,
The reason I'm asking you that is I'm trying to figure out how you have no concept of money and how you don't know how expensive it is to live in the United States and about taxes and if people have student loans, how much they have to pay each month for their student loan and how long it really takes and how long it takes to pay off your student loan and buy a car and have housing and buy groceries and get insurance, like all the stuff. I just feel like you have no concept of that. That's why I was asking all those questions.
That's the problem with going to school because they don't teach you anything about money. And like people with PhDs, remember PhD stands for one thing, poor, helpless, and desperate. Because the worst thing you can do is go to school because the reason why they don't teach you about money in school is teachers are broke. And how can broke people teach you about money?
Amen to that.
Amen. That's why I'm not broke, but I don't have any money.
Those are some wise words right there.
Yeah, I make tons of money, but I'm still broke because my teachers and my parents were broke.
Doctor, I'm with you. I'm with you with that. Like, they don't teach you anything about finance in schools these days. You know what I mean? Like, unless you're specifically.
Actually, they do. I mean, my kids' schools, they taught them finance. They actually
But it's
made them.
rarity, though, right? I mean, like in general, they don't. You know what I mean? Maybe in your situation, though. And that tends to lead to a lot of people, like Doctor's saying, is like he made a lot of money, but then he lost them all, right, Ricky?
I didn't lose it. I know where it is, but I still make a lot of money, and I still don't have any money because no one ever taught me. Even though I'm obviously brilliant, as you all know, no one taught me how to. I'm joking, but no one taught me, including my parents or my teachers, what to fucking do with it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
like
get
Ricky,
that.
to your point, a lot of people, and to Sarah's point, they get a PhD or this advanced degree, and they're like, well, I've been paying on it, and my loan was like 50,000, and now it's 70. Well, do you understand the difference between principal and interest? Like your car loan or your mortgage or whatever, so much goes towards principal and so much goes towards interest. It's like you spent $200,000 a year and you can't understand something I learned in 12th grade algebra. I mean, come on. But to your point, Gigi and Ricky and all you guys, like, they're getting better about teaching kids about money and financial literacy, but I mean, I learned on my own, and I learned from my parents, and I read a lot of books on that because that shit just interests me. But yeah, it's really sad, and I think it's just a failure in our whole school system. There's also another app out there. It's called Scholly. I don't know if you guys ever heard about it, but you basically put in like all your credentials when you're in high school, like ACT scores, GPA, and everything, and it shows you every single scholarship that's available for you. And there was a kid. He didn't have the greatest GPA, I mean, somewhere in the 3.0s, but he qualified for $88,000 worth of scholarships because there's a lot of these stupid scholarships for like $1,000 that no one applies for, and they think, oh, it's just $1,000. Well, you do 10 of them, that's $10,000. And so it's like you spend, a couple hours doing that, you made like, $3,000 an hour just like filling out scholarship forms. But again, they don't teach you that in class in school because they want to have you learn gender pronouns and a male can go into a female's bathroom and you can identify as anything you want.
And getting back to what Sarah was saying, is I agree with you, Sarah, that having more doctors is not going to make the cost of medicine less. It is everything that you stated, so I agree with you.
100% right. And by the way, the reason why this country's in such bad shape, the country owes a lot of money. But like we were talking, individuals don't know, kids don't know. They don't know. Kids shouldn't have credit cards. I mean, who the hell is paying 25%, 30%? People making no money. It's all bullshit. Kids paying minimum monthly payments are paying off nothing, let alone big loans for colleges.
Yeah,
People have no concept of money.
Jules, like the thing is that they just openly, like, let's say an 18-year-old kid wants to start a landscaping business, and he's got some customers, he needs to buy some equipment, right? And he goes to the bank for $10,000, $20,000 to buy some lawn equipment. The bank denies him, even though like he has a record book of consistent customers and whatnot. But if that kid goes to the bank and says, I want a student loan to get a degree in East Asian Studies for $20,000 with no intention of finishing, they go and they give him that. No questions asked. So that's why like some of these younger kids, I'm reading stories, they're taking out student loans to buy equipment for like their businesses. Because they might get a lower interest rate or whatever. It's a horrible, horrible system. Because think about it.
What is it? Do the banks think if you're going to school and you can't pay off your loans, that the government's going to come in and pay it off for you?
No, it is. It was Obama that backed him. He said, yes, we're in banks. The government backed them.
That's it right there. That's it right there. Banks aren't idiots. They're not giving away money. They'll make loans, and they'll make loans to where they know they're going to get paid off.
Yeah, they want to make money themselves.
Do you know how many students I've reported to financial aid? Like they just come to school to just get money. They don't show
Sarah,
class.
Are you telling me about the Pell Jumpers? Once you get the Pell Grants and jump?
yeah, Pepe, they go and there was a girl saying that she used student loans to go get breast implants and a lip job.
That's
Because-
normal. I worked at a university and so I was an academic advisor. This is like over a decade ago, but yes, this was something that even like employees would do. They realize you can get a Pell Grant, you can withdraw at a certain date. Really, the repercussions are zero. And they would do things like at that time. It was getting things like a boob job was fairly common.
Yep.
But
Or
a lot of
like,
students, that's one thing they do, but not just that. A lot of students, they take classes in college just so they can apply for loans. This is not the grants, this is the loans. It's the same thing as those people who open credit cards and they don't care, they don't pay them. So they just get loans and they can keep doing it. In states like California, it's like really, really annoying because they don't monitor them, they don't care. In states like California,
Well, how do they get around it though? Because the student loans are federal, so I know you had like Navient and Sally Mae, if I recall correctly.
I think it's Navient right now.
So they literally have a stranglehold on. They know what you've taken out and haven't paid, and so.
No, but if you're in school, there are no loans due. When you're not in school, you can defer for years. Like I think you can defer.
You can defer, yes, you can defer, but what's not
My
going to happen?
point is, you can go back to school and take classes, and you can take as much loan. There's no maximum on how much loan you can take.
So what do they do, Sarah? What do they do?
There's not a maximum, but if you got loans for okay, so you're allocated a certain amount of funding for a certain number of credits. So you can't, if you're not like graduating, you can't take out more loans. So if you took out the max for, like, for example, a bachelor's degree, which obviously you can't move on to a master's because you never got a bachelor's, they're not going to, in perpetuity, allow you to just keep on taking out loans to complete your bachelor's degree. If you haven't, there's a maximum you can
There
take
is
out.
no maximum.
For, for a bachelor, no, for a degree, there absolutely
You
is.
can go to community college, listen, you can go to community college, this is not even university, you don't even study for degrees. And you can take classes for 7 years, 10 years, I've seen it up to 7, 10 years I've seen. It doesn't mean you can't do it for longer, I just don't know anyone who's done it for longer. I know people who've been in community college for 7 years, they can take classes, let me finish, they take classes, and then every, like, I think it's 2 semesters in a row that you cannot go below 12 units or fail them. And then if you don't fail them for 2 semesters, then you can actually do it again for the 3rd semester. So like they go take classes, they just take different classes. They take art, they take history, they take English, they take whatever classes they want. And then sometimes they come and take my classes, and I'm like, why would they take my class when this is the hardest class? Like, who takes anatomy and just hoping that somehow they pass? Like, it doesn't make any sense, you know? So they just do that, but you can do that as long as you want. You don't need a degree. This is California.
You can't, I
don't know
promise
about
you
other
can't
states.
do that. Like, we had to work,
You can do it in California, though.
okay, we were assigned literally financial advisors we had to work with.
But your state is different, though. That's what I'm trying to say.
No,
This
but
is
it's
probably
the loans are all federal.
I know, but there are loopholes. I'm guessing this is probably
There's not a
why
loophole for
Trump-
any state.
This is probably
Because we have to
why
deal-
Trump wanted to send this completely to states. I'm guessing. I don't know.
No, I promise you, there was not a loophole for states. Literally, because the funding had to be approved at the federal level, you were only allowed to get so much in student aid when it came to, per credit, depending on which university you went to. In perpetuity, you could not just for example, if you got student loans for an undergraduate degree, let's say you got the maximum funded or approved loan for 16 credits, but you so happen to only graduate or finish 2 classes and got 6 credits. You weren't able to, that was going to count against the total of the 120 credits you're generally allotted. And so you couldn't just continually get funding for a full semester as if you were going to get 15, 16, whatever, depending if you had a science class that had a lab or whatever. You were not going to be able to continually get that. And so California could not stifle that.
Then I don't know, but I'm looking, I don't know if this is the right, it says annual limit for direct subsidized, but the direct subsidized, that's like for graduate degree, I would think. I don't know, all I know is, but the thing is, I've seen it, I've seen students in school I know people who actually done this. I've seen people who went to community college for 6, 7 years, and I guess you can apply for grant the first couple years, you can do grants, and then I would assume it probably covers for 5 years or something, even that maximum amount.
Don't you guys see what you're saying? That the school system, the loan system, the credit card system, the medical system, it's all corrupt. It's all.
How is it corrupt? How is it corrupt? Here's the thing that's annoying about what you just said.
You're not supposed to be a student for the rest of you. Just keep taking money. Sarah, if I'm not misunderstanding, you're saying.
Yes, you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to keep on taking money to be a student that you're never paying back. To take money for classes you never complete and never pay back.
Right, people are trying to job the system. People are irresponsible. They rack up credit card debt. They rack up medical debt. They rack up debt for their schools. And then all of a sudden, they go bankrupt. And who pays it? The taxpayer pays it. This is the game that's played in America. We have illegal immigrants are getting money. Everyone's getting money. Everyone's getting all. You know, just put on Judge Judy. You see every criminal in the world who are robbing the system and then suing someone else for more money. This is what's going on in America. There's no responsibility. See, I got Sarah. I got you exactly what you're saying. That people go to school for a million years. As long as the check is coming in for education, they'll buy a car. They'll go on dates. They'll do whatever the hell they want with their money. People have no responsibility. This is why the whole country's going bankrupt. This is why our national debt is sky high. The people don't have responsibility. Congress don't give a fuck. They spend money. We're just a mess. I mean, I see what's going on. Taxes are too high. Taxes are going to go up higher because now we've got to pay the
Gotta pay the taxes, guys.
This is so much. This is so much.
I do
Let's go.
believe
Let's go with the.
taxation should be lowered in America because it's probably.
That's-
Yeah, I think it should be kind of just like it is in Israel. Like it maybe should be free. And we only let the competent.
People won't be.
We should only let the competent and capable fucking people into the fucking schools, not a bunch of fucking DEI and admissions into the schools.
That's how it is in Germany. No, you're dead on right. Like you only
Yeah, of
go to
course.
school like 10th grade in like either Denmark, Germany. Because I was talking with some coworkers because I work for a German company and they were saying that to your point, they take like a competencies. I can't say it.
Competency and exam.
Yeah. And
And
they
they
say
take
like,
that in middle school.
yeah, you're not capable to be like college material. You go become a plumber or go into the trades. So you still have a chance, right? So instead of going to
But
whatever.
that sounds like a
baseball-
eugenics program. It's like the Nazis. Can't do that.
You guys are hovering over the target, but you're not hitting the target yet. So I will help you. The reason that school is so fucking expensive is because of all the last 10 minutes of description from all you people that work in the universities and in the college system. The reason why it costs 80 grand to complete a semester is because the colleges know that the loan is guaranteed by the U.S. government, so it's going to get paid. So they raise it.
No, you're 100%. You're 100% correct, and that is the biggest scam. That has been the biggest scam. Is that colleges know that they can they're basically going to raise their tuition to the point where people can max out on their student loan that will federally be allowed and they can be funded for. And so, you're 100% correct. And some of the most disgusting shit is if you look at like the universities in France, Germany, Israel, whatever, what the universities do is they try to make it like a quote unquote experience. And so they're going to offer all of these stupid fucking amenities. We're just like, no, these are places of education. We don't need to pay for all of this shit. That's a really weird thing too. Is that like, why are these left-leaning, these absolute, and I'm talking about whether it's a state university or it's a private university. They have these leftist ideologues that run these fucking places, and yet whether it's Harvard, whether it's University of Pennsylvania, whether it is Yale, or any state school, why is it that they love getting their endowments, they love making sure they can milk the federal government for all of the student aid dollars. These people are fucking parasitic. I mean, these are like the most exploitative capitalists that you've ever fucking encountered, and then yet I see them like kind of cheerleading on the side. How like, oh yeah, we're fuck the USA, we're pro, like whatever the fuck it is. Fuck the Jews. Fuck white people. Fuck everybody.
Because Pepe, because they're elitists, Pepe. they think that their shit doesn't stink, if you ever heard that expression. These Ivy League schools should be taxed on their endowments that they have. They get away tax-free. Why? Because their teachers, their professors get $300,000 a year to teach an hour a week. It's all bullshit. You're right. You're 100% right. It's all the liberal bullshit, and the liberals are the ones who complain about rich people. When they're the rich people, and Bernie Sanders owns 3 houses, and there's 2 people in his family. Give me a fucking break.
I think we should abolish private property, just like, socialists like himself say, and,
No, that's not the answer.
No, but he's a so-called socialist, so I think, maybe the people should have an uprising, and they should resist the tyranny and the parasitic capitalists, and then just take over his properties. I mean, maybe, I'm just going by, but if I'm a socialist, I think I want what Bernie wants.
Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders. He wants. We should quote unquote. It's not my quote, but socialists like to say "kill the rich." And here's this piece of shit, a rich, very comfortable motherfucker that pushes his socialist agenda, and he makes me sick. He absolutely sick. The fact that he would go to the Soviet Union. And he would say, like, I like the Soviet Union. Despite how they were treating people, they persecuted every religious minority. If you had a Bible or you were a Jew, they don't fucking care. You got in trouble. And couldn't, I don't know. Would any of you like to live in the Soviet Union? I don't know. Maybe you guys don't think it's tyranny because, you guys are brainwashed. But
No, my relatives fled the Soviet Union, and thank God. You're 100% right. Let the socialists live in a socialist country. How's that?
Surprised they're not deporting them.
Go ahead, Z. Go ahead.
I'm just surprised that they're not deporting people to Soviet Union at this point. Who knows? Maybe that's part of.
That might happen, see.
well, the Soviet Union.
That's because the Soviet Union doesn't exist. That's why. That's why they're not deporting
Add
them.
something before I. Let me say something about the DEI that Pepe you brought up. So those same students that they're like scamming the system, and they don't show up to class or they don't come to take their exams, but now they have to like pass the class, or like they have to pass the class, or like if they fail the class, I should say they attended the class, but now they didn't come to class, right? Now, those students want to use the fact that they're minority. This is not every student, but I do run into this very often. That same students use their race, being minority, being a single mother, being older, or like single dad, doesn't matter. They use these things. They come to me, try to get me like under DEI, except that, hey, you missed 10 classes, but I'm not going to say you missed 10 classes. Pocket, I'm being very serious.
No, I know.
No, but this is very important. They come to me and they're like, well, look, I have 3 kids. I have to work. I have 3 jobs, this, that. Jules, wait. They say that, right? And they want me to feel bad for them. So because if you fail the class, but you show up to a class, like you meet the attendance, it doesn't mess up with your student loans. But if I say the student didn't meet the class hours, it will mess up with their student loan. So then I tell them, no, sorry, you should have thought about that, from
I think that here's what's missing with liberals is you had like Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who's like obviously a fucking liberal, and she had children. She was obviously like a very smart yet shrewd woman, and it's like she was able to accomplish this, and it's just like, okay, here's your liberal hero that all of you women like to talk about. Look what she was able to do. Look what she was able to do as a mother, as somebody who still went to law school. Through the judiciary, she moved herself up. She became a Supreme Court justice. I don't know. I just, it's like the amount of bitching I hear from the left. It's an asinine, and like we can't. Like none of us want to lower standards. At the end of the day, I understand some of us will have our ethnic or racial grievances, and we think there's some kind of social justice. But if we are to be an automobile accident, for example, we would want competent police officers, competent firefighters, paramedics, show up, go to an ER full of competent people. We just want shit to work. And the fact that this is the kind of rot we've had in America, is just like identity politics has ended up completely basically making it so that we cannot make sure that things run functionally.
Yeah, it's making it more dysfunctional. Like, you're totally spot on, Pepe. It's ridiculous. This whole, woke stuff is it's counterintuitive to what I think America's about, in my opinion.
Now it is. Never was like that. Sarah, they want to game the system, Sarah, and they want you
But you,
to
Kevin, you didn't let me finish. It doesn't end there. I say no, then they go to the chair. Then I have to deal with the chair. Then they go to the dean.
That's
then I have to deal with the dean. And then I'm like, is this even a real shit that we're like?
That's right.
They're like, well, we have to integrate DEI, maybe. I'm like, do you understand that these students had no intention of getting help? Do you understand the student never can ask for help throughout the whole semester? Now
That's why the universities need to be cleansed of these leftist ideologues. Nobody would accept far right ideologues like these dirty fucking Jews, the media, yada yada. We just need to get rid of them. Whatever. Everybody would. They would think that's wrong, but when you're actually seeing this weird form of Nazism where it is directed the other way. It's just globalize the Intifada. What does that mean? Also these white colonial, whatever fucking kill them everywhere. It's that's fine. They're just like the white people. Just like how they just a few years ago during the height of the BLM bullshit. It's you're a stolen land, built on stolen people. Burn this shit to the ground. Fuck America. And it's just fuck Israel. They're a colonial state. Fuck them. The Jews can eat a fucking dick because they're all white colonizers, even though most of Israel's not white. Why not do it? I mean, it's just the same goddamn rhetoric I have to hear from the far left, where they attack people based on their identity, literally in a very similar way that the fascists did. I wouldn't say fascist, but Hitler in particular.
Well,
but somehow we're supposed to think it's reasonable.
You're talking anti-Semitism on one side, but you're really talking about, who's the president that brought all this shit to the United States? Barack Obama. He brought this here. He said he's going to change our society, and he did it. He did it because people were scared to say anything because you called a racist if you criticize him. But he brought all this shit to the United States. He lowered the standards. He brought the DEI to America. He brought less competency. He pointed fingers at everything being called racism when it wasn't. He's the one who did it. And then the woke just got their foot in the door, and you see what's happening now. It's exactly what Sarah says. Sarah has to be out on a limb. She's confronted with lying or making her life miserable if she doesn't lie. That's not America.
Oh, Jules, I retired. I'm planning on not going back to teaching anymore. I actually retired after this semester from teaching because it's not fun anymore. I make more money, running my practice.
That's it.
Jules, this was my way. I went into teaching because I'm really good at it. But I just continued teaching because this was my way of giving back to the community. And that's why most schools I taught, they were in minority Jules, I taught mostly in minority neighborhoods, you know, schools that nobody wanted to teach.
Yeah.
And then it just became a pain in the ass. And I'm like,
Right.
I feel miserable. I hate this. I'm not doing this. Like, I'm not gonna like lower the standards, you know, but then they complain and then the chair has to like talk to me, hey, is there anything we can do for the students? I'm like, no. Like, I'm not lowering the standards because you know what happens if they don't learn and pass? Someone's gonna die down the road. My students are all either pre-med, pre-nursing. Like, I'm not gonna be responsible for all these deaths that's gonna come out of you guys trying to force me into this DEI, meaning just pass students because they don't have time to study. It's not gonna happen. We're not doing that, no.
I applaud you. But I feel sorry for you because you have to give up something you loved, and it's hard to do that. But you had to. I understand. Gee,
Well, I didn't have to, Jules, you know, like, I'm so good at it, like, no matter how much of this I had to deal with, they never really pressured me and they always offered me a job, you know, like, I've never had any school that just not offer me a job, you know, because I do part-time but at different schools. So I never had anyone not wanting me back, but it's just this conflict and then this level of entitlement of the new generation. It's just a combination. And then all these lefties, like, I've had my car window broken twice, you know, and one time because I was wearing this fuck Islam shirt. I was protesting when students were like, you know, reading Quran in campuses. So I did wear that shirt. And everybody's like, well, maybe you shouldn't wear that shirt. I'm like, no, I'm wearing this shirt. Like, if it's freedom of speech, I have it too, you know, like, I didn't leave that shithole country, Sharia law, to come here, you know, and hear, like, fucking Quran outside my classroom. I'm not playing this bullshit, you know, but I've had students, like, break my windows, like, car windows, you know,
So,
like,
Sarah, years ago, when I was in university, there was this women's studies group, okay? Like, they had this women's studies major, and they were doing, like, a bake sale. Every man had to pay $1, and a woman paid 67 cents, because they said for every dollar a man makes, a girl makes 67 cents. And I told one of my classmates who was a girl, I said, one of my friends there in one of my classes, I told her, I'm like, this
Let's
is
suck my dick for 67 cents then, fuck her.
Exactly, right? So Pepe, what we did is I had this girl buy like a cupcake or a cookie from them and then give it to me. I go, thanks. And she goes, and they got so mad. They're like, you're setting us back 30, 50 years. And my friend, she said, I love it when a man just tells me what to do. I just submit to him. They're like, oh my God, we don't want your dirty money. We don't want your dirty money. And it was so fun to see those liberal bitches cry about it.
like this
But
big
it's just
petty difference, Nick. I have
Sarah,
never seen this. I
it's
have
not
never
existent.
experienced
Hey,
this
Sarah.
in America. I've never had anyone
Real
not
quick.
pay me what they pay a man.
Real quick, I work in accounting. I can see everyone's payroll. So let me tell you something. If companies, if a woman makes 21% less than a man, why don't companies fire all men and only hire a woman to save 21% on payroll costs? The only reason why a woman, like, let's say some of them go on like maternity leave and go work part-time, they still make the same hourly wage that they did. They just work whatever 20, 25 hours a week because they want to be home with the kids like 2-3 days a week. Their pay doesn't get cut.
No, I know that. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying this doesn't exist. Look, I had an Iranian female professor. This is in one of the schools in Orange County. We both were teaching the same subject in the same school, right? And she stopped working there. And then I saw her at another school, and I'm like, oh yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. Now, she was a very, very terrible professor. So we have to go to each other's classrooms, you know, for, what's it called, like, for evaluation. Like, I go to others, like, randomly they tell us to go see it. We always pass each other, you know, everybody passes each other, but she's a horrible professor, right? And then I saw her and she's like, oh no, that school is racist. You know, they're racist because I'm Muslim and I'm Iranian and I'm woman. That's why they don't give me classes. Like, she truly believed it. She truly believed systemic racism, and this is an Iranian woman. She truly believed systemic racism was preventing her from, you know, getting a job there where she was just not good at it, you know? Like, we're both from the same country. We both have the same religion. I'm a pain in the ass. It's very hard working with me, you know? Like, that same chair that offered me a class and didn't offer you a class, probably I have annoyed that person way more than, you know, you. It's not you because you're a woman, nor it's because you're a minority, nor it's because you're Muslim. Like, no. But I don't know. It's just a mess.
Well, I would say this. What's really interesting is, like, wokeism died, like, really, I'm going to say that the catalyst for it was when they were, like, anti-Israel and basically being pro-Hamas and, you know, causing a lot of trouble like these third worlders like to do. Now, what I don't understand for the life of me is that Jewish Americans who wrote this dragon, you guys were sitting there and saying, like, fuck, smash white supremacy, smash the white hierarchy, fuck America, fuck all these, you know, you're just doing your gay liberal bullshit. And then it's just like, oh, you're riding that dragon. Now, like, these little demons turned on you. They're like, fuck you guys are colonizers, you know, doing whatever in their little faggy voices they like to do. And then all of a sudden it's just like, oh my god, it's anti-Semitism, it's so bad. Like, would you, like, I'm just gonna be frank here, like, I don't have a problem with Jews, but the reality is, just like the white Christians I don't like very much, that are liberal, I don't like you guys very much either. For the same reason I don't like white Christians. You guys are a bunch of faggots. And you know, I have to listen to your preachy, virtue signaling bullshit. And now all of a sudden, oh, these evil minorities, oh my god, what are they doing to us? Well, what do you think was going to happen? But then it's like at the same time, you guys, like, the Jewish community wants to cancel culture, but they're like, oh my god, but he's an anti-Semite, we need to, he wanted Palestine, you know, pinned on his jacket, we can't do that. Well, I mean, really? You're, like, literally still keeping up the cancel culture bullshit. Like, just stop being a bunch of pussies and faggots. Like, I know this sounds very crude, and almost like a non-serious answer, but, I mean, these people exist. There are people that exist that want to see the West, white people, Jews, they don't care about any of us. Amazing.
Why do you sound so gay, Pepe? Like, what's the accent? Like, you sound a little bit flamboyant, like you grew up, like, with maybe just sisters or something.
I actually only had brothers.
Well, why do you sound like that? Like, has anyone ever told you you kind of sound gay? Like, I know it's not mean, it's just like, you kind of sound gay.
No, I mean, I do understand that, like, you find my voice erotic, it hits all of your erogenous zones, like your penis, and it perks up when you hear me. You're probably masturbating right now, which, you know, I think it's the only reason you're in this room.
He sounds manly.
Do you want me to agree to? Will that help you come faster?
Just saying, you sound kind of gay.
Do you want me to do a jerk-off instruction video?
Joe gets pegged, so.
Yeah,
Like, Nick sounds straight. Nick has a nice, straight voice. I don't know how else to say it, but, like, you just sound gay.
I love this progressive. See, once again, we see the hypocrisy between the progressive left. He's literally, you know, gay shaming because he thinks I'm gay.
No, it's not. I'm not shaming. I'm not shaming.
If I was to call, like, black people, if I was to call or not black people, excuse me, gay people faggots and say they're sodomites that are going to go to hell, yada yada, you would say, like, I'm super evil, I'm like this horrible bad person. But here you are, like, subtly hinting that you think that I might be gay, and
No, I don't think you're gay.
Gotcha.
I don't think so. You do sound gay, and I think everyone else is being nice, but they know what I'm talking about. Everyone can hear it, and that's why it's funny when you attack other people for saying they sound gay. It's just really ironic.
Carol, have you heard your own voice?
If you tell me I sound
think
gay,
he is
that's
gay.
fine. I'm not gonna take offense to it. I'm not shaming people for that.
What
Like, I don't know. Maybe there's another word for it.
you don't have to like. He wears a badge of honor, so there's no reason to call him that. But we were talking about, like, hey, you know what? Like, here's the weird thing about Jews. Why were you guys so comfortable with these anti-Western protests for so long? These anti-white protests for so long? These colonization, like, all kinds of things. And, did they think you Jews are just, white, by the way? Yeah, even though like a little over half of Israel is like not European, like even at all. You guys are white, horrible devils. They turn the tables on you guys. You rid that dragon, just much like the Jews that live in the kibbutzes. They were like, oh yes, I love the Palestinians. Oh yes, I read the Torah. I loved him so much, and then. Actually, they probably don't read the Torah, but they were the first people that these Hamas people slaughtered. You guys were useful fucking idiots. They were the retarded Jews. I'm sorry. I don't think they deserved what happened to them, but they were the very naive people. But one of the weird things is, like, why are you guys continuing with this cancel culture bullshit? And I don't know, like, maybe you should just drop the identity politics bullshit to begin with. Like, you guys would be so much. I love Jews. Like, Jews are actually, I would say, like, a lot more interesting than most people to talk to. But if you dropped a lot of this shit, I don't know. To me, it's just weird.
I agree, Pepe. I agree on that one.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I thought that DEI was not supposed to hurt white people too, or something. I think that was kind of the idea I heard on the app or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it was gonna hurt white people in particular, but.
So when
Jews fell under that.
For that though, Pepe, like.
Well, Jews fell. Well, yes. I mean, here's the contradiction with Jews. Here you have a bunch of. What's really weird about the guy who won the Democrat primary, and we can't even blame this on race. Hispanics and blacks backed Cuomo. It was white, which Jews are going to be a part of, backed the Muslim candidate.
Oh, isn't there, hey, Pepe, is the communist in New York City?
Yeah.
He's not just communist, he's Muslim Shia communist.
Yeah. So, Sarah, you don't want to hear something really interesting about the People's Republic of New York City? When they had Bill de Blasio running it, that wasn't even his real name. His real name is Warren Wilhelm Jr. He changed it to sound Italian to get voters. And
He changed it to his stepdad's last name.
Yeah. That is how fucking stupid the people are of New York City. And look at, like, Nasty Pelosi running San Francisco. Who the fuck keeps voting for that old senile crusty bitch? I don't get it. Same thing with, like, Maxine Waters. Isn't she, like, half dead?
She is, but you know what? For all of you liberal dumb Jews, I mean the dumb Jews. No, there's a lot of dumb Jews out there. How is diversity working out for you people? How's it working out? you're gonna get a Muslim mayor who doesn't like you people, and he says, fuck your state. He would love to see you guys just. He would love to see you guys just disappear.
Look at Minneapolis.
Well, yeah. They don't like Christians. I get that they don't like. But yeah, Ilhan Omar.
Isn't she married to her
Rashid
brother?
Tlaib. These people, they don't like Christians. They don't like Muslims. But all of you dumb Jews, go ahead, keep on. Yay, diversity! Yay, yay! And you dumb Jews get to deal with the result of that, because you. And when I say dumb Jews, it's the Jews that are dumb. And maybe that's natural selection in my opinion. You dumb Jews get to deal with the wrath of a mayor that just doesn't give a fuck about you people and doesn't think you guys should have a state. He doesn't care when people assault you, beat you up, treat you poorly. But I don't know, you guys want to be progressive. Yay! So let's celebrate it. Let's attack the Jews. Fuck the kikes, fuck the whites. Yay! Okay, you guys voted for it. You guys can literally rest in your own shit. Because you guys are fucking retarded. And just like you know when I would hear stories about progressive white Gentile Christian women. They're like, she was advocating for, bail reform and, some big burly ex-con black dude, just raped her and strangled her to death. Amazing. At least it happened to that bitch. Instead of some innocent girl that had she didn't play any hand into getting that fucking ape released. But go ahead, you guys, just be the next the kibbutz team in New York. You fucking retards. But I know a lot of you guys aren't going to change your minds, and fuck you, you deserve whatever wrath ends up coming upon you, because you're fucking stupid. I'll end my plan.
Thanks, Pepe. We're just gonna move on. Abdul, you can do a
Okay, he's a troll. You just kick him. I kicked him off. I kicked him a bunch of times.
I can get Thank you.
I love Alicia! Alicia! I can hit the high notes.
No, you can't tell me he's not gay, guys. I mean, it's alright that he doesn't sound gay, or if he's just gay, he doesn't know it, let's be honest.
Gerald, but you're a self-admitted faggot sodomite.
Dude, you just broke out in 2 musicals back to back. Don't give me this.
Oh, I can sing. I'm sorry. I have a high-pitched voice, so I can sing the high notes. I'm sorry. I could do this with an erection to your mom, but you couldn't do it to my mom because you would find her unattractive because you're gay. You would only get a boner looking at my dad. My dad is not a sodomite, and you'd be very disappointed. It's not my fucking problem.
Everyone just
I'm not trying to insult you.
everyone just insult everyone. It's just amazing.
I don't think you should take it personally. Just say what he sounds like to me. I think other people agree, and people are just ignorant.
Okay, you guys can clip this. I'm a big super faggot, power bottom, AIDS having, chlamydia loving, all of that shit, super faggot, bottom bitch, and my name is Pepe. Amazing, clip it, amazing.
Too much information, I really don't care. Like, I didn't ask, I didn't know.
Pepe, at least you don't have an awful accent like Jarl. I can at least understand.
Ew, he's a dirty Canadian, this is not my fucking...
But you know what? One thing I'll say, Joe.
At least you admit it. You say when you say at least, you're agreeing. He sounds gay.
One thing I'll say, Joe, about Jarl is he does stand his own ground, no matter what, and he's always consistent. because like the Thuggas, the Aaron Bergers, the Arums, they kind of travel together. Jarl just comes on his own, man.
Correct.
And he stands his own ground.
That's why he's allowed on stage.
That's why he's a correct power bottom. He likes to dictate the bottom.
Exactly. He likes the begging and all that. And like he's the one guy that will be by himself, you know. He probably pegs himself, I don't know.
Like, hey bitch, that was too deep. I didn't think you could do that.
And yeah, so he's not like Thugga and them, Nick. I totally hear what you're saying. He stands on 10. That's the only reason why he's around.
Joel and I get along. He insults me. You know, I don't really care about people insulting each other on here.
I agree. Look, Jarl is a true believer. He drinks that Kool-Aid, and I mean, this is his belief. Now, when it comes to people like Aram, he's deceitful. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's trying to manipulate minds because he wants power. He hates us that disagree with him, the people on the right. He absolutely despises. Charles just a true believer. He's a Bible thumping communist leftist, and he'll take it, you know, to the bank.
Aram is a Bhutanese faggot. Like he's like literally he's not. There's nothing American about him. Look at his profile. He has the flag of Bhutan even.
But like what about
he's a paid shill. Like this guy is such a piece of shit.
Oh yeah, he is a paid shill. He works for Indivisible. Called him out, and it is funded by Soros and other billionaires. So he won't admit it now, but let me tell you, he was singing about how he was an Indivisible member just a couple years ago, and we have witness.
I love him. That slimy troglodyte has. He's pro-capitalist. He's getting paid, being the third world piece of shit sodomite that he is, to show for, I don't know, liberal values, I guess. You know, George Soros, like, wow, he absolute piece of shit. In my very first, like, serious relationship, her father actually spoke Yiddish. He spoke a few different languages. He's pretty smart. But in Hungary, you know, they did hide the Jewish population, at least some of them, you know, when he was younger, that's how he learned Yiddish. But when he came here, he was a freedom fighter. Basically, he ended up assassinating somebody from the Soviet Union and yada, yada, yada. And, you know, I look at that guy as kind of like a patriot, and I don't know, I see this third world piece of shit like Aram. This guy fucking sucks. Like, what value does he add? He'll push back and insult people, but he doesn't offer better alternatives. I mean, there are liberals that Goats again. He's actually somebody I like talking to. He's actually an intelligent liberal. He's one of the few.
Too much credit, Pepe.
He is. No, I give credit.
I mean, he's got a PhD. He's got a PhD.
No, I've talked to him. He's actually a pretty intelligent guy.
Look, Nick, I'll pass it right to you. Look, with Go, you fall for the romanticizing of his performance because he has a master's in performance art.
No, it's because I've actually talked to him. He's somebody that it's very clear to him that I am, as somebody he would consider a racist piece of shit, and I can, you know, I don't agree with all of the shit that he believes, but he is somebody who I can have a reasonable debate with. He's one of the few liberals that I actually think it's like entertaining, and I don't mind having a debate with him, to be honest. Like Thugga, it's useless. Aram, it's useless. But he's one of the few liberals that I think is actually like, no, he's not. I think he's rather consistent.
Well, the thing is that like Joe, he spent all his life in education, like higher education, and that's basically Marxist indoctrination camp. So that's why he's a Marxist. He's not a stupid guy like Karl Marx.
I don't think he's a Marxist, to be honest.
Oh, no, I know Douglas very well. I've debated him many times on this app. In fact, for the very longest time, he's not consistent. But the difference is you have to track it over periods of months and years with his consistency.
Well, I've been debating him for years, to be fair.
Just ask Douglas what he believes if doctors and nurses should have been fired during COVID, because he was all for that until after it was not publicly supported. Then he's like, oh, no, I never supported that. Douglas does that quite often. He does a lot of shifting.
Isaiah's the same way, Joe. Isaiah told, or Thugga Biden, he told me before the election that Trump was going to win by what's his face? Harris was going to win by the biggest victory ever. She was going to win every swing state. And I literally thought that this election was going to be a lot closer. I said, I don't know, Thugga, like, these polls aren't accurate. He's like, no. He's like, the Democrats are going to get a clean sweep of the House. We're going to have the biggest blue wave ever. I'm like, dude, these poll numbers aren't right. And after that, like, I've barely seen him on the app after Election Day. I think what happened was he had to pick up the kids from soccer practice in the van.
The first time I met him, he said, I work for a pharmaceutical company. I make over $350,000 a year. And I just remember thinking, like, that is like one of the last things a true liberal or a conservative would ever say to somebody. Like, that's so weird. But like, what's really weird is he was online all day, and
yeah,
I always heard crying babies.
Exactly.
So he was a stay-at-home daddy. He was a nanny.
No, Pepe. He told me that his tax bracket was over $769,000, and he was in the highest tax bracket. And he sent his son to a private school that was $85,000 a year in the greater Boston area. And someone called him out on that. They Googled all the schools. They couldn't find any more than like 50 grand.
Well, I guess like the one thing, Alan, who's on this app, you know, he grew up in Boston. He was talking about this. From what he's conferred from talking to him is that he is somebody who went to the, the gifted school in the Boston area, and he's told, and Thugga has told me this, like, he said that they were racist against him, and I don't know if they were, but I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. But he just has like a chip on his shoulder. He's a very weird individual. He tries to overcompensate for so much when we know he's full of shit. And he's a stay-at-home manny. Like, that's what he does. Like, his woman goes to work to put food on the table for him and his children. It's a role reversal, and that's fine. You know, I'm not trying to like shame him for that, but like, don't fake the funk. I mean, okay, like, you're a stay-at-home bitch, like, bro. I would be a stay-at-home bitch too. Like, find me the right woman, I'll stay at home. I will cook her dinner and eat her pussy and fuck her at night. Like, that sounds like a deal.
Pepe, remember the show Married with Children, the neighbor Jefferson Darcy? That's what I call him, Jefferson Darcy, because the guy that mooched off his wife that stayed home and did nothing.
Yeah, I mean, hallelujah. Lord Jesus, please find me one of those women. I would love to find her.
Yeah, I don't mind being a trophy husband.
I don't either. It's like, what do you do for a living? It's like, I cook, clean, and eat my wife's pussy and fuck her. You know, that's what I do. Amazing.
Joe, who do you find on this app that's a reasonable liberal? You know, in theory, Nick, you're an actual Democrat at the end of the day, right? Like, you would be a Democrat. Remember, I think I got that right, Nick?
Nick, are you there?
No, I'm libertarian conservative.
Oh yeah, that's what you were. Okay, so I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out like who was like actual reasonable leftist on this app. I'm just I don't know. I'm drawing some blanks right now.
Remember the guy Evan, the younger kid? So he was actually reasonable because he was more center to the left, is what he said. So you could somewhat reason with him.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. It's like Evan M or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a third positionist who doesn't call myself like conservative. I'm somebody who's, you know, but you guys like obviously consider me right wing. I mean,
So before we go to the topic of Pepe,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, before we go to the topic of Pepe, these leftists all have one thing in common. They're unprincipled people. They don't argue from positions of what they believe. I mean, at least Pepe argues from positions that he believes. Now, granted, you might not agree with Pepe's positions, but he's willing to argue them. The leftists that we have named in this room, besides Jarl, I believe Jarl is a principled leftist. I believe he drinks this shit. He smells it. He loves it. But the other leftists, they despise us. They hate us. They will say anything and want to lie to the audience, to turn the audience against us. That's their agenda. That's their goal. They're not principled people. That's just what it comes down to. They just want to beat the other side.
and Mao Zedong would have like with the Great Wall of China would have found a way to line all of them up and stop that problem. I'm not advocating for violence, folks. I'm just saying.
So Pepe, how often do you get kicked out of that Lisa 420 lounge? Is it the new improved Democratic Party?
I don't see that in my timeline.
Oh, they
probably blocked. I mean, I will talk to them, and so the really weird thing is I can have like the amount of overlapping belief with the like liberals. There's quite a bit. There's quite a bit, and I think that at the end of the day, even amongst conservatives, there's going to be more so they're going to agree with them than not. But there's going to be the few examples where they know me, like where there's topics where I will just like strongly never agree with them, and that's that. And the weird thing is, like, I actually like liberals, like real liberals. Today, the meaning of the word liberal means almost nothing. It means like being a woke tart or liberal AF. That's literally you willing to enforce cancel culture and even violence towards your opponents. Which is absolutely not liberal. And what's weird is I'm actually more liberal than the liberals. And you know me, like I don't really get. I say shit that people find very offensive, but I'm not somebody who's like quick to say like, oh my god, this person should not exist. Oh my god, these opinions are so horrible. Lock them up straight away. Like, no, I don't do that. But I don't know.
I think people are just overly sensitive. Like, I'm not Trump's biggest fan, but you are better off with him than Kamala. I mean, there was nothing good about Kamala. I mean, nothing. I mean, she was a wretched, worthless cunt that, like...
How much would you say we're greater than Kamala? Like, how much is Trump greater than Kamala? Was my question.
Like I said, I'm like 50-50, but
I'd say 100.
But see, I still think he is better because like there was nothing good about Kamala. Like the past two elections, 16 and 20, I vote Libertarian. Most of the time I do, but this one I said Trump only because Kamala was she was the worst possible person the Democrats ever put. Like, if they got some that was moderate left.
Nick, I have a question before we go to Blake. Nick, when can I start to take the National Libertarian Party seriously? I mean, you're claiming you vote for the National Libertarian Party. However, they are very inept and have actually succeeded in doing nothing.
No, you're dead on right. You're dead on right. I agree with you.
If you're a libertarian, you know it. I'm not trying to take jabs at it, but when can we take them serious? That's the problem with them, because they're not a serious.
I agree, but that's why I like the Masseys and the Chip Roys, because they're talking about doing the right thing. But the problem is with the left is they had a mansion who was kind of like, hey guys, we can't do all this spending, but the problem is if they had a mansion run for president, he wouldn't get the support that like a communist like Kamala or Bernie would get.
I'm glad you brought up Massey. And just for the record, like, I like the Pauls, okay? And Rand Paul, he's rather principled in his positions. But I am not a Thomas Massey fan at all. I think he uses the Constitution conveniently. And I'll give an example. Here just recently, last week, when he came out and he claimed that Trump did unconstitutional strikes on Iran, that was a lie. According to the 1973 War Powers Act, Congress gave the president 60 days to be able to drop any type of attack on a place before he needs congressional approval, or he would then have to withdraw troops. The problem we had was Thomas Massey was coming out and misleading his audience, saying that he was acting unconstitutionally. Now, he did finally eat that a couple days ago, and I got the post. But I don't buy into this worship of Massey. I actually think he needs to go, because I think he's masquerading as a constitutionalist when it conveniently helps his agenda. Do you see my...
No, I get it. Like I said, he's not perfect, but there's some of the things he said where I'm like, okay. But see, I also like Justin Amash too. But Amash...
Didn't he want to impeach Trump?
Okay.
You know, why do they see this is what I don't get. Why do the right-leaning, quote-unquote libertarian right-leaning, they caucus with the Republicans? Amash was a Republican at the time. How come they fight the Republican the leader at the moment, Trump, more so than they do the Democrat?
I think that they go more on their principle, and they just say, like, look, we got to do what's right. Because, again, Massey's talked about, like, years ago when I would listen to Ron Paul and read all his books, I started following him in 2008, and he's just always been consistent.
The Pauls have work. I seeded that. The Pauls have. I've been a supporter of the Pauls for years. I do think Rand is at least
he's
a little more understanding.
Yeah, he's kind of a wannabe, scaled down.
He's willing to compromise. He's willing to compromise. He's already come out and said if he's the deciding vote for the big beautiful bill in the Senate, that he will vote for it. You've heard that, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So he understands American politics takes compromise. The Justin Amashes and the Thomas Masseys, I really feel like it's a performance to them. Like, I think, you know, they claim it's on principle, and maybe sometimes it is. However, I truly believe that Thomas Massey is not as principled as, say, the Pauls are.
Yeah, no, I can see that.
Cool. Just wanted to have that conversation.
No, I just, like I say, I kind of wonder, because the problem is, and we've had this conversation in this room, and Pep even brought it up, is the difference between the right, like, in the left is you even got people like Judge Napolitano, who's a libertarian, that was saying on his show, like, he's not a Trump fan or a Harris fan, but he was just saying there is nothing good about Harris. And he was saying too, like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff I don't agree with Trump on, but there's some stuff that he is right on. He might not go about it right, but so like even people on the libertarian side, whatever, more right leaning, whatever, are still against Harris. And it goes to show you, like, they have gone so far left and indoctrinated our kids, throw rainbow flags everywhere, and they really shoved their shit down our faces. Like that whole shit with Budweiser. What happens? The right just doesn't, buy it. What happens when the left doesn't get their way, or Elon Musk comes out? They burn down Teslas. Like, even people like Lou Rockwell that are very far left or very far right at the Mises Institute wrote a book, The Case Against the Left, and said that the left is the most dangerous threat to this country.
Yeah, the Mises have come out and taken that position.
It's crazy too, because they criticize Republicans a lot, but they destroyed like the left even more. Like the left has nobody decent. Like I will say Bernie Sanders is a nut job. He is a fucking commie. But one thing I will somewhat say to him, he's been somewhat consistent, a little more consistent than the other ones, but he is a hypocrite.
Good caveat. Total hypocrite.
Yep.
He sold out twice.
Yeah, and then what does he have, like, what is he driving, like $100,000 Audi? And he's like saying about the poor and middle class. Why doesn't he help the poor and middle class and start Bernie Sanders Cafe and pay everyone $30 an hour and give them health care, insurance, all that good stuff? And that's the whole thing with the left on this app. Like, look, it's good. I'm not against people having a good wage, benefits, all that stuff, but it's not that easy. And what's stopping them from doing this business?
Did you see Bernie Sanders on Rogan last week?
Yes.
Rogan called him right out.
To your point, you're dead on right. Is look at these interviews. Do you follow Valuetainment Patrick Bet-David?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Who he is.
He interviewed Trump. He offered the same interview to Kamala Harris. Same thing with Dave Ramsey. Same thing with Joe Rogan. They said, and Joe Rogan's more of a libertarian, so he's not really either side. And same thing with Patrick Bet-David. And they offered the same interview to Harris, and she turned it down. And they weren't going to get into her politics or anything. They were going to ask the same question they asked to Trump to her, and she wouldn't do it.
That was a pretty late game changer, I think, in the whole.
I agree.
Yeah.
And that is the one thing I will say about Trump. He stands up to people, and he's not afraid to go on any interview. He'll go on Fox News, he'll go on CNN, he'll go anywhere. And unlike previous presidents, like, again, just look at an interview, how they give Joe Biden softball questions like, what's your favorite ice cream flavor, when they grill Trump for like 20 minutes, and then he fights back. And I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, the media does ask stupid questions. It grills you. You have the right to fight back. Trump was the only one that did.
What did you think about Trump speaking at the Libertarian National Committee?
I think that was just a show face,
Never been done before, though.
No, but you're right. He'll show up. He'll do an interview anywhere. He showed up to North and South Korea.
Yeah, he's the greatest president of our entire lifetime. We should be grateful for this man, regardless of what ideological differences you may share with, or have against him. You're watching a legendary American right now going through a turbulent historical moment. And this is nothing was ever good during all the historical moments in the past, like the Civil War, World War II, moments like this that are historic that people talk about, they were shitty times, and that's kind of what it feels like over these last 5 years. And we're just, with the leadership that we have today to navigate us through this, God really did choose the leader we needed that could handle it at the time, rather than the perfect person. He got the perfect person.
Alright, Truth, get to it. Truth, try to come up with some good argument. Don't bring up, some pageant that he was at or something. I can help you out if you want some arguments against him. Go for it.
So hold on, no, because it's not something silly. We were talking about the nature of his character. He quite literally on the Howard Stern show. Keep in mind, the opener to the dialogue tree was Howard calling him a degenerate pervert.
Why? Because it doesn't matter right now. Why? That's my whole point.
Why does it matter? Because
yes, it does not matter at all.
Hold on, I can tell you why. Because I was in chat having commentary with other chatters, and someone said something to the effect of MLK Jr. was a pedophile. And I was like, okay, this is fucking audacious. You're gonna attack MLK Jr. as a pedophile while caping for Donald Trump, unironically. A dude flying Epstein's plane, who's got pictures buddying around with him and a bunch of young girls around him on his lap, who said he'd fuck his daughter and bragged about going behind stage at a beauty pageant for teenage girls. Bro, the delusion factor is through the roof.
So you think all his degeneracy and all the stuff that he's did, whatever that was, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, is all of a sudden making him make really bad decisions and it's just completely destroying what he's doing right now.
To be honest, look,
there's so many other arguments you can come up with, Truth. It's just childish. I'm just sorry, it just is.
I actually, look, that's not childish, because like I said, that was in context to a chat conversation. If you want to have a conversation on his geopolitics or his policy or his galvanizing of the Republican base, we can talk about that. I think it's going to have crazy backlash. I think you're going to get crushed in the midterms. I think he's destroying the right's reputation. You know what I'm saying? We'll see. Maybe I'll be wrong and I'll eat humble pie. I don't see that coming though.
It'll be about time that you eat humble pie. You just got fucking shellacked by this crazy felon. After 8 years, you got fucking ripped apart, destroyed.
I mean, I'm used to white people fucking shit up. Vikings, right? That's the nature of the game, right?
But that's not what happened. It's not white people. It's you and your ideas were completely shitted on by the entire country. Black men voted for Donald Trump by double-digit margins of what they did 4 years before, Truth.
I know, but
black men brought us over the edge. We couldn't have won the election without black men 18 to 55. I don't give a fuck. They literally saved this country while you sat there and ate retarded arguments to fucking destroy their lives and their common sense.
I don't think
black men saved this country, Truth.
Okay, I'm not even mad at you for thinking that, but I don't think you heard what I said.
It's the truth.
No, I heard, for sure. But when you said, you're a guy, people keep putting black people in this Democratic camp, unless you're an extreme left-wing liberal and black, you're not default a leftist extremist because you're black and you vote Democrat. Most black people are pretty socially conservative. So I hate when I get stereotyped by people.
How many Republicans have you voted into office, Truth?
No, Republicans are anti-black. I don't have a choice.
So Truth, let me ask you this question. Truth, I think it's a great point that the doctor brings up. Truth, how come black male voters that vote Democrat conveniently blame white people when Democrats fail with their policies? Don't you think it's this cheap way of being able to not blame the Democrat Party for all their
policies? Most black people hate the Democrats. The dude in my picture, I love his quote. He called them the Fox.
I'm not talking about the ones not voting. I'm talking about the ones that vote.
Yeah, well, I'm saying the ones that vote Democrat, and we still hate them. I've literally been black my whole life. I don't know a single nigga caping for the Democrats.
Yeah, but then why don't they blame them, though, for their... Hold on. No, why let me ask you, then why do they if you hate the Democrats, why do you conveniently blame white people when it's failed Democrat policies is the question?
Well, so that's a misread of our interpretation. Most black people I know are for Medicare for all. Not going to get that from the right ticket, am I? Most black people I know are for minimum wage increase. Not going to get that from the right ticket, am I? So when you talk about failings, most
those ideas failed though. So why don't you blame Democrats?
They've never been implemented, so it's not that.
Yeah, of course, because of failures of the Democrat Party. See, maybe you're missing the connection here. When the Democrats sell you these ideas and fail to deliver on them, then number one is to go and blame white people or blame, white Republicans.
That's not even. How many black people do you know?
And you keep voting for them.
Oh, bro, I live in
You just described stupidity. You just described stupidity, Truth. Not anything to do with anybody but yourselves.
Black people as a monolith, like. It's this weird habit white people have.
It's not a monolith. Half of your people saved us, and half of you are retarded still. It's not a monolith.
That's not what you said, bro. That's not what you said.
Truth. Wait a minute.
I'm talking about what Joe just said. I'm talking about
Truth. Don't you think that if your group is voting basically 90% one party, then you have to take some accountability for those bad decisions? I mean.
We don't really. The only thing black people disagree with the Democrats on the most is like the trans, this and that stuff. We're for not socialism, but social policy, social safety net, community works, that kind of stuff. Like it's not that deep, bro.
Why don't you blame them when they fail to implement it then?
Well, the truth is they haven't failed to implement it. They're turncoats. They're fucking sellouts. They're lying to their constituents, much like the Republicans were. I don't know where all of a sudden. I'm sorry, was George Bush a Democrat? Get the fuck off our dick. This is what I mean.
Hold on,
you guys are in a fucking cult, bro.
Republicans for the last 15. Hold on, Truth. Republicans for the last 15.
John McCain was a fucking Democrat. Like,
yeah, well, John McCain led us to.
He was an idiot, not a Democrat.
Can I talk, Truth? So here you go. Truth's losing the debate, so he's going to talk over me now.
Because it's disingenuous.
So no, it's not at all. Truth, sit down and listen for a moment. Look, John McCain led us to the Tea Party. Tea Party led us to MAGA and Trump's movement.
No, Ron Paul. Well, that was Ron and Rand. I'm not giving McCain credit.
It was not. It was definitely the Tea Party. Was not Ron Paul. Ron Paul definitely had an influence against, ideas to abolish the Fed and audit the Fed. However, those things have never come to fruition. What did come to fruition, though, was the ideas of going, preventing illegal immigration in the building of the wall and stuff like that. Those are ideas that prior to even Trump talking about it, Adios Amigos was a book written by, what's that lady's name? 2 years before Trump even announced for his run. So at the moment, the Tea Party Republicans, they were going against what the Republican establishment wanted, which was the Republican establishment was all in favor of illegal immigration. Okay, so this is a big key part to know that the populist base of the Republican Party that Trump tapped into, and the number one issue was the illegal immigration and the southern border being wide open. The establishment Republicans, they were trying their best to go forward with it. If you remember the Gang of Eight, I'm not sure if you know about that then. So that was a huge backlash from the populist side of the Republican Party. Now, my question is, why don't we ever see that from the Democrat Party? Why don't we ever see this huge backlash when Democrats fail to implement ideas that you say you support and other black voters support? Then why don't you hold the Democrats accountable for the failure of doing that? Because the Republican voters have done that.
I don't even have that same read on history. So one, it's like Biden was about to pass comprehensive border reform. All the Republicans were game on it. They already said and had their
opinions on the points.
Trump came out
with the fucking talking points.
Do you hear this?
I'm gonna answer what Joe just said.
Literally true. Hold on. That's
okay. Go ahead.
Because
now you're caping for the Democrats. Hold on, Truth. Just to point out, you're caping for the Democrats right now. That's literally what you said black men don't do, but here you're doing it.
No, okay, that's not caping for the Democrats. That's disagreeing with the point you made. So if that's not true, just go ahead and tell me what you didn't like about that border bill and what Trump changed and how I can see it right now.
No, I'm not going to
Exactly.
say that.
Exactly. I know you can't do that.
No, because I have more important things to talk about.
Okay, good. So,
Okay, the Republican Party, Truth, the people, the votership of the Republican Party buck broke those piece of shit Republicans who literally allowed illegal immigration to come through, who facilitated it, and who financially benefited from it. We fucked them in their ass and kicked them out of office and hired a crazy person to run the country because they fucked up so bad. When are you guys going to do that to the Democrats?
That's not even.
When are you guys? That is 100% true. The entire hold on. The entire Republican Party has fucking changed. They literally are walking behind Trump with their tail between their legs because he came in and he told them the only reason he was even hired by the American people or by the Republicans is because they sucked for 30 years. They caused 90% of the problems in the United States for middle class and poor people because they were looking to help big business by offshoring the jobs along with the Democrats. They did that to destroy this country. We went ahead and fucking fired them. You went ahead and fought and cried to keep a president with dementia in office. Okay, that's what your people did, except half of you, which saved the fucking country by siding with us. They saved the country by siding with us. When I say your people, I mean Democrats.
I know.
Black men.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Black men saved the country and aligned with us, even though white people hate them and all the things that everybody says.
Oh my
They came along with us. They came along with us, and they saved the country because it was the right thing to do.
Okay.
When is the Democrat voters going to go ahead and teach their party a lesson? That's my question. Well, then please answer it. When are you going to teach your party a lesson? Go ahead.
Stop. So you have to understand. Let me just back up real fast because I feel like.
Please answer the question. You can say whatever you want, but please answer.
Yeah, I will, but I also don't even want to, and you'll understand why in the way. Okay, so it's disingenuous to pigeonhole black people into either political party, regardless of whatever person you've bumped into. I don't even care about.
Absolutely, I agree with that.
You feel me? Because like we're kind of guests.
Except black women. I will pigeonhole them every day because they're fucking destroying the country at 93% of their vote. But
well, so the reason I say that is because we're guests in a home that never wanted us and made us servant slaves. And then we fought for our freedom and they said, fuck, we got to deal with that.
Oh
so
my God.
No, hold on. And I know you know about the party switch and the Dixiecrats. And
I don't know that. I know about the narrative about that, but I don't know that that's true. We could go over that later.
I would love to, because from my understanding, well, at least you know where I'm coming from. So when you look at this and you look at the history, it's like realistically, neither party is really for us. We're either a token pawn in one end or completely unwanted on the other. And sometimes even antagonistically treated on the other end. So realistically, most black people are apathetic to politics, and the ones that aren't, they're kind of middle-aged and they vote left because that just seems like the practical thing. And to their credit, no, bro, I'm sorry. You literally have Trump coming for affirmative action. You have Trump talking about renaming military bases Confederate names. It's just already uncomfortable, and who knows where it goes from here. On top of the fact that we are, by and large, for Medicare for all single parent. We're for more funding for schools and not making it by zip code so that there's not like ghetto schools and rich schools. And there's all kinds of issues that Republicans don't side with us on. So realistically, even if we agree on the social policy stuff, the fiscal stuff, the funny part is most black people actually hate deficit spending. Who's deficit spending like crazy right now? So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not all the way genuine when you guys worship him just because he's kicking out the brown folk.
What?
Like, it's actually creepy.
Nobody's worshiping him for that. What are you talking about? Why do you have to distill it? Hold on. Why do you have to distill it down to idiocy? Why can't you just understand
it comes off as
that what I said, and why can't?
Say one back.
But why can't? What I would like you to do is do what you said you were going to do, which is when are you going to take your party and create a movement and force your party to do what you want, like we did? That's what I want to know. When are you going to do
You
that?
want black people to take over the fucking Democratic Party?
Yes.
Look, the second we can.
Yes.
I heard you guys are in power. You know, you got it all. You're in power. You're going to stick together, all that shit. When are you going to do that?
Bruce, why wouldn't you want to take over that power?
Oh, trust me, we want to. I'm talking about.
Yeah, because that would give you power, right? Power equals power. You know, all that
We
kind
are
of stuff.
13%, my brother, and that's all of us. That's the kids and the old folks. So I don't know.
We're not.
Yeah, but you guys are the top of the food chain. You win the oppression Olympics. God forbid, get all the tranny blacks together, and you can really do damage. I'm serious.
Stop letting the internet be real. Like, how you?
I'm not letting the internet. You're not listening to what reality.
The real black people.
Reality is power. Truth. Reality is power. Do you see what we did?
If you go outside and talk to most black folk, they are not trying to create the oppression Olympics. They're working the job like everybody
I
else.
agree. I agree.
Fellas,
Which means online. Look, I can't speak for the online libs, but I'm just saying, in real life.
Sorry, Adrian. Go ahead.
You're so quiet.
I'm
Adrian,
a little tired.
yeah, Ricky, I haven't heard you this fired up in a long time. Ricky, Adrian, you want to speak? You're a little low, okay?
yeah. Just wanted to say, he said something about Donald Trump taking away affirmative action. Really? Well, if you look further into the stats of affirmative action, you can see that it benefited white women more than anything. Just like
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Right. So why is that black people's concern that affirmative action for white women is being taken away?
Well, I mean, you could tweak it instead of getting rid of it. He didn't get rid of it because he was tired of white women getting handled. Because as he put it, we're tired of DEI. The DEI.
Yeah. I know.
Okay, that's what it's
also,
about.
hold on. Look into the stats of DEI. You'll see that black people benefited from DEI by 4%.
I know.
Why is black people concerned about that?
Well, roughly speaking, isn't that logical? Hold on, let's just do the quick math, right? Black people represent disproportionately the majority of impoverished people, which is not going to make them applicable to DEI because DEI is typically for some kind of executive or at least mid-tier position. You're not DEIing into a fucking janitor position. So that comes out. Hold on. We're building. Hold on. We're making it make sense. Hold on, just real fast. We're making it make sense. Black people are disproportionately poor, meaning that they're not even eligible for most of the DEI positions. Then on top of it, they're a small minority of the country. Then on top of it, that minority, you actually have to shrink it down to the applicable age range, which would be like what, 30 to 50? So now we're looking at how many 30 to 50-year-old black people are in the country. Yeah, that's probably 4%, bro. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm sorry, do you think there's more black people than white women? Are you done? See, this is logical.
Who said that? Who said that?
No, I'm saying, that, do you see how that makes perfect sense? That number literally makes sense.
Who said that they thought that black people was more than white people? Who said that? Literally nobody in the
Look, my bad. I didn't mean to get overly rhetorical. I'm not trying to straw man you. I was just saying that's got to be the only logical conclusion.
You know, you keep compounding points on top of points and stuff, and you won't let a person get a single word in. Right?
My bad.
This is crazy, man. Black people aren't bending themselves out of shape about DEI because black DEI didn't benefit black people any goddamn way. Not for real. Like, let's just be fucking honest about this shit. And this was something that the Democrats wanted to whip black people up into a frenzy over an issue that was not even a black issue. They're also the people that try to whip up black people over the black jobs narrative. Right? The black jobs narrative. Man, come on, man. We understand that the Democrat Party likes to use black people as puppets and pawns in their political game. Well, we know damn sure for a fact that they don't give two shits about black people.
That's a fact.
And I don't understand why black people go so fucking hard for the Democrat Party. Look, that is true. Black men did save this country. Right? The Democrats had a heads up months before the election. Matter of fact, about a year and a half before the election, they had a heads up from their own DNC. The DNC issued an internal memorandum telling the Biden administration, hey, if you don't do something about the black male vote being hemorrhage, you are going to lose this fucking election. If you get below this certain percentage point of black male voters leaving, you are going to lose. They don't want to pay attention. They ignored it. They thought that they had black people in the bag, most importantly black men, because they figured, hey, black men are going to vote in line with the black woman. They took that shit for granted. That did not end up being the case, right? This is how you know that they saw the writing on the wall. Kamala Harris, when she was asked about what is she going to do for black men, because they kept catering to every demographic in America. Identity politics, right? Except the black man. This is how Stacey Abrams lost her race. Remember when she said, hey, she went on TV and said, hey, if I lose, it is because black men didn't come out and vote for me. Well, Stacey Abrams, you had no policies that resonated with black men, and that same goes for the Democrat Party. You have no policies that resonate with black men, which is why Kamala Harris had to go on a mad scramble in the waning weeks of the election and come up with this bullshit ass policy plan for black men. It was 6 talking points. And you know what one of those goddamn talking points on there was? One of those.
What was it, King?
Like,
Tell us.
it was motherfucking recreational weed. This is how much they fucking thought about black men. They thought that, hey, providing recreational weed to black men was going to be enough to get them over the line.
I almost voted for that.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Adams.
That shit was a goddamn slap in the face and a farce. The same as get your booties to the poll. Remember that whole campaign? Right? They used strippers to try to urge black men to come out and vote. Strippers in Atlanta.
Oh, like
this is yeah.
We're trying to teach you something, truth.
Black men. And this is why black
Dr.
men
Irie know the Democrats ain't shit. This is not
I didn't say that. I said we're trying to teach you something, and I'm not trying to be a dick about it. I'm trying to teach you that this is not going to work next time. And so I'm happy about that.
We're gonna sweep. Let me not say we, because I genuinely think you guys are over expecting the turnout for you guys. There's a lot of demoralized MAGA, they're embarrassed, it's not like the world. There's a lot of pissed off blue that feel stupid. Independents regret it. It's gonna be, we're gonna take the house.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Party, hold on, wait.
Not right now.
More importantly is with who?
They're not. Exactly. That's the point that I was going to get to. Because the Democrat Party is in utter chaos and in shambles right now. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to lionize Donald Trump right now, but I will give credit where credit is due. He completely destroyed the Democrat Party single-handedly, right? After this fucking election. And this is how you know the Democrat Party is destroyed. Did you even watch the DNC when they was trying to pick a new chair, right, of the DNC? Did you even watch that shit?
No, I missed it.
That shit was a fucking embarrassment, right? You know the Democrat Party is in shambles when they picked David Hogg as co-chair. David fucking Hogg from the Parkland shooting. These motherfuckers are in shambles. They are leaderless. They have no policies. They have no stance. The only thing that they can do right now is just say orange man bad. And we understand that that is not going to be enough because they have lost in every fucking election. Any Democrat that came out with orange man bad as a campaign message has lost their goddamn races. Every single one of them. That is not going to be enough to win the fucking midterm. The Democrat Party is fucked up. And what they need to do is abandon all of these radical left policies that fuck them up and make them so disconnected from the public. It's a shame. They're going to need to they're going to need to cut ties with all of that shit. But they're not.
There's an element of that. There's an element of that. I am worried about
Hold
that,
on,
especially.
Truth, real quick. Adrian brought up a great point. I want to reframe it as a question to you. The Democrat Party ran against Trump in 2015 for the 2016 election. They ran against Trump again in 2020. They ran against Trump in 2024. Okay, so this would going into our fourth cycle now, between midterms and and then the presidential election. Do you think after this many years and this many times, what Adrian has brought up here is running against Donald Trump with the same rhetoric we've heard? Because nothing has changed since we've come out of the
he lost every time.
the recent election. Let me just finish my question. Do you think that rhetoric will work this go around, Truth?
Yes.
That's what Adrian.
That's a great question. I couldn't say it work, and I won't say it won't work. I'll agree that the rhetoric they use, because you're right, they definitely, anyone who ran on a lack of a platform, and instead of having their own platform, their platform was simply to say, I'm against, whoever, whether it's Trump or even Bush. Anytime you make your platform just anti the other guy, it's not enough to motivate your own base, and it's not really going to work against the other base because they're going to vote for their guy. So who are you talking to? It doesn't really work. It's kind of redundant when you think about it, because people who are you're really only trying to convince the independents in the swing states anyway. That's the only person you're really talking to. And Democrats never market themselves correctly. Hillary Clinton famously skipped various states. It was fucking crazy. So if they do shit like that again, they'll get cooked. I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't think that's
They are going to get cooked. They are doing that. Ricky,
Against
here's,
who? Against who?
here is something that they are not talking about. That a lot of people aren't talking about. The Democrats are going to get cooked. Why? It is because they are out here actively shopping for consultant agencies spending boatloads of money on consultant agencies on how to talk to American men, right? They don't know how to talk to American men at all. This goes to show you how disconnected they are from the populace, right? Tim Walz actually came out here and said, they picked me because I can talk to white guys. No, the fuck you can't, motherfucker. Right? And I'm a black guy, and I can tell you that you can't color talk to white guys. Well, no white guys resonating with any message that you had going on, Tim Walz. And how I know this? Because at the DNC, the third night of the DNC, CNN actually had commentary, and they brought up Tim Walz and Doug Emhoff. And they said, well, I think it was a very smart move for them to trot them out and be the voice for men that are not testosterone laden. Men that are have less testosterone. This is what CNN said. I'll go find a clip. They said this shit. I heard those were the perfect guys to talk to men that wasn't necessarily masculine men. What in the fuck? Are you serious? They're not taking shit in the goddamn midterms. Not a fucking thing.
Sometimes I do forget just how disconnected the Democratic Party can be. It's really cringe sometimes. I don't know. Look,
it got so bad to the point that Chris Cuomo called out the disconnect at the DNC on the floor when he said, I thought the Democrat Party was supposed to be the party of the working man. But now that I'm here on the floor and in this convention, I'm looking at all of these multi-million-dollar suites that was bought and paid for by Democrat donors just so they can sit up top and look down onto the plebes. Chris Cuomo said that at the DNC to their faces.
We're not trying to, it seems like you're at a loss for words and you should be. But that's not me being, hold on. That's not me being a dickhead. That's not me being a dick.
I don't think you're being a dick. You're
And I'm not even trying, I literally feel, I'm not gonna say I feel bad for you right now, but I'm gonna say I feel bad at the position you're in, right? Because, and I shouldn't say this, right? But I'm gonna say it just because I've known you for a couple of years at this point. If the Democrat Party continues on the path that they're on, they will lose for another 20 years. Now, I don't think they're that dumb, but I do think that they're dumb enough to lose for the next 4 years, because I think that they're dumb enough to not realize why black men 18 to 55 broke apart with them and voted 50% more for the crazy racist Republican Donald Trump in their outlook. That's who that is. And why they have not changed a thing. Can anybody in here, and I'm not saying this, I'm asking honestly, because I don't watch the media. I count on you guys in Clubhouse to give me breaking news. Have the Democrats changed their tune at all, or are they still saying they lost the 2024 election because Orange Man is bad and everybody's just racist and sexist, so they wouldn't vote for Kamala? Can anybody tell me where they're moving on this?
No, they're not moving on that, on any of that. In fact, they're doubling down on this. How I know? Because I watched them pick the co-chair for the DNC, right? When they had all the candidates on stage, and they asked them, in light of what you saw in the election and the results there that happened, they asked them, what direction would you take the Democrat Party? What new direction would you take them? Nobody had any clear message. No clear message.
What did that guy say?
Double down.
The guy who won, what did he say? Sorry, Truth. I heard this, but I forget.
They asked one of the ladies on stage, you know what the fuck she did? She started singing. Because she didn't have an answer.
Adrian,
which direction they were going to take the Democrat Party.
Adrian, and listen to this, Truth. This is a really good point about the modern day Democrat Party. Adrian, are you familiar with the rules that they created to choose and vote on the chair of the DNC? Are you familiar with that?
Vaguely, I think I missed some parts.
So they wanted to make sure that they had an equal number of votes between men, women, and third gender.
Yep, you sure were. Yep.
What is non-binary? Is it good? I'm not really.
Yeah, I think that's
So Truth. Yeah, so Truth. Where the Democrat Party is right now is they're implementing these concepts that they advance inside the upper echelons of the party itself. And it's not really benefiting of choosing who the best person for the job, or the best person to be able to lead the Democrat Party into the next cycle. So, you come in here and you listen to us complain about the Democrats and advocate for Trump and some of the ideas and stuff like that. Literally, you could go back to Democrat voters and use our same talking points and tell them what's wrong with the Democrat Party. And you can hold the Democrat Party itself accountable for true change and better change for our country. Because I want to see the country in a better direction. And a better Democrat Party, a stronger Democrat Party, would be better for our country as a whole. But until that tune changes, like Adrian said, it's not changing. We're going to have decades of Republican leadership.
I don't think the problem with the Democratic Party is unique to that. This is just my perspective. I don't think the problem with the Democratic Party is unique to it. In fact, I don't even necessarily it's as bad as you're describing it, although I do agree. There's a lack of focus, there's a lack of vision, and that's because their recent, let's call it meddling with the whole Hillary Clinton stuff. We don't have to get into it, but their recent game plan backfired. And that's because Trump was a wild card, right? Trump wasn't even supposed to be in no one saw that coming. And he didn't win. He won this, it's not as if he got consecutive, so it's not even as if they know how to take him or the movement behind him, because obviously he can't run again. He keeps joking like he would, but the truth is he's too old anyway. But he's creating space so that his vacuum doesn't get filled. He's actually trying, I know what he's doing. He's galvanizing energy for the next election around his party, and he's going to hand off the baton to somebody. If that's Vance, I'm going to laugh my ass off. We'll see if America likes that dude. But regardless, he's at least trying to maintain, Senate and Congress. I get the whole plot. I get the strategy. The reason why I'm confident Democrats are going to win is because despite their lack of focus, they don't have the unified. Something Trump did, this is why I said I don't see it the same, I do see it the same, is because outside of Trump, the Republican Party is the Democrat Party, right? I've seen it divulge into fucking Mitt Romney's and Ted Cruz's. Like, it's actually I don't like sound.
It was, you're right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not the Republican Party I grew up with, so it's kind of strange.
Well, no, it was what you're describing was it was over a decade ago.
leaves. That's what my mind's at. I'm like, can
We get another one.
I can tell you.
I don't know.
Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy, there's like
Yeah,
40 people that we'd be happy to have.
You know it's
hold
not
on.
them.
The fact that
I don't know it's not them.
You think Vivek is going to replace Trump?
No.
I
Listen.
didn't say that. I said
Because America loves Trump. He's literally, it's different.
are you sure about that? I mean, come on.
it's not different.
Well,
No, here's what I mean by when I say it's different. He's been a, what's it called? He was a reality star and a billionaire and a magnate. Like, he has an image that's way older than his campaign. And, like, I don't know, like, people might be discounting just how much of an effect that has when he fades to black. There is no one replacing that. I'm sorry.
Well, hold on. See, what the Republicans are not going to do, right, is they're not going to sit back on their laurels like the Democrats did. The Democrats put themselves in this situation. It was 16 years in the making of how Donald Trump regained the White House. 16 years. The Democrats did it to themselves, and I can tell you how. Well, for the first 8 years of Obama, they they thought, okay, well, we got it good, right? At least, well, for the first 4. And then his re-election happened, right? He had it in the bag. What the Democrats should
Next stop, Wakanda. That's what they thought.
Look, what the Democrats should have been doing during the whole entire 8 years of Obama was grooming a quality candidate. They didn't do that, right? They did not do that, and this is
because
proof.
they planned to hand it to Hillary.
Exactly, she was supposed to have been the heir apparent.
It's her turn.
Right?
Remember that
Hold
shit?
on, wait. Well, listen, hear me out. She was supposed to be the heir apparent, right?
Yeah.
Because they gave her the Secretary of State job, right? As a consolation, right? She was supposed to be her turn, get the baton and run with it. But something happened. It was a black swan event in 2015 when Donald Trump announced his candidacy and came down the goddamn escalator, right? Motherfuckers didn't think that he had a snowball chance in hell. Mind you, the poll said Hillary had a 92% chance of winning against Donald Trump. That didn't turn out the way that they thought, right? So now, his first 4 years, mind you, we're 12 years in now, they spent more time investigating than legislating and goddamn grooming a quality candidate, which is proof because when 2020 came around, when 2020 came around, the Democrats had over 25 fucking candidates in the goddamn field, and no one panned out.
He's right.
Not a single one. Not a single one of them panned out because they never had a bench at all. No Klobuchar, no Yang, no Buttigieg, no Sanders. I mean, they had to shaft Bernie Sanders twice.
Facts.
For the party, right? So cool. 2020 rolls around. Joe Biden gets in there. They had to shoehorn Joe Biden in there. And they did it through a coalition of votes and how they shafted Bernie Sanders because Bernie Sanders mopped the floor with them in the Iowa caucus, right? Bernie Sanders ran away with it. And then that's when Klobuchar and Buttigieg and all of them failed to drop out in time. And when they dropped out, they threw all their support behind Joe Biden, right? Which fucked over Bernie Sanders. Now, during Joe Biden's 4 years, they didn't groom a fucking candidate at all.
And he was only supposed to run for 4 years. He said that up front.
Exactly.
Yeah, he said that
because Joe Biden, if
that
you look
pissed
at
me off.
Joe Biden's campaign, he never had any record to run on. He only ran on Obama's record, right? So people figured, we get Joe Biden in there, we're going to get another Obama. All right. Little do they know they were correct, but not in the fashion that they thought they were going to get it. So now, in July, at the fateful day of the goddamn Democrats, at the fucking debate, when Joe Biden did an epic meltdown in front of the universe, they had to do a mass scramble because she wasn't ever supposed to get the fucking position, but they had to do something. This is why they didn't have an open primary, right? An open convention.
Yeah,
to pick a new candidate.
1% of the vote.
It is because they played the identity politics card, right? Look, at the debate when he melted down, MSNBC was talking to one of their candidates, and she said, I spoke to a lot of Democrat lawmakers, some top Democrat lawmakers, and looking at Joe Biden's performance, they're considering having an open convention, but they couldn't do it. If you look at the short list of people of the Democrat Party who could get some votes, it was Whitmer, Newsom, Josh Shapiro. But they couldn't go with any of those white candidates because they could not leapfrog a black woman. And that was going to fuck them up because she was going to play the DEI card. I promise you she would. So they had to go with her. They had to go with her. Right. They had to go with her. This is where all that billions of dollars came from.
No, they did it because she had the most name recognition.
I think it was Biden. I think it was Biden.
Hold on.
It was VP, bro. It's literally just that simple.
Well, I'd like to hear this. Hold on, I got a question.
I just want to say this real fast because he said
Okay.
I'm not going
Then I got a question for you.
reply to everything he said, but just goes to it fast. We can agree she got selected for that reason. He literally said it himself. That being said, once she was already VP, I mean, to be fair, you do kind of where they fucked up is they should have let her primary, put their backing behind her. They were probably scared because the truth is, like I said, last time they did that, she got 1% of the vote. She wasn't going to be selected, so.
So let me ask this question. Hold on.
To be
Hold on. See, I gotta ask this question. Okay, so now I agree 100% with you, Truth. And Adrian led with a great point there. I want to do some soul searching here. Do you believe, knowing what we know now with identity politics within the upper echelon of the Democrat Party, do you believe, as long as they continue pushing, equal gender stuff and the DEI concepts, because they're doing it in the party, will the Democrats select their best candidate based on merit or based on identity? And if it is identity that comes to the top, will that be the best candidate?
I don't think it's going to be DEI, and I don't think it's going to be merit. I think it's going to be the best person that's going to actually bring new economics to the.
We'll go to you, C, right
We're
after.
asking the delusional black man respectfully, C. So just hold on a second.
Truth, I know this is a hard one because you just admitted it. So now, do you think if they continue down this path, they're going to select the best candidate come 2028?
I think realistically, they're just going to select another corporate Democrat stooge. If they do select someone semi-radical, it'll just be another moderate that's only radical based off like corporate standards.
Will it be the best candidate though?
I mean, you can get a 2-for-1. Like Obama was a deadly weapon, and he just happened to be the perfect optics. So I don't think I don't think that pigeonholes them into. So like even the narrative behind DEI ironically dovetails that response because the narrative is kind of backwards. It's this idea that underqualified people are being selected. No, the idea is overqualified and underselected because of race. Like that's the idea. Likewise,
I disagree with them on that.
well, that's fine, but it's statistically proven by various, like, dozens and dozens of demonstrable academic paperwork has shown this. And by the way, it's common sense if you know how nepotism works. It doesn't have to be malicious. It's just common sense. So people actually hire a friend of a friend or a brother or a cousin, and if you're of a different race, you probably don't come from the same neighborhood, and so you're not in their social circle. It's not even that deep.
So Drew, let me frame this. So I get your point. Let me frame this with you, just so we're clear here. Even though you admit and you know the Democrats should have held a primary and chosen their candidate based on merit, on who could get the most votes, because actually Joe Biden got the most votes in the primary of the Democrat Party. Even though you know all of what happened in 2024's election, you're still willing to go along and go back to the well of the identity politics train and try it one more time. Is that?
I can't control what the DNC does.
No, I know you don't.
Also,
I know.
We're asking your opinion.
Yeah, I know you don't, and no hate against you. I'm just curious your mindset, because I'd instantly say no. I mean, after learning my lesson in 2028, I'd demand the party selects their candidate based on merit rather than identity.
Tone down the LMAO P squad stuff. I think they're going to tone that down. They're probably going to fall back on the bathroom position because that was the number one position they really lost so much ground on, which was such an easy give. It's weird. And same with the sports stuff. And now what I'm worried about is it doesn't look like they're backing up on childhood transitioning. So that's not going to go well in the South.
Well, they have no choice to because the Supreme Court ruled against that. They have no choice but to back up on that.
Oh, well, that might actually play in their favor then, so they don't have to talk about it. Because they're basically, like, there's this fringe base that gets to talk about that weird shit. But, okay, so
I mean, think about it like this. She was selected by Joe Biden as an insurance policy. That's all she was. Because remember, she never got a single delegate vote. Right?
No, hold on. We have to be fair, though. She was literally senator of California, which is like
that doesn't mean anything.
Hold on, but no, California is not just a random blue state. It's the blue state. So, no, she came with carte blanche. You have to understand.
No, she didn't. Look,
She
only got that position.
She has a lot of experience.
No, she doesn't. She does not. If that's the case, then why didn't she get any delegate votes? She didn't get a single one.
She's horrible at campaigning. No, yeah,
she's highly unlikable.
Yeah,
she's not qualified. Right? Hold on. She's not qualified.
Those aren't the same.
Served in Senate for 2 years. She ran for president for the first time in 2 years. Bro, she was not qualified at all. Not even qualified. Carte blanche means nothing, bro. Carte blanche means nothing. And y'all are forgetting, on that debate stage, she actively and openly called goddamn Joe Biden a racist, right? Well, she called him a segregationist. And in an interview after that, she called him a sexual predator, right? That rubbed Jill Biden the wrong way, right? This is why the first 6 months of their administration, they had an internal war going on. Her staffers were not talking to his staffers. Jill Biden hated Kamala Harris. So when it came time for Joe to drop out, right? Joe didn't drop out voluntarily. The Democrats pushed his ass the fuck out because Jill wasn't going to let that shit happen. Mind you, I have to remind you that there was a presidential letter that went out with Joe Biden's name on it, talking about he was going to drop out. But if you look at that letter, Joe Biden's office did not do that. There was no presidential seal on that goddamn letterhead at all. The Democrats did that shit and they forced Joe Biden to pass the torch to goddamn Kamala Harris when they installed her, right? And stop me if I'm lying, Room, but that is a real thing that happened. He was forced. Yeah, he was forced out, bro. She was a bad candidate, and they knew it.
So in any case, it's like, look, I already listen, I saw what they did to Bernie, and that's not even the first time either party has done shady shit. Both parties, that's just politics.
The level of this.
Fucked up shit. That's just facts. And it is what it is. It's not good. It's horrible. But regardless of that,
the sitting president. Hold on. The sitting president resigned from his. He was already elected the nominee who run in 2024, and he resigned from the nomination over Twitter with a posted letter that didn't have a presidential seal on it, had nothing official on it.
Told you.
He didn't come out for how long was it? A week? Was it a week? 2 weeks almost before he even came out of hiding.
This guy
didn't talk about it.
Stage of cancer. They had he had cancer then. So again, like I said,
I don't take you for a dumb guy.
But no, did you hear what I just said? They probably knew he had cancer then.
You're just making it up, bro.
Hold on. How am I making that up? You think they
Truth, I have to put it in context for you. They knew way before that incident happened that he had cancer.
That's my point. That's my point. I'm saying all of this is theater. All of this is theater. They knew they weren't going to be able to run him.
The whole game is theater.
Hold on.
Now, they probably thought they were going to
We're talking about theater.
No, real shit. Just hear me out. Hold on. I just listened for him. I think what they probably thought they were going to be able to do was actually get him into office and then kind of shuffle him out. He didn't even make it there. And again, this does not shock me because this is how politics is played. I've seen the Republicans do just the shady shit, and I'm not trying to play tit for tat.
No, you haven't. I have never seen the Republicans do that. Never.
Not that
Name
specific.
one.
No,
Name
not
one.
that specific.
Of that level.
I've seen them do so much shady shit in my lifetime. It's crazy.
We're talking about
But
this
just name
shit.
one. Truth.
Name one that's
I
even
can't, not
close.
that exact thing. No, not that exact thing.
Name one that's close.
Close. To me, all the shit that, fuck, I just blanked on his name. Hold on. Oh, how did I blank on this guy? Mitch McConnell. All the shit that Mitch McConnell was doing under Obama, in my opinion, was like insane. I can't remember it
Like
all.
name one event. Just name one by Mitch McConnell.
Oh, God. Fuck,
I might
I'm
agree
back.
with you.
Hold on, I will give you I will help you out here. I will give you an alley, right? Remember when Mitch McConnell froze at the podium? Remember
Oh
that?
yeah. That was last year.
Right. Remember when he froze? Republicans had a chance to get the fuck up out of here, but they didn't, right? Joe Biden did the matter of fact, Dianne Feinstein, right? Nobody even knew where the fuck she was at for a long time, right? Fetterman, this motherfucker had a brain stroke, and they still put his ass in the goddamn seat. Did they not? Did they not?
Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
Gavin Newsom got tucked away during his tenure as, San Francisco mayor due to an alcohol issue.
Yeah, exactly, right? So the Democrats have known to be putting corporeal forms in goddamn seats when they know they shouldn't have to do so, right? When they know they shouldn't do this shit. In fact,
I mean, what
they
about
knew
the
about.
mayor of
Hold on.
DC? Wasn't he a Democrat?
Hey, Adams.
Man, you guys can't
Adams.
talk.
Wasn't he a
Hold on,
Democrat?
Adams.
No, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to.
It gets better. Adams, it gets better. The Atlantic put out
Tiffany
a fucking
Hayter.
article. Hold on. The Atlantic put out an article that said, all we need is your corporeal form. This was in 2021, 2020. Right? They knew about his fucking cancer diagnosis back then. They knew about it. They only needed his body. And they were going to do the rest, which we know and have been confirmed that they have been doing auto pen shit. Exactly.
This is another great point by Adrian. Let me frame it in a question. Truth. Do you think the Democrat Party can ever get over the fact that they were willing to keep Biden in office even though they knew his health was so bad that they had to remove him from the nomination?
Most people I know don't care. They don't even remotely care.
So you think they will? No, I'm not talking about Democrat sycophants. I'm talking about. Do you think they'll ever be able to recover?
Like no one really cares, sister. We've seen so much in this world. It's like whatever.
So it goes back to the original question. Why don't you ever hold the Democrats accountable? And you and the people that don't care, why don't you ever hold them accountable for all these issues that we've listed out? Not choosing their nominee by merit, keeping.
Definitely hold Democrats accountable. I think that's part of why we lose.
Name one instance.
Bro, like so many people did protest votes and like were hashtagging not with her and not my nominee and what they call her Hitler. They were calling her Hitler.
That's bullshit.
They were calling her a genocider. No, bro, you don't understand.
No, it isn't changing things. So what would you call it? Like 30 people saying, "Hey, not my president." Let's say it's 10,000 people. What is the effect of the change? Because we went in and changed the entire Republican Party over 8 years. What have you guys done?
Here, I can literally, y'all know go, right? Y'all know go.
Yeah, but before we go, hold on. Before we go to go, let me point out, and we'll go right to him. Look, Truth, you already said it. You earlier, and I appreciate you being genuine in this conversation and candid with us. You said earlier, the Democrats will probably just pick another corporate Democrat. You see, you're where you're at in the political system right now is you're already beat down so much that you don't feel like you have a voice or you don't feel like you have enough influence or power. Let me tell you what, the Democrat voters do have power, and you could select someone other than a corporate Democrat if y'all banded together today and started moving towards that.
On principle.
It's odd that we're trying to help the other party out, right, Joe?
It is.
It's funny you say that. No, it's funny you say that because we are doing that as like on a grassroots level locally. That's what a lot of the conversation is.
Well, okay,
we're not gonna
maybe
get
you can tell us. Because what we're seeing is the No Kings protest. So here again, more rhetoric. We're not going to have, more Orange Man bad. Trump's the next coming of Hitler. That's what we're seeing on the television and coming through our airwaves. So when do we get to see what the grassroots Democrats are actually talking about and how they're going to hold their party?
Hold on. The No Kings protests were in response to a contention that, to be fair, is amongst like political nerds, genuinely a good discussion, and like in the real world, something that's going to lead to violent protests, which is the what is it called, the security clause versus the 10th Amendment, right? No, the 6th clause of the Articles of Confederation, where it's like, on one end, the states have rights where they don't have to obey, they don't have to obey the Fed and do whatever the Fed says. That being said, they're also not allowed to get in the way of the Fed. And so it's like this weird space where it's like, how much authority do they have over for example, the National Guard, or how much jurisdiction do they have, or how much can they force participation, if any at all? It's like,
That wasn't what the
I
No
think
Kings was.
it was because the state, hold on, hear me out. It was because the people literally elected people that create sanctuary cities. It's like no one forced sanctuary cities on these people. So hold on. So when the executive comes in, you have to understand, if you're someone who champions states' rights, this should be a no-brainer. When the people themselves elect people who create sanctuary cities, they have told you how they feel. And so when the Fed comes in and says, we don't give a fuck how you feel, even in your own state, fuck your state's rights, we're taking them out. Yeah, that's going to result in, by the way, America's largest protest in history. It was mostly about ISIS actions and going into blue states and fucking raiding police houses.
No, it wasn't. No,
And it was also about
wasn't.
the executive orders.
No, it was because of the results of the election, right? He won the Senate, right? What else? Oh,
No, he called himself a king on Truth Social. At the same time, he was supporting people by super masks. I'm telling you that's what it was about.
Okay, cool.
If you saw dudes in the protest and said, why are you protesting? Why are you protesting?
Right.
He'd say, leave people alone. ISIS fucked up. Right. Like, he's not, whatever you're about to say, that's not what the dude protesting was thinking.
Hold on, I gotta say this for a second though. He only called himself the king to troll the Democrats because the Democrats are the ones that gave him that title, right? They're the ones that said because of how he won the election, he swept the popular vote, the electoral college. I mean, he's in control of the judicial, the Supreme Court. They got the White House, all of that shit. And they said officially, like, he's moving like he's a king, right? No one can tell him what to do. He is the supreme leader of the goddamn country, and he's moving like a goddamn king.
No, that's not what happened.
Stop. Yes, it is. Maxine Waters. Bullshit. Maxine Waters came out and said that shit, right? And it caught fire, and people mobilized, they mass mobilized. If you looked at the numbers of the No Kings across the country, I have only one question. How come motherfuckers didn't get mobilized like that on election night?
Hey, help me out. Help me out. I want to add one thing. Let me ask. I also assumed it was about the level and the amount of executive orders that Trump had signed, and what those executive orders were doing. One being about the ICE and the illegal immigration and deportation. That's just one element you're talking about. I think Adrian's point is the grander point here, but you're talking about one smaller example about that.
Yeah, because what I'm pointing at is, so the No Kings protest was actually the largest protest in American history thus far. So it was not a small participation, and it was country nationwide, right? It's been it was. No. I'm not saying no one said it. I'm saying that that's context. So when we conceptualize, okay, the average person at this protest doesn't even know what Joe just said. They don't know that. If you stop them and ask them, like, oh, do you know that Trump's been executing a lot of executive orders, which is like somewhat controversial. It first began like under like extreme circumstances, but normalized since the war on terror, and we used to not like this, but now we're just making it normal. How do you feel about that? They're like, what are you talking about? I don't know about any of this. All I know, Trump bad. I'm pissed. Leave them alone. They're Americans. You know, he's racist. Like, I'm telling you, it's not that deep than that. I'm fucking telling you. And it's important to understand that they're operating off optics. And that's what I was going to ask you, how much liberal media do you consume? Because if you're consuming liberal media, they're calling him a Nazi, they're calling him a fascist, they're saying that he's taking over states against their will, they're fear-mongering like crazy.
The very talking points that lost them the election.
I mean, it is what it is. This is the media. And so they're just telling people, like, in a very female. I even had to calm my family down because, like, everyone's like, oh no, he's gonna, oh, do we have to move? Oh, okay. I was like, relax, but you have to understand, like, this is what most people are thinking. And so then the other thing is the intelligent people don't go to violent protests. Like, I'm not saying none of them do, but dude, they're fucking minority, and they're already a minority. So there's no sophisticated people at these protests. That's always the thing. And that's what's so annoying is because then people will use that to try to scapegoat the whole fucking group. And it's like, really?
But do you know why they was having the violent protests? Do you know why they were having the violent protests? It is because, look, the average motherfucker, the average age of the violent protesters out there was what, 22, 23, 24? Right? Guess what? They wanted their Ferguson moment. Go back to 2014. Those 22, 23, 24-year-olds, how old were they in 2014?
So I looked at
they were about 12 years old. They were 13 years old.
The median age of the No Kings protest was 36, based off, where are they getting the source from?
Wait, how many?
I looked up average age No King protest. It says median age of participants was 36. But I'm curious where they would get that from.
Exactly. How would they know that?
Yeah, we can't even independently verify the amount of people that showed up at the No Kings protest. I know it's claimed to be the largest single-day protest in America. When you have 2,100 locations, I'm sure you're going to be able to bring it out.
Mostly consisted of college students and shit.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, but I could see older people going. I could honestly think
tons. Yeah, it was boomers that was going out every weekend to Tesla dealerships, standing up in the rain with a damn sign said, "I hate Elon," right? Those the boomers, right? Yeah. But when but we know that those young people that went out there outnumbered the fucking boomers. So guess what? When you have a demographic of young people like that for the last 10, 12 years, 10, 11 years, they've been seeing protest after protest after protest. It was the Ferguson shit. It was Baltimore. It was George Floyd. All of that shit. A lot of them were too young to go out there in the fucking streets themselves without their parents. And so they wanted their moment. They wanted their time in the sun. They wanted their moment to shine on social media, to boost their profiles, all of that shit. It was the algorithmic psychosis that I call it. That they grew up on the internet.
No,
they saw yes, it is.
No.
Yes,
I
it is.
don't think you guys understand how Democrats view.
No, he's 100% correct.
No, sir.
Hold on, real fast. Trump is running on removing Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare. He's talking about we gotta get rid of these programs. Most of these people have grandparents living off their Social
That's not what he's saying.
That's not what
I'm saying. I'm saying that's what Trump was saying he wanted to do.
Okay, well, can you hear his point of view first?
I literally heard what he said.
No, you didn't. Because a lot of those young people had their worldviews pushed to them through the internet, by the algorithm on the fucking internet. So whatever they see on the internet, day in and day out, right? They think that's how the world operates. So when they get fed narratives that, oh, he is arresting American citizens and deporting them, that's bullshit. They didn't go out there fully informed.
And Adrian, you're underselling it. You're underselling it, Adrian.
Drastically.
It's not just. It's not like this is some niche shit on the internet that gets pushed to people through internet algorithms. This is CNN and
Everybody
MSNBC.
major,
Everybody.
legacy media. I mean, it was all of social media. It was everything that anyone in that capacity or even. Yeah. And then they brought in
Elon Musk was literally, bro. Okay, so you have to understand. Just look at the optics, because that's why I was like, "What media sources are you watching?" You don't have to agree with it, but just understand, like, this is the optics, right? So the narrative is.
Yeah, but hold on, Trump.
Elon Musk
Truth. You're switching. You're switching back.
It's relevant.
Truth.
Holy shit.
Let me just say something real quick. You're switching back and forth between two opposing assertions. When you clarify and say, this is the narrative that the media and the Democratic Party, etc., put forth, and that's what their supporters believe, then we have agreement. When you say, this is what Trump said he was going to do, that's where we disagree.
Well, we can debate that at the end, but I just want to.
But you've been on both sides of the issue. That's
Yeah,
what
but
I'm saying.
exactly. So it's important that you address it at the simultaneously. Otherwise, you're going to miss
Then it takes too long to get through it. First, we just get the thing out.
We get it, buddy. We're the only one that's not.
Either like you said, second, the Democratic voters and the No Kings protesters are dummies who don't even really know why they don't know what an executive order is, or it's the first statement you made, that they're scholars. Yeah, hold on, that they're scholars that much like you think that we still operate under the Articles of Confederation.
You made a valiant effort of trying.
You brought up the Articles of Confederation.
I was responding to
and that it's a state's right.
And so Mike on Mike, and then we'll go back to Truth. Mike, go ahead and finish your point. Hold on. One mic on Mike, then we'll go to Truth. Go.
Thank you. So, yeah, the first thing you said is that the No Kings protesters aren't very smart or savvy to politics. They wouldn't know what an executive order was.
Repeating yourself.
Yeah, because you keep interrupting me.
No, you actually interrupted me. I don't know why you let you
just look. Just even if he's repeating, let him finish his thoughts.
Nah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm losing patience. I'm actually just pissed off. Like I was speaking, he interrupted me. I'm losing a lot of patience.
Mike,
It's not bad. I listened for 5 minutes to Adrian, and now I'm listening to you. It's actually fucking irritating.
Adrian tried to explain it to you. You never hardly
This
let him
is not
speak.
between you.
Mike tried to explain it to you. Hardly let him
Please be quiet.
speak.
This has
Is
nothing to
anybody
do
going to
with
be able to tell you shit?
Please be quiet. This has nothing to do with you. Anyway, Adrian was speaking to me. I want to reply to him. Now Mike wants to interrupt my reply, and I got to listen to Mike? Wouldn't you be pissed? Bro, I'm not, and I don't have patience for that.
Well, the room is here for people other than, you and Adrian.
No, I'm
listen. If you have such a crush on Adrian,
but I don't want to remember.
You can pin him into a private.
No, hold on. I'm so free. I'm so comfortable passing the mic, but I don't want to.
I don't think you are comfortable passing the mic. You're throwing a little hissy fit that someone else is trying.
To me, it sounds like a premature upbringing.
Hold on. I don't want to remember my reply to Adrian and reply to you.
Okay, True, check it out, man. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna let you go, okay? And we're gonna let you just get it out, okay? And make it 45 seconds, concise, and then we're gonna pass the mic around.
Nah, see, 45 seconds is crazy because Adrian.
Come on, it's either 45 or nothing. Come on, dude.
No, it's fine. It's fine. But Adrian spoke for 8 minutes, so y'all got it.
Okay, all right, whatever. He's gone. He was gonna leave anyway, so.
Why can't I make the ding sound of a bell, Matt? Why did they take that away from me? I need to make that ding sound.
They still don't get it, though. I mean, that was a great, example of where we're at right now. That they're so confident. They're like, "Oh, we're going to take the midterms. We're going to win back the White House." It's like, man, y'all.
Sarah doesn't make the ding sound. I want to make the ding sound.
Kitty, you do it with your mic open.
Okay, but I thought I did. Okay, thanks.
Sorry, Joe. Go ahead. It really does. It really does, Joe. It does show exactly what we were talking about. I mean, we started up the question exactly. We got the question out there, and we ended up back at the same place, basically proving his own problem that he was saying that this is not happening. You know what I mean, with their party.
Yeah, but
Adrian was laying these haymaker points, and he would even agree with him, and even get to the point. Then I would reframe it, and I would ask him the question, and he would backpedal on it, in his logic, and say, "Well, maybe we should just go back one more time to the DEI way of selecting our candidate. Maybe it'll work out this next time." They're lies. They're absolute.
I thought for sure Mike is going to be the one to get through. He's going to say it in such a very passive aggressive, maybe, I don't know, way where he'll be okay, nope.
We might have this replace him. There might have been a rotation here. I think Bully. I think you're gonna be the ones to replace him, but
Hey, yeah, man. Yeah,
what's
fucking
going on,
tired of
buddy?
this shit, bro. Yeah, no, nothing, man. So, Matt,
Yeah, go ahead. You can ask me a question, but I want to ask you one too. Go ahead. Yeah.
shoot, you first.
Okay. No, I want to get your opinion of what you think of the. Now I'm blanking on the name of the stupid protest. What was it called again?
Okay.
Oh, No Kings. I want you to know, I want you to eventually let us know what you think the definition or what was the purpose of that particular protest. I don't know if you want to do that right this second, but you can ask me a question, whatever you want to do.
Hold on, and
Please leave me alone the question. You think you're doing something, but it's funny.
What?
I think I'm more aligned with Pepe on this one. Or I'm trying to speak your language, right? Or what's that Spanish Mexican dude?
No, it's arrangement.
You see,
It's
you see, he's not babbling right out the gate. You know Nick Fuentes? So you know what my question is? You still support Trump?
Yes.
By the way, I'm apolitical.
Hey, hold on. Let me just have this.
Can you tell this chick to leave me alone?
I got it. Just relax. Okay, go ahead.
I'm always relaxed, Matt. Stop.
Well, don't be going after. Don't go after her. There's no point in going after her.
I'm not. Am I the one going after her?
Yeah, he just said something about her. So you said this chick.
I'm the one who said something, or she's ad-libbing as if she's P. Diddy.
Carry on. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you still support Trump?
Yes.
So it's no MAGA first, America first.
So I'm assuming you're referring to what happened in Iran, right? That's why you're going down this road.
No. I don't care about that, bro. I'm trying to look at things from your perspective. Protect the border.
Yeah.
Kitty.
I'm the one going after her, right?
Okay, calm down.
You wanna say something? Yo, listen. I'm apolitical. I'm not American. I don't live in America. I'm from the outside looking in. I don't care what side of the spectrum is. Y'all all look funny to me, man. It's like schizophrenic behavior, to be honest, or tendencies at best.
we look funny to him while he's roasting goat meat over a dung fire and.
Yeah, you know, it's very funny to me how people want to use terms like apolitical. I wouldn't call your stance and the meaning that you're trying to deploy as apolitical. What I would actually, excuse me, I plumbing. I think I should have the right to finish. Thank you.
Yeah, let him finish.
Well, you talking shit. What's my stance?
Okay, so again, I don't believe that his sentiments are apolitical. What I do believe is that his sentiments are apolar. Those are two entirely different things. Two entirely different things.
You yapping. What's my stance? What's my stance?
Well, you might not even know your own.
I don't believe his stance is apolitical.
Okay, wait.
This is what y'all do.
Well, I don't think that you know what your stance is from the standpoint. Hold on, Matt. I don't think that you understand what your stance is from the standpoint of American politics, because you're not American. But you're not American. You're not American.
That's dark psychology.
You're not American. There's no dark psychology behind that. It's a matter of a green card or a passport. Neither one of them you have.
I gave you the answer, Dr. Adams. You read it in the chat.
What are we doing?
Yeah, it's just a bunch of
Arrangement.
Hold on. I want to focus in on what his stance is. Okay, hold on. Because you just came up and said,
there you go.
I'm talking.
One genuine question.
Can you just hold on a second, or you just, I don't know what you're doing, but.
Doing nothing. They're all piling on me, and obviously you're suffering from cognitive bias. You're a moderator, and you don't know how to show moderation.
You're not the victim. If you're African, blame get reparations from the victims. Okay.
I can't moderate. You're talking over me.
Low fucking IQ.
Look at this guy. This guy's losing it.
I'm the one losing it.
Yeah, you're clearly not there. You're having some TDS.
Guys, listen. He he made a very reasonable point.
But I'm apolitical.
It's a very reasonable point he's making. We should be very concerned that the shithole countries are laughing at him.
I understand.
Yeah, I'm really.
That was the point of your statement.
Excuse me, who's laughing? We have 5-lane freeways in the Kardashians. There's 10 homes up my hill for sale for over $100 million. This motherfucker has flies in his mouth. Okay, his mother and his sisters are bare-chested with baskets on top of their head, and they don't have indoor plumbing. Okay, so they can go fuck themselves. Thank you very much. The worst, most ghetto, gold-tooth part of the most ratchet part of America doesn't live in the African shithole that he lives in.
But it's like, if you're apolitical, listen, Bully, if you're apolitical, you wouldn't care how Americans feel or don't feel about their president. Just the same way a lot of, we actually care about the politics in our own country, but I don't care what your country's politics is doing. So you can keep saying you don't care, but you clearly do.
To be careful, American politics affects your life a lot more than whatever country you're from. Politics affects.
Yeah, because white liberals won't mind their fucking business. That's why I keep saying what I say, Joe. It's not me being racist. It's a matter of, listen, if white liberals would stop inserting themselves into their conversations, they would stop coming up into conservative Republican rooms in America. Okay? That has been my whole point from the beginning.
Not really. So as Republican voters, we're not really trying to win over the rest of the world as our friends. You know, that's not. We demand American exceptionalism, and Trump offered us the best path back to American exceptionalism. That's about all you need to know about why we vote for that.
If that hurt the whole stock market here and there with a tariff or something like that, if that means we have to hunker down at certain, so what? What I'm saying is that the overall good. What is the overall good for all of us? Because
others are talking. What's wrong with
it's okay, Sarah. It's nothing wrong with me. What I'm saying is that the goal is going to sit there in this country, and I can sit there and quote Dr. Adams because absolutely that speech was beautiful. Or I could sit there and say, hey, listen, I've got a president who, regardless of anything, he wants to put Americans in America first. And that pisses a lot of people off. It really pisses. And now, let me be honest, anybody that doesn't fall in line with that, it pisses them off. It genuinely pisses them off.
Keep telling yourself that. Right. You still believe you got a president in America?
You don't get to be as hated as Donald Trump.
You see,
by being everybody's head, by being the richest of the rich. It's a collective group of people.
Are you from Jamaica? Are you from Jamaica, Bull?
No, I'm a Hooter did that.
Where are you from?
I'm a Hooter dad.
I don't even know what that is.
You don't know. I learned English myself, so my English is all over the place. But it doesn't matter where I'm from.
What country are you from?
Hey, Joe, listen. Joe,
what country are you from?
Joe.
No, just tell us.
No.
What country are you from?
You don't have to say the city, the state, the diameter, the location. You just say
what country are you from?
Oh my God.
Country, and that's pretty freaking. I'm from America.
What country are you from?
Yeah, I'm tripping, bro.
What country are you from?
That's pretty weak, man. Pretty weak.
That's pretty weak, man.
Don't be scared. It's just a couple Americans, right? Hey, according to you, we've got a weak ass president. Look at it. We've got a weak president.
If you can't answer the question, we're going to move on.
Yeah, I don't know.
Exactly.
We're going to move on if you can't answer the question. Are you from Jamaica, Bull?
I don't have intellectual dishonest conversation with people.
You are the only one being intellectually dishonest. You're from Africa. You can't fucking say it.
You just
It's African.
But I expect as much from a chicken head, though, right? Because that's what you are. You are a fucking wigger. You realize that, right? You sound like a
Do you
trailer
understand
trash
what the word?
white
Do you
person.
understand what the word wigger means? Do you know what it means? What does it mean?
You're not arguing against wigger.
It means a white person that's acting like a black person.
No, he's from one of those strip Isn't it? He's from one of those shitholes.
No, but like I'll stop now. He called me a wigger. Clearly he stopped.
It's a shithole, right?
No, I think you're confusing with the wiggers on the stage. I'm sorry, I said it only because he did, Joe.
Is that supposed to hurt my feelings?
What were the African countries that were shitholes? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, keep looking for ammo. You should have done your research before you came at me.
Remember, Abby, he's probably confused with
The psychology is
I don't know. The last time I visited Africa, I went to a place that just stopped having slavery.
She stopped in, and then Abby came in. So I'm gonna let y'all know.
Sarah, that's an unbroken up.
Y'all sound like trailer trash.
I'm not on behalf of me being Sarah.
Kitty, can you leave a little bit of room for anyone other than you?
Like, that's not even fair to my friend Sarah. Sarah, I don't like that.
Not so much on Kitty. Not too much on Kitty, but I did hear Abby's beautiful voice.
I love you, Abby.
Go ahead, Abby.
Bully, are you Muslim?
Bully. Do you?
That's actually Sarah, you dumbass.
You don't know how to read.
Are you Muslim?
You don't know how to read.
I just want to know if you're Muslim or not. No, it doesn't matter what you write in your profile. I'm not gonna
deflecting because you're a dumb.
No, look, only a Muslim man would look on this stage and see a sweet woman. Look, you didn't pick some of the women. You picked every single woman on the stage, and you pretty much called them trash because they're speaking. Okay, which that's like signature move of Muslim men, which women shouldn't talk, and if they do, then they're trash. So, trust me, I know this type of behavior. I just can't tell
Sounds
shithole
pretty
country
standard
exactly.
Islamic to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is so
Watch
typical.
this. They're never gonna mute him. So.
Wow, man, Sarah was owned on that one.
Jeez, this is turning.
And guess what? That petting zoo animal is never gonna feel. That petting zoo animal is never gonna feel as high as that. The 27 versions that y'all.
He doesn't know any better.
Hey, it's 72, not 27.
Oh, that's right.
So
That's
just
right.
like the, well,
My name's Sarah.
but I think they're goats. I think they get goats.
Oh, no,
I think they're fucking the chickens. I think they're fucking the chickens.
Mike, tell them. You don't know how to stop.
Yeah, but you know,
They're like wild animals. You hear these people? They're like a pack of hyenas, bro. They actually.
Speaking of a pack of wild hyenas, I mean, at least that's not a concern of ours, but it sounds like it is of yours. And the last person you probably voted for was Robert Mugabe, bro. So don't lecture us.
Whether I'm concerned or not. That's hilarious. You're trying to tell me. You see, I actually like you a little bit because you try to, save them in your own code. You're actually somewhat intellectual compared to Adams with the tapping shoes.
Oh my
Big
God.
and Sarah.
My name's
and
Sarah.
you have
Is it right?
Little Joe over there.
Look at him cooning for the white man.
Do you like how we added a couple men? Do you like how we added a couple men to say no? I was wrong. Sarah was wrong.
Alright, let's say I'm following Sarah. Oh, I already followed Sarah.
Adam, you're in our crew now.
Hell yeah.
He's been in your crew for the longest.
Have we celebrated the injunction ruling? Have we had one of our Republican celebrations? They need Rydell or KK champagne.
Yeah, we did it briefly, really early on, Abby. But yeah, that's a big win, really big.
The best,
So,
the best is, hey, shut up for a second. The best is the bench slapping that Comey Barrett gave to Kachungo, who is absolutely like one of the worst jurists ever.
Is that what I saw? I saw something about a back and forth between.
Man, she took her down. She called her out in the majority ruling. I mean, it was amazing. I mean, she basically said like, "Hey, idiot, there's a thing called precedent for the last 200 years. Remember what that is? Like, how about citing some law?" And she called her out. It was great.
Abby or Matt, if you have a link for that, like I would love to.
Oh yeah. Well, the thing is, but let me get the link on the actual. It's like a paragraph in her opinion that just says you're a fucking moron, basically. It's great. It'll be fine.
For the record, Abby is not mad. I've never heard this woman lose her cool since I've been on this app, and I feel like she's just having misinformation fatigue. And slight is radical Islamic fatigue, but I won't speak for her.
Also, I'm half black and I go by the name of Sarah, just for everyone's clarification. Thanks.
Oh, we're gonna attack you.
I ain't scared.
Yeah, I prefer truth over bully. I've actually I engaged with that guy a couple times already, so that's why he felt comfortable with it coming up here.
Ooh, Doug Bully?
Yeah, no, not Doug Bully, this bully guy, whatever that came up here. So I'd rather.
Control on this stage.
I sensed a transition when Abby brought up content, so I just set him down in the audience.
Yeah, okay.
The troll had gone on just long enough to transition out of the last content portion we had against the Democrats. So.
I actually thought he was going to put up a good fight. That's my apologies, guys, on that one. I thought he was going to be good.
I don't know if you guys were aware, but this has been very nuanced in the Democratic Party. As far as a lot of Latinos that are now getting reparations and recognition. Did you guys hear that Jeff Bezos married his pet horse today?
We have IRGC on the stage too, though. Mohammed is IRGC. Ziarmal is an Indian troll. He's looking for a wife. He wants to come to America or a husband, doesn't matter.
Hey, Sarah, I'm gonna be honest. If not pointing that out, like I'm not hopefully sounding. I don't want to be Islamophobic, but had you not pointed that out, I would have never pegged that guy for that. I would have never assumed that was why.
I grew up in Islam.
Let me ask you guys a question.
Sorry,
Do you guys think that being that Jeff Bezos is a Democrat? Do you think that he married an Arabian horse or a Mustang?
So, but like, I wouldn't even have pegged him for being like anything more than being misogynist. Like, yeah, I got the misogyny.
Well, I mean, I mean, you're not pegging him. Maybe perhaps his new bride that looks like they were born with a date. Maybe perhaps they're pegging him. But I just want to point out, the Democrats, they have their richest supporter. Elon did a lot better. But they have the richest supporter that just married their own pet horse. That's correct.
Adams, I was literally I was staying at that hotel in Venice. Let's see, I got back to the States 4 days ago, and that hotel, they were gearing up because he took over the whole hotel and brought all his guests there. And it was crazy. Like, and everyone was bitching in Venice. Like, he was taking over everything and everyone had to shut down for him.
Yeah, it's Italy. A lot of them are Catholics. They don't support bestiality, and the man literally married a horse. So, it is.
I put the quote from Justice Barrett in the chat. You can read it.
Yeah, I thought about you after all the reports were coming out all day long in right-wing media that Jackson had issued an activist ruling. I was like, man, Abby was just saying this a few days ago.
And I said, she's horrible. I mean, but she had no no law to cite. It was just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's really sad. Sometimes when I don't know, man, when she talks, it's like it's almost as though it's for a popularity thing or a like, you know what I mean? It's for TV, it's for show. It's not even real. Like maybe I just have a different perspective when I hear or see like an attorney. Even if I don't agree with them, it's not like that. Like Housewives of Beverly, whatever. You know, when she does, when she speaks, it's just stupid.
She had a ruling in the case where they gave Trump immunity. What was that? What was that ruling that came out? And her dissent, because she always writes the dissents, was the same thing, based on no law, and she was like ringing the alarm that if he murders someone, I mean, it was just like stupid shit. It was one of the worst dissents. And I mean, she doesn't write well, but she has no legal reasoning. So what's incredible though is that the other justice like called her out by name in an opinion. Like I've never seen that done.
Thanks for putting the quote. Doesn't actually surprise me any, but I will say that like at one point when she did like during that Senate House meeting or whatever, I don't even think, but she said the thing in regards to us having due process, and I thought, and now that I have you here, Abby, I'm going to be honest. For a second there, I was like, wait a minute, don't we all have to? I'm like, we should, and I was like, no, hold up. If they're not a United States citizen, why did they get our constitutional rights? And even if it was written within like there's got to be something that like has been amended since then. And that whole scenario, the whole scene when the guy just laid it out, and you talked about the Alien Act and everything, and I was like, okay, she can't triple down on this, and she did. And at that point, I was like, I don't know why unless she's doing it for like a popularity vote. She's not doing it for Americans, that's for sure. You know.
No, she's, I mean, in her confirmation hearings, I guess the most famous moment was when they asked her what a woman was. That was pretty classic.
Yeah.
It's just funny because I don't know if you guys, why are you giving 100 to me? Ziomo, don't be a weirdo. But it's just, guys, very weird and funny how people who didn't vote for Trump keep trying to say that people who voted for Trump, they're like all upset. I mean, in reality, I don't know anybody who voted for Trump who wants their vote back. I mean, do you guys know anyone? I keep asking. I'm like, if anybody knows anyone, let me know.
Exactly, Sarah. Yeah, you keep hearing this trope that we'll hear all the way to the midterms. That's like just how that truth guy spoke about. He's like, oh, all you MAGAs are disillusioned, and there's people going to be fleeing the ship, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, these people have no clue what's going on with MAGA. Like, Sarah's not even part of MAGA.
I'm not.
And you know better, and you know more than he does.
Like, in the primary, I didn't vote for Trump. I'm a Republican, but I'm not, I voted for someone else in the primary, you know?
We forgive you.
And, well, but my point is, that should be like diversity here, right? That should show that I didn't vote for him for the primary, but of course I voted for him. And I'm actually very happy. I did not expect him to be so professional and achieve so much in such an early, time.
Yeah, he's owned like a boss. Hey, Abby, now I'm looking at she left. Crap. Now I see what she's talking about, Joe. Like, that's Jackson. That's the one that looks like a little angel. Like she could do no wrong. And no, she said that? No, I had no idea. I was thinking it was the other chick. Yes, it was Matt, who am I thinking of? It was the other.
Amy Barrett, is that who you thought it was?
God. It's the one that's loud, obnoxious. She's really, she hates men. She hates Republicans.
Sotomayor, maybe that one. That's what you're thinking of, or something.
Black chick, yeah. She's
no, it's not. That's Jackson.
That's Jackson.
That is Jackson. Yeah.
Are you talking about Jasmine Crocker? Are you confused?
No. Abby got it. Abby knows what I'm talking about.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she just gets worse by the day.
Yes, that
She's so bad. She's the one who made fun of Governor Abbott in a wheelchair.
Yes, that horrendous human being.
Oh, you're talking about a congresswoman.
Yeah.
Yes, that's who I thought Abby was referring to, but no, now I know. That Jackson chick was the one with the pedophile stuff, and like she got grilled in the DOJ, and she was just trying to backpedal as to why she said it was okay. That's the Jackson chick, right, Abby?
Ketanji Brown Jackson is on the Supreme Court. Jasmine Crockett is Congresswoman from Dallas.
Yes, Crockett is she's
the one who got into it with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Maybe she called her a butch something about her body, butch body, something or other.
She has said a lot. She's like right up there with like AOC in my eyes. Like something that should be just comical. It can't be taken literally. Apparently it is. I mean, so the Democrats, I guess it's all they got grabbing for straws at this point. But now, okay. Yeah, that's who I thought you were referring to.
So wait, can I just ask Mohammed in the room? So Mohammed, you want to take out America? You think that Iran is going to take out America? That's what you're saying in the chat. Mohammed, cat got your tongue? He's not speaking now.
Muhammad, speak to us.
So you know that question you had about due process for non-citizens?
Yes.
So a dude like Mohammed will have the experience of life in Gitmo. So it's very limited on what due process they've got with Mohammed.
Then that won't get his tongue. He'll get waterboarded.
Hey, Abby, did you hear about alligator Alcatraz yet?
Unbelievable. It's got like
I'm crying with joy. I'm crying with joy. We're going to be sending all these anti-Semites and all these people that are just horrible people to Americans to, alligator Alcatraz. It's going to be a beautiful thing.
So are they? I didn't hear this part. You gotta.
So this is Ron DeSantis. He has created a 5,000 person / bed, on an island with a moat of alligators around it.
It's in the Everglades.
I got some moat. It's the most beautiful thing, Joe. You gotta look it up.
What happened?
Ron
You
DeSantis.
guys not hear this?
Yeah, you know Ron DeSantis, right, Sarah?
I voted for him. The primary, I voted for him actually.
Oh,
so they found a spot. They found all the governors and asked them to cooperate with ICE and also find locations where they can take people when they remove them off the streets. So DeSantis, it was through it's the Attorney General in Florida, and I can't think of the name, who it is right now, came up with the idea of an area in the Everglades that's just this desolate area, to build it there, and the only way out you have to go through it's alligators, snakes, forget what other animals.
Anacondas.
Yeah, that's right.
I love him. He is a real. I want to see him become president one day. I really do. I love this man.
So they're building it, but it's like temporary, like kind of. It looks like trailers, sort of. And Matt, I think it's going to be open like in a few weeks.
No, it's only like days away. If I
really?
Saw it. Yeah, they've really made huge progress on it. I think there's an urgency for it, Abby, if you know what I mean. So.
He's really good. Abby, do you think he'll be a president or no?
I think that there's other people in line. I mean, he kind of bombed on those debates. Not that he wasn't really bright, but his charisma, like something just fell short when he was debating. But I mean, he's proven himself to be a great leader.
And he's like young though. He has time. Like he can like run, you know, even in a decade or two.
You know, I was thinking is, okay, so maybe Ron DeSantis is not that good against Republicans in debates, you know, in that sense. But he did really good against Gavin Newsom, I think. He shined there, actually. So if he ever got a chance to actually face off against a liberal, he would actually probably do pretty well. Now, he would have to get through some really good Republicans. And I think that window might have closed a little bit. But to Sarah's point, Joe, remember we did see, well, that's what we were saying, Joe. I think, remember when we were like,
I would love to talk about Ron DeSantis' chances as a president, but go ahead.
No. I remember we were talking about, because I think somebody contacted us and was asking us what we thought of DeSantis' performance against Newsom. And we're like, well, why didn't he show up with that attitude during the, you know, remember that? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so, look, Ron DeSantis had a lot of pressure, and I don't think his heart was really into it. Because the moment he got out of the primary, it's like this whole weight was lifted off of his shoulders, and he was able to get back to being Ron DeSantis. Now, I like him as governor. However, I'm going to tell you, I've been following this for 3 decades now. There's one character issue that Ron DeSantis has a flaw in that I just don't think he's going to be ready for the main stage. And I don't like this rule of thumb for the American president, but they have to be personable. They have to be someone that you can sit down and have a beer with. Now, I wish it wasn't that way. I care about policies and the nuances of government and things like that, but the average American voter does not. And we can at least trace this all the way back to Ronald Reagan, easily. From Ronald Reagan, Clinton. Now, what you like about Bush or not, he was sly like a fox. He had his own witty way of coming across. We know Barack Obama had at least a good enough personality for the camera and on stage. Joe Biden was definitely propped up, but there was a time that Joe Biden had that, lack of better terms, that factor that, at least in the primary, I did not see it this time by Ron DeSantis. I think when he's in a comfortable spot in Florida, when he's around comfortable media in Florida, he shows it off a lot easier. But he looked out of place when he was in Iowa running for the primary. So, I mean, that's my take. I have other thoughts about a lot of this has to do with what campaign managers get behind these people and what money gets behind these people. So I wouldn't discount Ron DeSantis out completely if he doesn't go with the same people that ran his campaign before. But if he did go with them, the same people that ran his campaign, I would definitely be out on Ron DeSantis. I'm out on a specific side of this party. It has nothing to do with Ron DeSantis. So there's other elements to some of these characters. But what do you think, Sarah? Do you think Ron DeSantis is, you know, a politician that was personable? You could sit down and have a beer with and shoot the shit with?
I don't know. What I mean, for who though? Like, I don't understand how it's relevant for someone who's becoming like president to have that, because I don't know like with who he's gonna be sitting down and having a beer for us to like worry if he can do it. But I see what you mean. I don't know. I can't tell.
I agree with your concern of it. However, it's something I've learned to accept as a part of American politics, more so than something I wish it wasn't. You know, I don't necessarily agree with it, but until you got to learn. I recommend trying to learn to accept that as part of, you know, an element for at least modern presidents to win the presidency. What do you think?
Hey, Joe, you think Ron DeSantis is a conservative, right? in the true sense of the word, right?
Yeah,
Like, is that our modern?
Generally speaking, to a lot of degrees, he
Would
would
that
be
be
a conservative.
considered
And
a
I think the brand conservative has lost a lot of leverage too.
Well, that's what I was trying to ask. That's where I'm going. Is that kind of like he would be our flagship, supposedly right now for conservatism? Would that be correct, or who else would it be?
Kind of, but conservatism has gone through like there's different variations of it and different types of branding. I mean, Reaganism, which the Bushes wrapped themselves in, but they never really executed, was definitely the brand of the 1980s and 1990s and 2000s. But a lot of that has kind of lost steam. We've kind of moved into this, and I don't like it, but we've moved into where Republican voters, while they might not like the social liberal policies, like socially fiscal policies are advanced, they don't hate it either, if that makes sense. Like, we're not as fiscally conservative as we might have pretended to be 20 years ago, if that makes sense. I think some of the voters have caught on to the rhetoric of, conservatism over the last 30 years, that it just doesn't hold as much weight. I think moving forward, I think Trumpism, and here's a good example of it. The Heritage Foundation has completely embraced quote unquote Trumpism. And if you haven't seen what the Heritage Foundation has done at the Project 2025 and everything that the left cries foul about, they've adapted where the Heritage Foundation is, in the way to advance their ideas over the next 20 years, is going based on a lot of Trumpism, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm following that timeline. I'm only curious because Sarah is a voter that we need to, keep around. They're still out there. They like that DeSantis. They like that particular appeal and brand. So I just try to figure out, like, maybe we don't have to get those folks, but I do think I think we should be able to bring everybody into the Big Ten. That includes, as much as you might not like it, I'll just take all the rhinos, throw them all in there. I don't know.
Look, just to be clear, I'm a Big Ten advocate. I always have been. I've never been against the Big Ten. See, I thought when we had the Groyber adjacents on this app that were anti-Big Ten and saying it was going to be a failed perspective, like a failed concept. It's only worked for decades, is the Big Ten. And as you see the Democrat Party contract and start to have these tests of loyalty, they eventually chop out voters and push voters out of their party. So as long as the Republican Party continues to push towards the Big Ten, as Reagan said, the famous words, an 80% ally is not a 20% enemy, or something like that. I'm kind of paraphrasing.
But I got a question for Matt. So do you think, like, when you say, like, a voter like Sarah, but do you think, like, the MAGA and Republican Party, they're gonna, like, go into two separate directions? Because I don't see that happening, though.
I think that's already taken place. I think that train has left the station, Sarah. That's what I'm trying to get at. So I'm not trying to put you with Marshall. Marshall on the app.
Marshall is a Democrat. I don't care what people say.
There we go. Okay, I want to solve you.
I don't think so. I think he's a moderate.
He's a moderate, yeah, at the end of the day.
Listen, I'm in that chat.
Republican. I said
Listen.
Republican and MAGA.
I'm in that crazy chat of Gary's, and there's like 3 Republicans in there that we support each other. And Marshall comes to Republican defense. I mean, that chat's full of, like, everyone from that other house. And I would say Marshall's a moderate
Well,
or?
let me put it this way. I didn't mean to say that. Like, so there's like a different. There's like definitely a timeline here. We have the moderates, and to me, and Sarah's going to disagree. I'll just put Marshall there for now. My point was obviously, I do think the train has left, and I think Marshalls of the world, and I don't know, maybe Sarah, you haven't seen it yet, but I do think that there's a fork in the road, and I think there's this like thinking like either you're going to come on the MAGA train or you're going to be kind of left behind. I don't think that's radical to say. And I don't know, Sarah, do you not see that at all, or where are you?
No, because I never was a moderate. I don't consider myself moderate. I've been registered Republican forever, you know, and I mean, when it comes to social issues, it's like I'm kind of moderate or even a little bit liberal, you know, but I would, like, I am a conservative, like, I don't know, maybe that's why it's different, but I have all these friends that they're like me, they were in like MAGA, and I'm pretty sure they're not gonna go toward the left. I don't know.
The thing is, like, I get along with you really well, right, Sarah? And like, you never like have ever attacked me as being like having those MAGA like thoughts, whatever you want to call it. Like I mostly get from everybody on this app in that way. So that's why I'm like, well, there must be some hope out there for conservatives such as yourself that we can still, you know, drag in. I don't know why I'm making this hard, Joe, but I mean, what am I missing here? Yeah.
But I'm not against Trump at all.
I know you're not.
There's a miscommunication here. I cannot figure out what is that thing.
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out, Sarah. That's what we're talking about.
There's different flavors of conservatism. So I'm largely a paleo conservative. However, I've kind of accepted a lot of these populist ideas that something has to be done in the time, in the moment, right now, like rather than sitting around wishing for things to change. I think, for example, on Marshall's brand of the Republican Party, it's a relic kind of in the past. It's Bushism, or Bushites, you know. The way that Bush framed it was compassionate conservatism, which was still this big government type of apparatus that you know, the Bush family still grew the federal government. I do believe I see Trump making efforts to turn elements of the federal government back over to the states. Maybe not to my extremist liking. His, you know, dismantling of the Federal Department of Education after this storm season. This will be the last year that FEMA operates in the current format it is. Soon FEMA, I believe, will become just a go-between between states and the federal government. So there are elements that Trump is turning back over to the states, which I think is a great path. I think Trump, in my opinion, is a moderate. I mean, if there's anything that is moderate, like closest thing to a moderate would be Donald Trump. And in what I've seen, I just think there's the big thing that Trump has is to his advantage is that he's against, or at least has built his image against the establishment Republican Party, the country club Republican Party, as we call it, and he was able to tap in and reach the blue jean beer drinking Republicans, and that is something that, I mean, first time in my lifetime that I've seen since. I mean, I was a child when Reagan was able to tap that element of the working class. So we'll see. I mean, this next go around, will the heir apparent, whoever that is, maybe it's JD. I'm not convinced yet, but maybe it is. Will he be able to tap the working class like Trump has been able to do? I don't know. It's going to be some big shoes to fill after Donald Trump. He could be I'll land right here. He could be a George Washington, where we're doomed, that no one
can fill in Donald Trump's shoes because he's that good.
I literally was just gonna say that. I have a feeling. I think this is like just a unique moment in time, and I don't think that's gonna be repeated. I don't know who else is talking, but go ahead. Cool. Good morning.
I think it's not could do it.
I think it's more like Lincoln and Buchanan. I mean, right? You had Buchanan, who's probably the worst president in U.S. history, led us into the Civil War. And then you had Lincoln right behind him, arguably the best president in United States history. And I think Donald Trump is going to go down as one of the greatest presidents this country's ever had. In his decisiveness, the fact that he's done what he's campaigned on. He's given the American people what he said he was going to do, which is unheard of. It's a simple thing, but what politician does that?
Yeah, I think, the craziest part, I think most of us are 80s babies and seen him grow. And we know that factually that he's been lobbying with Democrats for almost 40-something years prior. So he understood their angle, their game. He studied them. He's around them for so long. And he knew when they interviewed him and they asked the question like, hey, if he was going to ever run for president again, would he do it? And his statement was, quote, I would run as a Republican because those people on the right aren't too bright. Now, when he said that, I knew he wasn't talking about the general masses of but he knew that in the generosity of things at that specific time, America was leaning so left, but it wasn't in the left as extreme as we see it currently right now with the wokeism and all this weird shit that we see going on right now, guys.
I think he was talking about the politicians.
Yes, that's exactly what he was saying. But now, right, the status quo has shifted so fucking just extreme left now that most of us that have just logical thinking brains and aren't just victimized to the wokeism that's just plagued our country for so long, guys. It was a mandate. I just think, in my personal opinion now, and I've been a registered Democrat my whole entire life, and I think the last 2 years, this is for me, I am strictly the conservative now. And I just, for myself now, to see the direction that the liberals and the Democrats in general has shifted to, and as a father, as a hardworking Black American father here in the States, I'm like, everything that these Democrats have been saying and doing for the last fucking 40 fucking years has not leaned or made anything better for this country. And I had to take it on myself and do the research and do my due diligence to understand what the fuck was happening right now. And coming from go ahead.
No, finish up.
So for me to come from a very military, I come from a military family, a very educated family, a hard-working family that came here the right way, legally, built a wonderful foundation on the stones and off the hard work and the blood, sweat, and tears of just doing things the right way and believing in the American dream. Nah, what the fuck is happening right now is not normal. And anybody that kind of doesn't have a waking, normal cell in their hearts and their minds to see the direction that the country has been going for the last 4 years prior to him regaining office again. And from every campaign promise that he's made, he's actually, I don't see him doing anything different from what he's promised on the campaign road. And I will vote for him again if we had to again. That's just, it is what it is.
I want to welcome you to the Republican Party. Look, it's important. There's nobody out there that can deprogram the people from the mass media's psychosis better than us. There's no place we can direct people to. It's up to you now to go out and teach others. We call it red pilling. Teach others about how you see the world now, and let them know that them damn Democrats are just liars.
I think it's one thing to sit on this app and people talk and everybody's just patting each other on the back and it's like a big old echo chamber. It's another thing to be in the real world, right? I mean, you hear people like Rhea
Panahi, I think I pronounced her name right, who's with Sky News. She was an Iranian citizen. She was born in Iran. She's fantastic. And when you hear her talk, you hear her talk about that regime, how despicable it is, how they throw gays off of buildings. As I don't believe in the gay lifestyle, but to throw a human being off of a building is absolutely, I just can't think of the word for it. And this is the type of people we're dealing with. And so you have these people who want to pander to them and no, what they understand is brute force. What they understand is pure masculinity. That's what they understand. Who do you think they respect more? Do you think they respect Joe Biden or Donald Trump? Who do you? I'll tell you. I'll answer the question for the slow ones in the back. They respect Donald Trump. Like him, who cares if you like him or not? And someone made the point about having a beer with someone. I mean, okay, whatever. But that's not the important thing. Whether you respect the person, that's what's important.
Do y'all guys like? Now I just turned 40 in March, so I'm kind of the millennial that's going through the age of Aquarius of awakening and absorbing all this new information for myself and just doing my due diligence and understanding what's the difference between the both. But as a military raised young man from both my parents, and I'm seeing that literally, whether this is just my personal opinion now, that it's literally a war of masculinity. Like all this fucking KGB fucking infiltration that they had since the end of the Cold War to just demasculate America has literally been working. Like all the subversion that they've been doing, and it's like, damn, like when Mr. Paparov was in the college explaining exactly what their angle was and saying that their plan was to literally demasculize the American masses right now, and versus the populace of masculinity that we had versus World War II versus now, I feel like, well, my dad's an 82nd Airborne Green Beret, and he's exclaiming to me like the levels have changed so hard now that the guys that fought and died on the beaches of D-Day on Normandy and Omaha Beach are literally rolling in their fucking graves because if, in the most hypothetical sense, if this country was to ever go to war again, we don't have men. It's like half the country is these blue-haired, dyed-haired, green-haired weirdos, and then the rest of us that actually would actually go to war for this land are so outnumbered from the general masses that it's like it's almost scary now, guys.
Did you realize even in Europe, Poland right now, they just got a new president, Karol Nawrocki. They were protesting, they were screaming Donald Trump. And they said, make Europe again. Poland just got that. They're making Europe great again.
Yeah, I think it's beautiful, which I'm half Polish, but like it's going to, it'll take a minute. I think like even every other country is like a year or whatever behind, but like now it's catching waves. The woke crap, I think it's a fad. It'll fade out. Even those that are like strongly liberal, very progressive, even those that are like so far against anything that can be considered conservative, I truly think that like they'll fade out. Like I don't think that the woke crap is gonna last. But since I heard Joe talking about Reagan, it's like a minute, and then I've only played one other thing from that before, but like you got to hear like Reagan's idealism of where homelessness, and at first I was like, oh, did Reagan say that? But it's something that you guys should listen. It's just a minute long.
Little girl, what she wanted to do. I recently asked my friend little girl what she wanted to do when she grows up. She said she wanted to be the president of the United States. Both of her parents, liberal Democrats, were standing there. So I asked her, if you were president, what would be the first thing you would do? Well, she replied, I'd give food and houses to all the homeless people. Her parents beamed. Wow, what a worthy goal, I told her. But you don't have to wait until you're president to do that. You see, you can come over to my house right now, and you can mow the lawn, pull weeds, and sweep my driveway, and I'll pay you $50. I'll take you over to the grocery store where that homeless guy hangs out, and you can give him the $50 to use toward food and a new house. She thought that over for a few seconds, then she looked me straight in the eye and asked, why doesn't the homeless guy come over and do the work, and you can just pay him the $50? I said, welcome to the Republican Party. Your parents are still...
Hey, listen.
Yeah, no, that's a classic.
Yeah, you said, yeah, my parents are still not speaking to me. I'm sorry.
No, that's a classic. Hold on. That's a classic by Reagan. However, people only know that through life experience. When you speak to idealistic people, it's different when they lack life experiences to realize that a merit-based system is the only way we get the best of people in leadership positions in our society, like it or not. But this rolls into my concept, though, about, I know it doesn't sound, and so I think Project brought it up, it sounds irrational to talk about, well, the voter really, the main voter just cares about if they can have a beer to sit down and drink with them. I know it sounds irrational. However, because many people that do vote lack life experiences to be able to relate to that story that Reagan just said. But it's a simple test. I mean, can anyone here think that sitting down and breaking bread with Kamala Harris would be an enjoyable evening, or would it be more enjoyable to sit down and break bread with Trump? I mean, this is the easiest answer there is. Tell
I'll talk about
it. See, so it's a very simple scale. And I was very idealistic when I first started following. I'm 42. But when I first started following politics, I was 14. Monica Lewinsky was how I got into following politics. I was fascinated by that entire drama. Yeah, it was so fascinating.
Hold on, let me see.
But when I was younger, I just could not relate. I could not relate to the idea because I was idealistic. I was like, it doesn't matter that much about their personality. No, it matters about policies. It matters about merit-based system and all this stuff. Yes, all those points are very important. Don't get me wrong. Policy, ultimately, to withstand a movement like what Trump has built, had to be built on solid policy. However,
what I mean is, right, everyone feels that they could sit down, and God bless Jimmy Carter. I think he was a great man. But everyone feels that they could sit down with Jimmy Carter and have a beer with him. But he was a dreadful president. That's my point.
But compared to Reagan,
well, even
Trump,
Reagan,
and Reagan was much more charismatic than Jimmy Carter.
But even Reagan had so many missteps, right? Reagan was the one who had that big amnesty program. He said, this right here, when we do this.
Project, that's hindsight. Talk about the run-up to it.
Okay, so what you want to do is you want to point out all of the things that Reagan did, which he did a lot of great things, but you don't want to look at the things that he did that set this country back.
Electability. Hold on, Project. You came in a conversation that we were having with Sarah about Ron DeSantis's chances as his electability. And I pointed out and I gave examples that he wasn't charismatic enough to become the president of the United States. He could change that, at least what he gave us in this in the recent primary that occurred in 2024. So do you see what I'm saying, Project? So, but that's why I'm not trying to dismiss Reagan's policies and how they affected the country and the failures of them. Because I can rattle off about 5 of them for you really fast too. But electability is before we know what their policies are about. Is that?
Well, I think it's absolutely fair, but I'll also tell you one thing. I am so, his stance, the DeSantis stance on this death penalty thing has really gotten me interested because I tell you, we're just coddling people on death row for, I think Florida just executed someone that was on death row for 50 years. 50 years, imagine that. I believe that if you commit a murder in this country and it's unjustified, that is to say you're not protecting yourself or your family, You gotta go. You gotta go. I'm so sick of people crying because these horrible, dreadful human beings are executed. So DeSantis is really getting my attention by getting some of these dreadful human beings out of here.
My heart completely goes out to you, Project. I agree with you, especially like even my dad fought in Vietnam, and I'm gonna be 40 in September. But I still have to go with what Joe's saying. He's saying the electability, like the relatability. If you look at it, like you can say maybe during even the most conservative Christians can say, well, who are we to play God with people's lives? Let them rot in prison. Or opposed to that, you could say someone like, whether it was an Otto Pin or not, that was writing off, literally allowing unvetted people to open borders, people that are known murderers, convicted murderers into our country. So the relatability, but like that's daylight and dark, right? I mean, but then if you look at DeSantis, great person, but still, you're not going to get that upper echelon of someone like Donald Trump who's going to think the overall good. What's the overall good for all Americans? And I don't know. It's unprecedented. I mean, it's such a flip-flop of where I looked really quite in despair there for about 4 years, and it was pretty hopeless. Me as an American, and how it personally affected me, and what a disgrace, even though my dad passed away from COVID, if my father was still alive, to see the way that we were run, like the country was getting ran, as opposed to now. And I think that's, I don't want to put words in Joe's mouth, but I think that's what he's getting at, and I have to agree. Like that's what sets, if Vance really, like I'm saying, yeah.
I like Ron DeSantis. I work in Florida. I like his policies. I think he's done a hell of a good job. I think he's been a great governor. Take nothing back from him. I just think the general election is a different animal, is all it is. And I don't like it, but, it takes people being, I don't know how, I've been voting Republican since I was 18. I've never been a Democrat, and I've never fallen for it. And largely a lot about it was when I was young, I asked my dad, how do I know if I'm a Democrat or Republican? He says, well, look at them both. Look at them both, and the one you don't like, well, that's not who you are. So keep in mind, I started following politics during the Monica Lewinsky scandal. I said, well, I don't know if I'm a Republican, but I sure as hell know I'm not a Democrat. So that's kind of how I got started.
You don't like
that he lied to our face. That he literally came down and said, I did not have sex with that woman. And then when the blue dress came out and was exposed first by the Drudge Report, because Newsweek sat on the story and the media colluded to cover up the Monica Lewinsky blue dress story, I realized right then I was not a Democrat. But I had the privilege of being raised by a Republican father that exposed all this to me at a young age. But here, look, I got a question. For anybody that has been a Democrat and now has recently voted for Trump, how much more are you involved with following the news today than you were in the past when you were voting Democrat? That's a good.
That is a very good question.
I'm like as a former Republican, as a former White House appointee, as a Republican, I've kind of switched over to the Democratic side.
Really?
Yeah,
So you're saying like
Gringo, but thanks for sticking your head in. Easy, go ahead.
I absolutely.
So even after the Russia.
I'm sorry, I didn't even stick my head in there. Joe.
I said for the people that were Democrat voters, how much more are you paying attention to the news today?
Yeah, but the news is different, Joe.
Hold on. Gringo, you're going to find out I'm very pro echo chamber. Like, I love echo chambers. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I love having great conversations with like-minded folk. So, easy. I think you wanted to answer the question, and then we'll go to Abby.
No, I did. I'm going to be as important and summarize this as best as I could. I would say that I've caught both sides telling lies, right? And this is just from my political awareness, and I would say this started with 2002 So this is in the beginning of Bush Jr.'s first term. So that's kind of when I became politically aware.
Yep.
Yes, way before. So once I realized that both sides lied, and I was like, okay, I'm able to sift through the noise and the echo chamber bullshit and be able to come to my own rational decisions. I realized that I'm speaking as a black man too. On top of all that, so let me make that a very known fact that on the left, from us being hereditarily voting Democrat and just being liberals, and I said the same to myself. And like you said, like you know, as me being an informational sponge, I'm asking my dad. He's very, very in the middle. I would say he never leaned left or right. He's always been more of an independent. Whoever was going to make our lifestyle and the way that we live easier, that is the way that my dad kind of voted. But he still didn't lean left, if that makes sense to you. But for my own perception, I've come to the conclusion that once I realized both sides tell lies, that all politicians lie and kiss babies. And once I realized that shit, I didn't really go with the notion of going with the general politician. So when Trump first came along, once I seen Trump coming down that fucking escalator, I knew right then and there that this was going to be something fucking different. And once I started doing my research and understanding the whys and hows, just to understand why he looked at certain things the way he did, and knowing for a stone cold fact that I'm not going around with the mantra and think that this man's a racist, because I've seen him lobbying, supporting African Americans for the last fucking 40 fucking years, and on so many levels, that I wasn't going to go on the political orange man hate train of thinking that, oh, this man's a fucking racist. So for once I peeped that somebody's actually for the American people, somebody's actually trying to, this is the first president, number one, this is the first president in American history that's auditing the government itself. That to me alone tells me everything I need to fucking know right then and there, that he's not part of the political fucking train on both sides. He's an anomaly to both sides of the politics. You see the Democrats, and still a lot of conservatives don't stand with him because he's just such an anomaly. And I knew that he's for the American people. He's for us. And even speaking to African Americans himself, he's literally made the point to talk to us specifically. The first president in human history I ever say, hey, African Americans, you guys built this fucking country. I've never heard no fucking president in my life ever say that. It made me feel like, okay, he acknowledges us for the first time. And not for the first time, but just in general, all across the presidential board. So to your point, Joe, I am a proud conservative, and I never see myself ever voting left ever again in life, because now I know the truth. I've took the pill, and I can't, like Dick Gregory said himself, once you put these glasses on and you know, you see the reality for what it is, you can't take these glasses off, and you can't expect anybody else to wear them with you. So I do see the world the way I should do. So I guess welcome to the Conservative Party.
I have a question for you. How did you deal with Obama as a black man? Did you?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm gonna summarize it just because I just did a little rant. At first, I was very happy because I'm thinking that the powers that we're actually gonna have somebody go into office and actually speak and represent us in the most upstanding way. But I knew after I think like the first 6 months, I knew it was a political ploy to kind of upholster the Democratic vote around that time, because I think there was like a lot of racial instability around that time, and I was very young still. And so I was in college at the time. I was going to Wake Forest University. I was living in North Carolina in a predominantly black town and all that stuff. So every day I'm coming out of class, and these guys are right outside the dorms and outside the college classrooms. Just, oh my God, we're gonna vote for Barack, or da 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 da. He's gonna change America, blah 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 blah. And don't get me wrong. It seems like as soon as he got in office, everything he did say and represented was for gay people, which I have no problem with. But he didn't do anything for us as a people, and that for me broke my heart, because I didn't see anything other than him passing education notions and being able to get some education and things like that. Like, other than that, he really didn't do anything for us as a people, and I feel like that was a political ploy by the powers that be to kind of like quell the black people and chill us out for a little while.
Yeah, but his VP said that he knows the truth, and that's it. You don't vote for him, you're not black. I mean,
That's the fuck. Once he got on the Breakfast Club and said that shit, I was literally flabbergasted and highly offended. But Joe is really genuinely racist. Like, he has a racist history. He has a history of supporting racism, supporting absolutely horrendous racist people. If there was anybody that I could ever call blatant fucking racist, Sleepy Joe is one of them. It is what it is. I land there.
Wholeheartedly agree.
Spot on. Yeah, no, Joe Biden was definitely, not only a racist, he was a segregationist. I mean, to imagine all the shit talking the Democrats did from 2016 to 2020, and they delivered us a senile segregationist as the solution to all that shit talking. That's just, I mean...
Did you see the last, his outro speech, probably like about a month and a half, 2 months ago, when he was at the rally, and he was speaking about, like, how he's with his mom, and it's like, oh, how come these black kids can't get off the bus? I was like, you fucking shitting me? That was literally the most racist speech I've ever seen in my 40 years of fucking life.
I used to see the black kids that I used to stick my dick in the swimming pool. They used to grab my dick and say, "You got hairy legs." Corn used to.
I can't believe his presidency didn't end. I forget what occurred just days later. I think they initiated the impeachment against Trump for the Ukraine phone call. But when he had come out and said, "If you ain't black," how did he say? "If you're not voting for me, you ain't black," or something like that. When he was on the Breakfast Club. Oh my gosh, that should have been right there at the end of it.
That right then and there should have been the nail in the fucking coffin. And it technically was, when you really think about it. That was...
No, the real fucking nail in the coffin was when this motherfucker got up during his presidency. Like, this motherfucker got on stage, and this was missed amongst a lot of people as far as, like, verbiage. See, You Ain't Black was like a prequel. It was like a foreshadowing of the mentality in the what do they call that? The audacity. Because during the first couple months or whatever, this motherfucker gets on stage and goes, it's not about requirements or some shit. Something we gotta up our vaccine requirements. And then he goes, it's not about freedom. Because we had our patience, but our patience is running thin. That's the real one right there. That lets you know that, like, if these people, it pissed me off so motherfucking much that I wrote a fucking song. Put it on YouTube. Like, yeah, fuck Joe Biden.
Can I say this real quick, guys? Like,
this I gotta play just a little bit. Hold on. It's a new song, Joe. Check it out.
We have basically a two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Okay, sorry, I'm gonna get in trouble by Joe. Love you, Joe.
Hey, yo, every time they make a fucking soundbite of him, it's fucking hilarious, bro. Like, it fucking is. And, like, I live in libtard, Massachusetts. Like, it's literal libtard hell here. And I am like probably out of out of like literally, I'm like, I make up a 10 percentile of conservatives here in the state. Like, so it's extremely weird here, and we have the governor, we have the mayor, and we have fucking Pocahontas here, just making life fucking hell for us. And we're on like this. We're trying our best to get these no disrespect to the ladies, but we're trying our best to get these weird bitches out of there, because they're destroying this fucking state on so bad that, you know, Massachusetts has been voted number one on so many wonderful things: education, healthcare, just, you know, work. Like I can't really complain too much about my state. I love it here, because once the logical thinkers get to voting and making very pivotal changes for our kids' futures, I can't complain about that. But once my state is spending $1.4 billion to house immigrants and ignore U.S. citizens that's been on waiting lists and things like that for housing, and we got a government grant for almost, how much was saying, $2.3 billion for housing veterans and U.S. citizens, and the state has not built not one housing complex with the federal aid that the government has given to the state itself to house said people. That's when I started knowing that some fucking shit is just not right on the political scale with these liberals. And it started scaring the fuck out of me. And not even that, our veterans here, our residential veterans that gave life and limb and given their souls for this country, and all they want to do is have a roof over their fucking heads and being able to find a valid job so they can take care of their responsibilities. And these people are just giving these billions of dollars in housing these people that illegally, and then we watching our fucking mayor go into the Senate and say, I don't know where this money's going, but we could go on mass.gov and see, we're really literally in real time reading the receipts that her and Healy are spending insurmountable amounts of money housing and paying for hotels or that, while ignoring homeless U.S. citizens.
Yeah, I was in Georgia when Laken Riley died. I was sitting there fighting homelessness myself and sitting there doing everything I could to just be a good American, person, just regular. And then I'm sitting here, and then I look back at it, and it brings me to tears and makes my stomach in knots when I think about how much I struggled. And well, now, I mean, I think there's hope because of Trump, but I mean, like, I think about the hotels in New York and like the fancy, they were put and like destroyed. Like, the only solace that I can have is to destroy those hotels. I hope they did. I hope it just wrecked. Like,
hey, Kitty, how about? Do you remember how hard they was gaslighting and carrying water for this dude, like wiping his ass literally, like in the news every step of the way, like. Do y'all remember that shit?
And now they give me shit, especially the libtards. I mean, I don't even want to say libtards. It goes past that. It's the crazy Trump Granson syndrome woke people like my friend Rick, who will sit there and still defend. And I'm like, how stupid do you have to be to just, man?
Kid, look. I think you just hit. I think what I was trying to make, you just did it just now. It's common sense and logic has complete. They are trying to indoctrinate. Logic and common sense are not good in general, in the general grand scheme of everything. They're trying to purposely make us fucking dumb, put a blindfold over our eyes, pee on us, and tell us it's wonderful tropical rain.
Yeah, but I mean, like, we can go through history and we can say there's definitely Republican presidents. There's certainly times where it was like, hey man, I don't exactly agree with that, and I really wish the party wouldn't do that. Or we can look at times like Joe brought up, like, boldface lied to us and said, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. And it was like, okay, or we could sit there and say, this is beyond a cover-up. This is beyond an or in their own best interest. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just like a little, it is just treating every American as though our democracy doesn't matter. It's not just pulling a wool over our face. It's saying you're so stupid as an American voter. You're stupid as to realize what we're doing. Like, I'm glad Doge pointed it out and said, look, here's all these NGOs, here's all these, millions, if not billions of dollars getting put right in the pocket of, you laugh, but you look at it, like 70% of it never left Washington, never left their own fucking, like,
to prove your point, Kitty, look, they were using the DOE as to wash money right in front of our faces. The DOE wasn't even doing his job. They literally were just shuffling trillions of dollars through the DOE and using the DOE to wash the money of all the insurmountable illegal things that they were doing that we can't even fathom.
Yeah, you wonder why our education is shit. You wonder why, our national deficit is where it's at. And it's sit there, and you don't have to ponder. You can see it happening right in real time. In real time, and then you hear like if you have a few unfortunate woke, like super left, like they'll so subscribe like it's a biblical truth to a CNN or one of those major news networks without ever asking them, asking the question like, is this really the gospel truth? Is this right? Or what I'm going through, what I'm seeing when I go to the grocery store, when I see what's happening, 13 dead American Marines. I mean, you sit there and you question things like, I don't know if this would really be what is best as far as us being like the global police when we have all these deaths of fentanyl happening and somebody that died from fentanyl next to you, and it's just like, wait a minute, why are they like so prioritized? Like, well, why are they caring so little? And now what I hear from them is saying, well, let it go. He had dementia. It was cognitive, disabilities. Why won't they just let it go? I'll tell you why you don't just let it go. Because when you let it go and you let an auto pin of a few fucking, I'm sorry, Joe, but people like Nancy Pelosi and whatever goons are allowed to cash checks that they can't, that when you let it go like that, when you don't hold people accountable, then that's when you just don't care. You don't care about your country anymore. You don't care about if we have borders or not. You don't care if we live or die. And you sure as fuck don't care about the men and women that risk life and limb protecting constitutional rights that we hold dear, that what makes our country the greatest country ever. That's what happened. That's why we care.
Can I ask this absolutely general question? And the only reason why I'm asking this is because I did my research, and I said, so as I did my research about a couple months ago, I see that most media chains, mostly about 90% of them are all ran by Zionist Jews, right? Now, I specifically don't have a problem with Jews, but I'm starting to see the pattern here. Now, most liberal media news outlets are controlled by Zionist Jews.
No, they're not. They're not. I'm gonna push back on you on it.
I'm
gonna push back on it.
Go ahead, Abby.
So all I'm saying is most liberal.
If you do research, you're going to see that mainstream media.
If you're triggered because by the word Jew, I apologize.
No, yeah, I actually am, but
it's obvious. It has nothing to do with the Jew.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Because
it does.
Oh my God, here we go right now.
It does.
So all right, so if I don't want to go back and forth, but let me land, then you can do whatever you need to do with it.
Thank you.
Once because it's very easily Googleable information. What I'm saying to you, what I'm saying in general,
so let's go through it. If it's easily Googleable, stop for a second. So let's go through it.
Just because you are triggered independence, that's fine, that's great, that's dandy, but can I finish my point? Thank you. Can I finish my point? It's fine that you are triggered.
Why are you acting like this?
It's fine that you are triggered, but may I finish my point?
Izzy, why are you acting like this?
What am I?
Like she's talking. Like why can't you mute and let her talk?
She's trying to correct misinformation.
Let's let him finish his.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying. I can't make a point if I can't finish it. Most liberal
Support it, you've repeated, let Abby now respond to that point you just made.
Okay, so first of all, most media outlets are publicly traded companies, and we can go to these publicly traded companies that trade either on NASDAQ or, I mean, each one. So you want to go with mainstream media? First of all, it's a trope, and what you say is absolutely like probably up there as like one of the number one anti-Semitic tropes that ends up getting people hurt and ends up getting people, it causes horrible issues for people in the United States and around the world when you say things like this. Same thing as banking. But we can go through this. So if you want to talk about NBC is a publicly traded company. It's owned by Comcast. Comcast is publicly traded. There's lots of different shareholders.
Fox.
Fox is Rupert Murdoch.
ABC.
They're Australian. They're not Jewish. None of.
Disney.
Is it ABC Disney?
Yeah.
Is it ABC Disney?
Which, by the way, the Disney family was actually
anti-Semitic.
They were Protestant, so they weren't even Jewish.
Right.
People try to push this agenda.
And Abigail Disney, the daughter,
it's ridiculous.
So easy. What I guess I'm trying to say, and I go through this with banking, because like every single major bank in the world, I can go through and I have to deal with this. Like the chairman of the board of whether it's Deutsche Bank or it's Chase or Citi, same thing. They're like O'Connors and McGregors, and I mean,
Christian.
So it's just very disingenuous. And the point when I hear it, like, what the hell? Why would you say it? Like, what are you getting? You were saying some very wise things, some things that made sense to people. And it was relating to a lot of the stuff you were saying until you go down that path. Like, why? And I will tell you, so very loud and clear, that probably 1/3 of the money that if you want to jump on Jewish control or Jewish money, 1/3 of the money that went to Donald Trump's presidential campaign came from Jewish sources. Okay, so if you want to say it's liberal Jews, take a look at who funded his campaign, how much he raised, and where the largest donors came from.
So, I don't want you to lose the largest point, though, Abby. What her largest point was, and I think it's something easy you should address, rather than getting into the minutia of it, is that those media companies are beholden to their shareholders.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you respond to that?
And don't forget free market capitalism. I mean,
It's not necessarily with the carriage package.
Yeah, that's
CNN, did I skip CNN?
It wasn't any trope that I specifically want. It's the word Jew that kind of.
No, Zionist.
Come on.
Too.
Yes,
because let's stay on topic.
Yes, because I don't want to think I have that specific problem, or I'm looking at where the money specifically goes.
And by the way, easy.
Hold on,
don't grow me. But easy. By the way, majority of the Zionists in the United States are evangelical Christians.
It seems like you're even more triggered. Why do you have to be so disrespectful? I don't
Who's there? Are you okay over there? This is your first time on the internet. Who's being disrespectful right now?
Well, you have somebody on stage is saying like.
Nobody's there because the word Jew specifically. I hear what you're saying, but you're literally sitting there saying
you're talking about, are actually supported by American pensions, American 401ks, right? So I mean, let's not sit here and just like let's assign like a race and a demographic to it. It's crazy what you're saying.
Finish my point in the first place, where I was cut off.
And let me say something, and then you can go to your point, Easy. If these media companies were all owned and controlled then why do we have such bad press for the state of Israel in almost every mainstream media outlet except for Fox? Okay? If we controlled it, then we would be able to have really good media about
I'm talking about the
but it's
money.
alternative. It fucking sucks. We have to fight it
The
every day.
money, whether we like to admit it or not, the money is controlled by that specifically.
What money?
Yes, the money.
Yeah,
What
but you're
money?
The money.
her point. You're saying that.
No, I'm not. But no, but see, no, she's more offended by the word by somebody else saying Jew rather than it's the fact of saying that has nothing to do with nothing. And then whoever the cheerleader is in the back saying.
No, I'm not cheerleading. I'm just saying if I put myself in your shoes, okay.
Hold on, let me interject here. Look, Abby's very fair to talk ideas with. I had raised points regarding a Jewish organization and Catholic charities involved with how the shipping of the migration of Central and South Americans up to America occurred. But she challenged me on it, and I was able to clearly define and explain and pointed out the different subjects of it. That's all she's asking is for you to.
And I have no problem with that, but all the extra.
Listen, I understand, but I think she's made a really good point that the media companies are beholden to their shareholders and also their advertisers. So it's not free market capitalism based on viewership. If that was CNN, but it's not. Yes, it's CNN
with that. That's not my point.
Yeah. So then, how do you address who owns? Because you're saying it's the money. Well, the money is generated from shareholders and advertisers.
Correct. But at the end of the day, we still don't even know that the money is generated, but we know that it is what it is. That's going to be more monotone based. But me seeing Zionist Jews has anything to do with
So you go right back. No, you go right back to trying to bring up the Zionist Jew aspect.
Right, no, because at the end of the day, that I'm from Massachusetts. I'm raised. I don't have a problem or any type of racist views or perceptions about that. But to understand somebody's view, you have to let them fully explain what they're saying. That's literally what I'm saying to you, in general. So my only point is when we go back to the media, and I'm only talking about a specific time. So if we go back then and we look at how everything has generated, and most of us were just said that. The best way I could possibly explain this is when I was in high school, and I'm like the token black guy in high school, and I'm watching my Jewish friends, watching my German friends, my Irish friends, my Italian friends. They like most of them, like I'm third party watching these guys have these same types of conversations, right? And this is just the general, just me just watching it and soaking in the information. I don't have a racist bone in my body, perceptually, physically, etc., etc. Maybe the way that I said it's a little bit broad, so that it triggers people, which is totally understandable. That's not my angle. So when I'm listening to my friends speak about these things, whether or not we want to say that the money's being funneled through shareholders, pensions, 401ks, etc., from when I was explained to by my friends that are Jewish, that all that shit is just cover-ups to basically exceptionalize certain things. Now, this can be arguable because there's no ground of paper facts about this.
Cover up for what?
Go ahead.
Cover up for what?
Well, because of just general perception. So when we're looking back at certain things, when they're explaining this to me as far as just who's controlling the money and as far as liberal general views, it's split in my own personal opinion in a way it's explained to me, but half of it is from the Christians, the other half were from Zionist Jews. It has nothing to do with any type of racism or
Why
anything
do you
like that.
say Zionist Jew?
Because he's heard the word Zionist and he doesn't know what the word Zionist means.
He doesn't at all. Why do you say Zionist Jew?
If we could get down to the nitty gritty,
why do you say Zionist Jew?
No, and I mean this. I really
There's
mean.
such an irony to it, guys. You all know what the irony
because
is, right?
there are the original people are from that aren't even fucking white or fucking pale. That's a fact. So it's an incorporated religion that was stolen from people of fucking color. That's a fact. If we want to get down to the fucking nitty gritty.
People of color? What?
No, yeah, the whole idealism of Judaism in the fucking first place.
Is what?
Yeah, people of color is conceptualized by people of color. Nobody originally from the fucking Middle East.
What do you mean people of color?
No, but people of color originated the whole entire religion in this whole.
What color?
Literally.
What
People
color?
of color. Brown skinned people, hair of wool. That doesn't fit the description of somebody that's blonde, blue hair. Like that doesn't fit.
Wait, you said white people?
No, we can see, but that you get what my point is. Like I can give you fight backs about facts and things like that because it is this, at the end of the day, it's just religious dogma.
Wait, you just said Jews stole the religion from people of color. What color?
Yes, the religion is from people of fucking color. It's a fact. Nobody from the middle. You don't see blonde hair, blue eyed motherfuckers come from the Middle East. What the
Yes,
fuck?
you do.
What are we talking about?
You absolutely do.
What?
We just
I think we had this conversation last night.
No, come
We just decided last night.
Are you kidding me right now? All niggas
Hold on. Easy, hold on just a second.
Earth hit Ricky.
Bro, y'all are
No,
shit.
easy. We just had this conversation last night. Noah is blonde hair.
Yeah.
So we talked about
That's
this
not, bro.
How long did we talk about this last night, right?
24,000 times.
Wait, people
Like, and I don't like to give you this dogmatic conversation because literally, this is besides the point that I'm trying to reach. I'm just talking about money and
Yeah, that's what I was about to
the
get to.
perception
So
of
are
you
you
what the
black?
media is trying to give you.
I'm not judging. I'm just asking a real question. Now I am asking a question because I'm not. Obviously, I'm Christian. I'm not Jewish. Okay. So are you or were you raised in a concept that like someone that would be Hebrew but considered like a black Hebrew Israelite? I don't want to put that down because I know like if a white person asks me
Let's just say this.
No, it's important
If that's
because
your
the reason
general
why I'm asking that.
yes.
Yes. Okay. All right.
There are
All right.
no
Thank you for
white
being honest.
people that come from the Middle East. Period.
Excuse me?
If you look at the 5,000 years of history, no white people originally come from the Middle East.
Hold on. Let me ask this. Hold on, Kitty. Kitty, I'm from Iran. What are Iranians, Izzy? Iran is Persia, right?
They're Persians.
Okay, and it's been around for 75. Well, it's been around for 7,500 years. What are they?
For the last 5,000 years, war,
What are Iranians?
and interracial mingling has changed certain things.
What are
But when you look at
Iranians?
the people,
Where's the
these
word
statues, you look at the history, these are not original.
I'm gonna blow your mind when I start talking about the Canaanites, the Amorites.
Hold on, Kitty. I want to give him a list of countries that are white in Middle East. This dude doesn't even know anything.
Where's the
Have you
word
even looked
Iran
at the map?
from? Hey, Sarah, where's the word Iran come from?
From
Right?
Aryan.
Right.
But what about Turkey? What are Turkish people? Are they brown?
I mean, moreover, where does the word Semite come from?
Well, but the irony is the original Aryans are Iranians. How long, Joe? We were talking about this last night for like 2 hours.
Yeah, we actually had this conversation last night, Easy.
And the only reason Iranians, Abby, they have a lot of like, now I don't want to sound racist or anything, but listen, the only reason Iranians, they have a lot of like, darker, genes and mixed with them is because the Arabs, the Muslims, they just keep coming to Persia, war, rape, taking slaves, and they go and just play this like, oh, we're these innocent people game. Like anybody who wants to ever like talk about how Arabs fucked white people, they should look into the history of Persia. I'm being very serious because
what this guy was saying, guys, is when he said people of color, he's not talking about brown people, because he came out and just said he's BHI. So now you're hearing what as soon as he said Zionist Jew, I knew it was just right there.
It's anything wild when you think that I feel or look at.
And let me give
anybody
you
with
a
any type of
reality,
racial view
Izzy.
like that.
Let me
That's
give you a
crazy.
reality, okay? Jews are 0.2% of the world. That's it. And in the United States, 2%. The majority of the Zionists in the United States are evangelical Christians, which are, the movement is over 10 million at least, more than the amount of Jews in the entire United States. We're like
And I don't care. I continue to defend my brothers and sisters that are Jews. I don't care if they said crucify him right now. My whole point is, hey, buddy, listen to it this way. If you're looking at somebody, and I'm not just saying October 7th, like throughout history, if you consider yourself, throw religion completely out of this. Not that I'm Christian, you're BHI, forget that Abby's Jewish, all right? So let's throw religion completely out. If you consider yourself an American, and you're proud that you're an American, and whether or not you want to fixate on certain aspects of where people are more rich or more intelligent, or if it's a Zuckerberg instead of a Berninsky that owns a social media site or a bank. What I'm saying is, if you look at it on face value as an American, what do you protect? You protect hopefully yourself and your family first as an American, and then outside of that, what's next? Your allies, okay? I mean, just look at it in face freaking value. That's our ally. I mean, I know you've been lied to a lot, and I'm sorry that you have been, but just try to remember that.
Okay, so with that being said, that would be a reason for me to look at said people as if they're bots or anything like that, which I don't, because the first person to bring me outside of the United States was my Jewish godfather. I don't feel or think that way. I'm talking about the bad guys that control the money and on financial instability that control specific things. That's it. That was the main
Who is it? Is it the Rothschilds? Show me on the Jewish doll.
No, it's just whether we like to admit it or not.
No.
We know stop. It's a fact. Whether
What's a
the
fact?
CDC,
What's a fact?
people in the government, when certain things were implementing and shaping money around, they were intermingling with each other, and they found facts about it. It just
money.
is what
So
it is.
let's talk
It
about
doesn't
money.
matter. It has nothing to do with religion.
No, easy.
People
Let's
in
talk about
general
money.
or anything to do with that. I know it's hard. It's
No,
very
it's not hard.
triggering for some of you to understand or comprehend, but it has nothing to do with race or any type of dogmatic type of argument that you're trying to make right now. Literally. It has nothing to do with any type of dogmatic argument that you're trying to make right now.
Many of us have talked politics for a long time, and the points you're making aren't necessarily new to us or anything like that. So, if you'd like to, we've had a good conversation. We can at least pass it around and let people share their opinions on it. It doesn't necessarily mean you're.
I don't regarding this. I don't like the. I agree with you because I don't like the.
I'll give you an example.
Say that I have any type of racist bone in my body.
It doesn't matter, but I'm not. I mean, that's a. Look, we're not Democrats. I'm not going to say.
That's the.
You have to understand. I'm not going to tell you how many black.
Whoa.
I'm not going to tell you how many black friends I have to qualify myself as not being racist.
And I would even.
Wait a minute.
That's just not how we talk right here. But know this. Look, the largest Zionists in America are white evangelical Christians, and I live in the Deep South. I'm familiar with this, we, at least we can. Let's at least try and make poignant remarks and be careful with our words.
May I be a lawyer for a second, guys? So I'm going to go through, because he started with media. So the CEO of Time Warner is John Stanley, not Jewish. The CEO of CBS, George Cheeks, not Jewish. CEO of News Corp is Robert Thompson, not Jewish. CEO of Disney, Bob Chapek, not Jewish. CEO of AT&T, Randall Stevenson, not Jewish. I mean, so that's some of the top media companies. Those are the CEOs. The ownership are publicly traded. Now, if you'd like me to go to banks, we can go through the CEO of Citicorp, Chase, Morgan Stanley. I will own the fact that Goldman Sachs is run by Jew.
Let me ask you.
But every other one is not. Deutsche, Credit Suisse, not.
Right now, let me ask you, Abby, real quick. The number one media source today is X, the app X. And who funds X? Who did Elon get his money from? The Saudis. The Saudis.
Saudis, yeah.
The Saudis funded Elon's purchase of X.
Saudis also funded Uber, by the way. I didn't know if you knew that. The money behind.
There's a lot of different cultures involved with America's landscape. It's not just the Zionist Jews.
Yeah, I would never say that it was just the Zion Jews by itself. My main only case in point was money and what they invest money in to specific viewpoints of how our perception works within the country. Before I was cut off, that was my only point. It had nothing to do with race, religion, or any dogmatic views.
Easy if we controlled the word that was coming at people, if we controlled what information is coming out, then again, I would say, if I was arguing this in a courtroom, my logic would be very clear that we would have a message in the media that would be very pro-Israel, and you wouldn't see all the shit you're seeing coming out of Gaza on all the mainstream media outlets, where it's painting Israel as the quote genocider or the aggressor. You wouldn't see them saying Israel's bombing a hospital when in fact then it ends up at a parking lot next to the hospital.
I would say to that specifically that is more along the lines of perception, because I mean we look at it, I mean Palestine and Israel have been fighting for fucking 5,000 fucking years.
May I finish? We're not controlling the narrative. The only network that the narrative has been fair on has been Fox. That's the only one. And it's owned by
I'm not arguing that, by the way, right? I'm not arguing that. I'm saying when I specifically watch the news, right, I don't see the liberals really victimizing and making Israel look like the villain. In my own personal opinion, because I have family that I love that are Jewish. I love that I will literally kill for them. It just
but
is
what do you watch? What media do you watch?
No, I don't believe in liberal just media. I don't listen to left or right media on just TV.
So what do you watch?
No, I mean I get for my information. I'm more of a researcher. I go get my own information.
You just said that the media's message. It is, and
yes,
it's
because that's just a general perception. That's not just because I'm saying a general perception. That's not my personal beliefs.
Where do you get that perception from? If you're not watching
because of media and what they say, that doesn't mean I believe in it, though.
The media.
Yeah, no, I said that's. I see it. I believe it. You're nitpicking at things that doesn't need to be nitpicked at, because I'm telling you on my own, but. I'm telling you on my own what my perception is, not what you think.
But you just said you don't watch the media.
Yeah,
I don't generally watch the media.
But you got a biased perception. So what I do is
I'm saying that listen, do you understand what I'm saying? I could be at my job at work, sitting on my desk, minding my business. Okay. I'm not necessarily, and the TV's playing it on its own. Do you get what I'm saying? And just because I hear it, listen to what I'm saying. Just because I hear it on the TV and I hear what the message is on the TV, it doesn't mean I perceptually believe in said message. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, I can't.
That's all I'm saying. Literally, no, that's not my general perception. No, I get it.
I'm trying to play devil's advocate. So I looked at the top Jewish, most outperforming people right now, and honestly, now I'm just come on, Whitey's. Like, smarten up your game. We got to do better. But all right, here we go. Mark Zuckerberg, CEO and founder of Meta. Larry Ellison, that's Oracle. Larry Page, founder of Google. Sergey Brin, co-founder of Google. Yeah, I mean, like, this is probably where he's getting his news from. Think about it. Michael Bloomberg, okay, there's one, a financial data media company, former mayor of New York City. Then you've got, the last ones are Adelson, that's widow of the casino.
Here's the Mavericks.
And don't forget Apple News either. Please don't forget them.
Excuse me.
Wait a minute.
Miri owns a fucking basketball team now and a casino. She doesn't own the only media outlet she had was a newspaper in Israel. And I don't think she has it anymore.
Exactly.
But I had the RJ in Vegas.
These are the leaders, dude. Like, I'm listing you off. You can Google this. Like, okay, then you've got Len Blevnik. That person, that sounds actually kind of Polish sounding like, but it says investor
partner with interest in aluminum, chemicals, music with Warner Brothers Group, biotech, and media. And then you've got Offer, I'm probably saying it wrong, OFER, involved in shipping, real estate, and other investments. And then the last one being Michael Dell, founder of CEO in Dell Technologies. So regardless of all of those, and this is the top leading all the way up to 2025, is still not proving your point, man. I mean, I would sit there and actually, if this is the case, if by some chance, and I'm reaching here, brother, to say that maybe there's some truthiness, which there's not, behind what you're saying, you're just getting lied to. But let's say there was, I would then say, wow, man, I live in the greatest country in the entire world. If I want to be the smartest black guy that outruns and performs every white kid and every Jewish kid, I can do that. Why? Because I'm an American. And then do it. Say, haha, Jews, see, you don't win now. Like that's what you can do. But instead, you get all of this dividing and division of Americans, because that's what they want the crap you to believe.
That's the point I'm making. Literally.
It's not true.
That's all I'm saying. You just said it for me. I perceptually of myself, I don't believe that, but that's why it's important to let people finish their points instead of jumping to conclusions. And I'm sitting here defending other POVs, which that literally what you just said was my point. Literally.
You said that we stole the religion.
I did not say y'all stole anything.
You did. I heard you say it.
What? Y'all stole what?
You did say it.
I said that Zionist Jews stole what?
The religion from people of color. That it's
the people of color originated the fucking religion themselves.
And I asked you what
maybe
color.
it's about that shit.
I asked you what color.
There are no
look.
One thing I don't give a fuck about. I no disrespect. I don't believe in racism. That's not the way my father was. And I mean, there are no pale people that come from the Middle fucking East originally. After raping, pillaging, invasion, and thousands of years of war, yes, now it does, without a fucking doubt. Nobody can argue that. Originally, nobody fucking blonde, blue, pale comes from the fucking Middle East. It is what it is.
Yes,
I just listed all the countries for you.
Did you take anthropology in college? Did you study anthropology in college?
They are like imagine a Caucasian person 5,000 years ago coming from the Cape Horn, from Johannesburg, South Africa, and literally telling you that they originally come from there. People of color are originally come from these lands. People of color, right? Nobody pale. People of color, brown, black, dark, like people of color.
Izzy, where did white people come from?
Nobody blonde. White people don't come from the Middle East. After thousands of years of war, invasion, rape, yes, now they do. If we go back to rape history within the last 5,000 years.
I got a question for you.
I'm being so serious. 5,000 years where Britain history, you go down to the libraries of Alexandria, they just started crossing the Mediterranean from northern Europe down to south to Egypt to learn and things like that. Originally, white people were a rarity. Listen to what I'm saying. In the Middle East, Northern Africa, you didn't see those people, bro. After years of interracial mingling.
Hey, easy. Look, let me give some insight here. It's really easy. Are you familiar with Grok? Because you can download the app. It's really easy to ask this question. You know, I asked the question: have any white people historically been from the Middle East? And it actually confirms some of the places that some of the commenters here have been trying to tell you that there are historically lighter skinned folk, one being Turkey, another being Syria, another being Iran. It goes through, even in the Levant, some of the Canaanites varied in appearance due to influences from the Greeks. So, like, in what period of time are you even, like, trying to establish here? Because East or dwelled in the Middle East at certain periods of time.
So who originated from America?
I got a question for Easy. Easy, I'm going to ask you a question too. Okay, I don't know what your beef is, but this is an easy one for you. All right. How is it that there are white people if we all came from Africa?
Those that originate from America would be definitely some of the Choctaw.
Black people created white people.
I was asking Easy.
Wait a minute, I just heard black people created white people. Today just became my favorite day.
If y'all didn't know, melanin can create any color, any race. If y'all didn't know.
I can't get a rational answer out of Easy now.
First human, we don't know if that person was really black in skin. We don't
Easy,
know how
you
do we know that.
No, he's shut the fuck up. Okay, good.
It's
The
ridiculous.
thing that I don't understand what these people
It's
try to
ridiculous
say
to
when they.
black thing as well. This is an American
Yeah, with us.
it is.
Easy, I was asking you a simple question. If we all
No, but actually, I wasn't aware when you were asking me a question.
Easy,
so many
easy.
people.
Okay, great, got it. Okay, I got it. So, question is really simple. If we all originate from Africa, why are there white people?
We said, why are there? Do you? It's a fucking genetic defect. That's why. The fuck?
I'll tell you what's defective. It's this thing in between your ears. Fuck. So.
What?
Yeah, but if you say that's the defection, then we can look how Africa is run. It's almost need to be European, Asian, or Russians to build up the country. Yeah.
I agree.
Where were the
I'm
first?
more
Where were the
amazed
first
daily by
civilizations?
the blacks
Hold on. Where
on
were the
this
first
app, though.
civilizations? Did you take anthropology?
You said
in college?
where were the first? Where were the
Archaeology?
first?
Yeah. Where was the first?
The cradle of the Mesopotamia, duh. Well, the first civilization, but not the first place where life started. Like, there's two different questions.
Where were cultures? They were before Sumerians. Which was the
Before Sumerians?
Before the Sumerians, yeah.
In Africa, duh.
Duh. How about South America? How about the bottom of South America?
Listen,
the people there?
Look, this is the one of the biggest cultural. Nobody knows.
It didn't
so,
start in Africa.
Hold on.
It did not start in Africa.
I am halfway
And where was
agreeing with you
the?
now.
Hold on, easy. Do you believe in the
God,
Bible?
you can't ask
Do
a
you believe
question
in the
and not let
Bible?
me answer the question. That's
No,
just
I'm
fucking
going to ask you.
ridiculous.
Do you believe in the Bible?
No.
You
That
don't
shit has
believe
been
in the Bible.
rewritten 24,000 times, and the most important parts of it have been taken out.
Scotty,
And literally, the Catholic Church has been hiding the most important parts of the Bible from the.
Okay, the Garden of Eden, Gan Eden. Where was it? Where was Gan Eden? Where was Garden of Eden in the Bible? Because they talk about the four rivers that it's located. Where Garden of Eden in the book of Genesis? They talk about the four rivers. What are the two main rivers? The Euphrates and the Tiger. Where is that? That's not in Africa. It ain't anywhere near Africa. Where is the Tiger and the Euphrates River?
Let me answer. Modern day Iraq. That's in a heck right now. Sorry, yeah?
He doesn't know anything.
Who keeps muting my mic? Who keeps muting me?
Did you know that it was Iraq or Iran?
I just literally just said the Tigris and Euphrates River is located in Iraq. That is general information. Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization is located in Iraq. Okay, what's next?
Wait a minute. No. It's not Africa, right?
What?
Yeah. Exactly. I mean,
Why do you keep saying your own answers and then getting mad because you're saying the wrong
No,
answers
but
on
she's
your own?
asking you
Like,
a very definitive question. She said Garden of Eden in the Bible.
The
Whether or
garden,
not it's our
no,
silly wish.
like, do you know that's the dumbest and rhetorical question? Nobody knows that. It's all
In
speculative.
the Bible, it talks
but he's
about
not-
four
he
rivers.
doesn't-
Do you read Hebrew? Easy, do you read Hebrew? You're a black Hebrew Israelite? Can you
Yet
understand
again,
Hebrew?
right? No, yet again, I don't represent that. I'm speaking in general grandeur of information that is just
You said
subsequently
you're
available to
Hebrew. Do you
everybody.
read any Hebrew?
Do I read any Hebrew?
Yeah. Do you read Hebrew? I can read
No,
Hebrew
I don't.
from
Why
the
would
Bible.
I read Hebrew? I know
Because you
actual
said you're
real
reading China. You
Hebrew
said you're the
Israelites that
original
come from the east coast of Africa.
speak
Yes, I
Hebrew.
know actual original Hebrew people that come from the east coast
Yeah,
of
they
Africa.
read Hebrew? If they're original Hebrew?
Yes, the original Hebrew people that come from the east coast of Africa.
And so do they read Hebrew?
If they're
Yes, they
original
do.
Hebrews?
Yes, they do. Yeah.
Okay, so
They are reading yes.
Yes, the original Hebrew people come from the west, the east coast of Africa. It's a stone cold fact.
Are you talking about Ethiopia?
And now is when I say you can't stick to the kid.
No, I mean, this is fact, though. We're not talking about speculation. The original Hebrew people come from the east coast of Africa. What are we talking about right now?
I asked you.
They ain't blonde hair, blue eyes, and they didn't come from the Middle East.
Blonde-haired and blue eyes, but he should
No, I'm just saying that they're not white. No disrespect, but they're not white. Sorry to break it to you.
Look, I'm gonna ask you this question, and I don't really delve into this topic too much, but and I mean no disrespect in it, but if white is a genetic defect, how come throughout history darker skin has always been
conquered?
You know, well, disregarded. I mean, even in cultures in New Orleans, light-skinned black folks would not let dark-skinned black folks into their social clubs. So there's always been this. There's always been this. Let me just finish my thought and ask you the question. There's always been this prejudice towards darker skin, even from folks that you would classify as black today. So why do you think that has always occurred if white or light skin is considered a defect?
478 years of self-hate instilled into us as a people.
No, easy. No, Joe, that's an easy. Hold on, Joe. Easy. Wait, hold on. What? Joe. First of all, hold on, easy. I'm with you. I'm with you. Hold on a second. I want to answer Joe's question. Scientifically, like it would just be easy. It would just be survival, right? I also believe that likely we all came from Africa, but what happened is when we evolved and we started coming out of East Africa, or just evolved in East Africa. This is however many hundreds of thousands of years ago, and then around a couple tens of thousand years ago, we started migrating out of Africa. And when you move out of Africa, there's going to be different environments, cloudy environments, colder environments with much less sunlight. So we had to adapt our skin, natural selection.
Master, respectfully, shut up. Like, shut up. Please, shut up. Respectfully, I love you. Shut up.
Okay.
Shut it all the way up.
Yeah, it's been debunked. However,
yes, be quiet. Shut up.
Is it jealous?
The skin color genes are SLC. It's the SLC 24A5, 24A2, and the MC1R, right? The SLC 24A5. How many years ago did that happen? And why do you think that happened? So debunk my fat ass.
So
what you're saying right now is stone cold fact.
He can debunk it like in a second, but he's sleeping.
So it didn't really answer my question though. How come darker skinned folks have always been prejudiced against more than lighter skinned folks?
I'd like to thank you, Joe. So obviously it was right. It was
literally
more or less. It's obviously the first is just general ignorance, right? Tribalism, but the tribalism came from somewhere. It came from survival traits, and this is what I was trying to explain. When depending on what type of environment that you're in.
Hold on. Maybe you missed it, Master. Even light-skinned black folks were prejudiced against dark-skinned black folks.
And what I'm saying, but I'm saying
it's always been that.
They still are.
It depends on where they're from.
Yes, they are.
Right? It depends on where.
Master, this is what I'm telling you. Like, please, shut up. Like, honestly, shut up.
If you have an argument, Adam, with all due respect, why don't you
don't have a dog in this fight. That's my argument. You don't have a dog in this fight.
Just screaming at someone to shut up is not countering that argument.
Please,
all it is I could say the same thing back to you. This would be ridiculous, right?
B-Master, we went 2 hours last night.
And I'm a mixed race black person. Like, are you crazy?
Wait, Mansfield and
who cares what color the fuck you are?
On the phenotypes, and basically these cultures were in the bottom of South America. I mean, they weren't in Africa, and the ones that were the first populations were white.
And that's what they were explaining. They went through the gene pools and it's something I was learning it last night because I thought the whole time as you did. I didn't understand it till it was explained in detail. And that's why I'm sorry Ricky's sleeping right now. But to say that white is a defect is just disproved by what scientists have found.
I'm gonna be 100% real and look. It is genetically, factually known that black people are the original people in this world, and traveling through the east coast of Europe, through the Middle East, through Asia, Eastern and Western Europe, whatever, if at that time the land bridge in Alaska, so far, and it's supposedly, but I don't believe that. I believe that somehow, somewhere, people from West Africa traveled across the Atlantic and made it to South America and traveled north and populated this side of the hemisphere somewhere a long time and just got lost in history. I don't believe that.
Jesus, here we go. Jesus, what the fuck is going on?
I don't believe that. I just don't. I believe that there were seafaring cultures and nations and tribes on the west coast of Africa that crossed the Atlantic and populated South Central and North America around the time, which had black people originally here. There were black people already in the Americas already.
How do you know that those type of black people were black like an African guy?
No, I mean, but people of color, black, dark-skinned people, that's what I mean by that. It doesn't have to be right. You know what I'm saying?
They could be looking like white people with dark skin as well.
What?
I mean, like Indian people.
There's no genealogy facts that anybody that was genetically born next to the equator are born fucking pale. You would die immediately of
So let me ask you a question. Do you think that they're foundational? Do you think that they're foundational Chinese Americans?
Hell fucking no.
Okay, do you think that they're foundational black Chinese people? Because I mean, China is a lot closer. No. But China is a lot closer. China is a lot closer. China is definitely a lot closer than coming over to the Americas. So I mean, when you want to have like your Pangea argument,
I have to literally put in the chat. There are foundational black Asian people.
The native people in America are close to our native people.
Dr. Adams, now fighting stupid. It's up to you. Only you can fight forest fires, or just stop. Just don't do it.
Wait. So let me ask you this question. Do you feel like in making these claims in what Black America is trying to, because I feel like it's Black America doing this. I never hear anybody out of Black Europe or, African Europe or even anybody in Africa, talking about this in the same way that you're talking about this. And you sound very westernized.
No,
I'm going to.
I'm making right now.
So let me finish. I feel like, Black America, and this is my personal opinion, I feel like Black America has not staked these indigeneity claims in the same way that you are. It's very weird how you're trying to say that there is a foundational Black Chinese heritage. This is weird, bro.
Asian people right now, what are you gonna say? If I prove it to you right now that they are foundational black Asian people that exist in this world right now,
Yes, I know some of them. Kamora Lee Simmons.
Okay, so
yes, Kamora Lee Simmons. Like, what are you talking about? Kamora Lee Simmons is a foundational Black American woman. Okay, from Asian descent. Like, what are you talking about?
All right, so let me say this. Right, when the anthropologists just found out right here just now that they are black people that originated here when they first came here, not all aside from Native Americans that lived coincidentally with.
How did they get here?
That already here.
How did they get here? How did they get here? No. Hold on. No. How did those said people get here?
Oh my God! Like,
How did they get here?
You just said when you just said, and I did not disturb you, bro. Let me just land.
Okay, and what cultural anthropological evidence do you have to support that? Because I mean, we saw how many people were left behind. You know, how many archaeological relics, you know, were left behind, you know, following the Trail of Tears. I mean, there were burial grounds, there were multiple different, you know, pieces of archaeological evidence. Where is there archaeological evidence to support your claim? Where is it?
Is a fact. There were people of color.
Archaeological evidence, the oldest known Homo sapien fossils, the oldest known Homo sapien fossils come from where? Morocco, 300,000 years ago. That's Africa. There's your fucking evidence.
Thank you. Thank you. And again, Morocco is how far away from North America?
What do you mean?
Now, I've got to head out, but I want to close it for Matt, and I think that this unequivocally explains everything for you, Matt.
We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
All right, I want to go. I got to go. Bye,
You know, I got a shout out to Matt, you know, my foundational white American brother. You know, it is what it is. You know, if people want to say that, you know, white people, you know, stem from Africa, then you as a white person, Matt, that would make you a foundational white African American.
Correct.
Like it's right. You know, I'm just following. I'm just.
I totally agree with that.
Yes, Elon Musk is the most successful African American that's ever touched soil on, you know, said America.
That's a fact.
The original Jews were not Jews of color. I just need to say that.
What?
I got it. They were not Jews
What?
of color.
So tell me this.
I see the agenda now.
Hold on. Tell me my white smooth brain. What happened to Africa? Why is it so far behind everywhere else, bro?
Because of white
people. You say what?
Because of white people.
Because of white people.
Genetic defective.
The colonizers came and colonized.
Well, Joe, you know where this is going.
It's a circular argument. It's like, well, the white folk are genetically.
The sun comes up.
However, they're also the ones that keep everyone down in the world.
You know, Joe, the sun comes up and it's, you know, blame white people. The sun goes down. Let's blame the Jews. Like it's like a circular logic between these mentally ill people. Like it's crazy.
Do you know something? Do you know the reason why Africa is underdeveloped today is because of the Berlin Conference, of how they did not divide Africa according to their ethno nationalities. They just drew bizarre lines and they just grouped lots of people. It's like you draw a map in Europe, you just cut some Russians, cut some Germans, cut some Polish, add them into one country. How are they going to develop? How are they going to develop?
But listen, this is common sense. What you're saying right now, brother, is common sense. Now let's be honest and let's go back with historical facts. The most of monarchs in Europe, they were just trying to equivocally exchange information, goods, and sources with most nomadic and tribal nations. Leopold, if we all know who Leopold is, he's really the bad guy. He's the one that said, what? Instead of trying to do good old democracy with these fucking, these savages, we got guns, cannons, gunpowder, knives, swords, metallurgy. Let's go fucking conquer that fucking shit instead of just doing normal things like everybody fucking else. So guess who followed suit? The kings and queens of Europe said, okay, we're gonna follow what fucking Leopold did. Let's just rape and pillage the village. You ever thought Hitler was fucking bad?
You ever heard of the Moors, Easy?
Oh, of course, the Moors came to Southern Europe and taught those fucking savages how to fucking clean their stinking fucking asses.
The Moors were awful in their conquering of Southern Europe.
How was it awful when they reigned for almost 1,000 fucking years. Not that awful, obviously.
So then what happened?
They gave up. Why when I gonna keep kicking a fucking dead ass horse that don't want to even know how to fucking properly clean them fucking cells? When I could just go back to my motherland and live the most luxurious, understanding, peaceful life that I could possibly have. But then soon, I'm only speaking historical facts. This has nothing to do with my race. Yes, it is, because I mean, look, all it took was fucking 2,700 fucking years. What are we talking about right now?
I don't know. You
Like now, I am not wanting to see like as a very factual historian operating. Man, I don't have any disdain towards white people. I don't have any racism towards people. I don't have any hate towards Jews. I don't have any.
You're racist.
Creed.
You are racist. You're definitely racist. No, you are definitely racist.
Textbook racist.
Ooh, me?
Hey, do you go to Patriots games if you're in Massachusetts? Because that's owned by.
No, I used to, but I'm like Trump said. I'm just so used to winning. I've seen a champion baseball, hockey, football. I'm spoiled. I got a ring for every finger on my hand in a decade.
But Robert Kraft he controls a lot of stuff.
Yes, he does. And now his son is running for mayor, and I hope he wins because they get fucking Wu-Tang Wu out of motherfucking office so we can actually start making fucking positive movements in our state here. So yeah, I'm totally with you on that. Next.
I don't think you convinced anyone in this.
What is there to convince? What is there to convince?
Trust me, King David was not a
I went to Newton North, Massachusetts. I went to Newton North High School in Massachusetts. All my friends are Jewish, dude. My godfather is literally Jewish.
I hope you didn't say to them that the Jews the Jews stole the religion from the BHIs.
I was taught this. Look, I'm being so honest with you, right? And I was taught this information from a Jewish man himself.
Well, then something was very wrong with him.
He kept it all the way 100. He says, when he exclaimed this shit to me, he's like, yo, do you say in the grandeur? He said, yes. Now, if you look back for the last, I would say just realistically, being absolutely honest with the world, he said the last 3,000 years. He said that for people of color as a whole, when the Greeks came and invaded Egypt for the first time and they took everything over, they had to burn down the Library of Alexandria because that was obviously 10,000 years of written history prior to when everything happened before that. So yes, they destroyed our identities. We forgot who the fuck we were. They forgot with that math, the most advanced math, the most advanced science, healthcare, all that things like that. Y'all learned that shit.
What in the fuck is going on?
All of it. They learned it from black people, bro. It's a fact.
Easy. Let me ask you, do you ever think that there's just a lot of stories that help to try and build confidence in?
No, there's no stories of confidence. Our libraries, our structures, our mathematics, everything that points to the fucking point that we are the most advanced thinking motherfuckers on the face of the earth, and people came and learned all these things from us. Science, fucking philanthropy,
you know the trope, right?
All of it.
You know the trope, right?
The trope?
Yeah, that we was kings. I mean, is that what you're gonna say now?
No, hell no, I'm not saying anything like that. I'm talking about we are the pioneers of everything that great on this fucking world.
Who were the great scientists?
You guys create so much bullshit that it's hard to
Yeah. Tell me some of your great scientists.
My great scientists?
Yeah. Was Copernicus and mathematicians? Was he white or black?
Copernicus?
Yeah, white or black.
No, that's a Greek fucking
Right, but you just
philosopher.
said.
What are you talking about?
No, you just said. Tell me who the great black.
Yeah, but wait, hold on. Hold on. I'm on your page with you. Where did he go learn? Where did he go to go study and learn it?
Copernicus?
Yeah, where did he go to go learn? Where did he go to go study? Where did he go sit down and read scrolls at?
I have to go look. I don't know.
Alexandria.
Yeah. What about it? It's great.
And where's Alexandria at?
Alexandria is in Egypt.
Okay, and what is Alexandria specifically? What was Alexandria known?
The Egyptians were not black. The Egyptians.
What?
The Egyptians were not black.
I quit.
They were
All right.
not black.
Yeah, y'all win. All right.
They were not black.
Yeah, Egyptians. Why is it there have been so many historians, archaeologists, linguists, geneticists that have rejected the BHI origin things? And like for some reason you're still convinced that I don't know, there's some sort of truism right behind it.
I'm sorry, I want to ask something. You guys asked which.
You said easy. You know, I was asking.
Black.
Zed's. Hang on, Zed's thing for a second. Easy, I'm asking a question. You get that?
Oh no, I just heard Egyptians are black, and that was it for me. I quit.
Yeah. No, I get it. But why is it that there is so much evidence that goes against all these talking points, and you choose not to be able to listen to it?
Hold on. Whoa. What evidence are you talking about? Are you trying to convince me that the whole north and central Nile Valley wasn't occupied by people of their color? Is that what that's what people are trying to convince me right now?
Okay, can you just maybe you ask me a question? I'll just respond.
No, I did, because you literally
talk very quickly. Okay, you talk right, brother.
No, I'm not proud. But I'm trying to be 100% honest and very honest with you right now. Like, how does that make sense to you?
Okay, so just mute up for a sec. I'll ask the question. Why is there so much scholarly consensus from historians, archaeologists, linguists, geneticists that have debunked the BHI origins and their theories? Yet you feel that you have the answer.
How was it debunked when literally it's genetic? Yes, there is genetic function. What these people have literally made up.
Are you an archaeologist?
It don't matter. They have literally genetically proven that all these people are POC.
Are you a linguist? Are you a linguist?
Bro, you're making divergent points that don't have nothing to do with
Are you a
that
fucking
right now.
geneticist?
Do you have a fucking time machine?
Are you a geneticist?
Do you have a fucking time machine? Prove it.
I'm not making it
Build a time machine and take me back to North Africa and prove to me that the original that these people are fucking black, bro.
And regardless of that, you choose to be able to talk over
You're literally talking out of your ass. No disrespect.
Just makes you
Nope.
stupid.
Nope. You're not.
Let me try one more.
Well, let me just answer this one.
Yeah, go ahead, Seth, and then I'm
You asked where is the evidence that the Egyptians were black. Or when the tomb of King Tutankhamun was opened and they ran DNA analysis from his fossils, he was black.
I can't sit there and argue that with them, bro. Don't even. Why
You know what I said?
This is insanity. Literal insanity.
King Tutankhamun.
What the hell happened? I leave the room for 5 minutes. Everybody's kumbaya, and I come back and there's like World War III in there. What happened?
Because we were told that we stole, that the Jews stole their religion from the black Hebrew Israelites.
And that the white folk are genetically deficient. Easy, will you admit, hold on, will you admit that modern day identity of this concept of white and black is something that has only come up since the 16th to 18th century? That the way that you frame it wasn't even how it was framed for thousands of years prior?
I fully agree with that, and know that any active point that I'm making is I'm going to go against that. No, that's not how I feel, and I agree with you. No, so I do agree that within the last, I would say, the last 400 years, that's been instilled into people in general. Yes.
Yeah, but it doesn't actually relate. It doesn't actually prove any of your points, though. When if it's been a construct that has been created, this white and black concept, right? Because there isn't really any black people, right? You would agree, right? No one's really black, and no one's really white, right? We're all different shades.
Ooh, Ann's on here. Hey, Ann.
Would you agree? So easy. There is no black people, right?
There are black people and there are white people.
No, that's a conscript that's been created over the last 400 years.
All right.
So there is no really black people, and there's no white people. Like, I'm not white, bro. I couldn't pass a brown paper bag test after the summer.
So if you're looking at it from a social construct aspect, yes, I do agree with you.
Yeah,
no fight back at all with that. Yes, I do agree with that. That is a social construct that was created during the 16th century specifically. Yes, I do agree with you. And that is facts too.
I mean, y'all can say that, but y'all get too deep in that type of racial. It's not. I'm not white or I'm not. Like, yes, I'm brown skinned. I can say that because I am brown skinned, but I'm a race. Do you understand that? Like, I'm African American.
God said there's only one race in this thing.
No, dude, it's not. It's an error, and you know what? Y'all can say that, but it's not real because girls, we still fight over this, and we always will. You know, you're a white American.
Because you succumb to the conscript that was created about
You know that
realistically, you'll call me white. However, my skin's not white. So that's the whole. It's a fallacy. It's created to divide them.
Y'all created that shit. That's y'all.
Literally, it's created by white people, bro.
Thank you. Literally. Now y'all turning it around.
That shit don't make that sense.
I'm serious. At the end, the whole thing is y'all voted for Trump, which that's cool. But now, a lot of white people are against Trump. Y'all gotta make your minds up, man. Y'all gotta do something. Like I don't understand. Like you're yes, you're white. What are you gonna call yourself? Pink? Are you pink? What are you, Joe?
It's really what are y'all gonna try and frame me as?
What are you framing me as? What are you framing me as?
I don't frame you as a black person. Because it's a conscript that has been created.
I do agree that it is a construct in general.
Okay, so what do you call yourself, Joe? What is your race?
Well, we're all one race.
No.
We're the human race.
What is your race, Joe?
Smart. He calls himself.
Yeah, so
what is your race?
I've already said
I like the 100 meter. Do you like the 440? I mean, what's your?
See, y'all being corny.
You see, they being you see how they duck accountability is actually important, bro.
Yeah.
And then they go about insulting our intelligence.
There's a lot of intelligence.
Come on, guys. Come on. If we're this deep in the conversation, we should be able to be. Now, I'm only speaking for myself, right? Because I would say as a black man, my dad specifically raised me, indoctrinated me not to be like that. I don't care about saying like, hey, oh my, no, hear me out. Hear me out.
You learn it in college?
No, hear me out, please. No, I'm not on no bullshit. I'm not on the bullshit. All right, just hear me out. All I'm saying is, my father taught me very, very young, right? Because in the military, specifically in the military, my dad taught me this. He's like, son, in war, you don't see color in war. My father's bestest friend on this planet is a white guy, right? My godfather from my dad's side is a white guy. My godfather from my mom's side is a Jewish man. And I'm trying to just explain to you as far as social construct, as far as my perception goes, that I don't have a racist bone in my body. If I judge if I judge anybody on this planet as the way that he raised me to be, is strictly off of action and off of what you may say as a human being, and not off of social media. I'm talking about in real life, in real action. So there's no conversational values. Go ahead.
Easy. it is fair to say, though, you still look at the world through a leftist Democrat lens.
No, hell fucking no. I don't believe in that shit. I hate lefties. I hate libs.
All these arguments that you're
I don't have a
identity
liberal
politics.
perspective. I don't think that's made you to even come to that type of conclusion, because I'm telling you, as a man, I'm
But
40
you're
years
trying
old.
to beat into us a room full of right-wing conservatives.
I am a right-wing conservative.
We need to look at the world through this identity, political
You
lens.
can't exceptionalize me, bro. I'm telling you how I feel. It's like your stance is your stance, my stance is my stance, and I just want to tell you it.
A lot of this has been built up through your environment and how you were raised throughout your entire life, and a lot of this is a leftist, a Democrat kind of narrative that you're pushing.
What's my narrative? Tell me what my narrative is. If I didn't,
it's racial identity politics.
No, it isn't, because I don't believe in that shit. That's what the Democrats do.
It's racial identity. Wait a minute.
Did you see how y'all moving the goalposts on something that has nothing to even do with
Okay,
that?
you're trolling, Joe.
Yeah, he is.
I'm definitely not trolling. I'm definitely being very clear here that Easy, we understand that you just recently got out of the cult of the left, but I'm telling you, like, a lot of your talking points are still leftist, talking points to how you look at the world. It's okay.
I want to know what your race is, Joe.
The human race. The human race.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Just tell me
He
what your
has
race
a brown paper bag test after summer.
Okay. So, if damn, this
After
is like,
summer.
you're contradicting yourself so bad right now, Joe, and I don't think
really is.
Yeah, bro,
It's
this
the
is crazy.
truth. I'm just speaking the truth.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever you say.
So I have a question, like, why do people say like human beings are all one race when white people have Neanderthal DNA, some Asians have Denisovan DNA, and so many other mixes? So for most black people, especially in Africa, we are just 100% Homo sapiens. So why do they now brand it as one race when?
To be fair, black folk, even Africans, have Neanderthal DNA in them.
That's a fact.
Oh, now we're black now. Now you just said
Look.
You just said we're black. You just said now we're black. Now you just said we're black.
I've already established that.
Wow,
It's I've already established
You just slipped up, Joe. You just slipped up, Joe.
No, really. I mean, I've already established
You just said we
construct
were
from
black.
400 years ago.
We weren't black.
Look.
God, you slipped up, nigga. I'm gonna call you a nigga now, since you know.
That doesn't offend me.
Would
it offend you if I called you a nigger?
I bet you.
Let me ask you, would it offend you if I called you a nigger?
If I call you a cracker, though, I bet it offend you, right?
It doesn't offend me, bro.
Okay.
See, this is not what I wanted. Like, well, see, for me, I'm being so on the joke. I just want to finish my point, bro. I'm not in here to spew nonsense. I promise you I'm not.
Sounded
I
pretty
can
like
genuinely
nonsense
apologize
to me to
about.
say
I knew
it.
that when I said the word Zionist Jew, it did automatically trigger a few people, and I apologize because I don't. It's to some people, because their perceptions are so sensitive in this specific time, that immediately they have to put the they got to raise the guns up out of the turrets and start aiming. No, because that's not my angle.
Honey, I've been aiming for
Easy, I was one of the people who
I just want to finish my point.
Hold on,
Please,
Abby.
please
No,
be
I'm not gonna let you talk because
No, nobody's saying
talking all
anything
night.
negative or wrong, bro. Please,
No,
Lord Jesus
easy.
Christ. No, I just want to.
Easy. You don't do that, okay?
No, I just want to finish my point. There's no racist bullshit. Like, dude, we can say that.
How's that? How about going to the audience?
No, easy.
How do you feel about that?
Just chill out. I want
You
you
gotta shut up.
No, I'm saying just why can't we say Jew without everybody?
The white people will sing you down.
Easy. I am not Jewish, okay? I'm Muslim. You know why I got triggered? You did trigger me, but do you know why?
Obviously.
Because all I hear on this fucking app is black people spewing hate and racist comments and
That's not true.
anti-Semite shit.
That's not
day
true.
and night
You don't hear
and all
black
the
people
time.
say about anti-Semitic stuff. That's
You literally.
An hour of it last night.
Like that, literally.
literally lying right now. Literally.
I'm lying.
You're literally
You
lying right now.
guys weren't going to hear what he said, what I had to say back, and it's recorded, the rooms. Are you fucking kidding me?
I literally just said his dad's best friends.
I don't give a shit. What came out of his mouth was not.
I got 2 kids.
You didn't hear me say it. It's not you to be something else. It's not
What came out of his mouth was hatred, was ignorance, was what came out of his mouth. I don't care. I don't care if he fucks a white girl every night. It doesn't matter to me. What came out of his mouth was hatred and ignorance. End of story. And it was stupidity. And it's still going. It's still going. So I don't care if some of my best friends are, it's bullshit. It's just bullshit.
No, it's like you just because you are offended by
Like, I don't know where you learned it. I don't know where you learned it. You learned it in your house, you learned it in school, but wherever you learned it, unlearn it. Because it's ignorant and it's
I
not.
can look. I just said you. I don't feel no type of way. That's a black person being you offend you that much. Look, I just said you. It shouldn't bother you.
You just said what? You just said what? What did you say?
He saying you should not bother you. It shouldn't offend you.
But that's not how you said it. That's not what you
Nobody
said.
said anything wrong.
Then went on to say that
Jews.
Zionists,
No.
I can quote you, I can read back the transcript, babe. I can.
What is wrong with
Sorry,
white people
sorry,
always want to touch your hair? What does that mean, Roxy? I'm not fucking black, but people who have straight hair, they want to touch my hair too. Because my hair is
There
curly.
are no
It
white
has
people
nothing to do with your skin color, but you guys are so obsessed. You guys are so obsessed with your skin color. You think everything is about your skin.
That's it.
My hair is not straight. My hair is actually thick, wavy, and people want to touch my hair too.
Sorry. Can't put that over.
Sarah, it's a cultural sensitivity.
Oh well.
You
Oh
could,
well.
well, you could understand. Well, I guess that's.
No, because nobody said anything racist towards the people.
They make everything about themselves, BDD Master. They make everything about themselves.
Just because I say the word Jew
But
is
then
not
they
enough for you to be like, oh my God, I don't want to hear
and
what you
they
gotta say.
just
No, that's
screw and
fucking
say
insane.
whatever they want. Do you know how many black people on this app, they have insisted that I'm white? When I say I'm not white, they tell me, no, you're white. Can you imagine if I go and tell a black person you're not black? Can you imagine what they're gonna do if I tell a black person you're not black?
When are you gonna be mad at the truth? It's a fact. If somebody puts that in front of you as a factual, no matter how your feelings feel,
Well,
it
you don't
doesn't
even
fucking matter.
know what I
It
am.
doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter because you're a fucking dumb.
That
You
is
know what? I'm done
just
with this.
your opinion, and you don't know me. That's just your feelings. You'll be okay. Nobody feels any way towards you.
You know, they just hate everyone.
No, nobody hates anybody.
I have a reason for it. You know what I really think? You know why we see this on the black people on the app and not in the real world as much? Because the black people on this app, they pretty much don't have jobs. You know?
I mean, Sarah.
Here we go.
I don't know. That's probably why they hate everyone. He came on the stage. He first started talking nice, like he has some sense in him. Then he attacks Jewish people. Then he attacks white people. Then he attacks, like, what is wrong with you?
I mean, like, he's clearly, and this is what I was saying.
Y'all are not Middle Eastern.
Easy. Is it true that maybe you felt, be honest, just for a second, do you think that maybe you felt maybe ganged up on and that's why you started to say things that maybe people weren't being intellectually honest or at least giving a fair shot of what you were saying? Because that's sort of what I sensed. I sensed that there's, and I definitely sense a few agendas in the room, you know, especially when people are saying like, oh, this has been, you know, stuff has been scientifically debunked, and in fact, that seems.
Were you scared of the white man or the Jewish person?
I'm saying like, no, I gotta be honest. No, the reason that I mentioned that is because that's how I felt. Can I be honest? That's how I felt. I felt the same way. I felt attacked. Like
Came in after the comments you did.
understand that, but I mean, hold on. I understand that.
3 hours.
Listen, yo, I'm offended by a black person saying the fucking admit it.
Okay, I understand. I don't know if you guys remember exactly what was told to me. Shut up. You just stop talking. Oh, we talked about this. Well, you know what? That's what the conversation is. And to be honest with you, it seems like there's a lot of evidence because I would love to talk about the actual scientific evidence that that supports what Easy's position is. Because to be quite frank, I think that all of this stuff, that especially Roe, I think that there's overwhelming evidence to. For example, if I asked you right now if you could cite any peer-reviewed genetic study showing that non-African populations have more genetic diversity than African populations, I'd be happy to see that, but I could guarantee that you wouldn't be able to do that. Or oldest, where the oldest fossils have come, the what are they called? Fossils and what is the other thing? Artifacts, right? They all find me anything outside of Africa that anatomically modern Homo sapien fossils, okay, that they predate Morocco, Jebel, wherever that is, 300,000 years. You're not going to be able to do that. Or what about the mitochondria? If you could point to any evidence that shows that mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome lineage originate outside of Africa, you're not going to be able to do that either. I could keep going with a bunch of other things that you will not be able to prove scientifically in this. Abby, hold on, and I understand that, but we could also. But what I'm saying is, I felt very ganged up by multiple people on this stage. Oh, no, this is absolutely not true. Let's have the. Can you name one light-skinned gene in Europeans that originated in Europe rather than evolving as a recent adaptation post-migration from Africa? Scientifically, you will not be able to. You will not be able to, scientifically, right? And the other thing that the other gentleman was mentioned, the Neanderthal admixture.
Real quick, what's your point?
My point is that it's a good discussion, and I think that it should be had. And I definitely felt that a lot of people were trying to shut it down and not wanting to have this. They were absolutely ganging up on Easy. Like, and I mean, like, I felt the same way because I walked in. Well, Sarah, I understand that, but what I'm saying is, but I did. I've been quiet and I've been respectful, and I got the same treatment. So that's what.
Because you're defending him after 3 hours of headache he gave him.
I can see why.
I thought it was a good conversation.
It was an amazing
Hey,
conversation.
Matt's trying to talk. One mic on Matt.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's working the best spot. But no, Beeman, you kind of, I get where you're coming from. Obviously, Adam's got a little bit up there, and he was really the only one doing that to you, by the way, because we were having that conversation around kind of what you were saying a little bit, and then you missed a good about 2 hours of, we did have a good back and forth with Easy for about 2 hours. So you did miss a little bit of that too. But yeah, I don't want you to feel ganged up. Of course, you can speak your mind and get what you want off on your mind, So keep doing it. And I wish Ricky and actually Debbie in this case were not sleeping because we did have a Manville the other day. Yeah, we had a really good discussion about this game. You would have probably really enjoyed it. So just everybody can speak their mind.
Bima, I would say, like, table it. Bima, table this till you can get Manville and Ricky to talk to. Just trust us on that. Table it and learn how in depth they were and what information they have. And then come back and we can reassemble a room and talk. Okay? Is that a deal? They're just experts on it.
Absolutely, because there's a lot of other things that I'm sure that they wouldn't be able to prove.
Bro, they can't prove that. We know that they can't prove that shit. So that the reason why I'm gonna stand on that hill.
What I know is not a fact is that just based on that you said this point easy, and maybe it got crosswired with what we mastered, took offense to, was that skin color was driven by how close we were to the equator. Well, that's just not true. Okay, that could be part of the factor in how much vitamin D comes in, but there's other factors that are involved with pigmentation of our skin, and it's not just driven by how close we are to the equator. And Easy, you said that, and I was specifically saying that part has been debunked. You agree or disagree, Beeman?
definitely not agree with that. I think that that's.
So maybe we got miscommunicated over multiple conversations.
Yes, we did. But I mean, I'm gonna say this. I think the hardest, basically the biggest problem is when a black man saying the word Jew offended people, and it was like
It's not just saying the word Jew, it's the sentence that you said.
Nobody
You're disingenuous right now. You said a sentence that was an offensive sentence. I will.
And hold on, and let me.
And I'll read back the transcript.
And what was the offensive sentence?
The Zionist Jews control the media. That's what you said.
Yes.
It's
It
offensive.
said Zionist Jews stole the religion from people of color.
Thank you.
And then you
Yes,
said
that is
Zionist Jews
that
control
is
the
and then you
money.
said Middle East
That
does
was the
not
other.
that
have
is a stone cold
light
fact, though.
skin
It's a fact.
color. Then you said Middle
It's a
East
fact
does
to
not have
offend
light skin color.
It's a fact to offend a Jew hater like you. That's
What
what
fact?
Yo,
Easy. Turkey, Iran, Syria, Israel, they're all in Middle East. Are you gonna deny Persia? Are you gonna deny Iranian DNA?
do you understand what Persian doctrine was 6,000 fucking years ago?
Are you gonna
Do you
deny
understand
all of that?
what gods that Persians believed in 6,000
Are you
fucking
gonna
years ago?
deny all of that?
No. If you know what I know, and we both
You're
agree
just
about that,
a
we both know
racist.
that Persians didn't believe in any of that
You're
kind of shit.
just racist.
They know about that. No,
self-centered.
you can't call me no racist
No,
because
you are.
no,
You
how
can't
am
go
I racist?
around
How?
and label.
Racist
You
for speaking
can't go
facts.
around and label
How am I racist
everyone.
for speaking facts? Persians around that time believed in pagan fucking gods. It's a fact. What are you talking about right now?
They believe in what?
Pagan gods.
What does that have to do
Pagan
with
gods.
what does that
They
have
had
to do
nothing to
with?
do with any type of fucking Christianity or
Well,
the
what
other
does
half
that
of it.
have to do with the fact that you claim
Because
the Middle
that's
East?
what
In
people
Middle
of
East,
fucking
there
color
is no light
created the
colored skin.
religion. It was a branch off of Christianity.
What does
But
that
people
have
of
to do
fucking
with
color
the skin
were
color?
also created Christianity.
What
What
does
are we
that
talking
have
about
to do
right now?
with skin color?
Bro, I'm a snowflake and I got offended. It's way better than you spewing fucking weird shit.
You're right now saying
Your only
what does
defense is saying to
Christianity
me,
have to do
your only
with the
defense
fact
right now
that
is
you
sitting here
on
telling me
this
that I'm a
stage
racist.
You said Middle East does not have light-skinned
If they
people.
don't, if the only reason why light-skinned people even came about within the Middle East within the last 5,000 years was because of invasion, rape, and some more shit. Period. Originally,
White
people that come from the Middle
Is
East
that what you're claiming now?
they're not white. They
Oh
are
my God,
the
this
original people from the
something
Middle
else.
East are not white. It's a fact.
This dude is
Genetically
really,
factual,
really
bro.
something else.
They are not white. The original people of the Middle. There are no white people that originally come from the Middle East. It's a fact. I don't
It is
give a fuck
not
what
a
you're
fact.
talking about right
That
now.
is not a fact.
Get the
We
fuck out
told
of
you.
here, bro. Get the fuck
Where do you
Easy,
have your
easy, just
advanced
table it.
degree in
We'll come back.
Get the fuck outta
theology
here.
and anthropology? Where'd you get your advanced degree, by the way?
It's a fact.
He doesn't have one.
It's common sense in
He's a
general
Easy,
knowledge
where'd you
that
get your
no
advanced
white
degree?
people originally come from the Middle East.
Qualify
It's general
yourself.
knowledge.
Easy.
General knowledge.
No,
There
not
are
general
no
knowledge.
white
Qualify
people
yourself. Qualify yourself. Where'd you get your advanced degree in anthropology?
Y'all are offended. Y'all keep making shit up. No, there
where'd
are
you
no
get your advanced
white
degree?
people
Just
that
tell us.
originally come from the
Qualify
Middle East.
yourself.
Get the fuck out of
Can
here.
I ask you a
Get
question?
all the way the fuck
I
out.
want to know why do a lot of black people on this app they hate whites, they hate
Oh my
Middle
God, sir,
Easterners,
don't.
they hate
Oh
Arabs,
my God.
they hate
And your
brown,
only retort is,
they
oh my
hate
God, he's a
Jewish.
racist. He hates us. Come get the fuck out of here with that weird
But
shit.
why do
Get outta
you
here.
guys even hate the Africans? I was watching how
no.
black Americans
No.
talk
No.
to black
Do your research.
on
There
this
are no
app.
white people that come from the
or
Middle East.
Indians.
Sorry. None.
Today they were
The
attacking
original.
Haitians.
I'm not talking
They were
about
saying
that. But
Haitians are not black.
the original people that come from the Middle East before invasion,
Today they were
raping, and
saying
pillaging
Haitians are
were
not
not
black.
white. That's a fact.
Why do you guys hate everyone? Why do you hate
Nobody
everyone?
hates. It is indoctrination.
Easy, I think
It's
Easy.
conquered land, bro.
So white
Easy,
people
I
that
think
say this,
Easy, I think you're wrong. I think
wanna take
there
the
were
room
white
back
people
a little
in the
bit?
Middle East. There were white people in the Middle East. The Indo-Aryan migration started from around present-day Iran, and they migrated up north through Anatolia up into Europe. So I think they were originally white people from the Middle East.
Yeah, we've
but
actually
we
said
won't
this.
listen though.
Yeah, we've pointed this out. Sarah's pointed it out. Abby's pointed it out. I listed where on Grok it's pointed out, but Easy doesn't have a response to it. He just wants to shove his facts down our throat, and it's
Because
like
we
Easy.
all came from black, which is very fucking
you haven't
racist
really-
and system.
You haven't really responded to any of the points that anyone else is making in the room, and it just kind of turns into argument.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to disagree to disagree on this one. I don't. It's a dead end. Go ahead, Abby.
We should move on.
So hold on.
Before we
Back to Joe, you were asking a question.
white
Easy,
people
now you
come from the
talked
Middle
enough. Easy, it's like,
give me a second.
it's ad nauseum at this point. So,
Give me a second. Let me play peacemaker here. I think we got to point out a couple of things, right? First of all, Easy, you've got to admit you've had your say. People have given you opportunities to speak your mind in this room, and you would not have had that courtesy in many rooms that are black. You've got to admit that. I think even you have to admit that. And number two, I think we all know that settled science is Africa is a cradle of humanity. I think we have to admit that. So I think there's truth on both sides, to quote a famous man. But I think that's fair. But Easy, I won't let you say that this room has somehow condemned you because of your views. I think people in this room don't agree with you, but they have certainly given you ample opportunity to speak.
Cause he cooking.
I'm frying them.
Yeah, it's not like Easy doesn't have his supporters. I'm sure there's people that are, I don't know, on stage, but are in the audience that probably agree with that mindset. So it's just, hopefully you can defend the argument a little bit tighter. But you're getting there. Yeah.
and Easy,
There are
the black
people who are
Hebrew
defending
Israelites
him. They
are
came
like
late.
a couple hundred years
They didn't
old.
hear
Wait, hold on,
his
Sarah. BHI is like 100,
comments.
150 years old. I don't think that a religion that now what are we at? 58. This year is 5840, something like that. I don't think that a religion that old stole it from a religion that started in the U.S. and thinks that Puerto Ricans and Mexicans and Americans are the original Jews. Sorry about that, but I'm not buying into the BHI shit. It doesn't work.
Not to belabor it, but Easy, did you say you are BHI?
Yeah, he said it.
I'm gonna be real with you. I've never heard that BHI shit until today for the first time in my
For
4
real?
years. I'm being so honest with you.
I don't know about
being
this.
honest.
Well, now, I'm not gonna be the guy to act like I know everything. What does that even fucking mean?
So you're basically saying that you're a fucking troll and you've been trolling
What
the whole
is
room
being
for the last 3 hours?
she's being just disingenuous.
Is that no? It's not. You said
What
that
does
we all
BHI
heard
mean?
it. You said it.
Okay,
We all
actually
heard
said
it.
he was
willing to
that.
share.
Black Israelites.
Okay,
He
thank
had
you.
the talking points, and now Easy, the trolling. It's we're done.
Who's trolling? You used an abbreviation that I wasn't adhered to, and now I'm trolling because I'm asking a very genuine question. Do you see?
Can we go back to being happy Republicans, guys?
I'm glad the audience see, because if you
Can we
read the
go back to
comments,
being happy Republicans? And I can. Oh my God, I might trash the black Supreme Court justice. What are you gonna do? And it's not Clarence
I'm not
Thomas.
gonna have an opinion about it either, because I truthfully wouldn't give a fuck.
No, but look, Easy, you just haven't been consistent throughout the conversation.
It's been a little odd. You came in pretty strong supporting Trump, saying how much you love him, and then it kind of just, I don't know.
Because the
control is-
moment I said Zion is Jew, there was a few people that got extremely offended. They could just, they just witness,
Well, you
just
could-
be the chat.
No, but here's
That's what
the
it
whole
is.
thing.
Because if
We were
someone
here the
would
whole
say
time.
something offensive toward you
So,
who are black,
so-
we would also get upset.
but you couldn't articulate your positions without getting emotional. And once you brought the
I
emotion,
didn't get emotional at all. I'm sitting. The ladies got emotional and they started being outraged. I think
you
you're
you
you
just
say that
don't
because we was
As a
having
man,
very
you should give
intellectual,
women
very
a pass
genuine
on being
conversation
emotional.
originally.
Hold on.
And
Let me-
don't get me wrong, and I
Izzy, can you
I
listen
can't
for a
admit that I
second?
can be a little misogynistic sometimes because
Easy.
I feel like right
There's
now
a
women
mod
really.
speaking. There's a mod speaking. Easy. Thank you.
You
Go
said-
ahead, sir.
No, he just asked me a question.
No. When a mod speaks, they go. Okay.
No, I agree with that. I
Thank
thought he
you.
asked me a question. I thought
No. That's all.
Listen, this is the bottom line. You use a language that did offend you.
I
Jewish
said
people
you
in this
and you
room.
didn't like
Shut
it. Nobody
up, I'm
did anything or
talking.
said anything offensive towards
Mute
those
your
people.
fucking
When,
mic.
when you asked me originally what's my stance, my
Okay, if you
godfather
don't
is
mute your
literally
mic, you're
Jewish.
gonna go
I
to the
love that man.
audience.
I will kill for him. No,
Izzy, you
you're not gonna sit here and
It's the
talk about your
second
fucking
half of
racist.
your
I
sentence.
love my
You then
godfather. I will
said
literally kill for
a
him. Fuck outta here.
derogatory trope as
Here, I
that-
just moved you to
Thank
the
you. I
audience,
can't-
and I will bring you back to the stage. Hold on, Abby. I am not a Jewish person, but the stuff that you said, they were offensive toward Jewish people. There were people who did get upset, and you kept saying it and saying it and saying it. I would defend you if somebody would say something offensive toward black people, but you're just so self-centered and self-absorbed that you don't even admit that what you said was wrong.
You did say things offensive towards black people, though.
I did it on purpose to show the people how double standards exist among people. That's exactly why I said that, you answer. That was exactly my point. That was exactly my point.
He did the trope of like all the Jews on the media, and we kind of like Abby went down a list of all these various things that kind of like didn't show that. So it's just kind of like we kind of did break down some things, and we just gotta be careful with some of the tropes and things like that. But people are gonna defend what they believe in. That's just the way it's gonna be. I don't know how else to change people.
I don't think that, and this is just, I'm just having the conversation. It doesn't reflect any personal opinions that I have, but I've been in political circles for many, many years, and my first introduction to the anti-Jewish positions were actually among the conservative right and libertarians, where they strong and preppers and things like that. I never heard that. Never came from the black community. This came from libertarians, right wingers that were frustrated with the monetary, the monetary system. With, we have there's a lot of, I won't,
You're talking about
listen.
the alt-right, right?
No, not like strong alt-right. I'm talking like even like libertarians. Like there's, I'm talking. It's just conservative, fiscal conservatives. That's what I've heard. That's where all of this.
My work is to track it, and that's what I do when I deal with security. So I know where the incidents are, and I know where the hate comes from, and I know where the pockets of hate are, and the growths of hate. And I know when it's just speech, and I know when it turns into action, and it is overwhelmingly now coming from the far left and also from the black community. Overwhelmingly, it was traditionally on the far right. Any of our extreme acts that we had, the violence that we had, was coming, what we were tracking was from the right. The far right hasn't gone away, it's still there, but where we've risen now 900% increase, 900% increase in incidents, like police reportable incidents is overwhelming percentage by the left, and which is also encompassing the BHI, just like what you heard today, and the Nation of Islam. I mean, it's just an overwhelming amount of our incidents. We had 850 bomb scares last year, just in 2024, and the majority, they're as they arrested and as they track these back from the left. So yeah, it's the right hasn't gone away, but it's just that's not the abundance of it's not there.
Was that
Well, if you
specific?
go to Twitter, right, most of all the big right-wing pages, they're the ones that used to push this, I say anti-Semitic sentiments, but I feel like the left just caught up with anti-Semitism after like this Gaza situation.
Yeah, no. I would say the last 2 years, specifically.
That's the Gaza
situation.
situation.
100% correct. So I worked general security at MIT coming out in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and this was my job. And she's right. It's a full-scale rise of anti-Semitism all across the board, specifically in working in the MIT area, but Harvard is right down the street. She's also correct when it comes to that, and we've had to have a combine in security with MIT and Cambridge together, and with Harvard together, because Cambridge police has come to a point where they're saying to them, like, okay, you guys aren't trying to let us do our jobs on campus grounds, so either you guys hire your own third-party internal security to keep said students safe, or you let us do our jobs. And basically, both the student bodies have come to an agreement that they didn't want the city's police department to be on the ground to handle that. And this is why Trump took away the funding of Harvard. He's currently doing the same thing with MIT. They cut the federal funding to the state of Massachusetts in general, all across the board. And this is what this is the main entire point of what I'm saying, that when we're having these types of conversations, it's easy to say automatically, just because somebody has a different type of POV, that, oh my God, you're racist, you hate Jewish people. Like, just because a person says the word Jew, that doesn't make them automatically, I
argued that easy. I don't know.
They did.
No, I
don't know if you heard it.
what was argued is when you said it in the context of control. That's what it was argued.
But it's
So
like I said.
don't give half the stuff.
No, but no, it's not half. It's that y'all sat there and didn't even let me finish my original point to even hear exactly what my main point was to even argue in the first place before y'all made your standpoint to defend. It just is what it is. That's what happened. So it's hard.
Why?
No, it's fine. But this is what I'm saying.
That's okay. Abby wanted to respond immediately. We keep going over this. We've been going on like a narrative.
I don't want to lose my train of thought. Please, I'm not making an idiotic. No, I'm not. But it's easy. It's very easy to look at somebody, say automatically in a defensive standpoint, to say that, oh my God, you are racist, or oh my God, it's always black people talking about it. Do you understand? Never, very rarely ever heard any black people mention Jews in general.
Easy. I'm going through statistics. I go through FBI statistics. I go through the report.
Right now, that anti-Semitism comes from black people. Fuck all that rhetoric.
Okay.
Right now.
You know what? 1 month, December, 2 years ago, in 1 month, there were, and this is 3 years ago, it's way before October 7th, in the city of New York, in the New York metropolitan area, there were 14 incidents of physical attacks on Jews in 1 month in December, 3 years ago, including, and I'm going to go a little bit wider than just New York City. I'm going to bring in Jersey City, because in Jersey City it was the
What
PHI.
does that have to do with black
You
people?
just asked me to prove something to you, so
Black
give me
people.
an
right
I
here
have
in
the
the chat.
I have the crime statistics. I can go by incident. You can look up each one. The BHI one was in Jersey City. They tried to shoot up a grocery store. The machete attack against a rabbi in his house was also a BHI guy with a machete. There were several Orthodox Jews in Crown Heights that were beaten up, that were attacked. There was a potential car ramming.
Making shit
I am absolutely not. You asked me to give you evidence, and I just picked out 1 month that I remember. Shut up now, because now you're pissing me off, because this is what I do. This is my work, and we track it. And I just pulled one random month in the month of December when there were 14.
Literally lying. Oh my God.
Easy. You asked for the stats, you asked for the proof. She's actually giving you the proof. She's giving you the stats. She's telling you exactly what happened. What more proof do you need? Why don't you go and look it up?
I do remember this, that there were cases of black teenagers cold cocking Jewish folk in and around the New York City area. They would walk up behind them. It was even being recorded easy. You can search it out on YouTube and maybe you'll still find some videos. I know it was all over social media during this period of time.
A specific look now
Would it be fair for us to get into black crime?
Specific look, we're talking about a national average
easy.
That's insane.
Do you really want to go down the path of defending black crime statistics?
Yeah, because I know what general black crime statistics look like. I can't argue that. But right now we're talking about black on Jewish hate crimes? Are you fucking shitting me right now? She's literally lying for her to say that's a fucking dramatic fucking outcome on that. Fuck out of here, man.
And it's a major issue.
I regret all arguments across the board. I'm sorry. You know what? I regret saying Zionist Jew, and that for me anyway was the most offensive thing. A black person saying Zionist Jew is more offensive than anything that is factual. It is.
Well, there are FBI statistics on it. You can look at the crime statistics.
I live in Ivy League land. Are you shitting me?
Put the hate crime.
I live in Ivy League land.
I don't give a shit.
I live here in Ivy League land. You're talking about
school land. It
New
doesn't
York
matter.
City and all that shit like that.
I'm not impressed by it. I asked you where your advanced degree was in anthropology, and you don't have one. So you asked me for statistics. I'm going to try to put stuff in the chat.
I have a poli-sci degree from Wake Forest University, which from probably what the fuck your community college degree looks like. I can promise you that.
My community, I have a law degree in my chair.
Oh, genuinely,
I'm licensed in 3 states. Licensed in 3 states.
To fuck your fucking ass.
Hold on, I'm
be offended on
curious.
the internet.
I'm
Are you
curious.
shitting me right now?
3 states licensed.
Oh, come on, man.
Hold on.
Now, I am totally down grounded to have genuine conversations, but this type of rhetoric needs to be checked. It is what it is. She's lying to her fucking
Some new voices or people who want to come on the stage.
We got a few voices. Go ahead, Nima. Keep going. Go ahead, talk.
Yeah, I just had a question for Abby. Abby, was there any origin, intent added? What is the reason for it?
There's a couple things. I'm glad you asked me that. First, there were some issues even prior to, I just picked that 1 month, but prior to that, there were riots in Crown Heights, and tracks back to Reverend Al Sharpton, and there was I'll have to get you the year that was. That was one of the first of the really bad attacks, and that was mostly in the religious Jewish area, like Crown Heights and Williamsburg. And then it started to pick up, anti-Semitism picked up. This is maybe a year and a half before October 7th. There was an insurgence into Gaza, and that started kind of the big surges of it. And then after October 7th went haywire. And there are just unbelievable amount. I think we had over 8,000 reports of them were referred to law enforcement as criminal. And yeah, it's a major issue. These are very easy numbers. If you go on our website, we report the numbers on our website. There's also been stories on CNN did a whole piece on with Dana Bash on us at our command center in Chicago, and also there's a lot of news media on it that you can read the stories and you can see what the statistics are. Now I will tell you that the bomb scares tend to be from more, lone wolves, and they're usually like someone sitting in their parents' basement. They're not as, the violence is, it's horrible what they say, we have to evacuate buildings when it happens, but most likely if they're going to blow something up, they're not sending an email and telling us in advance.
Let's open the stage up a little bit.
Let's get off of it, but I'll put put some stuff in the chat so you can get comments.
I don't know if why want to go, or Pikachu, or any of the new folks that have joined the stage. Peter, I don't know.
I'm interested in listening to like the stats specifics of why these attacks have happened and really what's caused the rise in anti-Semitism. Because there are stats there which have come pre 7th of October and the stats which happened post 7th of October. And how do those compare in those specific areas? That's all I'm asking.
So I actually want to address something in the chat. So Brandy writes, the sun eats white people, skin cancer. So and if you guys read the chat, they're just writing all these things.
Why are you worried about it if you're not white?
Bruce,
that's what you claim.
Bruce,
you claim
Bruce,
you're not white.
Bruce, I am going to remove you.
You just claim you're not
I'm
white.
going to remove
Now,
you. I did move you to the audience. I didn't do it last time, but I did it right now because if you don't know how to stay muted when someone talks, I don't know what to tell you.
There's
Yes,
only
I
so
am
much
addressing.
insanity I can take.
I
Like,
am
it should be
addressing
serious.
that comment.
I don't
See,
even
you're
care
gonna
if you
go
read to the
after
audience.
him if you don't shut
You
your
are
fucking
literally
mic.
a walking contradiction, and
He's going to. That's fine. If you guys want to be disrespectful, he talks for hours and hours, and we all just listen. But you want to do that? Go ahead and do that. Now, if somebody comments in the chat and lists the diseases that are genetically affecting more black people, every black person is going to start screaming racist, racist. That's what I'm trying to point out from these comments. If you don't like people to start addressing and saying unpleasant thing toward black people, then stop doing it toward white people. It's just simple as that. That's all I was trying to say. But Bruce couldn't keep her fucking mic shut for 30 seconds.
Bruce been coming around a long time. He likes to drink in Clubhouse at the same time. Don't get so worked up, sir.
But I honestly think as someone who's not white and is not black, I feel like when I read and I see somebody says when people say offensive things toward white people, I don't understand how those same people get offended if somebody just says the same exact thing but toward black people. I just feel like that's where healing needs to start, within all the people in the communities. And look, instead of saying, "Oh, she's right," she's like, "Shut the fuck up." But if I literally right now name diseases that affects black communities, I swear they're gonna call me racist. They're gonna do it.
I think when we hear things,
Can I speak? I haven't spoken.
Oh, please go.
Yeah, ma'am, because you probably are racist. Okay, that's why people.
And then the person who says that is racist too. So I guess we're all racist.
I haven't landed yet. Because they'll probably call you racist because you probably are racist. Although you say you don't identify with black or white, it It does not mean you're not racist. Racism goes on in other countries besides the United States of America. Racism is global, ma'am. So just because
Doc, do you believe black people can be racist?
well, let me put it this way. When you
Can
say black people,
be racist?
wait a minute, ma'am.
It's
When
a
you
yes
say
or
black,
no
wait a
question.
minute, ma'am. When you say black people, do you mean black Americans? Do you mean black Nigerians? Do you
It
mean
doesn't
black
matter.
Haitians?
Any black,
No,
black American.
because all black people again just the question shows ignorance because all black people are not the same, just like all white people are not the same. There are white Germans.
Really? Because
there are white Jews.
Are you
there are
serious?
white people from Poland. There are white people from Russia. There
So
are white
are
people
black
from
Americans?
Ukraine.
Can black Americans be racist?
To
Yes
make
or
that
no?
generalization of
Doc,
black
can
people.
black
Wait a
Americans
minute,
be
ma'am.
racist?
I'm gonna answer your question.
No, my
Black people,
question is
ma'am.
a yes or no. I didn't ask you to read me a
I don't get
paragraph.
into yes or no. I'm gonna
I'm
answer the
asking
question.
you a yes or no
I'm not.
question. Can black Americans be racist?
I'm not gonna let you get me into the law of excluded middle. But I'm gonna answer your question. Black Americans can hate white people, which some black Americans do hate white people. But black Americans do not have control over white people's lives. White people in America can simply live their life without having really too much to do with black people. That's basically true of America. So black people as a whole, we cannot control how much money white people are gonna make. We cannot control where they're gonna work. Okay, we cannot control that. Now, living in a society like America, for the majority of the history of America, you've had either slavery or Jim Crow. That is the situation in America for the majority of this history. Wait a minute, ma'am, and I'm gonna land. Given that history, in any society that has had this type of predicament, which is unprecedented in most ancient societies, because let me tell you, the Romans had slavery, but they did not have slavery based on race. The Greeks had slavery, however, they did not have slavery based on race. Any society that has had slavery that has continued for this long and Jim Crow, you would expect there to be certain residuals, certain leftovers from that type of society. So again, for the majority of the history of the United States of America, there has either been slavery or Jim Crow. We have just come out of Jim Crow and not even 75 years ago, basically since 1964, the Civil Rights Act. So you expect there to be some residuals from that type of behavior in a society. Thank you.
Okay, so my question for you is, you're very particular in telling me that I'm ignorant if I want to just generalize black American and black Nigerian and black this and black that, right? So when I say I'm not white or I'm not white American, right, and I'm not a slave owner, neither did my like my ancestors owned slaves. When I say that, and then some black people, some black Americans constantly call me white when I keep telling them I'm not white. I'm Asian. I say that to them, and they keep doing that. Does that make them racist or not? Because I have no control over their life. And I don't understand what is this hate, and that's what I was asking earlier. No, I'm not finished. I'm not finished. And what I don't understand is
talking. Is it Sarah?
And what I don't understand is why.
You don't look Asian, so
toward everyone.
But you don't look Asian, so maybe
It doesn't matter if I look Asian or not.
I have a question about what you just said. So when you say,
how would you feel if I tell a black guy you don't look black?
Okay, I have a question though. You said that you feel like everybody expect you to be white because you look white and you don't look like the stereotype Asian. But do you not, anyone that is not black, do they not sit and look at all blacks as the same? Like any dark skin, like y'all don't even understand the difference. Y'all look at anyone dark skin as black.
That is not true.
What part of Asia are you from, by the way?
you like black people, fuck what they talking about.
There.
What part are you like Chinese or Iraqi?
No,
or-
I'm in Mud. I'm from Northwest Central Asia and North Africa. But my majority is Iranian, which is in West Asia.
Yeah, Asia. Yeah, I figured you were like Iranian or something.
Yeah, I'm majority Iranian.
I thought you meant like Chinese or Japanese.
No, but see, that's the funny part that you're like, like a black person tells me, oh, black African is different than black American, but then you think that Asian means only Chinese. So that's like just not. I don't even know what to say to those comments.
It's not
In the
on
UK,
purpose. We just may not
Asians
understand the difference.
But it's not just black people. White
different in
people
different places.
group them like that as well. They say Asian. They said.
But I've never had a white person insisting to tell me what my ethnicity is or what my race is.
Because they know their own kind. We don't know.
Exactly. Oh my
It's a
God.
stereotype thing. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, but that's not.
If you sat an Indian next to me the same complexion as me, you probably wouldn't even know the difference.
No, that's not it. Black people feel very comfortable labeling people, telling them what they are, who they are, and just getting away with it because at the end of it, someone like Dog, let me tell you, someone like Dog comes on the stage and says, no, black people can't be racist. We might hate white people, but we don't have power over their life, so we can say whatever we want, and it doesn't mean anything. That's not what he said. He said that we've been through.
Yo, she keeps lying. Who's letting her lie like this? Who's allowing this? Like literally lying and making the most ridiculous points ever. Oh my God.
It's really just her saying that she feel like everybody purposely stereotypes her as white because we can't tell the difference. But what I'm trying to say is sometimes a white may not tell the difference between colors too, even if they're different races. That's what I'm trying to say.
I agree with Sarah. I think that black people can be kind of rude.
Thanks. Yeah, I know I can be a dickhead. Yeah.
Well, no, I think it's a cultural. I think that we come off as rude to some people, but to us, it's not meant that way. It's just we can be very brass. We can be very straightforward. We don't have that same filter like some other cultures do, where you have to be PC all the time. We just say what's on our mind.
Yo, let me say this, right? Yo, I vividly remember my dad putting me in a sandbox with people of every race, creed, and nationality, and we all played together. Like I'm born in the mid-'80s. I was raised during the '90s. I would consider myself highly lucky, and I'm born in Boston, Massachusetts, in the Northeast in general. The North, whether you come from Boston, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, the Northeast is known for being the giant melting pot of America. For the most part, people that come from the major city areas, I haven't ever endured blatant. I'm not talking about nonsense. I haven't.
The lowest diversity of the entire nation.
Are you serious right now? The lowest.
I think he's talking about like New York, Philadelphia.
The whole Northeast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're from Massachusetts, so this thing.
Yeah. No. Either you don't know what you're talking about, or you just either one of the two factors. It's totally fine.
You have to be articulate with your words.
I'm being very articulate. I know I'm speaking. I actually score very high in English. Guys, does anybody have not understand anything that I'm saying currently right now? Or is this? Okay, thank you. I know that it might just be a particular person for strange reason. I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding everything. But in the Northeast in general. All right. I just want to make my point. I don't want to go back to it. Thank you. That's it. I just want to land.
So is this like a Trump versus Democrat kind of room?
No, I'm not a Dem, bro. I'm literally, I'm a conservative specifically. years old currently right now. I remember very vividly being put in the sandbox in the parks and being played with every demographic, every race, every creed, every nationality. We here specifically, from what I experienced so far in my life, very, very, very minute. The only type of racism that I can really perceive in general is mostly systematic, not somebody coming to your face and saying any type of derogatory terms as far as racial slurs and things of that nature. So I remember also on a family-oriented basis, my mom, I come from a two-family house. My mom and my dad are married 40 years, 42 years, still together to this day. Love them very much. I fit the general perfect demographic of a black man raised in a two-family home, coming from a very profitable middle-class home. And growing up in high school and around nothing but very highly educated people. And nobody I've ever grown up around ever instilled anything. Nobody has ever went out their way to instill anything racist or demographically adherent to all of my perception as that goes, guys. So it gets to the point now that when it comes to those specific perceptions of us feeling like black people, white people, or any other racial or religious background are naturally adherent to have racism embedded into their spirit and their hearts and their minds, it doesn't have anything to do with that. It originally comes from your parents and how you're grown up originally, and we need to understand that. This is why I was saying to Abby and Sarah originally when I was making my statement that when we're talking about money and things of that nature, and I definitely can admit on my end that I definitely might have said it wrong for the whole entire situation that comes to this point of the main entire conversation at its forefront. But know that I don't think that black people are inherently racist. No, and we're not saying that there aren't racist black people, but for the major part of black people as a whole, I can attest that mostly all of us don't think or feel that way. And that's a fact.
And to be honest, black people are some of the most tolerant people of other cultures.
All I'm saying, thank you. And this is
on earth. Like we will take in. We would.
Giving yourself medals for this?
Hold on, I want to respond to it.
Hell yeah, we heard you.
Easy. Snow, look. I'm going to make it real clear. I like one mic, okay? It's just not has to go sit down. So, look, easy. One side of someone that feels like they've lost an argument or a debate is they constantly continue to go back to it. You continue to reference and go back to the Zionist Jew comment that you made when Abby was here. Abby's not even here anymore. You still want to go back and reference it to make your more elaborate point that I guess black folk aren't inherently racist. But you don't have to keep going back, and each time you do go back, you're revealing yourself that you feel like you lost that original debate. I just want to point that out.
Can I just say that
Hold on. Let me say one thing real quickly. Okay, Kev, please. All right. So why is it okay when Mel Gibson, I'm in the entertainment industry, but let y'all know. So why is it okay when Mel Gibson can talk to his daughter and be like, I hope you get raped by a pack of niggers. So then he makes 20 fucking movies and he's a millionaire again. But if like a black dude, like what Keith, what's his name? He said something about gays and he got cut off. He got cut off from the movie. So
Kyrie Irving,
listen.
the basketball player.
So Bruce, basically what you're
So
saying
listen.
is that you feel like a lot of whites get away with racism.
They get away all of it. And now y'all getting on easy about saying something about a Jew, which he didn't mean like in a racist way, but all the white people get it on him.
Right.
Like he did something wrong. Y'all, do y'all have a mentality? Do y'all think? Like, I mean, seriously. So how y'all getting on him because he said something about some Jewish thing, but he wasn't a racist. But y'all can say niggers all day.
Like, I mean, y'all still. No, listen, man.
Wait. We don't say this.
Fuck y'all say that. Deuce just said nigger just earlier when I was talking.
No, I just want to say
Oh my God.
Yo, they literally.
They said it.
the young lady that was on the stage.
Let me answer that. That's
No,
what you
no.
call me. Is that not the truth, Bruce?
So, but you said it. You shouldn't have said it. You shouldn't have said. You said nigger, right?
He definitely did say it with the ER too. Did you say that?
He just said it. He said it again with the ER. See, I bet you would have said it. But I tell you, Joe, you would have said it in my face. I guarantee it. I bet you would have said it to my face.
You fucking monkey, shut the fuck up.
Someone activated Pepe. Good morning, Pepe.
And y'all think that's funny? That's not funny.
No. That's not funny.
No, that's not funny.
Yo, look. No, I want to have my old dude. I want to have my old dude. They talking about she ain't even on the stage no more. Yeah, she ain't on the stage. She had to walk that shit out. She walked that shit out. She didn't even want no contemplation on that. Because guess what? She didn't want to hear no more. Because she wrong. When you're wrong, you're wrong.
Walk it out.
Talk that shit.
Walk that shit out.
Talk that shit.
I have a question. So it makes sense that Sarah implies that all black people are inherently racist because they don't understand she's Asian. Or that does not continue.
Yo, Joe.
See, this is the problem. All the green beans. Listen, guys. Listen.
Green beans from that motherfucker.
All those. No. Listen. All the green beans are white. You can look at that. So they gonna either way. Either way, they gonna.
Does anyone
All the
respect
green
the
beans
fact
are.
that someone is talking? Snow, if you don't take my photo off, I will remove you from the room. You have 3 seconds.
Oh,
Give me no motherfucking time.
stop you! Remove me, ho!
She's gone.
I just like your picture, babe.
All I'm trying to say is that as black people, when we go and we see people that are Asian, we don't know if they're Korean, Asian, Japanese, or
I'm
black.
removing
No,
you
no,
right
They
now.
don't want to hear our. They don't want to hear our opinions.
As far as they're concerned.
They don't want to hear our opinions. Only thing they want to hear is, oh, we love some white people.
Yo, that's all they want to
You
hear.
know what, Bruce? I totally get what you're saying, but like I said, a lot of white people, like white women, they say that they like these white racist women. They don't like, a lot of them don't like black women, but they
Of
think
course
they're
her fucking seriously. I swear to God.
It's a very broad term.
We literally
Identify as
went on
Asian
earlier
because
about
Asians
people
look
not
like
understanding she's Asian. Like how is black people supposed to know that? Black people can tell when other black people are black. Indians can tell when other people are Indian. You cannot expect black people to tell you're Asian.
Wait a minute, ma'am. You're
It's just not
Iranian.
a reality. That's
First of all, I'm not full Iranian.
Hold on,
First of
can
all,
I
I'm
make a
not
point?
full Iranian. That's first of all.
Okay, well, you are, and mostly you're Iranian.
What country is on the west side of Iran?
Okay, but let me just say this.
No. Before you finish, you gotta tell me. You know where Iran even is on the map.
Oh,
What
no,
are the
wait,
two
wait,
countries?
are you
What are the two countries on the west of Iran? What are the two countries on the east?
Trump would consider you Iranian. He wouldn't consider you Asian.
Well, you say you
Because
were
you don't look Asian. So it's like anybody will type you whatever you.
And you don't look
that's the
black.
one.
Yo, anybody who believes she checks off
You look
Asian,
Latino to me.
No, where
You
from,
don't
man?
look black. You're Latino.
Wait, Doc. And why don't you guys ask the person what they are before you assume what they are? There's a lot of that
She was
going on there.
Iranian. She said she
Even
was Iranian.
after someone tells them, man,
That's
they
afterwards.
still trying to insist,
That you're
telling
white or
they know
whatever.
better.
No one's insisting that you're white. I'm just telling
No,
you
she said
everyone
she
will
was
understand that
Iranian.
you're
She
not.
said she was mostly
how
Iranian.
in all this dialogue, hold on, whoa.
We're talking
Between
wait,
all, hold on, whoa.
No,
Between all this dialogue, how do you intake that we're trying to tell you that we think that we're better than you?
Hey, yo, we're not. Bitch just said that he a monk. We monkeys at.
Listen, we're talking about. We have a little bit of context here. We've been discussing.
Nah, I want to hear from that little.
No, you're not going to be hearing from anybody in a second. Just be quiet for a second. So we have a little bit of context here. We've been trying to debate this for like the last couple of days on the app. That she keeps being called white when she isn't, and we're noticing that people are just going ahead and saying that, and people are just assuming what someone is without asking them first. That was the whole point. We're not saying that you guys are saying these certain things, whatever. Maybe some of you have, but that's the whole point. It's like, why does everybody assume what they are?
Okay, so
Why you did that?
listen,
Why is it a problem? Where is she from? What country is she from?
Why is it a problem when we come in the app with brown skin?
Answer the
It's
question.
automatically saying we're black.
No,
So,
what country is she from?
You
We're
look
doing the same.
Latino to me, Brandy.
No, what country
You're
you from?
what are you?
You
You're
already said.
Latino.
No,
You already
You're not
said that I'm
black,
black.
Brandy. You're
What
Latino.
country are you
Someone
from?
assuming that you're white and you're actually Asian is totally different than
What
you.
country are you
Than you
from?
assuming that she's Latino.
Brandy,
That's different.
Brandy is
You look
Latino.
white to a
She
person
wanted
that
me
is
to.
black.
The Asian
Brandy. Brandy
is too
wanted to
broad.
do a sun challenge with me.
Okay. No, what country are you from specifically, Sarah? What
I'm
country
from
are you
America. I'm American.
No,
Born
no.
in
What
America.
country are your parents
I
from?
have done a DNA test, and I told you earlier, I'm a mutt. I'm from multiple countries.
Okay, the
In
majority.
West,
What
okay,
country are
shut
your
up. I'm
grandparents
telling
from?
you. I'm from West, North, and Central Asia, and North Africa. I am not white. I said that to you many times. You guys
And-
want to?
and in the United States of America, you are considered white.
No, I'm not. No,
Yes,
I'm
you are.
not. In the census, I'm not.
Yes, you
Census
are.
doesn't
Y'all
have
have
me
the name of
registered
the
as white.
room.
No, I'm
You're
not.
North
I
African.
am
consider
absolutely
white.
not.
He would
I am
consider you white, but
registered
I'm
as an
African, but not
Asian.
part
Considered white.
I'm registered as an Asian. So
Okay,
Kamala
Asians are
Harris is
considered
white
white.
because she's Indian, right? Kamala
The
Harris
Asians are
is Indian,
considered
but she's
white.
white.
No one's
So
saying
you're
that
telling
you're
me
wrong, but
Indians, Pakistanis, these are all white. You're telling me Indians are white. Do you even know in Iran there are different races? Do you know in Iran? Do you know Iran has Turk, has black,
They're
has
considered white.
Baluch, has
Iranians are
Kurd? Do you
considered
even
white.
know? You don't know
Iranians are
anything, but you
considered
just say shit. You just
Iranians
spewing
are
things,
considered white
and
in the
you
United States.
continue being racist by insisting that I'm white. And this is exactly what I'm talking about.
Are considered white in the United
Sarah
States.
used to say all black people don't have jobs on this app.
Because they treat me like this, I'm about to say something racist again. Look how Doc is insisting. Look right now how this
Nobody
man,
makes you racist. You are what you are.
this man right now is insisting, he's still insisting that I'm white after I even said I'm a Portion Indian, I'm Pakistani.
Yes,
like, I'm
but you don't even know who you is.
That
How
people
about that?
consider you
You don't even
based
know
on
who
how
you
you
look, on how
You know what? It's none of you guys' business what I am. But from now on, anybody who calls me white, I'm gonna respond by white power.
You don't know what you is. Like, that ain't our problem. No, fuck, it's not.
Man, I appreciate you for letting me on stage and have a wonderful, healthy debate, bro. Thank you.
She's saying that people supposed to know that she Asian because she not white. Like, as if people gonna see that. Like, as if we don't stereotype Asians that look Asian. Just like how people see people dark skinned and assume they're black.
Like Francie,
who's to say they're not black? Like, what does it fucking matter? That's what means they're purposely trying to be racist. They just don't know what you are, just based on how you look.
And
like,
if
that's
someone
the
tells you what they are and you insist they're something else, then you're a piece of shit. You're more than racist.
They just
Go
may not
find
know.
yourself. If you try to
Go
define
find yourself.
someone, if you try to tell someone what they are, who brought Christine on the stage? She called me a hoe. We don't do this. No, go away. But if someone tells you I am not this or I am that, and you try to still tell them what they are, that person is not just racist, but that person is a piece of shit. Because
that's the point.
Hold on, guys. Fun fact. Do you know out of every empire on the whole entire face of the earth within the 10,000 years, the Persian Empire has conquered, assimilated, and enslaved the most people out of everybody within the last 10,000 years. So the reason why she doesn't know who she is or even have a slight idea of it, because there's no point to. They're all assimilated.
You know what's funny, though, is that, like, the Arabs, everybody is taking you guys as slaves. You guys have enslaved no one except for yourselves. Every culture has basically developed at least something that you would consider a civilization. But you fucking monkeys hadn't developed a written language, a wheel, a two-story structure, or a seaworthy ship.
Let me just
you
stop you
guys like to
right
say
there
how
because you're racist because Arabics and blacks are totally different, my baby. That's totally
I know, they took you as slaves. They basically owned you like they owned dogs.
No, they
didn't. Guys, welcome Pepe. He
Why
is
not try to
the
own
most
the very
racist
but if
man on
somebody seen
Clubhouse.
the same black people
Make welcome
don't
Pepe,
like
guys.
the fuck out you in real life. So yeah,
Yeah,
it's best you say that.
yeah, I'm sure they would.
Why
a chimpanzee will bite you when you don't give it its food on time. You guys are a bunch of fucking you're a bunch of primates.
What's her race, sir?
What
Fucking she-moon.
Pepe, what are you anyway?
Let's be correct. What's Pepe?
So racist.
Pepe.
No. I think
You
Pepe
don't need to be
is
racist. You see
dangerous
what's
if I'm
going on
not
in the country
mistaken.
right now?
No, he's
You
one of
see
the
what's
most.
going on? What Trump is doing to
No.
people in
Pepe
this country
is
right
the
now?
most. If this is any of y'all's first
Brandy,
introduction
if
to my
we
guy
meet,
Pepe,
can I touch your hair?
he's the most racist guy on Clubhouse. I just want y'all to know right now.
You cannot take somebody serious that is an Iranian that supports Trump. Okay.
Iranian? What are you talking about? The Persian diaspora hates the IRGC, which is in control of Iran. That is why the IRGC is literally why they had to leave the fucking country. You dumb fucking bitch.
Right, but like I said, you can't be.
Like I said, what you about to say? You gonna be educating everybody? Okay.
Because Trump doesn't like y'all just as much as he doesn't like blacks. So you're a fucking dumbass.
Oh yeah, he don't like them blacks. You stupid bitch. That's why he came up with the platinum deal to appease you fucking monkeys. What the fuck are you talking about? He knows you apes like fucking blink.
Look, let me tell you why it doesn't go get surgery to look like us.
Surgery to look like you? Who wants to have a face? I love how you said this earlier. Who wants to have a face, a fucking nose, and lips that look like they were smashed in by a fucking airbag to look like one of you fucking monkey bitches? The fuck you talking about, you stupid bitch? The most attractive of you stupid bitches were literally the ones that are half bred. Like, are you serious? Holly Berry. We can even look at Beyonce. Any of them. Nobody wants to have one of you fucking baboon-looking bitches as a symbol of beauty. Like, it's so stupid.
The fact that any of the laws are allowing this, it just proves what we originally were saying in the first place. Now, Matt, I can say myself, I fuck with you.
Yeah, you have a fat ass bell pepper nose, you dumb bitch. bitch.
Like, come on.
Because you're mentioning how.
And you got a
monkey, not
These band-aids got small dick.
Yeah, this little micro PP.
My dick. I just Did you know that 50% of black women between the ages of 14 and 49 have herpes simplex virus? You guys have the highest rate of what the fuck is that? Bacterial vaginosis out of any other women. Your women are fucking disgusting. You women are gross. You're the women that even your own men won't marry. You fucking dumb sluts that they leave high and dry. Okay, with children, with their own offspring, they still leave you because you guys are insufferable sluts. I mean, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. You guys have struggle love rooms every fucking day. We're like, why can't black women and black men get along? What? Nobody wants you dumb bitches.
Black men are okay. That's cool. But like I said, a black person who say that y'all are born into incest.
Pepe is the racist man on Clubhouse. Everybody welcome Pepe to the room. He's a racist prick. I fuck with him. I've been listening to this guy for about 3.5 years. And he's the pinnacle of racism on this app.
And it can't offend black women when you talk about our face, our nose, our lips.
Yeah, I can't. Look in the fucking mirror. What the fuck are you talking about?
Because you won't let me talk.
You trying to look in the mirror?
It's true.
Yo,
you
your nose ugly, your face ugly. The fuck?
You work with thin lips that don't get big lips like you. It is white women that don't get butt implants to look like black women. We're born to look like what y'all get money to look like. So it doesn't matter.
Nobody wants to look like you. What the fuck are you talking about?
Every Kim Kardashian. There's plenty of white women.
Kim Kardashian. Why you giving you?
All that shit is true. All your men will drop you bitches in a minute to get sleep with a white bitch, a Latin bitch, an Asian bitch. Yeah, you guys are. The fuck are you talking about? You're the prize. You're the least wanted women. That's statistically fucking proven. Nobody wants you. Shut the fuck up, you goddamn silverback. Aggressive ass bitch.
When you gotta yell and be racist, you don't have a life. You can tell you don't have a life.
But you guys can yell and be racist all you want. Yeah, you know, you're loud and vulgar just like you are probably when you're out. This is why people have nigger fatigue. Because you dumb bitches are loud, aggressive, fucking
Baby, they trying to steal our energy. Don't argue with him.
No, don't. Right. I don't know why y'all even feeding into that motherfucker. Why you think you see me over here absolutely being sarcastic with this motherfucker? Nah, for real, ladies.
Like everyone, this is all I was trying to say is, no, it's not okay for anybody to be racist, but it's not okay for Sarah to say that black people are inherently racist because they don't understand.
They are.
And
by the way, you're sitting here trying to say that she's white. Persians are fucking, they're literally, they're a brown group of people from southwestern Asia. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Y'all don't know who the fuck y'all are. Y'all have fucking 10,000 years of fucking this genetic fucking this disgusting fucking flipping. Like, what the fuck are you even talking about?
You guys are 19 up to 19% archaic hominid. I'll drop a fucking source in the link. Literally, a ghost ancestor that was like half monkey.
Get the fuck out of here.
All right, watch. I'm gonna post a link. Watch this. Watch this.
Fuck up. I ain't hearing that bullshit. Ain't anybody who believes that fucking weird shit. Fucking retarded.
Wait, one person at a time. Like, this guy's completely apes, but like, you know your ancestors were Neanderthals, right? And like the Homo sapiens.
We have to up a couple percent Neanderthal. You guys have 19%. And by the way, Neanderthals had bigger brains. You guys are literally half ape man. You can enjoy being a nigger all you want. I'm not trying to say you should be upset about it. fucking gross, smelly, and it looks like shit. The fuck you talking about? That's why you bitches have to. That's why you bitches have to wear. You know, okay, she's Iranian, right? You guys have to use the hair of South Asians. Yeah, because their hair is better than yours, and it's manageable. Why do you guys have to buy Sarah's hair at the salon? Why do you guys have to buy their wigs with their hair? Why?
Because we enjoy.
You nappy-headed hoe.
We created wigs, dummy.
Oh, you create wigs because you have nappy fucking hair.
And you look crusty.
You have a literal fucking rat's nest for hair. Nasty, smelly, dirty, greasy shit. Just like your smelly fucking snatches. That's why you guys have bacterial vaginosis at a higher rate than all other women. Amazing. You sneaky pussy whore. You linebacker, gorilla, silverback gorilla built bitch, she-bone with your nappy fucking hair. That's what you are. Yeah, you're crashing out like a goddamn silverback right now. Yeah, see how aggressive you bitches are? You fucking she-bone. Back in the cage, you fucking she-bone. Bad bonobo, no banana, bitch. I wouldn't put my pink wiener near any of you nasty black bitches. Eat a fucking dick. Stinky ass vagina having balls.
Alright, very good. Alright, get it back. Get a hold.
You like civilizations, you don't know this.
Deep breath. We're gonna get through this. It's okay.
But that's how you know he racist. He think all black people have no hair, but it's white people have hair and they're bald. A lot of white people are bald. It doesn't matter.
I don't give a fuck.
Y'all are so tricky. Chill.
Yeah, just chill.
Guys, I would like to welcome him to the room, the most racist man on Clubhouse. He is a, once you get to know Pepe, he's a ray of sunshine.
Let me ask y'all a question. Out of curiosity, I really like to hear your
Guys, chill. Let Matt talk.
No, it's Joe right now. Look, I want to ask a question. What do people get out of trying to prove who is racist? I mean, it's somewhat of a game, right? Or a trick, or like, what do you earn out of it? Can someone explain that to me? Like,
I'll do it. So just to summarize it in the best way I can, it's called a Clubhouse trick bag. It's a trick. You fall for the trick, and therefore they make you look bad or stupid or whatever point they're trying to make you look. You know what I'm saying? The people that were in here for the last 2.5 hours, 3 hours, have seen it happen to me. It's proven. The main thing is holding your composure, not proving their point, and just go and have a genuine conversation. Ladies, I understand. Right. But even in the most realistic red pill situation, and everybody here listen, come clean about whatever they feel about adversity, about other cultures and races.
I can't stand that dirty white girl.
Me neither. I promise you. Me neither.
I can't stand a white lazy man. Doesn't work really.
I agree.
Yeah, a lot of people think that all black people, black men don't have
That's fine, but
Right. I agree with you, lady. Right.
I'm gonna tell you something. So the guy that's spoken, look, see his mindset, right? We don't know, but he's trying.
in this room and turn it into a goddamn. Why did you fuck this room up?
You're inspired.
You can't afford my mom, bitch.
I don't care what nobody says. Fuck all the bullshit, Matt and Joe. I fucking love it here. I love you guys for letting me talk. Fuck all the bullshit, man. Fuck all the. Thank you so much, guys, for making me enjoy this platform. You guys
Everybody
so
has their
fucking
own
amazing.
opinion, but PP, whatever his name is, very
PP is a nigger white.
definitely racist.
Nigger white.
He racist
Nigger
as
white.
hell.
White nigger.
It's like bad.
Nigger white.
Guys, this whole case is created
A clam chowder monkey.
do you want
I like clam chowder, bitch.
Hey, buddy. Listen.
I'll rape your mother, Jimmy.
Listen.
I'm sure you would, 'cause you're a dirty
Shut up, bitch.
I love fucking making clown chowder. Other than your fucking life, kid. Leave clam chowder out of your reach.
Shut the fuck up, clam chowder, nigga. You vulnerable, no man, you lost it. You snow monkey, you Japanese snow monkey ass.
I don't give a fuck.
If y'all niggas don't go to a hot spring in the middle of a mountain, I know something's up. You motherfuckers are so lazy. Why you white men so goddamn lazy? The only thing you know how to do is show up on work on time. That's the only thing you know how to do. That's the only thing you know how to do. The white women outwork. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put a PTR of a white man on a white woman's back. What's wrong with you all? Why are you all such haters? Why are you hating on the Mexicans? Because they're more than you? Or you got too many Brianna babies in the trash can?
Oh, not the
Why do you
Brianna
all
babies.
throw away your white baby seeds?
Hey, Big
Mary Miller
Rex.
said it's time to save white life.
Big Rex. Why did the hold on, Big Rex. Why did the hold on. You can't step on this.
Let me
Big Rex.
Let me tell y'all why white men hate black men and black
Okay,
women.
Brandy, come
They
on.
work,
Brandy.
listen, they work so long, their whole life to, have this
Brandy.
bloodline.
Even
And
drinking,
somebody
Brandy.
black come fuck that white woman and
Okay, I
their
got
bloodline is black.
She's too drunk for
Yeah, stop giving
Go
me
ahead,
the energy. They want that. They need time. They need playtime. That's what they studying.
Big Rex wanted to.
They studying.
They need little children. They need little children. They need little children.
Who's next?
What's this
Go down.
They need little children.
What's this
Big
thing with
Rex,
those kids?
go down too. What's going on here? Nima, go ahead.
Thank you. Big Rex wanted to mention Mexicans.
Yo, you want to play
So I wanted to ask
mine?
Big Rex.
You want to play
Big Rex.
mine?
Hold on, Christine. Wait, don't step on this.
Don't bring her up
Big,
right now. I got
Big Rex.
White or black?
Big Rex. Just answer my question. Just
Dumb bitch, are you white
hold
or
on.
black?
I'm talking to you
I'm
first.
asking you.
Let me
You're
in.
not right. It's not plenty game, man.
Big Rex. Thank you, Easy. Thank you. Thank you.
Big Rex.
Don't be on tip with everybody. Give someone a chance to
Well,
answer.
Ask PP the question. Why you asking
Yeah,
me
I
the
think
question?
PP got everybody on the edge.
Can you all let me fucking land? Get some damn self-control, and you'd enjoy what I was about to say.
I'm just moving them
Still
all
ask
down
the question
until you can talk.
I
Go
want,
for it, Nima.
man. I appreciate it. No, cause it was a joke. It was supposed to be a joke. I wanted to ask Big Rex, since he mentioned Mexicans. I wanted to ask him, why did the Mexican take anti-anxiety medication for Hispanic attacks?
It's no.
It's not raising his hand, so I get you won't get your answer. I don't think, but yeah.
Isn't America a lot better a place though when we have jokes?
Yo, my God, dark humor saves lives. I've been screaming, laughing for like 2 hours.
Can I make a comment? Just one comment.
Yeah, you can bring Christine back up if you want. I had too many invites.
Can I make a comment, or is this?
No, go ahead, love. Go ahead. You good?
Okay. So the race shit. Okay, so white men really hate black men. But the thing was, from generations on to generations, black men was fucking their wives and making their families black. So that was just like a unforgettable hate that they had towards us. So I
I'm an 8 black, and that
I'm
shit's
just
about to
saying,
be
y'all
washed
hate
out of my blood, you dumb
Y'all
black
hate our
bitch.
bloodline.
Can't look at
Y'all
you.
hate
Look at
our
your.
bloodline.
Look at your niggly face, okay?
That's
I don't have to
fine.
look in the
Guess
mirror
what?
at that. What the
Guess
fuck you
what?
talking about?
That's fine. Y'all hate our bloodline because it's all proven fact that everything started black is gonna end black. That's just what it is. And y'all hate that. And I hate that for y'all.
Nah, hey, yo, hold on. Before we continue on, yet again.
PP, all it takes is four black men to fuck one of your sisters. And your bloodline destroyed.
Please, let me just say this. I'm with you. I ain't gonna lie. I'm the cause of this turmoil. And I swear to God, I tried my best to double back. But it's like, yo, black people are racist. And then, here we go. We're just out here just trying to prove to these motherfuckers that we're just all not inherently racist. I promise we're not. But, that's the demographic. And that's what we gotta run with, man. That's what it is with it.
Well, I'm gonna say to this, I'm racist. I don't like white people. I just don't. I'm sorry. I don't.
And the
care. I
feeling's
don't like
mutual, you dumb bitch. Stay away from white people, and then everything will be fine.
Y'all smell like cheese, and I don't like it. Y'all hair stink. Y'all body stink. Y'all burn in the sun. I don't like y'all. I'm sorry.
Brandy.
So Brandy, let me ask you, how come that doesn't bother me though?
I mean, it was not biased. My preference. I wasn't here to bother
Yeah, it's your
anybody.
preference, right?
I just
It
don't
doesn't
like
bother me. So
I
why
think
does
because
it bother black folks?
I could tell you why,
Yeah.
Joe. I'll tell you. I could answer this for Brandy. I think because we know. I think there's like an inherent. There's something deep in the soul that we know. Brandy doesn't really hate white people. What's actually happening
I
is
didn't say
she's
hate.
what did you say?
I don't
You
like white people. I don't.
Okay, that
I
she
don't
doesn't
how they
like white
smell.
people.
I don't like how their hair is. I don't like how their skin. It's nasty. They ball up like chickens.
I don't like how you guys are loud and look like a bunch of apes, and you guys
That's
steal.
cool. That's cool for you. I'm not mad.
You know,
at
I like
that.
dogs more than I like you people. These dogs are nice and friendly. They
That's
want
what I'm
belly
saying.
rubs.
That white
And
people
they're like, can I have a
to me
treat,
are like
please?
cats and
But
dogs.
PP, so you feel like
White
all
people
black
to
people
me-
not friendly? Like, what are y'all? What's like y'all be contradicting yourselves?
White people to me is like cats and dogs. I hate cats. White people love cats because they just like cats still. Like, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Have you ever seen how they
Cats like to
they
say,
back
meow,
all up?
meow, and they purr, and then you give them
hold
some
on.
kitty.
I'm only speaking for.
Black people do have diseases. That is true, but white people have diseases.
You guys have herpes. Half of you women have
You
herpes.
guys have
What are you
herpes.
talking about?
Hey, shut
One
the
thing
fuck
about
up.
my
That is a
like
factual
HIV
fact that
didn't
white
start
people
from white
definitely
gay
have
men.
more herpes than black people do.
No, it's not. No, they actually have it way
HIV
higher.
started from
No,
white gay
Pepe,
men, though.
like,
Swear to God.
shut the fuck up
That's
and use
worse.
Google. The
That's
white
facts. I worked in the urgent care for
no.
10 years.
All right, I'm gonna use
Yeah.
Google. I'm gonna use
White people come in
Google.
for
Hold on. I'm gonna post the
White
link.
people come into urgent care for herpes. Black people come in
Yes,
for
it is a
gonorrhea,
fact,
chlamydia.
statistically known, and not even talking about state-wise, nationwide here in the U.S., it just has nothing to do with race, but white people have more herpes and STDs than black people. It's a fact.
And another thing, I hate how white people burn in the fucking sun. That irritates me. Like, how is your skin peeling?
Yeah,
And
it
I'm
irritates
over here-
me too.
And I'm
But
over
hold
here
on.
getting rich.
Yeah, but they come from the Middle East.
They
like,
come from Neanderthal. They come from the fucking Caucasus
They
Mountains.
come from the Caucasus fucking mountains and the caves and shit. Now I'm lying.
Right,
I'm not saying that.
Damn, how you
I'm
think we feel?
I'm joking. That genetically, that's not
Sarah,
fact.
don't
That's
get off your
bullshit.
mic. Ain't nobody
I'm not
talking
gonna
to
run
you.
with
We
that.
not
I'm
talking
joking.
You
about
know,
Asians.
the Caucasus Mountains are in Iran, though. Did you know that?
We talking
What?
about white people,
What?
not Asian
Yeah,
people.
guys, she failed social studies. Anything that Sarah says in here, we should not listen to it because she just doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. That's a fact. But everything besides
White
that,
people
guys,
come from the Caucasus Mountains. Like, y'all, I'm not talking
All right,
about
I just googled it.
I don't know what the fuck
It
Sarah
says
was
yes.
talking about.
Data from the CDC and other sources indicate that black women have higher rates of STIs, such as chlamydia and gonorrhea, when compared to white women. For example, according to CDC data from 2018, chlamydia. Black women had chlamydia rates 5 times higher than white women. Gonorrhea rates among black women were 6.9 times higher than among white women. HIV, an estimated 1 in 32 black women will be diagnosed with HIV at one point in their lives, and black women account for a higher proportion of new infections compared to other racial ethnic groups. Herpes. Black women have significantly higher rates of genital herpes infection than white women. Amazing. You fucking dirty, diseased, having snatches, You fucking so disgusting.
Matt, are you Italian? Are you Italian?
No, I'm not. I'm not Italian. I'm white though.
Oh, no, that's cool.
I know where Easy's going with that. Easy.
How do you be racist as a white woman and you?
Why do you guys have such higher rates of STD? It said 5 times for chlamydia, 6.9 times for gonorrhea, significantly higher for herpes, and you guys have bacterial vaginosis at a higher rate. In other words, you guys have smelly pussies. You guys are literally the most pussy disease having sluts that roam the fucking earth. You nasty. You like to think your coochies are the prize. Your coochies are fucking. They're petri dishes for disease and rot and fucking malodor. Like, you guys are so disgusting.
Black women, so it don't matter. Still, so people like who they want to like.
I thought a white woman sit on my face, but I would not stick my dick doggy style into one of you dirty, filthy fucking beast snatches.
Yo,
You're
the
nasty.
baddest black woman on the planet is her. She bent over in front of you, and you had the chance to have that pussy. You are a lying son of a bitch to tell me right now that you wouldn't.
Because I would visualize the open sores I would get on my dick and how it would burn when I pee the next day. See, that's called impulse control. That is the difference between white people and black people. No, we have impulse control. Impulse control.
He's without a doubt. You don't want a black woman. You want a black man.
No, but I get it because you guys are monkeys. You're like. Pussy. And yet you would go in just like an ape, and you would thrust. You would thrust your nigger dick right into that disease snatch. That is what would happen.
Pepe, what's your nationality?
I'm a Mexican.
Mexicans have blacks. What are you talking about?
We don't have any fucking pinche mayate blood in our fucking things. What the fuck are you talking about?
I said they're inspired by us. Mexicans come in different colors as well as black.
Hey yo, Armando, ¿qué pasó? Why are you acting like that?
How are you a Mexican but don't like black people, and a lot of Mexicans look like black people? That don't make sense. The only difference
Mexicans
is they
don't
speak
look like
another
black
language.
people. What the
Yes,
fuck are you
they
talking
do.
about? I think
Yes,
maybe
they
you're
do.
thinking of Dominicans. It's not Mexicans.
Mexican. There's plenty of dark-skinned Mexicans.
Yeah, they don't look like black. They look like Indians.
No, Indians are black too, though. Like, so it's like, it don't make sense.
Okay.
It really
And
don't.
Pepe get this information from Google. You gotta excuse him.
Yeah, because that's not accurate.
Ladies,
Because
hold on. Can I just
yes,
ask
they are.
Pepe?
A lot of Indians are dark-skinned. Yes, they are.
Can I have a little conversation with my bro real quick? I fuck with Pepe. Y'all don't know him like that, but I've been listening to my bro trolling that for like 3 years. What's your problem, bro? What's up? Like, why do you feel that way? I'm really trying to.
No, I just woke up. Because my journey being our ass has to go do landscaping and stuff. This morning, and you guys were running wild, so I just thought I'd do my thing and put you guys in your place. That's all.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So,
dark-skinned Mexicans.
What part of Mexico is your family from? If you don't mind me asking.
Don't eat a fucking enchilada.
Oh, okay. ¿Qué pasa? Give me Hondureño. So, my perception is quite similar as far as stature goes, but other than that, other shit, yo, brother, you look at you, negro. What are you talking about right now, bro? You are. And negro, what are you talking about right now?
It's an undeniable thing.
You are.
I'm only an 8th black, okay? I know you guys are jealous because you wish you had more
Look,
lady
he
like
Googled
I
it. He
do.
just said he was no black. Now he ain't.
Yo, it's a negro, papi. You're not making sense. Yo,
You need to look up and do your research. Mexicans have more black than white, sir.
Yo, nah.
Everybody, any race can have white or black. It doesn't matter.
I'm only an 8th black. It's what the French call an octoroon.
Bro, if I was to sit down with you and we talk like human, I know for a fact you wouldn't be like that. I know for a fact. See,
I can chip out just like you guys because I'm an 8th black and you guys don't like it.
No, why would I feel that way? I think that's bullshit. No, I don't think even in the most realistic aspect, if I was to sit down with you and you stood on that hill and you're ready to die on it, and we talk, bro, give me on the name. See, I
I'm a good little Mexican. I know you don't, and that's something that as two grown men, that'd be something. Right. I agree with that.
I can't take this anymore easily. I can't take it. Pepe is look. I live in LA. All of them the same, just like that.
I agree.
He said easy. Don't even try to talk to him. Just let him say it.
I know. I've been listening to Pepe talk shit on this app for 3 years, bro. I've been listening to him talk shit on the app for 3 years. I've been on this app for 5 years. I've been on this app for 5 years. I've been listening to him talk shit like that for 3 years.
Easy, because he's racist, dude.
I don't give a fuck what they on, but that's just the perception that we have in general on the internet.
Online, he can do that.
I agree. I agree.
Listen. I'm telling you one thing right now. Mexican women don't like Muslim men. Love black men though.
See, look.
That's the only racist.
I agree with you, bro. I don't think
I'm just saying easy. Why you talking to him like
Indians? Listen, that's
easy.
That's still my brother.
He's not a normal person. They don't think that way.
That's still my brother. And I know for a fact that we sit down and kick it, and we kick it like two human beings. And the reason why I can't look at it,
I used to be like you.
I can't, bro.
I'm
used to be like you too, bro. I'm like no young nigga.
Just listen. You just gotta understand, realize that some people just don't understand shit. I know he's African, he's black, or whatever. He knows it. He just wants to be on this white side. He probably stays in LA, probably stays in, and I don't know where he stays.
I'm from East Coast. You wanna come down here? You wanna come down here, bitch?
But the whole thing about him,
And with them being from LA, they will probably
That nigga is trolling so hard, yo.
y'all think people troll all the time. He's probably really like that.
No, he is like that.
I'm telling you. So why are you gonna
Let me explain why. I know from the bottom of my heart,
I'm afraid your ass.
No. I'm being all the way on. That's kind of cool. This ain't no delusional shit either.
That's kind of cool.
I mean, no, listen to what I'm saying. Right? Hit me up, bro. I'm not talking out of my ass. I promise you. Bro, I haven't even said a fucking word. It's the birth of time. Is you cool?
Females, niggers.
Is you cool? Is you cool? It don't matter, bro.
I get that.
Come to East Coast. Hey. Hey, bitch. He's trolling. But even in the most hypothetical situation, he was dead ass serious, right?
Trolling, he shouldn't be saying
Bro, that's actually allowed. I answer your question. Can I answer your question? My thanks for Daniel. You want to come here? I'll smack the black off your face. Fucking Mayate. Go ahead. Say, what are you going to say? Bitch.
We live at?
It's East Los Angeles.
Oh, nigga. I live right there, too.
All right, what's up? You want to line up a stage, bitch?
Chill. I'm not No, I'm serious. I live in East Los Angeles. So I know y'all racist. They are racist out there, dude. I'm telling you. They are.
You'll be PTSD.
Listen, easy.
Bro, I was saying something first, bro. I just wanted to make my statement. I ain't trying to go back and forth or argue back and forth. Let me just look at it. That's it. Listen to what I'm saying. The understanding and the cultural differences on the West Coast and East Coast is so different, right?
Dude, they're Puerto Rican, dude. I'm from Brooklyn.
I know.
I'm not a Puerto Rican. Puerto Ricans are trash. I'm from Mexico.
Latino, bro. That's so ignorant of you.
Mexicans is the worst race besides, but Americans portray. Let's say that it's Americans portray.
Yeah, I'm gonna call ISIS.
Mexicans is the bottom of the fucking barrel.
This is crazy, yo.
I'm gonna call
I
ISIS.
like Mexicans, don't get me wrong.
This is the only truth, right? When it's time for us to sit here and talk amongst ourselves like civilized human beings, right? And when they're witnessing us not being able to talk like human beings, that's when they come to the conclusion to say that niggas is savages, bro. Because when it's time for us to sit down and talk with
each other like civilized human fucking beings. Niggas can't do it, bro. Niggas can't do it for the fucking life of them. And that, with black men specifically communicating with each other, us putting our pride and our ego ahead of common sense and logic, and black women doing the same thing when they're putting their emotions in whatever they're feeling at the moment ahead of logic and common sense. So, no. This has been, hear me out, guys, and I really mean it. This has been 478 years of self-hate instilled into us as a people that we have to get over, guys. And no matter how I or anybody feels about that shit, bro, we gotta motherfucking be able to talk to each other, bro. I ain't no Uncle Tom the Black, bro. I'm not thinking of this no No, he's not white. He's not white. Easy.
I'm not saying easy, you're white. I'm just saying.
How old are you, Easy? I'm 40, gang. 40, you got grow up too.
I'm in my 40s too. Hey, yo, I'm posted up on Whittier at Atlantic, okay? If your monkey ass wants to come out here and cause some trouble,
Yo, Pepe has been doing this shit for years, y'all.
It doesn't matter, but if I catch you,
Whittier at Atlantic.
So you're real picture.
That is my real picture.
That's what I'm talking about.
That is my real picture.
You stay in Los Angeles, California, right? There's like
That's a fact.
Okay, they won't do shit because we run Los Angeles. We run Los Angeles, bitch.
Mexicans do not run that thing.
And when we go to jail, You know, it's fucking Serrano's and it's the woods that run the goddamn thing. So you know what I'm talking about.
Unless you're in a gang, you're not.
Nah, even gang-wise, Mexicans do not run. They run a large portion of the city, but they do not run the city.
He's right about that. Whittier's gang related.
Nah, he ain't in that much. He ain't in that mix. I would say that Mexicans run the whole city.
No, listen, and I'm being real about this. I'm not going to lie. If I put me on, I'm bringing a gun because he's gang related. If he's in Whittier, he's got to be gang related.
Yeah, but that's families over there. That's
We
different.
don't talk about gang shit on the internet like a lot of you people. So I mean, but if you want to fuck around,
No,
go ahead.
because you gang
Only
related.
gang is the KKK.
No, he's gay though. I can tell he's gay too. Okay? Tell his 40s. No, he's serious. You're not fucking me. I'm not. He's gay as hell.
Okay, I don't really understand how white people don't like black
I would say to bring your mom so I can prove you otherwise, but I wouldn't fuck that bitch. That bitch is nasty.
He's probably skinny as hell.
He's definitely Coletto.
No, he's skinny as shit.
No, you're a fucking hoto.
No, you're a fucking Coletto. You can tell you were Coletto. You are Coletto.
And you know, in LA, I don't know what you mean. Easy! I tell you, you've been talking all day. I worked at West Hollywood, so
Pussy.
he got a lot of freaking dang voice detail. He's a faggot.
Alright, come out, come catch that babe, boy.
No, dude, you're a fag.
Alright, come on. Why are you scared? Why are you scared?
I'm not scared. You
Come
come to me.
out
I'll let
here.
you go talk to
Whittier
me.
I've been
Atlantic.
saying he wanted black dick and not a black woman. I've been saying that.
Yeah, he said, yeah, he's gay. He's gay as hell. And the way he talks about black women, like, yeah, he's
I
gay.
know,
Dude,
come find out.
Dude, you're gay.
I've been figuring that out.
You're gay. The end.
The first time
And the whole thing, you call yourself Pepe. Is it Pepe or PP? Which one is
Oh,
it?
it's Pepe.
Pepe or PP?
Yeah, you run my name through your mouth like that in real life. You go ahead. You come back to your house and fat little bitch. It's fatter than it already is.
Let me say this. Look at it. If that looks like you, if that's you, you're gay as shit.
Oh, I'm gay?
I can
Really?
tell. Dude, you're a fruitcake as hell.
We kick it behind us like me.
You so goddamn gay, I wouldn't want to fight you. I'm punching you, wouldn't let me punch you in your face.
So
You
he can
be
be gay
that? Is that yeah? Okay, I'm so scared to fight. It's amazing.
Gay dude.
I'm asking, so in LA you could be gay in a game?
No, you can't. But you know.
Nah, they don't simple that is, that the only reason that would ever happen if he feels that connected if he's actually related.
Oh, I love women. Trust me.
What I'm very sure is the only way.
You don't love no fucking women saying that shit about you. You don't love women.
You're just mad. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be like vulgar, but there's like, there's another one. There's only one woman that's a mod, and I mean, she's like, she's way more smashable than any of the black hoes on the stage. I don't know. Like, is it my fault God made some women that you would smash way more than others? No. That's why your men don't even stay with you, sluts. I mean, come on, you guys are unlovable.
Can we do a quick interview?
Nobody loves you, sluts.
For a Trump
No, see, he don't, Pepe don't even understand,
Is there an update?
Let me just say this.
Preach, my brother, preach.
No, he doesn't even understand God, and he doesn't understand America. Actually, let me just tell us something. If you really loved America, you would be rooting for Black Americans and not saying derogatory things.
Oh, I love Black Americans. I just don't like niggers.
No, wait a minute. Stop saying that because that's racist. You would be rooting for Black Americans. Because
Back in the day, Black Americans not called niggers. Like what?
Wait a minute. Black Americans are part of America. You will be rooting for Black Americans to succeed because Black Americans live in the United States of America.
Yeah, I love the good blacks. The good blacks are fine.
Wait a minute. Let me land. I didn't interrupt.
Yeah, he's gay. He's gay. No, he's gay as hell.
Can I land, please?
Go ahead, Brody. Go ahead.
Okay, let me just say this. It's just like a president of the United States of America, no matter Democrat or Republican, if you truly love America, you will want them to succeed because when they succeed, America succeeds.
Yeah, I want black people to succeed. I don't know why you're saying that.
And therefore, you know,
Black Americans,
there are 40 million, maybe 50 million Black Americans in the United States of America. Black Americans have been over in this country for hundreds of years on the North American
Since 1619, no way.
So you will want Black Americans to succeed, and you would not be saying all these derogatory things about Black Americans.
But what about when some of the black people act like niggers? What am I supposed to do?
What is your idea of acting like a nigger?
There are niggers. There are just
Oh my God.
niggers. Just like there's fucking crackers.
Crackers?
People, bro. There's fucking just minorities of people. It is what it is.
And you don't see white people getting upset when you say crackers or call people white trash. Because we know white trash exists. It's like not even offensive.
Let me just say this.
You part of it.
Let me just say this. But they don't understand Black history. Let me just say this. Look, let me just say this.
Go ahead, Mom. Go ahead.
They sit here and say all this wild ass shit as of racism and sit here and call us niggers, saying we act like niggers and black men and all how they poor and don't take care of their families, deadbeats. But we don't talk about the white people who sit here and grew up in trailer parks. Anybody can be poor, so it's a stereotype thing. It's racist regardless. There is no such thing as black people that are black people and black people that act like niggers. That doesn't make sense. Back in the day, further back in history, when we were slaves, and we take it the way we do because we were called niggers when we were slaves. So why would you be offended when someone call you a cracker, not saying it's right? Because we shouldn't call y'all crackers just as much as y'all shouldn't call us niggers, but it's more offensive because of the history behind us being called niggers. There's no history behind y'all being called crackers. So that's what y'all can't try to compare for first of all. So that don't make sense at all.
No, you're right, because it's usually a cracker was the guy who cracked the whip, and it was generally a big, strong, big old nigga that was cracking the whip.
Yeah, he just don't be knowing.
Okay, let me say this. You know, they try to say we aggressive, we this, we that. Our culture is our culture. We can be aggressive. There's nothing wrong with that. We can talk we can talk loud.
Yeah, loud and aggressive. See, here you are saying it's okay to be loud and aggressive.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's nothing wrong with that.
Be wild and aggressive too. So what's the meaning behind that?
You know what? I'm
So are they
Okay, Bruce is Trump's standing up for this shit. He's co-signing it. He's like, yeah, my bitches are loud and aggressive. And watch, you're gonna have 20 rooms today on Clubhouse saying how black women can't rest in their femininity. They're loud, they're aggressive, they don't know how to submit.
There's wild and aggressive white people though, so that doesn't stand for anything.
No, it's you guys who make these rooms. It's you guys who make these rooms. You don't see white people making struggle love. You don't see my people, the Mexicans, saying, why can't our Latina bitches love us back? Why can't they do that?
And just like how they talk down on how we look and our hair and everything, that doesn't offend us because you know why? Because a lot of people gonna say shit like that or white
Y'all
people
got views for hair.
Yes, let me just say
Our women know how to submit naturally. Our women aren't loud and aggressive.
You don't know anything about
Latinas, Latinas, yes, they love us. They love us Mexican men. They like to cook us food. They like to have our children, and we stay with our women. That's the difference.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
No, okay, let me tell you. Look, can I say one thing? Me, personally,
you are a white woman.
Listen, my baby mom, she messy. She never cooked. She never cleaned.
You got yourself a ghetto hood rat Mexican.
So you
got the bottom, you got the low hanging fruit.
And you don't know because listen. You don't know because you gay, dude. You're a fag.
No, I fucked so many Mexican women. It's not
one.
He don't know what it's like to be a woman.
You call yourself Pepe or PP or whatever your fucking name is. If that looks like you, nigga, you gay, bruh.
I'm gay.
Hell yeah, you're a
Why? Because I'm handsome.
You are a fucking Goleto, bro.
You gay, dude. I don't
You
know
are
why
a
you
fucking Goleto, bro.
I mean, you should be offended.
You know you gay, bro.
And you know these black women up here, they're mad, but they're pussy wet just from hearing me talk. These are dirty, low down hood rats.
Nobody even knows what you look like. You're
Oh, that's me in my picture. Shut up, Mo. You're rubbing your clit right now. Shut the fuck up.
He probably looks like us.
He's definitely a Goleto.
But he's gay though. He's gay.
A Goleto is gay for fucking Spanish.
Yeah, it means somebody who likes it in the butt. Yes.
Yeah, you do.
Mexicans usually say hopo.
No, see,
Anybody
he knows. Look, he knows. So he knows.
Let them all start admitting everything. Anybody
Yeah, I speak Spanish. Amazing.
Anybody that said
You're saying a lot as a Mexican.
Y'all arguing.
Let me just say this.
Brown pride. Brown fucking pride. Even a raza.
Brown faggot.
And this is what y'all need to know. That
We already cleaned out Compton of you Negroes. We're cleaning up the rest of Los Angeles. Brown fucking pride. We're taking over.
The black Mexicano population in Compton is 3 to 1.
I don't know why y'all argue with this faggot.
The black population and Mexican population in Compton is 3 to 1. No, not in a million years that Mexicans will outpopulate black people in Compton, bro. Hey, now, you know, there's only so much rhetoric that I can take.
Know that.
Yeah, we've already we're overpopulating both the gringos and the Negroes. Like that's just gonna happen.
Nationally, yes. No. Nationally, yes. But
no, not at all. Trump is in there now. He got 3 more years to get rid of y'all.
Oh, well, that is a fact. That is true.
It's going to happen.
The Reconquista has already happened. We're already taking over.
And PP, where's PP? Did PP leave?
No, I'm right here.
Hold on, Bruce. Hold on.
The Reconquista is happening.
Hold on, Joe's talking.
Yeah. Look, I want to ask Doc a question to some of what he had posed to the room. Doc, you still there?
I'm still listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, look, I thought that was very inspirational words. I do agree that if black folk were able to be more successful in America, it'd be better for all of America. Do you think that's a good reason why Trump should pass the Platinum Plan?
You're funny, but you know what? I think Trump is.
No, it's fucked up. He's trying to get rid of birthright citizenship. I wouldn't be a citizen if it wasn't for birthright citizenship.
I hope they get rid of you quickly.
Trump is doing on many.
Can y'all answer his question?
He's done, but I think Trump has done a tremendous job so far. I can't agree with everything, but Trump has done. He's been very bold with his policies. Immigration, he's done an outstanding job, and I have to give him credit. And so, no, he has not been perfect, but he did a better job than Kamala Harris would have done. I do believe that.
But can I ask this question? So like how did he do a great job if as a black or a Mexican or an Iranian, those are the people those type of people voted for him, but he don't really like y'all. Like he don't like Mexicans, he don't like blacks, he definitely don't like
Trump
Iranians.
don't like Africans and Caribbeans.
He don't
like Africans, Caribbeans, and Mexicans.
I'm an Easter baby, so I'm a citizen. So I voted for Trump. I want him to kick a lot of these wetbacks out too. What the fuck are you talking about?
We need to kick out gays too.
Hold on.
So you're not gonna you can't vote for either.
He asked the question. Let her respond, please.
Let me ask
Let her
you a
respond. Let her respond, please.
Let who respond?
She was asked the question just now.
She asked a question.
Yeah, all I was
You
saying
asked the
is that
question,
it doesn't make sense that Pepe is saying he want all the blacks, he want them like basically to kick all the blacks to the curb and all type of shit like that. Because as far as Trump is concerned, he don't like Mexicans just as much as he don't like black. Like he would call you a dumbass because you're Mexican.
I'm a Chicano. I'm not a fucking paisa. So like, they can kick those wetbacks out.
You saying that Trump don't like black, he don't like black Mexicans, he don't like Africans and Caribbeans.
This is my only interjection.
He don't.
Now,
Africans and Caribbeans don't identify as black.
My only interjection to that right now is in general, right? This is applying not any racial fucking terms to anybody. This is blacks, Latinos, Spaniards, Central Americans, so forth. Do y'all think that he doesn't like black people or Latinos, or he doesn't like illegal immigrants as a whole?
He don't like any.
He don't like illegals. The fuck you talking about?
All right.
So technically you would be in the
why
legal, right?
hold on. The only reason why I'm going to
He is going to
Easy, stop doing that. Just like
that he doesn't like black people, that's a lie, because I've literally seen him lobby with black people for the last 40 years. So if he didn't like black people, stop. If he didn't like black people, he wouldn't have been lobbying with black people for the last, specifically liberal black people, for the last 40 years before he even got into politics.
Okay, my question to that is, okay, so with him trying to cancel and get rid of things such as like when it comes to being like, politics, like political and everything.
Right.
So when it comes to like politics, when it comes like down to him canceling a lot of things that help black people, such as Social Security, such as like Board of Education, anything that could help black people, he literally took that.
Let me explain to her so she understands. So
that's going to be it for you.
Yeah, no. I think it's time that we start controlling it. This is what it is.
But you're not green bean.
Trust me. I have I'm here, bro. I'm here. It's no order. Look, if not for like me, I ain't get it. But let's have some order. Let's have some order. You know them wrong. Let's put them wrong. Now, I'm telling you, bro.
Can one of the mods let Christine on the stage?
Are we good now, Sarah? Sarah, we good?
Alright, we good. I'm gonna let y'all finish.
All I was saying is that it doesn't make sense to say that he likes black people when he took away everything that was helping any black person that was poor or immigrant, such as Social Security, government assistance. I could go on and on. Like, it's a lot of things that he took away from a certain environment, and he knew what he was doing. There's no way he likes black people to do that, because before he was in office, there wasn't, black people weren't struggling as much. So I feel like that's why he does not like black people. You can't tell me someone likes black people and take away our...
God damn, you could also just say something.
I'm asking you a question. What did he change about Social Security?
What did you say?
I said, what did he change about Social Security?
Easy, how long you gonna
Take it
talk?
away.
Bro, you gonna talk?
Bro, who's that speaking?
Nigga, how long you gonna hold the mic? I'm gonna talk.
We're having a
she made a statement. I
He said he's taking away Social Security. That's what Nobody taking away Social Security, man.
If you don't have a job, you cannot qualify for Social Security. So I don't know.
Okay, and like I was saying, like on top of that,
Social Security is for people who work. They don't
Man.
that's what I was trying to say. We're not talking about the people that's financially stable. We're talking about the people that isn't, which is technically blacks and immigrants, correct? So how was that?
I don't believe people.
No, it's more white people.
Actually,
It's more white people taking advantage of that. Why you talking about the white people? That's going on. Taking advantage. You going, they trying to
I mean, my people like to steal social security numbers and get jobs when they're legal. That's a good thing.
Something about security and I guess something about DEI. Let's ask the layer Social Security though. Let's ask the layer Social Security. What about Social Security did Donald Trump change?
Kick your ass down easy right
all
now.
I'm trying to
You don't
say
let
is
me
he's
speak.
taking away black
Is you,
rights.
bro, is you cool?
It's plenty
No,
of
not
different
right now. Yo, bro, you acting like a fucking girl right now, bro? Dude, you've been talking about you. That ain't talking like a girl. They said we've been talking to you.
No, we secure. So you want to bring us down for some fucking racist ass people? They're racist.
No,
they're racist.
Nobody's doing that.
We're totally secure. We got our shit on gang. We done fought for our gang. We got our shit on gang. Yeah.
So hold on. Is that Christine that was asking the general question just now? Is that Christine that was asking the general question?
Man, you cash. Don't do it.
I come East Coast, puto, get that fame. What the fuck you gonna do, bitch?
Christine, was that you that just asked the question?
You a booty muncher.
I'll smack the goddamn black off your face, bitch.
Christine, was that you that just asked the general question?
Liquor agent.
Nah, I wasn't asking no general question. I'm just saying you ain't gonna let nobody bring us down, no.
I'm asking
He act like about Christine. He act like
a
a
question
person
about
right now.
Donald Trump changing something about Social Security.
It's not. That's
No,
not.
ain't nobody bringing us down,
See,
though.
what you're doing is you're minimizing my point. Like,
No,
I'm not minimizing anything.
So now you think that you're mad.
You're making it about
Everybody else
Wait,
speak,
look,
please.
what you're making is just about Social Security.
No, you minimize yourself.
I'm asking a lady question.
Let Christine
You
talk.
minimize yourself, number one. You bring yourself down. And not only are you bringing yourself down, you're bringing our people down with you. So maybe when you talk, make sure that you're speaking for yourself.
Are you drunk, bitch?
I don't know what she's trying to say.
No, I just said what the fuck I need to say.
Yeah,
It's
she
not
kind of
bringing
tipsy
myself
though.
down, actually, because like I said, if after a black man get killed from a police officer literally putting his fucking foot on his neck and doing weird racist shit to him, and then he give the police immunity and do everything that can affect black people and make it laws and changes shit that affects black people, he don't like black people. There's no reason for a fucking president, a white president, to give the police immunity after a black person got killed from the fucking police. Like, everything makes sense. Why the fuck is everybody so in denial, even black people? Donald Trump does not like black people. He does not like Iranians, and it's a lot of Iranians that voted for him. That's stupid.
Are you an immigrant? Are you a child of immigrant?
Hey, you know what it is,
No,
right?
I'm
Like,
saying-
just like
Yeah, you. Was your parents immigrants?
they got some Trump.
Are your parents
They got some Trump
Fine, not
and they think that they're gonna be part of
Yo,
that.
she sound like an immigrant, right?
No, I'm
You sound like an immigrant, man. Donald Duck.
Yeah, that's an immigrant right there, bro.
You can't, as a black person, you can't vote for
No, I
say
know, baby.
you're
That's
proud of
what
your
I'm
country.
telling you. We can't. Man, fuck what they talking about. That's not right.
But who said that I was bringing myself down? How am I
I'm sorry.
bringing myself
And I
down?
apologize for that.
I'm not trying to bring
hold up.
myself
So
down.
y'all
I'm just
really-
saying,
No, I
let's not
apologize.
act like a white man give a fuck about us because he don't.
No, I'm
He's done
sorry.
everything to show that he doesn't. He really don't give a fuck about us.
No, he
He
don't.
don't.
Let's keep it clear about that, right?
You don't care about
What in the fucking sexy, red, dirty, ghetto, foot-ass black
Hey, Dr. Adam, shut your white ass up now.
with a fucking orange-ass weave is a fuck happening? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, that's just a white supremacist right there.
Yeah,
bro.
that's
You sound
and ghetto. Like, what the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening?
Look at the energy.
On Twitter? They don't see you on
The corners of your lips are brown. Yeah, you should put down that nappy-headed ass crack pipe and stop complaining about racism. Put down the crack pipe.
And like I said,
God, they're saying
let's
that's
let's the last thing I want to say. The last thing I want to say is that a lot of white people.
Ratchet, dirty foot, and ghetto.
Wait, let me just. It's a lot of
Why y'all biting, bro? You need to stop biting every time somebody.
Nah, this nigga fucking out here clueless.
Don't do that.
Nah, he clueless.
This man is just concerned. Listen, if you listen really
Girl,
good,
I got you,
then you
baby.
hear that this man is just crying about the fact that his daughter is getting taken by a melanated
Girl,
person.
I got you, baby.
Oh God, they're saving
Girl,
our
I got you, baby.
This is terrible.
I hear you.
But we gotta
I
save
hear
the.
you, baby. I
We
hear
gotta
you.
save the white race.
Ratchet,
To an extent.
dirty foot,
And
and
okay.
ghetto.
Place.
And
On my back.
Ratchet, dirty foot, and ghetto.
Don't have brown eyes.
Ratchet, dirty foot, and ghetto. Let me tell you something, Portsmouth. If you showed up to my house for dinner, I would say grab the rope and find a tree. Okay, so ratchet, dirty foot, and ghetto.
No, I gotta grab a rope and find a tree because I can't deal with myself anymore. I'm gonna hang myself before I let my daughter get married here.
And let me tell y'all why a lot of black people
That's how back everybody goes.
like I said, why we don't get offended when y'all say shit like that is because y'all say shit like that. But like even white racist women say shit like that.
White dudes
Man, they just mad that they get discriminated when they go to Europe. I'm gonna tell y'all a little secret, right? I'm gonna tell y'all a little secret. Ladies, chill out. I'm gonna tell y'all a little secret, right? You know why these white men so frustrated in America? Because every time they, they're very proud of their heritage, right?
Your EBT card gives you
They get scolded and mocked for being a fat American. They're like, oh,
Why am I not accepted in my Irish residence? I'm supposed to be Irish.
Like I said, though, it's just for that.
Hey, I'm German too. Don't isolate me now. I'm German too. On my great granddaddy's side. Hey, wait a minute. Didn't Donald Trump date a black woman?
You know what's funny is you get people who immigrate here from Africa and they end up getting good jobs, and the first thing they think is like, wow, these African Americans are a bunch of dirty niggers. These lazy fucking criminals.
always focused on the other.
Like, how do you watch my black fans stealing all my girlfriends from me?
Why you talk PP? Why you talk PP?
But like I said, even with what Kane said, even with what Christine, 1 second. Like I said, even what Kane said, that's how white men feel. Yes, I agree. But even with white women, that's racist. They say that, but they call us a nigger, talk about our hair, but go get braids. They'll talk about our nose and go get a nose job. They'll talk about our lips and go get lip jobs.
White people are not going out and getting braids.
We were Vikings.
Maybe drunk in Mexico. So again, white people are not going out and getting braids. White people are not going out and getting.
But y'all like, okay, look.
Definitely not.
Listen, white boys like.
Definitely not. Listen. I'll tell you. Y'all must got me fucked up. Listen, I guarantee you there were black blondes, okay, and blonde fucking Diddy's mama's wigs, as opposed to white people going and getting cornrowed. The fuck are y'all talking about?
Okay, so it's
Blonde is not a white trait, brother. Blonde is not.
I got a Goldilocks. All right, y'all got a Goldilocks.
You like to be
Y'all so pro-black Goldilocks.
And you're so dumb that you don't even know that black people did.
Why does that bother you so much?
Wait, let me just say this. All black people as a whole.
Black people came out of Africa with a wig like Mary J. Blige.
And you can tell white people know nothing about black people. They
What the
think all
fuck
black
is
people
going
have
on?
hair.
Don't you hear what he's doing?
My hair is beautiful.
Yeah, he's just
You wouldn't even believe that I'm fucking black.
Come on now. Don't be traded. It's It's just
They always gonna say nappy hair, but they can't do shit with their hair. They can't do shit with their hair, but put it in a ponytail, or you have to wash it every day, and it's thin. Like it's a lot of things black people can say about white people hair too. It's not
But they
who
don't
wants
need to
white
do
people
that.
hair.
The white
people smell like
What
red
would
dog.
y'all do with y'all hair? It's
Okay.
It's dirty.
Trying to be ignorant, arrogant.
It's like
Okay, all right. Y'all sound ignorant as fuck talking about. I'm so
Yo,
pro-black.
I am ignorant.
Y'all want to throw on a fucking a freaking 40-inch bust now, looking like freaking Cher on Love and Hip Hop,
Stop muting.
looking like a whole damn orangutan, looking like a whole damn orangutan. Like what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? Y'all are so black, so pro-black, yet y'all trying to look like Marilyn fucking Monroe. Y'all trying to look like Marilyn fucking Monroe. Like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Y'all are trying to look like Marilyn fucking Monroe. Diddy's mama literally showed up to the court looking like Marilyn Monroe. Like, what the fuck are y'all talking about?
Hold up, but Diddy's mama's blonde by nature, bro.
This is how he's
Don't be hating on that shit. Like she's
Nigga, that's Diddy's mama, nigga. Don't put that on all black
Diddy's
bitches.
mama's a natural blonde body.
Listen.
They know
They're
Hemites.
Hemites.
Because they want him to get
They're Hemites. White boy
You can't compare Diddy mama to every
You know
black
that your auntie bent over that barbecue grill, okay, cooking up some fried chicken, right? Cooking up some fried chicken.
But Dr.
I got a white bitch next to me right here. I got a bad white
Right, and notice I said the mama's cooking the chicken because again, the fathers are nowhere to be found. Right? Y'all were arguing on Father's Day. Y'all were arguing on Father's Day. Of course I have a father. The fuck? What are you talking about?
No, you don't have no father.
What are you talking about? Listen.
Broke as fuck.
Listen, this is crazy.
Boy.
Hey, did you get the visa for your
white trash?
Slap your bitch ass in real life, nigga.
Motherfucker.
This is crazy. Was your mama cross her feet when she was porked over that damn freaking EBT table, getting that pussy eaten up just to get you some EBT benefits to keep the lights on? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? My household was able to afford mouthwash. Thank you.
Wow.
You was able to afford mouthwash. Wasn't able to control your mouth.
You still need to
Bitch ass nigga, I'm having it now, man.
I hope they put that shit in
You can mouthwash your shit all you like, but if you don't brush, man, that shit still gonna fall out, bro.
Meth head ass for that.
Listen. I guarantee you, y'all grew up with a fat black bitch that looked like an upside down fucking bowling pin. Okay, wearing a fucking blonde wig, saying praise Jesus while scamming the government. So again, we are not the same. You not like us. Thank you. You not like us.
Well, motherfucking white bitch with a fucking grizzly ass beer stomach.
Black people still have hair.
16 necks.
It's money.
He's like, your mama so black.
Living in a tent.
Your mama's so black.
No, ain't nobody saying your mama's black. I said your mom's a wide-built ass, Buick body ass, fucking welfare nightmare. That's exactly what I said. In a blonde wig. In that order. Thank you.
Three black women, including myself, that probably have.
But can you name your father? You can name 3 black women in your life. But can you name your father? Where's he at? Where is he at? Did he call you collect for Father's Day?
Oh, fat ass. I bet you fat as hell. You sound fat.
Hey,
Fuck out of here.
Wait, let me ask you a question. Did he send you some diamond rims or some gold teeth to get back to generational wealth? I'm just asking. You know your daddy owes more child support than the national deficit, right? How many loose bastard children did you have at your Thanksgiving table, right? I bet you everybody had an ankle bracelet. Every motherfucker had an ankle bracelet. Right. Before you pass the mashed potatoes, you had to check in with your parole officer. Okay, what the fuck are you talking about?
Walk around with an ankle monitor, nigga.
Pass the stuff in. No, don't pass it that way. I'm gonna get locked up.
I'll show your bitch ass 100,000 right there. Dirty ass nigga.
Y'all, he's trolling y'all guys. He's a bitch.
He's a bitch.
I just need some salt and pepper. That's all the seasoning I need.
But he's trolling.
Yeah, cause y'all old as fuck. Y'all some dusty ass. Y'all some Thunderbird sipping ass, dusty ass old heads.
Where's Ed?
Right.
Big
I see him. The fuck are you talking to? Who you calling the bitch, Pluto? Suck a fucking dick.
That shit bought. I bet you.
Pepper, go ahead.
The fucking shit out of you, pussy.
I know you fuck the shit out of him. You know that thing.
Right, fuck the shit out of you too. Y'all lost the argument when y'all could not identify your father. Okay? Y'all lost the argument then. Y'all lost in life and the argument at the same damn time.
Nobody lost the argument. I think both of y'all too gay.
Hey.
I think both y'all gay, bro. You in.
They are gay.
You could have used
Why that gay there you was over here that picture up?
All the fly bitches,
I bet you one of those fat niggas sitting in the basement, nigga, playing video games.
Who's talking about black people? Who's talking about black people? No, I'm talking about that fat bitch that look like an upside down bowling pin with a blonde wig on. If that happens to be your mama, then it is what it is. It is what it is. I know y'all are a bunch of unclaimed bastards, so again, ain't nobody talking about your mama. Who talking about black people? Y'all a bunch of unclaimed bastards. The fuck are y'all talking about? Bunch of unclaimed bastards. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all sitting at the Jerry Springer Maury freaking. Y'all sitting at the Jerry Springer Maury DNA test baggage checkout, right? Check out your baggage, fat bitch. Check out your baggage. Check out that baggage and shake out that blonde wig. Right. Shake out that blonde wig. Right. You never knew your daddy. Guess what? Prince Charming's not coming for you, fat bitch. You're not Cinderella. Your mama was a blonde-headed fat black bitch sitting in a wig. The fuck?
A bald-headed fat bitch sitting in a wig. That's
trying to touch things in the museum.
Hey, nigga, you got a water neck. You got a water neck, nigga.
Y'all mad because listen, y'all mad because I didn't grow up being raised by a fat black bitch. So again, y'all are mad. My mom knows exactly the autonomy of her neck. She knows the autonomy of her neck. Thank you very much. Right.
She showed me that.
Not necks and chicken bones. That's how your fat ass mama got to be the bovine animal size that she is. Right. Y'all know that y'all grow up with a bunch of fat ass mama. Fat ass mama. Fat ass pork lines, chicken neck and bones, eating ass, fat ass mama. I bet you your mama probably moved you off her lap, okay? Just to put her big fat ass tits on her lap, right? Because you grew up with a fat ass mama, right? You grew up with a fat ass mama. She probably wore a shower cap in public. She wore a shower cap in public. Your mama pulled up to the pickup line in elementary school in a Nissan Altima, and you're mad. You're mad. Your mom showed up in a shower cap, a Nissan Altima, and tits on her lap. Every time your mom rolled down the window to tell you she was here, she honked the horn, right? Because she had the big fat ass chicken bone neck tits on her lap. Right, exactly. You grew up with a fat ass mama. Fat ass mama. Exactly. A fat ass mama. A fat pork slice, chicken bone, freaking pickled pig feet ass, big ass, wide back ass, wide chin ass, big ass mama. That's exactly what you grew up with. That's exactly what you grew up with. Listen. You're just mad because your mom didn't wear yoga pants. My mom wore yoga pants, right? Because they turning parachutes into fucking yoga pants, you wide back ass fucking pigs and animal. The fuck are you talking about? You with your big ass mama. You with your big bald headed ass mama. Your big bald headed ass mama with her kids on her lap. Right, with a Chinese broad too. That's why your mama walked up. That's why your mama walked around. That's why your mama's walking around fucked up with that walker. Right.
That's an ignorant ass white man.
Right. Y'all are just mad. Y'all just mad because y'all grew up as fat ass mamas on welfare. On welfare. Thank you. On welfare. Fat ass mamas on welfare.
Let it get them out.
Fat ass mamas on welfare. And I guess what? Y'all, listen. I bet you your mama's fat as hell with tits on her lap and she got chin hair. She got chin here. Right. You having to cash app your mama some razors to get that chin hair off that dusty, wide, fat ass neck. Your mama got a shave on a fat neck. Right, she probably got a shave on her titties too. She probably got a shave under her titties too. The fuck is happening? Right, you were raised by a wide, big, back ass animal. Right. So Mother's Day. For Mother's Day. Right. For Mother's Day, you took your mother to the mud pool to throw mud on her fat ass, elephant ass back. Exactly. Right. You throwing mud on your mother's back for Mother's Day. Right? Because your mother is a fucking swinger. Could you imagine growing up between the flamingo and the chimpanzees and the fucking giraffes? Because we all know that your mother was an elephant. Right. Your big ass, wide back ass mama. Right.
You need to get back in the house, man. Your wife's getting worried.
Shit, your mother put your foot down and there's three dead in your hand. That's a fat ass bitch.
Yo, I can show you, baby.
At least your mama know the anatomy of her neck, right? Does that nigga die?
I can show you better than I can tell you.
Y'all remember that shit?
Like, you got another man.
Excuse me, no hair? Excuse me, you nappy-headed little chimpanzee. I am the Sammy Davis Jr. of Clubhouse, okay? Don't you sit up in here. Okay, don't you sit up in here and tell me. Okay, don't you sit up in here. Listen. These jail curls are getting all the bitches, right? Not some big, fat ass, whore-lipped, freaking extra 200, freaking XL, freaking underwear ass, having ass bitches like your fat ass mama. Right. Your fat ass mama. Exactly. What the fuck are you talking about? Hold on. I'm gonna ask these two women. The fuck are you talking about? Hold on. These women can't talk to me. Listen, you can't talk to me unless you can take some of my other way. Everybody knows I got a third leg and my dick swings to my knee. Okay? You freaking bald-headed ass bitch. Right. You probably got an oily forehead and you drive an Altima. What the fuck are you talking about?
Why you always talking about people's driving and shit, dude? What the heck
As a black person, I can tell you I got work.
You gotta ask your help.
Is that a sensitive subject to you? Because you're broke and you have no car?
You're out here in the world. They need to capture that.
Yeah, why don't you go suck some more dick in Atlanta? Let's see if you can get a Cybertruck, buddy. Let's see if you can get a Cybertruck, buddy. The fuck are you talking about? You dig in a booty hole, freaking bald-headed ass fake shit like what the fuck is going on?
White people can't call black people bald.
Yes, the fuck we can. Guess what? Right, I'm gonna call you a bald-headed ass, fat ass, wide back ass, bald-headed, hair-padded hooligan. Okay? There you go. You hair-hatted hooligan.
You thought you
Can't spell hooligan. You on backyard reading.
What in the ghetto is going on? What in the ghetto is going on? Your biggest paycheck, excuse me, your biggest paycheck is putting on the blonde wig and some booty shorts and begging for money and fucking Wawa. Now what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I know you can't spell it. You can't spell it. He's talking about hair and cars. That's all he's
I got longer hair than you. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Them good Indian jeans, exactly. Exactly. No. These two fake black Britannians, they don't cook with no seasoning. Both these black freaking box braid having ass bitches put raisins in the fucking potato salad, okay? Don't let them fool you. They're lying. They're fucking lying.
I need my hair done.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. How many horses have to be shaved so that your bust down could come down to your booty? How many horses have to be shaved? Save the pets. That's my right side. I'm showing up for PETA up this bitch.
goddamn word, dude. This motherfucker retarded.
No, I need my hair done. Can I get some money?
Shave the whale and shave the black bitch. Stop the hair hat.
No, give me some money.
You gotta have
Give me $60.
What Down syndrome? I have niggerettes. I'm gonna call every single one of you bald-headed ass-hat hooligans. Ashy asses out every motherfucking time I get. I have niggerettes.
Rhinoceros, what the fuck you gonna say?
Imagine watching those every day. Imagine King wearing
A wash a day keeps the edges to stay.
Yeah, that's funny because y'all kids never have hair.
Oh my God, bro.
That's
true. That's true. But they got no hair. So they like green hair.
Yeah, they got hairy arms.
Black people come out with a lot of hair. They mad. They mad because they can't do this but put it in a ponytail.
Like you only get hair if you touch in the sunlight, but they always in the cave, so that's why they naturally got that fur thing. And they isolate their body.
So like black people have a whole thing where we don't have to do it. Y'all have to do it because y'all
No, they be bald-headed as hell when they come out.
Y'all can't wear y'all hair
Black lives matter. Save the horses. When the horses are protected, black women will return to themselves.
Second lives matter. Second lives matter. Pay and BP.
Protect Seabiscuit at all costs.
If y'all don't like y'all hair, it look dirty in the end.
I just have to say,
Dirty thin ass hair. Hair got three scoops of hair.
good night.
No matter how black her texture is,
It's like 3:20 here in LA. You know, good dawn.
Can somebody call the police? That's a concerned neighbor.
Adam.
Y'all mad at me again? Y'all mad at me again?
Yeah. I just have to say that Adam's Supremus has cooked everyone by a long shot.
You can't cook a black person at all as a white person.
He has absolutely flambéed you.
I mean, how can you overcook the fried chicken nightmare? Like, this is crazy.
I have more hair than everybody in the white ass.
Man has fried the catfish.
You saw all that shit he said was funny. You saw anything was funny when he said his mouth.
what you want, but that shit just keeps stealing.
That didn't cook now. Nobody. He definitely can't do it. So y'all hold on, try to eat that shit. So y'all cool.
What he cook?
That nigga ate your That's what's funny. Y'all think that shit funny?
And if black people saying he ate us up, that means he ate us up.
They're cool. No. I've been in this bitch for a while. Listen, I can tell you what it is. Some of y'all ain't been this dude been in the room for a long time. He's a cool dude. Like VP, he's been in this room for a long time. I know he's a fucking faggot. He's actually a faggot. Adam's a racist, but he's a true also. Matt's actually kind of intelligent sometimes. Joe's a racist. I don't really know Sarah. I don't know Sarah. And I don't know really Doc. I think I know Doctor. But you're a cool dude. I already know who you are. You're a real cool. I don't really know that person. But I'm telling you, New York, Randy, Christine, I don't know Christine too much, but I'm telling you, they're cool. Don't worry about it. Kay, no, you're not cool. No, I just say that. I say Kay, no.
He just called me a fool. What the fuck?
No, I did not call you. I said Christine. Christine. I said you cool.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Oh my God. I said New York cool, Brandy cool. Fucking.
Okay.
I know you're cool, dude. You're cool.
Yeah, you're all a bunch of big backs. You're all a bunch of big backs.
But
okay, you're all a bunch of fat big backs. Right. None of you guys go to the gym. Thank you. None of you go to the gym. Who's trolling? I spent 5 hours in the gym tonight. Thank you. 5 hours in the gym. 5 hours in the gym. Thank you. You spend 5 hours in the EBT line. I spend 5 hours pumping iron, bro. So at the end of the day, you're mad. You're mad because you're a monkey in the jungle who can't even swing from monkey bars, right? I can do more chin-ups than you, bro. So at the end of the day, you're just mad. You're mad. You're so mad.
Y'all can't stay in the sun too long.
I mean, nothing's funny. The ones that laugh on the
y'all have the thinnest hair ever. Nobody wants thin hair.
New York, NY. Don't do it. Because all these motherfuckers. Listen. I've been in this room for years. Trust me, they are fucking trolling you. So Adams is really racist. He's racist.
Yeah, he's trying to say like.
Who the fuck is trolling? Who the fuck is trolling? Are you mad? Are you mad because I can get cornrows down my back and I don't have to get extensions?
Oh my God!
You're just so mad.
I'm telling you,
so mad. So mad.
I'm responding to what you said.
Wait, is this Bruce? Is this Bruce? Wait, hold on. Is this Bruce?
I've been in this room.
Bruce, I'm surprised you made it home alive. I'm surprised you made it home alive. Them white people in the San Fernando Valley, them Jewish people didn't call the police on you? Like, y'all always attacking the Jews on this app. Oh, isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing? Bruce made it home. He lives in a Jewish community. He made it home safely. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy, y'all? Isn't that crazy?
You actually got some
I thought you had a target on your back.
Off and on for a few
I thought you were being oppressed. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I've been making movies, so a lot of you guys are new. So I'm telling you, Matt's pretty cool.
Listen. Anybody can open up an OnlyFans and say they make movies as well.
Joe was fucking racist. I don't know Sarah.
Who are you talking to?
I don't know.
as far as I'm concerned,
Listen. I'm telling you, the people. PP is really gay. Pepe is really gay.
No, the fuck we're not. That's why we're crashing the fuck out. Okay, listen. If you're racist, Bruce, you need to zip your chip mouth. Okay, literally, you're crashing out fucking drunk. Shut the fuck up.
I'm telling everybody the truth. Y'all
You
won't
asked me first,
Adams, listen, I'm trying to tell y'all something.
Did you want to know who I am again?
Christine. Adam's a racist troll.
Who the fuck is racist?
You're a racist shit. But you're a troll though, so it doesn't matter. We don't care. But I let you rant and I roasted you a while and let you talk shit, but it's good.
Bro, the only thing that's roasting in here is your liver.
I always let you roast.
It's the only thing roasting.
You're boring. You can't roast. New York, you're cool. Christine, you're cool. Because y'all guys are new. Y'all don't know this room. So you start learning this room, you just go ignore shit. Callie, I don't know you.
Is your blood alcohol content cool?
Maximus is a bitch.
Let's ask that, Bruce.
Hey, Bruce.
Let's ask that, Bruce.
What did you tell me, Bruce? What did I need to know about this room?
Breathalyze
I'm
Bruce.
telling y'all what y'all need to know, okay? I can't talk.
Nobody gives a fuck. Y'all still gotta wear sunscreen.
No, he's racist. No, he's seriously. No, listen.
Who the fuck is racist?
Adam's seriously racist.
Who the fuck is racist?
I've been on this thing for about 2 years.
Oh, because I have my white sheets in the laundry right now? Does that make me racist?
Dude, you're racist as shit, dude. I mean, just be honest. So you're a troll, though. You like trolling people.
Who the fuck is racist?
You dumbass. You're gay, too.
He definitely racist.
He's gay, too.
People be racist.
Sarah, I don't know who you are.
Okay,
I've never met you before, so you gotta be
to the woman who said I'm gay, you can sit on my face and let's test that theory.
Oh, now you want black person?
Maximus said, and you know what? I've known you for a little bit.
Wait, is that a black woman?
You're a retard.
No, you want
because she's slow.
Black Americans.
Oh, God. Is that a black woman?
I can't believe it.
God, they out here just like tricking me. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Are you slow?
They just, in my opinion, this is all I'm trying to say, Bruce. I just feel like it's nothing. I'm not gonna say nothing wrong with it, but I don't give a fuck if any racist. I love being black, me personally. But like I said, don't try to make other people feel like that they should not like being black because you don't like
they
being
trolling.
black.
Don't never let nobody get into your head. Don't never let nobody get into your head. What the?
Don't never let
nobody get in your
I
head.
can't even style my hair how I want to style my hair. My hair falls out.
Bro.
Real fast. Bruce, just 3 hours ago, you were saying that black people could not be racist. However, now you're accusing Adams of being racist. So I don't understand your logic here.
Okay,
The only person that's cool out here, the only person that's cool in here that I like is Matt.
You don't know how to control your liquor or something? Like I don't know.
The only person I like on here is Matt.
So what were you asking me? You said
and Matt's cool.
What I say?
Freaking,
You said I said something. What did I say?
New York.
Dude, you just asked me a question. You ain't gonna finish?
they fucked up.
You hear that, Matt? You hear that, Matt? You're one of the only people he likes. You know, Mateo Frio and Don Julio.
No, I don't.
Don Julio.
Matt's cool.
Mateo Frio and Don Julio.
But Joe's a
Everybody
Joe's a dickhead.
We used to be
Sarah, I don't know her, but from her attitude today, I don't really like her. I don't know Dr. Winston.
Come on.
PP is a gay. And Adam's a racist gay.
Who's
Both are
racist?
gays.
Who's racist?
Fag. You're a fag too.
Who's racist?
He's racist.
Who's racist?
Bruce, I have a question. If we meet, would you let me touch your hair?
Oh, shit.
See, that's why I don't like you. Because that wasn't even funny. White people laugh at that. because you're white. The white people laughing. Black people.
Nobody wants to rub their fingers through your hair, just like your mother didn't like doing it when you were a child, Negro. Shut the fuck up.
I don't care. You're a faggot. I don't care.
I told you.
You're a fag.
This is why
You're a queer dude. You're a carpet. And she's a carpet muncher too. Sarah probably is.
You literally said, I love
Shut
Sarah,
up,
but
bitch.
I don't
Shut up.
like her.
So I don't like. You know what?
I just wanted to give you a reason to
you know
not
what?
like me. I just gave you a reason to not
Dude,
like
shut
me.
up.
If you want to not like me, that's fine.
No, I don't
Let
like
me
you. I
give you
don't
a
like your
reason.
fucking attitude. I don't
I got
like
a
your
couple
personality.
more.
I can already tell you're a dick. So, I mean,
You
everything
did-
you
you-
said today and I listened to made me sick. Seriously.
But Bruce, no.
Because you're a fucking racist. I don't even know why you're racist.
So Bruce, she should be racist. She should be racist.
I know you are. I know you are. You're a fag.
Bruce,
Facts are racist. No, you really are a faggot.
Bruce, were you sick when you were drinking hooch and texting trans women? Like, what the fuck are you talking
I
about?
can hear.
Bruce,
Yo,
Bruce, don't do it, Bruce. Don't do it, Bruce.
You got a twang in your voice, dude.
Baby, I'm
You're
doing
a
it because
fag.
I want.
Dude, and I know fags because, motherfucker, I live in goddamn California. So all you motherfuckers, you
in California too.
Matt Straight.
You're in Mexico. You live in the San Fernando Valley.
Joe Straight.
They have no street lights. They have no street lights, and guess what? Your neighbors have no green card.
You're a fag.
You know what's crazy? I've never reported ICE coming to my neighborhood.
Which is pay, which is gay.
I've never heard of ICE coming to my neighborhood.
All day of that.
Right. I bet ICE is rolling up and through your neighborhood. All of those bodegas and liquor stores are going to be closed.
Oh, there you go, New
You
York.
better go buy your liquor real quick. You better go.
Yeah,
buy
exactly.
real quick.
Exactly.
Go buy that crack. Go buy that crack. You know those pills you need.
That's right.
Go buy it. You said
All that meth. Go ahead and buy that meth.
Yeah,
That's
that
what I was trying to say about Joe.
Well, you should buy all the bananas at the bodega before they get deported. You should definitely buy all the bananas at the bodega. Buy every single one of those bananas. Yes, Bruce. Yes, you. Yes, you, Donkey Kong. Yes. Yes. Buy every single one of those fucking bananas at that bodega before all your neighbors get deported. You don't know that you live in the poor section of Los Angeles. Right. You live in the poor. What you're gonna do is continue to have roommates and live in the poor area of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, keep talking. Right. Keep talking. Right. Keep talking. Roommate fruitcake. Yeah. Does your roommate listen to you freaking porking men off a grinder that you stumble on drunk? That you stumble on drunk in the middle of the San Fernando Valley, bro? So again, exactly. You're definitely exactly. Who? Excuse me? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Color purple say what? Like what the fuck are you talking about? Hello? Hello? The fuck, like what in the Zeus network is this?
I'm done talking to facts.
Yes, leave. Leave, you drunk. Leave, so I can focus my sole attention on this hair-hatted hooligan.
I like pee-pee's booty. I don't like women. Fucking fags.
This is crazy.
Cupcake ass nigga. Oh, cupcake ass nigga. You cupcake. You cupcake today.
Okay. Yeah, so this hair-hatted hooligan, what do you have to say?
Yo, dude, why you keep talking?
Anything else, Rasputin? What do you want to do? What you want to do? You want to square up? What you want to do? What you want to do? You got your baby fat Nikes on? Like, what's happening?
I got my baby fat Nikes. I don't wear baby fat.
What's happening?
I got my baby fat Nikes on.
What's happening? Oh, you don't support black businesses all of a sudden?
Baby fat wasn't me. Okay, whatever.
Oh, yeah, you have to think about that, right?
Who are you talking to?
Nobody.
I got a question for NY. NY, I mean, serious question. Do all lives matter?
to go through everything.
Wait a minute, the same fit.
Yeah.
So are you saying that the lives of fat bitches don't matter? Wait, hold on. You talking about the same? No, but you talking about two. Hold on. Some of y'all are suspects. Some of y'all fat bitches maybe eat too much. So again, I'm asking, how do we know that? How do we know that? Yeah. Listen. You're a big back until you're proven otherwise, right? So again, you're a big back until you're proven otherwise. You've never seen a cock in my mouth. So again, at the end of the day, you've never seen a cock in my mouth, and yet you hurling allegations. So I've never seen a jelly donut up in your mouth, and I'm calling you a big back for what you are. So again, yes, big back. What do you have to say, big back? 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 Then we got Precious. Then we got Precious and Monique chiming in. Like, what the fuck is going on? Is this like a fat bitch symphony? Like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah, you a fat bitch. You know,
What the fuck is happening?
Like black people. How you know about them though?
I'm so fat as hell.
People want to be better.
I can't stop eating. Like, what the fuck is going on? It's like a whole fat bitch symphony up in here. Fat bitch symphony up in here. See, this is how y'all are bald-headed, unhappy. Fucking y'all probably haven't washed your pussy in a week. Y'all probably haven't even shaved your pussy. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. You didn't wash your pussy in a year. Freaking bald-headed scallywag. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Pussy having cheap boom. That's why you bitches have bacterial vaginosis.
That doesn't mean that they're calling us
The only reason why you have longer hair than white people is because you keep buying packs of fucking Asian hair from Chinese people. The fuck are you talking about, She-Bone? The fuck are you talking about?
You say anything. Adam.
Why are you so angry?
Because white people that's racist want to be better than black people. Black people don't give a fuck.
Why are you so angry?
I'm not angry.
Why are you so angry? If I get angry, I just yell and it's over. Okay? When you get angry, you put on a hair hat and you wear that shit all day. Like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah. You put a wig on top of your head, you wear that motherfucker all day. What the fuck are you talking about?
What are you saying?
Fuck are you talking about? Soul Pole Black. Yeah, some of y'all motherfuckers walking around looking like fucking Marilyn Monroe. Looking like a black Marilyn Monroe.
Oh, Marilyn Monroe wore wigs, sir, and black people created wigs.
It's not even pretty though.
First of all, when Marilyn Monroe wore a wig, she went from blonde and beautiful to blonde and beautiful. She didn't go from a nappy-headed bonnet, freaking shower cap and public wearing nightmare into blonde and beautiful. And again, y'all still look ridiculous. That's the crazy part. We haven't even gotten to discuss that. Y'all throw on that blonde wig and y'all look fucking ridiculous. Y'all look fucking ridiculous. We're Donkey Kong. Ridiculous.
Right.
Wow.
But we got way more hair than y'all will ever have. Y'all got eaten out of here.
The cooking.
We actually, white people and Asian people actually have more hair than black people. You guys have your hair texture makes it seem like it's thicker, but we actually have more hair, you dumb fucking bitch.
No, we have more. Wow. You would think my hair is so thick. I'm not that.
You gotta count the strands.
You know what's different than white is that when I go to bed with a white or a Mexican woman, she wakes up, when she wakes up in the morning, okay, her hair looks just like it did the night before. You wake up with your with your weave on the fucking floor, looking like a goddamn gorilla.
I am the dog.
Why you a racist fag, dude? Why you a racist fag for that?
It's nothing you could ever tell me that a white person. You could never tell me a white person like
He's a faggot because he's such a
unless you feel like you want to be better than everybody. That's how
Next to shut your retarded ass up to slow ass motherfucker.
Right. For real.
And fucking Adams, why the fuck you got Down syndrome?
talking about
You got Down
Republican? Answer the question. Are you a Republican?
Who's Republican?
Are you
I'm a Democrat.
Bruce?
I'm a Democrat.
Are you Democrat, Bruce?
We're talking to you, Goldilocks. Oh, you're a Democrat? You were gonna cook for some freaking fake black bitch that freaking you were gonna cook some. You were gonna vote. You were gonna vote for some cook footin' ass Indian.
Can Bruce answer my question? Are you a Democrat?
Don't talk to racists. Women.
Period. Because
Get the fuck out.
women don't even like
Get the
themselves.
fuck out.
They don't even be like how they look.
Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
Are you a Democrat, Bruce? Bruce, are you a Democrat?
You know she racist, they right? Fag.
What do you have against
He
gay
is
people?
racist. Everybody
Why do you
here is
gay
racist.
shame? Why do you
Why are you in here as opposed to...
Why do you try to gay shame? What do you have against gay people? Bruce?
What you got against black people, bitch?
What do you have against? Well, try again. I'm a
You
person
should
about
fuck that.
myself. Try again.
You don't even want to serve.
Try again, Bruce. Or just tell me, what do you have
What you
against?
got against black people?
I don't have any.
Yeah, you showed it today.
Why
And
would
I
I
don't even
have
know you. Like, this is the first time I come back in this room and you here talking about black this and black that.
I was talking about what?
No, you was talking. Oh, now this bitch is got. Now she's sobered up. You sobered up now? You don't know what you said.
No.
You're the only one who's been drunk, motherfucker. What the fuck are you talking
Shut
about?
your gay ass up.
You shut the fuck up. Go use your goddamn dick suckers to suck a fart out of your father's ass, bitch.
Gay ass. Gay ass. Oh, weird. Booty pumping ass nigga.
Come to East Coast and get that fade, bitch.
You ain't gonna do
DJ
nothing.
Baracho,
I
suck
bet
a
you got
fucking
long
dick.
ass nails, huh? Little trainy ass.
Fucking changuito, cállate.
Y'all cannot realize the racists don't even like the way they look. They don't like the way they look.
It's a trainee.
I apologize for
Do you swim?
behavior, y'all.
I apologize for Bruce's behavior. Shut your ass up, too.
Bruce, do you know how to swim?
How you gonna apologize? Apologize to
Everybody knows that Bruce gets paid by trans women to Figueroa. Yeah, he definitely gets paid by trans women.
Shut your ass up.
Apologize sincerely, guys.
I apologize sincerely, guys.
No, there's no reason to apologize. I mean, some people are just born. Some people are just born with fucking primate brain. That's it's not your fault.
Jackson ass
And some people are racist. They don't even like them.
It's really ain't your fault. Oh, it's your fault because you're black.
For everything, it's my fault.
It's your fault.
You know, I take full responsibility for it.
Oh, it's your mom's fault, Bruce. You were born to a nappy-headed drunk bitch that couldn't get weenie off the bottle.
If you don't shut your
And you were
fucking
born into
Billy
a white ass family that don't got no
bullshit,
We don't keep saying it.
bum ass, fucking retarded,
excuse me,
faggot ass,
We
bullshit
didn't
ass,
ask for any
crack
mammies,
ass up.
saviors,
Shut up, shut your
services.
ass up. Shut your stupid ass backyard, doodle brown, motherfucker.
At least I grew up in a backyard.
I know you did.
Yeah, exactly.
I grew up in the backyard, motherfucker.
Exactly. Over 2 acres.
I grew up in the
In
tent.
Southern California.
Yes,
Yeah.
Southern California. No,
I know.
Southern
I bet you're so
California.
mad.
You too
So
country.
mad. So
You too
mad.
country to be.
So mad. So
Southern
mad. So
California.
mad. So mad. My mom wasn't a whore like yours, flipping tricks on the coffee table to keep my lights on.
Really?
You
Oh,
can
that
tell
was
when a white
so
person
funny.
not happy they white. You can just tell.
But you've been milking cows all day for
Don't
You've been milking cocks in your mouth, faggot. Shut the fuck up.
No, that's you. That's not me.
He's so gay. He couldn't wait to say some gay
That's you and Adams. That's you and Adams.
White power.
White fucking power. White fucking
White
power.
Nigga, you not even white.
White power.
Yeah, I have brown pride worldwide, bitch.
You're
He's
not
so
even brown,
fucking dumb.
dude.
He
You
think
fucking.
Mexican is
I don't
white.
even know what you are. You just a
He thinks
faggot.
being Mexican is white
Not
because
too-
it's not
not
black.
too much
He
on
don't.
He's just he's a fag. That's all he is to me.
Bruce, let me ask you. Bruce, do you love
Fucking-
white people?
Shut up, Joe. I don't
Ain't
like
nobody
you.
talking about
I don't like you at
mamas,
all,
that
Joe.
freaking
I mean, I never liked
dirty
you.
ass,
Even
drunk,
before
cockeyed
we knew each
asshole.
other, when I came on here, I never liked you because you're so
Just tell us-
stupid. Like
Like you
Tell us
think
if
you're
you love
smart,
white people, Drew.
but you're dumb.
Flat backing
You
to keep the lights
you
on.
never show your
Drew.
face.
It's a
Show
simple
me your
question.
face, dude.
It's a simple question. Do you
Just
love
show
white
me your
people?
face.
Okay.
He wants pics to jerk off to.
Show
He's
your
just a dirty
face.
faggot. Just
Show me your face.
it's not worth it.
Show your
Pepe,
face.
I'm so proud of you, bro. You're
This
catching
is
up
my
to this
face.
tactic. Like, this is an age-old tactic that these homos
This is
use.
an age-old tactic.
Like, these fucking homos.
Yo, did a black man create this?
I swear you got. I swear
No.
that you got Down
Did
syndrome.
a black
You
man?
gotta have Down syndrome. You got
Did
to.
a black man create you? I mean, you wouldn't know. You don't know your father. So again,
You never did. Fucking retard.
you still don't know your father.
Fucking fag. You're a
You
fag.
didn't know who
dude.
to call
No,
for
seriously,
Father's
I know
Day.
you're a fag. I know
You
you're a
didn't know
fag.
who to call for
I know,
Father's
Pete,
Day.
you sound like a faggot.
You
Pete,
did
I
not
know
know
you
who to
a
call for Father's
That's
Day.
not a
You
kid.
know,
He don't have
Sarah,
a
I know
dad.
you.
I bet you're so
About
mad.
that. I
Racist.
doubt
So
you know
mad.
that.
So, could you imagine talking about, because I grew up with one, you dumb ghetto
I
bitch.
know.
No, you did. No, you did. No, you did. No, you did.
He did not
Because
grow
he
up with
wouldn't
a
be
dad.
gay.
No,
if
he didn't.
wouldn't be gay.
He wouldn't be gay. He would be.
So let
way
me
more
ask you,
masculine.
how many loose bastards do you have, New York? How many loose bastards do you have that you're depriving of the relationship with their
I
father?
think a lot of white men. I think what a lot of white men have against black men is that they're more masculine. Y'all be gay as fuck.
Yo,
No,
black man
he's gay for
Crazy.
No, he's gay for real.
It's crazy.
No, I'm seriously.
This is a
Black men
nappy-headed
don't act like
man.
y'all. That's why they're considered
I'll
aggressive.
tell you, I've been on
That's
this
why
dirty
they
foot
consider
and
black
ghetto.
men aggressive because they don't
Dude.
act gay and soft.
Look,
Dumb, dirty foot, and ghetto.
NY.
Oh,
I'm telling you.
and ugly.
I'm telling you. I've been on this thing for a few. I've been on with them for a while. He's gay. Adam's gay. PP's gay. That's what I
Yeah,
call
he
PP.
in denial about being gay. I
No,
know.
no, he's gay.
Because they
He
can
knows
say
he's
all
gay.
they want to about black
No,
men.
no.
Black men
They
don't act.
trolling you.
Black men will call y'all gay.
They
They will call
trolling.
y'all gay. Y'all don't
Yeah, I
act
would
like
slap
men.
both of them at the same time.
What's
There'll
so
be
wrong
one
with
slap.
being gay?
Both of them
What's
get
wrong
slapped.
with being gay?
Nothing's wrong with being gay,
Yeah,
but
you
stop
gay too,
trying.
probably, because you just
Stop
said that.
trying to talk about people if we can't
See,
say gay.
you know what it is, Gildas? You know what it is, Gildas? Gildas, I brought up their fathers. Gay is the only point of reference that they have because we both know that their fathers are locked up. We both know that their fathers are locked up. They're mad. They don't know who they are. It is what it is. You met your dad on Maury. That's why you have a bunch of loose bastards. Repeating the cycle.
That's not
Repeating the
how it
cycle.
I don't.
Repeating the cycle.
Oh, you went on Maury?
I can't
Repeating the
I'll tell you
cycle.
the truth.
Yo,
I'll tell you the
shut
truth.
up, bitch.
I'll tell you the truth right
I
now.
just want to know why is it okay for white people to keep being racist and talking about how black people look in their hair, but
You
y'all
just okay.
the
Break
sun
down.
don't
Who's being
burn y'all
racist?
ass up anyway.
Who's being
I'll
racist?
tell you the truth right now.
Who is being racist?
You guys are you trying to be entertained.
Well,
Who's
don't
being
be
racist?
to
Nobody
me,
called
and
you
I
out
won't
of your
be
name.
racist to you, but if you
Nobody
be racist-
disrespected
if
you.
can
I'm
call
just
me
calling
niggas
out
and talk
facts.
about my hair, I
You
can
act
call
like this
y'all
because you
crackers,
met
talk
your
about
father
y'all
on
white
Maury,
ass face,
and
and
you're a
turn
dumb,
red. Y'all
ghetto,
really fucking look like
muffled,
vampires.
dragging ass
Y'all don't have
orangutan.
no
You a
hair.
white
Y'all
racist.
Thank you.
hair thin as fuck.
You gay.
Y'all don't have no hair. Y'all don't.
I bet
That's
you
not a
date a black
debate.
man.
It's not a debate.
Adams,
If
look, you
you
date a
want
black
y'all
man,
post
don't you?
y'all hair, y'all don't have much.
And you buy your hair from Chinese women and you glue it on top of your head.
My real
Adams-
hair
Adams
is
dated a black
thicker
man.
and longer than all your whole fucking family and
No,
generation.
Adam's dated a
Again.
black man.
One
Adam's
black,
dated a
they
black
mad
man, don't
because one black person can have more hair than the
Yeah,
whole
I know.
generation.
I know what kind of troll you are, Adams. Yeah, you date a black man.
I'll tell you the truth right now.
I tell you that you date a black man.
The
Don't you?
truth of the
Adams?
matter
I know you probably yeah.
I'm gonna tell you the truth right now.
And PP, you
What in the
Like,
Diddy
like
is
the
this
truth
black
right
man
too.
talking about? Like, do y'all not
No,
see why Diddy's
Adams,
gonna be convicted?
like
this
black man.
this is what's going
No,
on,
he
y'all.
might not be racist.
Listen to this
I
man.
think he
We
like
don't
black
give a
He
fuck
ready
about
for the
Diddy.
freak off. He ready for the freak off. Like this is
Alright,
crazy.
I gotta go to bed, dude.
Nobody gives a fuck about Diddy, only you.
I'll talk to y'all later. Fuck
That's
you.
how you know white
That's
people
it.
dumb. They think we all
Thank
give
you,
a fuck
Matt.
about all black
Talk
people.
to you
Some
later.
black people we don't give a
Okay.
fuck about.
So,
Just
Yes,
like we don't
yes.
fuck about-
Worry about
Fuck
your
you,
next
Sarah.
government check and finding your children's
Be
father.
why
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Make them happy.
Thank you. You know what's crazy? We have family reunions without name tags. Could you imagine that?
And Project don't know who you are. Fucking Gildas or whatever fuck your name, kill yourself. Top
And Bruce doesn't
Shut up,
even
nigga.
realize.
Shut up.
Bruce doesn't even realize he's
Christine,
talking to his father.
cool. Callie,
I made Bruce.
NY,
I made
cool.
Bruce.
I'm out. Kill
I'm
yourself,
his
boy.
father.
I'm
He
out.
doesn't even know it though.
I'm out.
That dumb nigger finally left. Amazing.
We have a keyboard warrior in the chat though.
Telling you, they would be more, happy people if they actually knew their fathers.
We have a key.
I could bet 90% of y'all would never say that.
I can bet you're probably still triggered from Father's Day.
No,
I would say it to your face, but the problem is that your people are known for being impulsive, angry, willing to have a nigger moment at any given time. That's why you guys are incarcerated for violent crimes at such a high
We be
rate.
smacking the shit out of
Imagine-
y'all.
Yeah, that's why your dad smacked the shit out of you and beat your fucking mom all the time. Right?
Imagine having Father's Day and you cooked dinner for those bastard children and no man showed up. That's crazy. So crazy.
Y'all not tough.
How many kids do you have? Oh, we're not tough. In other words, we don't act like a bunch of violent
I don't
chimps.
have
Amazing.
kids. I don't have kids. But yours don't have no fucking hair. I can bet that. You don't have no. If you do have kids,
Your kids don't have no fucking hair. White kids grow manageable, nice-smelling hair, unlike you nappy-headed
kids
hoes.
don't have hair.
Yeah, Pepe is actually Indian.
Y'all kids don't grow
guys.
hair till they're like 3 or 4 years old. Black people have way more hair as babies than white people. That's not. You can. Look
Okay,
that
so it
up.
has pubic hairs on its fucking head when it's born.
No,
Amazing.
I had soft hair when I was a baby.
Oh, you had
Hair
nigger pubic
texture
hairs
is
on your
not
head.
a
What are you
race
talking
thing.
about? You
Hair
fucking
texture
baboon.
is not a race thing. There's black people with softer hair. Some black people have thicker hair. It's not a race thing. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't.
Bullshit.
Black people have different textures of hair, and just like white people, y'all don't have textures of hair. All y'all hair thin, and that shit bald.
Can I ask you a
and
question?
sweaty.
Can I ask you a question? Is that a yes and no? So, do you feel like black people were cheated out of generational wealth?
Cheated out of generational wealth? No, because there's black people that has generational wealth. There's no stereotypical financial thing going on, so I don't understand.
So,
that.
do you think that it's a said black person's obligation to grow said generational wealth?
Like, let's be for real. Like, what are you asking? Because that's like saying that no black person has generational wealth. That don't make sense.
No, I'm asking, the standpoint from which your activism comes from.
It's like, why do y'all want to be so much? Why are y'all so in
Who's
competition
y'all?
with black people?
Who's y'all?
It's like black people don't.
Who's
give a
y'all?
fuck. We just rather not have the conversation because we don't give.
Who's
a fuck.
y'all? And you definitely do not speak for all black people.
Technically, I do because
No,
nobody
actually,
else is
technically, you
nobody
don't.
else is having that conversation.
Technically, you don't.
That's why you're asking.
Technically, you don't.
But technically, no one's talking to you about it. Neither am I. So
We're on a social audio app.
right, and I'm not answering, and no one
Okay.
else is. So what does that tell you? No one gives a fuck.
Great. So, what is your purpose for being here? Exactly.
Because it was stupid as fuck what she said, saying that all black people was racist because they don't understand she's fucking Asian when she's
You
technically
don't
Iranian.
think that you've said very racist things on this app?
Because you said it to me.
You know what's funny is that you hear,
hold on, Pepe.
you hear all kinds of
Pepe.
men say Persian women are
For
pretty, but you
her
don't see
to
them
say-
saying you guys are. Isn't that amazing?
Pepe.
Okay, but
Pepe.
do you think? Okay, so it all started. First of all, the whole me being starting to be racist is because she's saying that all black people were inherently racist.
I never said all black people. I said
Okay.
Sarah,
So
you're in the-
you're inherently excuse me. You're inherently admitting to the fact that you're being racist. And you're giving a causation behind it. So
me being racist. How is me being racist?
no, she said racist. She said racist.
How is black
She said
people-
racist.
It's like y'all want people to be like y'all because you.
Black.
So you're saying that let y'all.
Mute that chimp.
So Dr. Adams, so you're saying that basically that I'm inherently being racist. But how is that inherently? Do you know what that means inherently? That means like it's DNA wise, like that's just how you are.
So
how am I inherently
let me actually
Hold on,
hold on, Sarah.
because I'm being racist. Who's being racist?
to say inherently racist, and I'm going to say explicitly racist. Let me withdraw that term and resubmit a new one. Explicitly racist.
Okay, so like I was saying, so it doesn't make sense for someone to say.
Oh, do you want to address that?
Okay, however you said it.
Do you want to address that, or do you want to keep doing your black bullshit and keep getting? Oh, okay. This is the black bullshit. This is the black bullshit.
Whatever you said, Sarah, it doesn't make sense.
Latino and you claim to be
Whatever you said, it doesn't make sense for you to think anybody is racist because they don't know you're fucking Asian. That does not make sense.
I didn't say that.
So what did you say then?
Piece of shit lying bitch for
You
making
don't wanna
shit
stop.
up. Okay, I'm gonna send you to the audience and you don't fucking mute your mic and let me talk.
Oh, who the fuck you think
I respect you. Dumb.
Yeah,
White people care about us. You black people, we don't give a fuck. Y'all mad, we don't give a fuck. That's what it is.
Bye,
I'm
everyone.
not playing this bullshit thing with you guys. Hold on.
Hi, Nicholas.
Hold on. I'm not playing this stupid game with you guys, okay? When somebody says I'm not white, and then you fuckers insist that no, you're white, you're white, you're white. Oh, let's go under the sun and check your race. When you say those kind of stupid things, that shows that you're a fucking racist piece of shit. Okay? I didn't say you should just look at me and guess what I am or what I'm not. I told you when someone says I'm not white, that's it. You don't get to tell them they are, because if somebody tells a black person you're not black, you guys will tear them a new asshole and call them thousands of names. So if you want to be a piece of shit, be my guest. I'm okay with that. Okay? When I said I don't understand why a lot of black people on Clubhouse, I even said this doesn't happen in real life, but I don't understand why a lot of black people here, they're racist and they do stuff like this. And then you say, oh, you said inherently. I never said inherently.
Sarah, here,
Well, then you weren't even in the room. I don't know why you would.
because we've had this conversation before. Like, I'm in Istanbul right now, right? Walking through the streets of Istanbul, these people look white. They look like Indian. They don't open their mouth. And you know that they're Turkish. They look like Russians, right? So this whole notion that Middle Eastern people cannot look white.
Mother, please don't get involved in this right now. This is just not the right time for you. This is just absolutely not the right time for you to defend this piece of shit racist bitch. Please, thank you.
I mean, they look like shit.
I appreciate that. She hasn't left. She's in it. She's writing in the chat. I cannot raise her, bring her on the stage. Adam, maybe send her an invite. But I cannot bring her back on here. But mother, we had this conversation. We explained all of that. And then she's just like, she's changing what I said now. And she says, Sarah says all black people are inherently racist. Which I never said. So yes, she's a piece of shit. And please don't get involved in something that you haven't heard like 1 second of the last 6 hours.
Yeah, but I mean, this conversation's on repeat,
That's not
right?
what happened though. But that's not what happened. It doesn't matter.
Well, regardless of the topic, right?
Nicholas, why?
Why do you have to have an opinion and everything?
And why does Nicholas have me blocked? Why does Nicholas have me blocked?
I mean, blocked, but I think Sarah was just trigger fishing, right? These people pass for white.
Yeah, no, Nicholas definitely has me blocked.
Doesn't matter if I pass for white or not.
Okay, Sarah, I get what you're saying. But this
It doesn't matter.
Say, okay,
I told him where I'm from, and then this black girl in the chat was writing me, let's go under the sun and do a race check. Do you know what would black people tell me if I say something like that to them? Not you, the other girl, Randy. And that's who I said. I said, why are some black people racist? Why do we see a lot of this on Clubhouse?
Okay, so you feel like a lot of black people think that you're white. That's
No,
Is
that's
this
not what I said.
like Sarah? Is this what's gonna happen when like the Labubu keychain starts speaking? Like this is crazy.
Oh, look at MJ in the chat. Do you see that dude? He opened his mic when I was talking at the middle of my conversation. This is a few days ago in another room. I'm talking, right? He opens his mic and he says, Iranians are Caucasian. You're white, you're white, you're white, you're white. And he's so dumb
You're a coward. You're a coward.
Basically what you're saying
You're a
is,
coward.
Dr. Adams, I'm done talking to your ass. Well, like I said, Sarah, like I said, I understand, like, it is racist.
Okay, so
It
again.
is wrong for somebody to tell you that you're white because you're not.
Yeah, okay. So again, you're a coward, you're a racist, and at least I can call you a porch monkey and acknowledge why the fuck I'm calling you a porch monkey. Was it offensive? Yes. That's why I said it. Let's move on.
Where can I go to the lecture of Black America and give it all?
Unblock me, you fucking piece of shit. Unblock me.
I think I'm gonna send a carrier pigeon. I mean, these numbers are self-explanatory, but I think some of it is just like a denial of reality, right? Like a lot of these folks. I'm gonna go look up the percentage of Afro-Iranians, and I can bet you money that it's an insignificant amount. But let me go.
Just watch the Kardashians.
If you're racist to me, I'm gonna be racist to you. So, because it is racist for you. It's not. It's racist for people to think you're white, but it is racist for you to say a lot of blacks is racist for that. Because anybody, any color can think you're white. Do that make them racist too? Why is there so many fingers being pointed at black people
This is
because they
why the
assume that
BET
you're white?
Awards should not be in June.
So if any color call her white, then they're racist too. It's not just black people. It's not just black people. So that's why I said that's racist for her to say. Not because I understand that she don't like people calling her white because she's not white, but all I'm
You've
trying to say
said
is
more racist shit than she has.
because you called
Oh, because ignore the fact that you did. You did.
that I said you were already being
Fucking
racist.
racist. Like you're just like
You were calling people niggers and
fake.
hooligans and didn't want to tell me that I can't be racist. Shut the fuck up.
When did I say the N-word?
Like, let's be for real. Like, you
Did
definitely
anybody?
said niggas.
No.
It was
Hold on.
either you or
When?
Kiki. Either one of y'all said we're being
Oh,
racist.
so we're the same person now?
Regardless what the fuck y'all said, y'all
So we're the same person
I'm
now.
not gonna say Sarah was being racist.
Listen. You're not gonna do this fake, freaking Stacey Abrams bullshit. Oh, black men are the reason why I'm in this planet situation. You're a fucking racist. Okay? You are a fucking racist. There is no difference than
You're
you.
mad.
There is no difference from you than the woman who literally called for Emmett Till's lynching. You are a fucking racist.
I'm not a racist, but okay.
Yeah, you are a racist.
You call me a monkey, I can't
MJ is calling white people inbred animals. Look at this. Look at these black
Okay,
people
yes,
that
that's
you're defending.
racist, but
When I
that's
said why
besides the point.
when I said why are a lot of blacks on this app racist, you get all like upset with me,
Because
right?
it's not just blacks. It's a lot of Hispanics on here. It's a lot of racist people on here, not just
He's
blacks.
probably Hispanic though. I can see that.
Well, technically he is. I mean, he's Haitian.
Don't point the finger so much at black people.
He's definitely Haitian. So I mean, MJ, come to the stage and tell us how you know you as a.
with black people. You just
Whoa,
always have a point
this
to prove.
like
to
this
black
woman
people.
is crazy. I don't know why you think that you're like some like fake hidden figures, like activists on the stage. Like, how many times you have to get moved down before you actually figure it out? So MJ, yes, you are Hispanic, and you're also a Haitian. Let's actually have a conversation about how you cook carne asada cat.
Haitians are really good carne asada. That's nice.
He don't know shit. He just don't. His history is fucked up while he's talking. He don't know.
Haitians eat our
Oh, I'm sorry, Nicholas. I'm sorry, Nicholas. I got confused on who's indiscriminately being deported right now. You know, I mean, excuse my privilege.
There
You
was
know, I'm
never
a green
any
card and all.
black people being deported. Black Americans never been deported. Haitians are black. Haitians are black too, but they're a whole nother culture. So what are you
What else
talking
don't the
about?
Haitians do? They don't speak Spanish.
Exactly. He's dumb as fuck. If you don't understand black people, you shouldn't even say shit about it. You're a whole racist, right? Like what? It's like y'all
Who's
supposed to be
being racist?
but y'all have so much to prove to black people. Like how does that work? How?
I mean, can we just leave the Haitians alone?
If you unblock me,
Going on.
yes. If you unblock
Let's
me,
leave
then
the Haitians
yes.
alone. Let's bully someone.
And it's like y'all care more about what black people doing more than black people, like, but don't like them. How does that make y'all care about what we wear, what we look like, how we wear our hair, and nobody gives a fuck what y'all do. Nobody gives a fuck.
First of all,
Nobody
that Haitian in the chat is not black, okay? And you sitting here saying the racist shit that you're saying, definitely not black. So at the end, definitely not black. So again, you know, it's
Haitian is like being African. How is it not black? Exactly. You didn't even know that. So shut the fuck up. Like, that's African. That's technically damn near African. So how is it not black?
So y'all know why Haitians are so black, right?
okay. So this woman is clearly a Pan-Africanist and either a Caribbean or an African, and most certainly not black. I mean, she's certainly not black. Crazy. And I don't think that she's Caribbean, Nicholas, because if she was Caribbean, she would, you know, be parked next to you on her lawn, and I don't think that she is.
Guys, I don't mean intrude.
Yes.
I really don't.
But you did.
I just
So what's up?
I did. I really did.
Yeah, you did.
I did.
So you meant to, and you did.
Yeah, I did.
Yep.
I just want her.
Here we are.
I just want her to stop explaining herself to people. That's it. Okay.
Wait, what was the question?
And I have one question for you. Are you a fan of Tommy Sotomayor? Have you ever heard of him?
Are you talking? I don't know who that is.
Adam.
I've
spoken
to him and been on the show a few times.
Who is Tommy
Because
Sotomayor?
absolutely. Yeah, Tommy Sotomayor. Listen, everyone's talking about how racist Adam is. It's the same thing Tommy Sotomayor has said for years, and he's black. I mean, there's obviously a disconnect here with black people. We had an amazing discussion, and you had these black people pile into the room, and it degenerated to just stupidity and madness and ghetto and ratchet. It's ridiculous. I don't know why people can't figure it out. I'm so sick of this nonsense.
Well, that's what happens. You know, I feel like on the East Coast, you know, maybe the EBT office had a hearing that was a little bit earlier than usual, and, you know, everybody just flocked out of that hearing and just, you know, said, oh, well, I'm just going to get back at white people. Like, I'm tired of it. I mean, would you consider it black fatigue?
You should be. You should be tired of it. We're all tired of it. And I'm glad you matched that energy. I'm telling you. I never felt better about being in a room in all my life because you gave that racist bullshit right back. And it's time that someone did.
Did someone move New York? Oh no, she's here.
Oh, God.
You know, I fell asleep last night. There was white people having a conversation. It was nice, and I fell asleep listening to it. Then, all of a sudden, I woke up. I heard a racket. I heard screeching. And you know, it's just like I've worked hard to not have to live around a bunch of dirty, low-class black people, a.k.a. niggers. And it was very unpleasant. Very unpleasant.
I mean,
Very,
did
very
she come
unpleasant.
up to spew more of her fake black activism?
You guys need to behave. You know, most black people are not dirty apes, but a lot of you, and you guys have the loudest mouths on Clubhouse, at least. You guys are. I mean, you guys are.
Yeah, we have to be kind and respectful, Pepe.
I'm being
I know
very
you have the
respectful.
best interests at heart, but don't be saying me out, brother.
Pepe is a leader of community human relations on this app. I agree.
You're yelling, you're screaming.
Yeah, Gigi, tell them what niggers they were acting like.
Pepe, can you lead us in prayer, Pepe?
That's it. Because your behavior is going to determine how people are going to look at you.
That's
if
right.
you're acting ignorant, you're ignorant. And don't be
You're
right.
one of the people they're talking about, so it don't make sense. It's like you're standing up for it.
I am not here to fight with you. This is exactly what he's talking about.
okay, but white people do the same thing. Let's not try to like make what they say make sense because it doesn't.
Free country. So Nicholas, how was your day?
Good. So I got up and I got some Turkish tea. I am doing a tour around Istanbul later. I'm actually laying on my couch because my feet hurt from walking all day yesterday. So I'm going to take a little nap. And then I check into the hotel. It's actually like on the 4th floor. It's got a nice view. But Istanbul is just gorgeous.
I
So
cannot relate to people like
we did a lot of
are destroyed.
Ma'am, can you wait, please?
No.
Where are you visiting, Nicholas?
This is friendly fire. This is a Dominican man, and so he's probably got some black in him.
Excuse me. I believe that I was asking.
Destruction is prevalent.
So
This Dominican man. Excuse me. Go ahead, Nicholas.
So I'm going to be in Istanbul for a couple days, and then I'm flying.
What are you getting done, Nicholas?
Spent 2 weeks in Amsterdam.
Nicholas, are you getting a BBL?
Destruction.
No,
Why didn't you go to this?
No, I have a big
Destruction.
ass already.
I will show you better than I can tell you.
Christine, can you hold on, ma'am? This is a little much. So then I'm flying to Italy, and I'm going to
Are you really at the
Venice,
middle of this
and
race
then I'm gonna
war
go
on
to
the
Milan
States,
after.
Mother? Are you really
It's
talking
gonna be a
about your travel plans next week?
I mean, Adam's asked me. What? I have answered his question. Why
Girl, did you have a question for me?
No one's talking to you, Christine. Why are you talking to you?
What? No, you know, Sarah like to run her little motherfucking mouth. Maybe I should have busted
Why
her.
you touching? Be a lady.
I didn't even say anything. I don't know how this is going.
So, Nicholas, if you unblock me, we can continue this conversation in the back channel. This woman's just gonna throw bananas, through the dialogue. Like I'm not quite sure what's happening. Like what's.
So I do have a question for the room. If anyone
Does
the one
NY
part of my trip I haven't figured out yet is what I'm doing.
Christine is a little drunk.
Milan and wants to provide.
A little drunk?
Like, why is it okay for y'all to say? I just want to wait, Christine.
You out here?
Christine, you drunk, but like I was saying, though.
I sit next
Like
to
I
her.
said, why is it okay for y'all to say all this stuff about black people?
No, you out here.
Like about us, and how we
Okay, so one of y'all
but
do
when you say
Christine.
stuff about y'all want us to be a racist. Like, why do y'all want black people like y'all so bad? It's like we're so different. Y'all want us to be like y'all. That's exactly how it is.
You out here?
It's like it comes from a place of self-hate. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
No, you out here? Why you so sorry to the motherfuckers? You owe them something? Do you owe them something? What do you owe them?
You are making the black community look bad. You're proving their point.
I moved her
See?
because I just.
But Gigi, that's what I was trying to say. She's not making the black community look bad. Stop saying that. She's just drunk. She's just drunk. That's it. That's all. A white person can get drunk and do the same thing. Don't give them exactly what they're looking for a black person to agree with their shit. I don't agree when you say that they're going to think how they think anyway. They don't like black people. They're going to think what they want to think.
Black man in the chat, New York.
Okay, I can't speak for him. He has his own opinion. I'm not speaking for all black people, but I'm just saying.
But you have a right to be.
When you say Sarah said, why are so many black people racist, then you should see why Sarah said it. He first calls me white. For a whole week he's been calling me white. Now he's saying go do belly dancing. You stand nigga. This is how he's talking now.
No, he's racist. I'm not saying he's not racist. I'm just saying when you point at all black people because of what he's doing.
I did not say all. I said a lot on Clubhouse.
But it's not even a lot though, because it's a lot of people in general that
This is on Clubhouse.
People in general can call you white, not just black people. So that's all
I even said in real life, I don't see this. This is something only for this one particular app. Clubhouse. I don't even see this on
for that. But when you say a lot of blacks, anybody of color can call you white, Sarah, not just black people.
But they just continue saying this kind of language.
It is not even vague, Sarah.
Okay.
It's
So
not vague.
let's stop the fake outrage. Black people on this app talk about white people all fucking day.
all day.
And so do so do white people. Talk
No,
about
they
black
don't.
people.
There's no white people on this app left. There's no white people. The white people have left this app. They've left. And y'all are still talking about white people.
I mean, Matt Cool's here.
You're still saying y'all, and she's still saying they. It's just him. That's why I'm saying it's racist.
I mean, you're here too,
Him
Nicholas.
being racist has nothing to do with the reason I decided to say something
block me.
racist. I said something racist because he said something about how black people look and what they do.
He doesn't unblock you. You can.
So, Sarah, in my business, Sarah, okay? The second thing I was going to say is, Dr. Responsible, why are we ignoring our two whites?
Dr. Responsible and Matthew falls deep sleep. Pepe's white. Pepe, wake up.
Pepe is not white. Pepe is Mexican.
Pepe's not Mexican.
I'm a Mexican.
Not me. You're Puerto Rican. Puerto Rican. I'm Puerto Rican.
Pepe La Raza.
I'm Hispanic too. My dad is Puerto Rican and Portuguese.
Listen, the reason why there's nothing else open outside of this room, what time is it in the US? It's like 5 in the morning. So what is that?
In LA, it's 4:30.
Oh, okay.
I'm in Tehran. It's 3 p.m.
You're in Tehran?
I live in Tehran.
Oh, I didn't know that. What did I say that you lived in California?
I see that. I live in Tehran.
So you know what they call it? Tehran. It's where all the Iranian.
Yes. Did you just wake up?
Me? No, so the layover is kind of fucked my sleep cycle. Not the layover, the time shift. So like I think I'm gonna take a little nap so I can get my sleep cycle tonight back on like even some time. I'm gonna be here for several weeks and to get back.
So you in the States? Who speaks like this? Wow, look what he said. I mean, it's really non-fiction. Shit, affirming, Homer. I mean, how much hate can a single person carry to speak like that? I'm gonna
So
make it
one black dude is racist, and now a lot of black people are racist.
No, but he's not the first one who came here and said something like this.
Well, a lot of black people are racist. That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, you're angry, mommy. But you won't take it out on people. In the side morning.
Monica, how are you doing?
Mother, how goes it? I just proved myself.
People racist or not, that's not your business. They have a preference. They can do and say what they want. The fact that you are angry, that is the problem. Because you do random acts that will hurt somebody. That is why they don't like the black community.
They don't like the black. No, they don't like the black community because they don't like how we look. Way more than just that. Way more than just that. They talk about
Have you ever asked the
how
people?
we look. So why are you making it a big emphasis on?
Have you ever asked the people that you say don't like you why they don't like you?
Hold on a second. Both of you. Who told you like somebody does or does not like the black community? See, you're generalizing yourself, New York.
So you're telling me Dr. Adams and PP not racist? They're racist. You're not making sense.
We're both black. Like, what the fuck are you?
PP called us niggers for 2 hours and you're saying he ain't racist.
No, he's not.
Yeah, you're in denial. I don't take y'all serious. I'm just saying, I will never take y'all serious. Like, y'all
No, and you accused me of being a racist because I called you a monkey. I didn't call you a monkey because you're black. I called you a monkey because you were acting like a monkey. Because you were acting, no, I didn't say anything about looks, because you were behavior. It was throwing bananas. It was a nightmare. I mean, that's like, yes.
Dr. Adams.
Yes.
It's giving further than race. It's giving mentally.
Me
calling people a monkey is not mutually exclusive just to black people. You're the one who's actually being racist.
Adams, let's go past this. I got a serious question for Sarah.
In denial. You're very, like, a lot of racists are in denial.
Who is in denial? I live in America.
You said you were acting.
I live in America. I don't listen. I live in America. I do not live in Egypt. I'm not in denial. Okay. So again, I called you. I called you a monkey because you were acting like a monkey. It had nothing to do with your race.
And what is acting like a monkey?
Can we move past this at 7:30 a.m. Eastern time?
So, I mean, let me just say this, because this is a speaking app, right? You can't see, let me just say this, you can't see what I'm doing.
It's too
All
early
you
to be
can do is
banging.
hear me. All you can do is hear me. So, me yelling and talking is acting like a monkey. So, you're a fucking monkey. What the fuck? You want some animals? Calm down.
Sarah, I got a question for you, please. Like, can we pause this for like 30 seconds? Sarah,
You just saying I'm cold. Like, I don't know what's wrong with you. Nerd.
I need to speak to the Iranian president.
Can we change the topic a minute more?
Yeah, I need to speak to the Iranian. Sarah, are you there?
What do you want to say? You want to insult? Go ahead.
No.
Thank you, guys.
No, nerd comes in peace.
Sarah, so you support Donald Trump?
I voted for him, and I vote for him again if time goes by.
But you said you're in Tehran right now, right?
So, IRGC is a terrorist organization. The Iranians don't like IRGC. 90% of Iranians, they hope that Israel and America help to get rid of this fucking terrorist government that we have.
How are you alive right now? They don't have freedom of speech there.
They don't.
No, the women don't. The men do.
I'm confused what you're saying right now.
How are you
You said, how
vocally?
am I supporting Trump, and then I'm Iranian, and I told you Iranians don't like IRGC, which is the government. 90% of Iranians don't like it. If you go Google it, it will tell you 80%. I mean, if the 80% of an entire country doesn't want the government, and the government beats and rapes and kills women, then why do you ask? It's just a complicated situation. I was kidding. I'm not in Tehran. Let me correct myself. I'm not in Tehran. I was kidding. With my family, my immediate family are in Tehran right now, and
Right, you
yes,
need to be careful. They could
it's
be
a
affected.
complicated situation, you know, like, I mean, they can get bombed any minute and die, right? But freedom comes with a price, and at the end of the day, we don't like the war. I don't like to see the war, but I'm not going to blame America for bombing nuclear facility of a government that shouldn't even have BB guns. Do you know how many people, how many young boys and girls, they made them blind, 400, 500 just a few years ago because they were protesting. Do you think that government, and with BB guns, these were BB guns, they weren't even, they shot people in the face instead of shooting them in the body. Do you think this government deserves to have nuclear weapons when they wake up every morning and start by deaths in America? Do I want to see war in Iran? No, of course I don't. But it's just one of those complicated situations. If I want to let my emotions get in the way, I'll be like, fuck Donald Trump, but Trump is putting America first. Just like he's doing with immigration.
Supporting Trump.
You're not the vote for the person that's going to bomb in
No, that's not the problem. I don't doubt you for voting Trump. What I'm saying is, you have family still in Iran. You know the Ayatollah, once he comes out of his bunker, the first people he's gonna get revenge on is people like you and your family.
No,
to just
I
get
don't
killed.
live in Iran, and my family, they're not me. I'm not them. Like, how is my family me? I don't live in Iran.
Because
I don't go back to Iran. I left Iran 22 years ago, and I'm not going back to that shithole country. Here, I say it myself. It's a fucking shithole country. Until people get rid of that government, it's going to be a shithole country. So I'm not worried about that. And if they want to come after me in America, they're going to be called terrorists. So, because there are people who
Lawrence is still there?
But that's the thing that Trump don't want.
Can we go back to a not personal discussion?
No, it's not.
I like that idea.
I like the fact that you're kind of, protecting yourself right now. And I like the fact that you are speaking differently. Well, calling us different names is that, well, that's fucked up.
That wasn't her.
No. You gotta be mindful.
That was a
It
black
doesn't
man.
matter if they call you a name. Your name is your name.
He still don't want y'all to be a citizen, so he plan on deporting.
Y'all have to stop crying about somebody calling you a nigger. Who's planning on deporting who? Adams, are you threatening American citizens with deportation again? Didn't we have a conversation about that, sir?
No, he didn't.
But because of a name, that doesn't make any sense. You are who you are. Stand strong and tall. Yes, I'm a Negro. You should be proud of that. You fighting the
I
fact
never
that
called
you
her that. I never called her that. I called her a wig. I called you a wig-glued, bald-headed, scallywag, hair-hatted hooligan. That's exactly what I called you. Nobody ever used the N-word. Okay? I did call you a monkey. I did call you a monkey. Yes, I did. Yes, I did call you a monkey. Yes, I did. I did call you a monkey. And I explained to you it had nothing to do with the fact that you're black. It's because you're acting
But
like
that's
a
what we were
fucking
talking
monkey.
about. So that,
all right.
But now I have a question. MJ
But
calls
Sarah-
me a sand nigga. Does that mean I can use N-word when I address black people moving forward? Or is someone going to apologize on his behalf? Because he called me sand.
See what I mean?
So no, I mean,
Sarah,
very
it's
A
just
little
like
heavy on the mute all.
You just want, it's like, okay, this is what I'm not understanding.
No. You guys, you cannot call me the N-word. You cannot call me the N-word. The black community cannot call me the N-word and then tell me I can't call them the N-word back. So is MJ going to apologize or
Oh,
do I
now,
have to
Sarah,
push
you
it?
wildin'.
Where is MJ?
Any reason to be racist? Just because
You
one
know,
person called
Jigaboo
her white.
is not well received in the black community
No,
either.
they
I
actually
don't know
call
why.
Middle Eastern sand N-word. They do call the Middle Eastern. They do.
Blame your mom and dad because they
But
want to mention.
so I'm allowed to call black people the N-word now? I'm trying
No,
to figure
there's
this
a
out.
double standard, Sarah. You know that.
Well, how can he call me the stand N-word? No,
Sarah, you went
there is
from
no fucking
Sarah,
double
you went
standard.
from
I'm gonna
saying-
clean up Clubhouse
You
for
went
you
from
guys.
saying a lot of black people in here call you white. Now you're saying that we should be able to let you call people nigga because the one person is right. Like, why do you keep asking? Why do you keep having so much to allow black people to be with this one person?
Are you
It don't
guys
make
gonna
sense.
boycott
But
it?
wait a minute. Didn't you just call her a white woman?
That's pretty damn insulting.
Okay, so if you're
Whoa, you
If-
called her a white woman?
if you're
Oh
calling her,
man, that's
if-
messed up.
if you're calling
You're
her a white
racist.
woman, followed by questioning why she's using the N-word, I mean, did black people
It's
come
not
up
the
with the
same
N-word?
thing. Why you want it to be the same thing so bad?
No, but it
It's not the
doesn't.
same thing.
No, it is the same thing.
How is it the same thing if we were slaves? It was called niggas because we were
Because
slaves.
you're
Were y'all
talking
called
about
white
you
people?
ain't never
Y'all
called
were never
black
slaves.
White people were slaves too.
No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
You're allowing this.
Yep.
Okay, you know the sand niggas,
Allowing-
they were slaves too, right? You know that, right? So
That-
MJ just confirmed that
Stay.
my people were slaves too, so that means I can basically use the N-word now? I'm trying to figure this out.
Hey, a little heavy on the mute all though.
That's the Premier River.
Is it?
Oh, wait a minute. No. You just gave her an insult based on race, and you don't care. So she will racially slur you and not care too. That seems fair.
All I'm trying to say is
And
that
I'm not
people,
white,
if
Monica.
white
It's
people
the
were
last
slaves,
7
it was never
hours.
for
I'm
their
telling
race.
you, I'm
It
not
was never
white.
for their race. And they were never, I never heard white people be slaves. face ever, and never.
Well, that's your ignorance. You don't know history. Wait a minute. You don't think in history they were never white slaves? It's stupid. Don't be ignorant. Learn history. There's multiple cases where white people were enslaved. It just doesn't, no one cares about it because they're not black.
Okay, I'm done going back and forth on this. Just know that in real life, if y'all ever call me a nigga, I'm smacking y'all every time. And don't
Through the phone? That works? Through the phone?
Got it. So you're contributing the trope that black people are hair-triggered violent. That's basically what you're saying.
Bonnet Queen, we've got
I'm done going back and
Adam.
forth. Like I said,
Let me get this.
that's the end. That's the end of it.
Yep. All right. Pull off in your Altima. There you go.
It's like white people, y'all don't like us, but y'all
All-
just want to be the
all
same.
that I
Like, y'all
ask is
want us
that
to
you
be the
don't
same so
wear-
bad. We don't want to be white, just like how y'all don't want to be black.
All that I ask is that you don't wear a shower cap in public.
No, I don't. You're rude.
That's it. Pull off in your Altima. You said you were leaving.
I don't drive an Altima. Actually, I drive
Okay.
I drive a Chevy.
Full
Thank you.
privilege though, bro. Like he come on slavery.
Happy birthday, Elon Musk.
Well, she had no problem calling other black people racial. She
We're all black.
She had no problem calling other black people racial slurs on the stage.
Let me just say this: black people, when you hear black men call each other niggas, that's how we greet each other because we will smack the shit out of y'all till we die every time.
Maybe. Excuse me.
In them videos, we keep going around of us smacking y'all ass every time.
Okay. So maybe that's how you greeted yourselves in your community where you grew up in, right? So at the end of the day, for the rest of us civilized black people, we didn't grow up like that.
No, y'all black people, you can't understand. You can't,
Listen, that no matter what they do, they will never understand me. Wait, let me just say this.
What is civilized? Are you not hearing this? Are you not hearing this? Yes, all black people did not grow up with this amount of socioeconomic and moral failure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to bed.
I'm serious.
Good night, Alex.
The reason they don't understand black people is because they're not black. They can't be black. They will never be black.
Or maybe people don't understand you because AAVE is not fucking English.
Exactly.
No.
Fuck yourself. How about that? How about that?
Well, that was clear and well enough.
Why do you, some black people use the N-word in every sentence? It's very ghetto and disgusting.
No, don't catch me.
Listen, when I was growing up, black people around me, we don't call each other the N-word. That's weird. Why would you call yourself a slur?
Go catch me. Go catch me.
You know how many black women call me the N-word as a black man, and I dated one white woman? You see this?
That's why
Hold on.
White person, stop trying to understand black people.
Are we gonna allow this good, clean black man be called the black slur?
They took
Are we gonna allow that?
Exactly,
Mods,
Monica.
Mod.
I'm gonna call the N-word. Monica, my white ally, can you help me? These black people are calling me the N-word.
So, nerd, can we have a discussion on how much this affects your life?
Yes.
A random on an audio app calling you a name?
This affect my everyday living. So in the
Unless you're black, you won't be.
I can hear you, nerd. Keep going.
all right. So throughout, so we have.
Who doesn't mute their mic? What is going on? Nerd, you were talking.
Yeah. So throughout the Black American community, we have young black men who's trying to thug max because they feel like the women in their community and the men in
respect them or don't view them as masculine. So you have black people, black men specifically, dropping out of college, you know, becoming Pookies and Ray Rays so they can get respect in their community. When I go on dates, I had black women have called me the N-word. They said I was less black because I wasn't saying the N-word. All right, and those are typically women from a certain demographic. So I only date the black women who are upper class, who have sense on them. All right, this happens all the time in our community. I have heard black women got berated by black men as well because they say they're not black enough. So we're having a cultural divide in the black community right now. When black men and black women like, okay, we need to separate from these other blacks.
All I'm saying is that it's not the same. Like the fact that y'all use that as an excuse that white people were slaves, a few Europeans were slaves. Millions of black people were slaves and were beaten. Y'all were not beaten, and it wasn't many of y'all that were slaves. So it's not the same when y'all
look at my PTR. Look at my PTR and then go Google. Please go Google and see who they call Europeans niggas.
Okay,
and then come back here and tell me, does
you
that
keep
give
using
me the
MJ to
excuse
speak
call
for all
that
black
one
people.
person?
That's how you look racist. Because what does MJ have to do with
Can
it?
I use the N-word for that one person who calls me N-word, right? I want to know
he
where
is a black person. A white
Hold on.
person or another race calling a black person nigga versus a black person calling anybody nigga, they are a nigga to us. Like we can say that. Y'all can't. It's not the same meaning. When y'all say nigga, it's the underlying. Why do you say nigga?
Why do you call your...
Mute for a second. Mute.
Why you
mute? I want to explain this to you guys because you don't understand. Calling a white person the N-word is not offensive. Calling a Middle Eastern sand N-word is just as offensive as calling a black person the N-word. Go Google this. Educate yourself. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking. Go read this. Educate yourself. Just understand it. Just as offensive. Then come talk about this to me.
Very educated. My ancestors were slaves. Your ancestors were not slaves.
So
your
you
country
are
as a whole never had freedom.
know how offensive. How offensive. Calling it if you keep opening your mic, I'm gonna keep sending you to the audience. That's fine with me. You should know how offensive it is to calling Middle Eastern N-word.
Do you know how rude that is to keep sending somebody?
Are you feeling oppressed?
And I agree with you, Sarah. Black
So you
people...
feel like you being called a nigga is offensive?
It is offensive.
It's very offensive.
I actually feel calling a white woman is offensive too. There's fewer things that you can be, offended by than racially
But if you
labeled.
were to let me just say this. So when you call a white woman is because she's white. You just call us black people. That's not racist. White and black go together. White and nigga is different. Why do y'all keep trying to act like
Black and nigga don't go together. Why would you call your fellow people the N-word? That's weird.
You're just suburban. It's a different aspect.
I'm trying to
Basically, what I'm trying to say is aspects to why other black people call other black people nigga. It's a meaning behind that. You don't. If you're not from the hood I can see and tell it's not what you express a lot. But a lot of black men call other black men niggas because that's how we greet each other. Because that's how we respect each other. That's something that won't make sense to you because you're not around that.
And why? I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I was born in Kingston.
And yes, all black people aren't the same. All black people aren't the same. That's basically what I'm saying. You see how I'm saying that some black men call each other niggas and you think it's crazy. All black people are not the same.
It has nothing to do with respect. Black people, they
It's how I know, I'm saying that's how they greet each other. It's how they greet each other.
Black people call black people the N-word when they pull their braids out.
That's a fact. They steal
I'm
from
saying it's
each
not
other.
always a bad intention upon each other when we use it. That's all I'm trying to say.
99% 1% of the time, it's a bad intention.
NY, when you
Yeah,
want...
1% of the time.
Wait, Project, I have a question for her. NY, if you have a son, right, do you want your son to be calling other young black men growing up the N-word? Are you okay with that?
Y'all sound like suckers.
Wait, so will you raise your kid like that? Would you raise your kid like that?
I'm not saying that I would, but I'm just saying that it's like not always a bad thing. Everybody don't always mean bad by it, but white people because of their.
If we were little fucking slaves, why would we allow that versus allow the comment in the chat, New York? I need you to go read that comment.
Most people in the chat is probably white as well. So it doesn't matter.
No. Someone wrote.
If you're white, then you can't speak for black people, and you can't understand us either.
No, shut up. Listen, saying N-word is particularly offensive because Middle Eastern people were called this regularly in the 70s and 80s in America and faced a lot of racism from whatever, and not just black people. So if you don't know something, just say I don't know it. Maybe instead of like black people speaking and crying nonstop, bringing Kristen to the stage. This girl is like way past being wasted. Please stop bringing her on the stage. I'm doing her a favor.
All I'm saying is a black person calling you nigga and you calling a black person nigga will never.
NY, are you
It is
okay for...
actually the same.
It's the same thing.
Black person calling me the N-word, probably not as offensive as if they calling me the stand-in. It is.
That's all I'm saying.
It's
I'm not saying it's
actually
offensive to you, Sarah. I'm not saying it's offensive to you. I'm just saying it's not the same.
It is as offensive. Instead of whining and bitching online about how oppressed you are all the time, maybe go educate yourself so you understand what the differences and similarities are in different cultures and why certain things shouldn't be saying and why the world does not evolve around black people. Other people
Y'all feel that way. That's why y'all racist.
other people face racism too. Like you need to go educate yourself to understand that.
NY, this is the make or break question for you. When you have your husband calling you the N-word, he's not gonna say, that's my wife, that's my nigga. Would you be okay with that?
That's what all I'm trying to say is when.
No,
when
wait, answer the question.
Answer the question. No, I'm answering. But I'm saying when it comes down, basically what I'm trying to say is do we not say that's my nigga, like that's my dog, that's like how we greet each other. That's the.
I don't want my wife to say that's my nigga.
In nerd face, I'm just saying I'm not saying it's right, but that's just what black people do. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not saying it's right. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying why they do it. That's all I'm trying to say is that black people, they even made a song called My Nigga.
Well,
Like,
would
what?
you allow your husband to call you that for the...
No, of course not. But I understand why other black men call other black men niggas. That's all I'm trying to say. Would I like him to call me that? No, is this
New York, is it racist that if a white man tells a black woman to go twerk now, you N-word, is that offensive?
Yeah, they would say that's the derogatory. They would say that's the...
But I want to know, is that okay or not okay? Because look at the comment that this guy told me. He said,
I'm not saying he's right, Sarah, but we're having two different conversations. You're talking about MJ, and I'm talking about why people call people niggas. But I'm not saying MJ told me
I'm talking about.
No, he's not right.
And why you too beautiful as a black woman to have a husband call a sick, say that's my nigga. He should say that's my wife.
I'm not saying, bro, nerd face. I didn't say that was okay. I said no. I said why other black men call other black men niggas. But when calling you your wife, nigga, no.
Are either gonna bring this guy and apologize, or I'm gonna start calling black people the N-word. If you guys want to go down this route,
but that's where I'm lost. I understand, like, he not right for calling you niggas, but I was just explaining why other black men call other black men niggas, because he said black men call each other niggas. That's all I was saying. I wasn't talking about what MJ's doing.
This is a guy like me.
I keep telling you I didn't know you were. I don't know what you are. You just
No,
think
right
you're
now
Adam
you're
or
calling
Irene.
me white. Adam, did you go to sleep or are you
When the
here?
fuck did I call you white? I don't know what you are. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know you. I don't know if you're white, Iranian. I don't fucking
But I know
I
you're
never called you
Latino.
white though. How the fuck I'ma call you white? I don't know what you are. To be real and to be quite honest, don't give a fuck.
How many times do you slur white people by calling them white?
I don't know if she's white. So
Not what I
am
asked you. That's not what I asked you.
Slurs, I don't talk to white people, so I don't know.
You don't have any white people in your life?
No.
This is how racist they are, Monica.
No, I'm not racist. I have a white friend.
They're like,
No,
no,
you
It's
didn't.
the most
That's
racist
so
thing you
funny.
could ever say.
That's so cute.
But all I'm saying is I just
Wait,
don't
hold
be around
on,
white people.
hold on.
Just some white people don't be around black people.
Do you complain to them about white people?
What is there to white people? Like, I don't get it. Like, what do I have against white
Do you bring examples of white bullies and say, look, these are your people, will you apologize for them?
I don't know what you're talking about. But like I
So
said,
you have a white
I
friend.
don't really, as a black
Want
person
to
in the
see
hood, I just don't, it's not many white people
how
around.
oppressed they are.
I'm just not around white people like that. It's
She's
not that I have
racist.
to
She
think
doesn't
against
hang
them.
out and talk to white people. She said, and then once
Is she your best friend?
She asked me, she asked me, look, I'm a stripper, so I only know one white person. There's not many white people around me. That's not my choice. If I'm around white or black people, like I'm around everybody. Like,
Do they treat you like a human being, or do they treat you poorly?
Like, what type of question is that? Do they treat me poorly? I don't let nobody treat me poorly. It doesn't matter. It's not about race. Like, so what are you got? Like, what? I'm done debating. But like I said, it's not right for him to call you a nigga, but it's not right for you to just call all black people nigga because he called you one. That's all I'm saying. Because that just make you sound like you want an excuse to just be racist, whether you want to face it or not.
That's a good point. That's actually, Sarah, a good point.
Listen, if I am San nigga, then it should be okay for me to call another person the N-word. It's gonna be like
she ain't
black
wrong.
people calling each other, I guess.
So Nurface, okay, she not wrong if she not wrong if she called the person that called her a nigga, but calling black people that never called you a nigga, what does that have to do with it?
Okay, you know
I would not,
As long as the
look,
word
New York,
is
no matter what someone does, I would never call anyone the N-word. I don't
But
even like
did you not, Sarah, did you
I
not just say,
asked
I
a question
call all
because
black
I'm
people
trying to
niggas
show
because
the
you called me one?
hypocrisy, New York. I said, is it okay if I do that? Does this give me the right to move forward to do this? To show how offensive black people can be and not even
You
noticing
keep
it.
saying black people, it's MJ. It's MJ.
But you
Not
just
all
did
black
the
people.
same thing. You said, I don't talk to white people. And then you
But
said,
Sarah, New York,
I'm just not around black people.
What? NY.
NY made a good point. We should give her credit for the good point.
But NY,
If
there's
someone racially slurs you,
White people, I said I'm just not around them. Just like some white people aren't around black people. That's fine. Everyone
Right.
is around who they happen to be around.
her not knowing the number of white people who were enslaved throughout history
It wasn't
is
many.
not
It
really
was-
her fault.
But I can bet you it
The
wasn't as many black
the
people.
fact that they
It
were
wasn't as
galley
many black people,
slaves,
and it wasn't
and
for the
if
same reason. So it doesn't.
and why you know, one of the things that bothers me most about Clubhouse is when people are agreeing with people and they still fighting. You don't have to fight me,
Nobody,
NY.
I'm not fighting. I'm just saying that.
You even yelling in your phone, ma'am.
Is that you? Because you said that. No, look. This is.
Have you ever Googled what happens to a galley slave? Do you know the life longevity of a galley slave?
But NY.
Wait, hold on. Isn't that funny, New York Face? Because I'm telling her that white people were oppressed, brutalized, raped, killed, treated terribly in history, I am trying to culturally appropriate the grievances of and descendants of American black slaves?
Yeah, that's ludicrous. I don't get that either, Monica.
So if you can't hold space for the trauma that wasn't directly related to your race, why should people not of your race hold space for the historical trauma that you have not experienced, but people who look like you have? Do you understand that empathy is a two-way street? And if you don't care about the injustices of people that don't look like you want to say a lot, NY, and you're not holding space for other people. Why?
White people are not, this is what I'm trying to say.
White people are not white.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
white people are not white.
When a black person brings up white niggas, it's offensive because of our slavery and what we went through. White people love to bring up when y'all were slaves, when it was a very few amount of y'all that were slaves, and it wasn't for as long, and it's still going on. Whatever we went through is still happening today. Way more often than it is happening to y'all. So there is no comparison. There's no comparison today.
If the N-word is so offensive, why are black people collectively giving the pass to other groups of people?
I just said why. Because that's how they greet each other in the hood.
But they need to stop.
Reason. We just do it.
They
we will never understand certain shit white people do, but we don't know. Because we're not white.
It's
we're
a
not white.
detriment.
It's not white people's job to try to understand black people because you're not black and you're not
why are you from New York City
as well? And there's no way to explain that shit because you're not black. You can't understand unless some shit you might understand if you're not black, but if you're not black, a lot of shit you don't
and why I'm black and I don't understand it. I'm from New York City. You know how many Hispanics, non-black Hispanics in New York City say the N-word, and Arab people say the N-word because the same people who use the N-word in their vocabulary give them the pass. You know, when I'm around people don't use the N-word around me because I don't use the N-word to describe myself nor my fellow black man or black woman. Typically, the people who use the N-word are the ones complaining a lot on Twitter and social media that other groups of people use the N-word, and the reason why those groups of people are using the N-word is because they feel comfortable about it. Because those people.
You're saying, yeah, I understand. I mean, but Nerdface, I understand what you're saying, but let's definitely not compare New York City and how they allow and tolerate certain things like other poor cities with black people. Let's not do that because New York City, that's a whole nother world. That's a whole nother world. But from where I'm from, they will never let nobody of any other race other than black say nigga. That's New York City. That's what they do. No one, unlike people from cities like mine, would never understand that shit. Not saying it's right, but I'm just saying that's just how shit go, and that's how New York is. That's all I'm saying. I don't understand why they do that in New York, but I'm saying where I'm from,
I'm actually
majority of black people are not letting you call them.
I'm actually confident that Hispanics can call people the N-word, especially if they have like facial tattoos that might represent different gangs.
Got the shit smacked out of them, so I don't agree with that.
So this is something that has my interest. The varying responses to the black racial slur and how to address it. There was a woman in Popeyes. NY, honestly, can you just give me a minute to tell you the story, and then I'd love to hear your reply. I would love it. So, woman in Popeyes got mad. Her order was screwed up. Whatever. Calls the man behind the counter the black slur. He bodies her out of the restaurant, slams her on the concrete. She has broken bones. He is now fired, facing criminal prosecution. He goes to jail because he was called the black slur and he did not have the functioning skills to address that without violence. Who is hurt more in that story?
As a black person that y'all are not, I don't feel bad. I'm sorry.
That wasn't my question. That wasn't my question. I didn't. I asked you, who is hurt more?
You're asking me but you're talking about.
You're still not catching on to the story.
Because
here's another one.
You're asking me who was hurt
Two gentlemen.
Physically because he's
Two gentlemen enter a department store. Here's another story. Two gentlemen enter a department store of some young man is arranging clothes. They say he called them the black slur and they proceed to beat him. Video camera footage shows he never said anything to them. They just used that as an excuse to beat the crap out of him. Who's hurt more?
Like I said, you
physically hurt.
Still not catching on. Here's a third story. Here's a third story. A hotel clerk is called the black slur over the phone by a white woman. She goes to check in. He says, I've spoken to my manager. You called me the black slur. You're not welcome here. There's a Best Western across the street. It's above me now. You called me the black slur. I'm authorized to no longer serve you. Who's hurt more?
That makes sense.
Who's hurt more?
But like if you break
Because
someone's
it's like y'all
ribs.
asking me what empathy was he supposed to have being called the N-word? So it's only
Yeah, she doesn't get it. I'm hoping
so.
someone who listened to this in the audience understand what I'm saying.
Yeah,
because
you're pointing out the double
NYNY doesn't.
standard. I get it.
No, I'm actually pointing out that there's different reactions to being called the black slur.
Yeah.
And I think optimally, the hotel clerk handled it best because he's not fired, he's not charged with battery, and he's not in jail, so he can continue his job and feed himself and his family.
So you white, right? If you're white, how are you telling somebody how are you saying how somebody should have reacted to being called the N-word and you're not black?
It's just
That's what I'm not
moral.
understanding.
It's just morals.
It's
You
not
can't
morals.
justify.
What
You
morals?
can't justify destroying someone's rib cage because
You can't
of,
you cannot justify this. You can't justify being called the
I went
N-word.
to Martin Luther King's house,
Unless you
and in
think
his
that
house
shit
he
okay,
used to
you never
train.
want to be.
It's not okay. It's not okay. But like, listen, tolerance was tested at Martin Luther King Jr.'s home. He used to test people, and they would just be like them listening to white people call him slurs all day, and they would do it for hours just to train them. It's just like, it is what it is. You can't just like, that's not what we've taught. That's not what we've been raised with, you know.
All I'm saying is that black people will never be okay with that shit. No matter how bad y'all want people to not react and all that, like people react how they want to because they're not okay with the shit. Everybody is different. Somebody might smack the shit out you for saying it. Some people might kill you. Some people might body slam your ass like that lady. That it is what it is. And it's always going to happen because we're never going to be okay with that shit as black people. No matter how bad white people want us to. It's not happening. It's going to be a lot of smacked white ass people. Sorry.
Oh wait, Sarah, you missed it. In the news, there was a story of a woman, a low-class white trash woman, a senior, like an older lady, overweight, not pleasant, was upset with her Popeyes order, so she called the guy behind the counter the black slur. He bodied her out of the building, body slammed her on video onto the concrete where she broke several bones. That's what you don't understand. You should feel bad, and I'm not gonna tell you. All right, this is it. This is what was gonna happen. Because you can't stay on mute, I'm going to mute you, and then you're gonna claim that you're being oppressed by a person. What's happening is you don't have the self-control to stay on mute to hear my story. The guy lost his job. The guy has a criminal record. The guy is in jail. The guy is now dependent on the state for his food and housing, and the family that he had is without a source of income. He hurt himself and his family because he lacked the emotional self-control and self-regulation to laugh at the properly shamed. So tell me who got hurt more in that story. Her bones will heal. She should not have called him the black slur. He hurt himself more, and you should be mad at him, not validating his violence. You utter twit.
You're talking about his reaction more than her action. I don't talk about reactions. I talk about what caused it. If you call somebody the N-word, they can do whatever the fuck they want to. Just like
Is that in the law, right?
Is that how they want to? Anybody can react how they want to fucking react.
That's like
Is your mouth plugged?
Is that the law?
That's the street.
That's how the world works. It's not just
That's
about
not how the law works.
anybody
That's
can
not how.
smack you. You can't watch your mouth.
That's not how
Give
it
me
works.
yours. That's not how the law works.
You should go see how Martin Luther King.
It doesn't. I've seen plenty of white people get smacked for saying the N-word and nothing happened. Every black person don't go to.
Let the man speak.
Like, there's a skill to like changing people's minds. Like, there's legit videos of Martin Luther King Jr. like changing people's mind after just calling the N-word, and then within seconds the guy is apologizing to Martin Luther King Jr. And there's women as well. They're calling him the N-word, and he's like, "You're too smart to be talking like that." Or he'd be like, "Why'd you call me that? Like, what is your problem against black people?" And he would change their mind, and like he like paved the way for not just black people but brown people in America. Like he made it so like marriages were legit between all colored people and white people. It was more than just like, you know, black people. It was for everybody.
Yeah, I get that, and that's all I'm saying. Like all black people not gonna react the same like how he did, but they may smack you, they may put their hands on you, something. Because if you could say the N-word, and not hear how somebody may react, why is there a problem with making
If someone practiced their First Amendment right in the United States of America and say something hateful, which I do not support people doing that, that still does not give anybody the right to react and like hurt them. First
It
Amendment, First
doesn't,
Amendment.
but I think the way that certain people react when being called that, they react like that because
Listen, what you're saying is the same as.
feel like y'all can just do it. It's some
No,
people
no,
that
no,
show y'all
no,
y'all
people
can.
can't.
And y'all hate that.
People can actually say bad things.
It's
People
still
can.
right. So that's
The
what I'm
same
saying.
way that MJ told me, go belly dance and word.
MJ has nothing to do with
It
all
does
black people.
not, it
Why
does.
is that your idea of all
He
black
did
people?
the same exact thing that you're
Every
saying
time we
has
talk about
nothing
black
to
people,
do.
you talk about MJ. What does he have
But
to
it
do with all
doesn't
black
matter.
people? I don't know MJ.
He called the Middle Eastern woman, he dragged the culture in by saying go belly dance. Same thing as telling a black woman go twerk, right? And then he used the most insulted word that you can tell a Middle Eastern person, which is to stand, and he did say that. So I don't know why you're trying to downplay it and say how is that related to black people? The relationship is that people have the right to say hate speech, right? It's protected.
Okay,
Well,
yeah.
you don't have the right to beat people up because you don't like what they say.
Okay, but you can't. You said calling all black people niggas because he called you.
No. Do not change the subject. Do not change the subject. So somebody calls someone N-word, they can call them N-word back. So they don't have the right to beat them up. You just said once somebody calls someone N-word, they can do whatever they want. No. That's absolutely not true.
Black people, why we do it. If you do it, it's because we're doing it.
No, maybe you guys like
because we're black.
Listen, maybe you guys like to commit crimes. Maybe you guys need to like go therapy. If that's your excuse for having bad behavior and breaking the law and physically getting involved with people, then you need to work on yourself. I'm sorry, and I'm not trolling. I'm telling you the truth. And sometimes the truth is not what people want to hear. The fact that you really truly
I'll go after Sarah.
Okay, I understand that he should have. Maybe he should have.
Alright, I'll go after NY.
All I'm trying to say is people react how they want to react in general. It's not just about the race conversation. If you say anything out of line to anybody, they depending on who the person is, they do whatever the fuck they want to do. The end. That's all I'm trying to say. So a lot of black people will smack the shit out how that happened. Maybe he did go too far breaking her back because it did affect him in the end more than it affected her. But at the same time, I still feel like anybody can react how they want to react. So, and the thing where that comes from, how he reacted is probably because he reacted that way simply because a lot of white people and a lot of people of other race think they can. They think they just because they think they can, and a lot of black people and people in general.
Can we let
Sarah, I'm trying to get in.
now?
If I can say real quick, just real quick, if that's the case, then why? Yeah, let's
But
just see how
you
this
have
yeah.
to wait after Monica. You can go. Monica said she wants to talk
It won't take me long back. In the Jumbotron and in the chat is a video from Ruby Payne. She talks about class issues and how there's, in poverty, there are challenges that people in middle class don't know about. And middle class and even wealthy people have challenges that middle class people don't know about. And the ability to problem solve and use the hidden cues is very valuable. So I gave y'all 3 stories of the N-word being used. There's a 4th one, the Twisted Tea guy and the gas station, where the punk was begging to be abused, and then he got bitch slapped with the Twisted Tea. I think that was appropriate. And why? My question to you before we hear from Baki, was the Popeyes employee a family member of yours? What advice?
No. Oh my gosh. You don't even hear me?
I said, were the Popeyes employee a relative of yours? What advice would you have given him before the lady called him the black slur? What would you have told him to do instead of breaking her bones? Do you have any advice for him?
All I have to say to that question
No,
is
you don't.
there's
Baki the mic on yours.
Another black person.
Yeah, no, we're good. You don't, because you don't hold the people who are making mistakes in your. No, I'm ready to hear from Baki. Sorry.
What? Girl, you sound
Yeah, Baki, go ahead.
Never mind. Let's turn the tables when it comes to NY. Yeah, let's just say her son went into like a convenience store, yeah, like a news agent store, and there's like a Yemeni Arab guy on the desk, and he says to the Yemeni Arab guy, "You're a terrorist." Now this Arab guy comes and beats the crap out of your son. Jaw is broken, ribcage broken. It's pretty bad, okay? And your son comes back home. What would you think? Of course, the Arab guy didn't do right, but what would you think about your son? You know, poor son. Like your son is like mush, like potato mush, mate. You get me? So
like I was saying to her, like I was saying that he's not right for breaking that lady's body, but what I was trying to say is not saying it was right, but at the end of the day, calling somebody.
Did you just open your mic and interrupted him mid talking?
He's responding to what I said.
No, he hasn't finished talking.
He did ask her a question though, Sarah. He did.
Bro, Sarah, simmer down, bro.
But yeah, so like my point is like if that was your son, you wouldn't like it though, NY. Like that's what I'm just saying to you. Like I feel like people need to like keep it chill, like take it easy. Like I mean, as long as someone's not physically causing you harm, like you shouldn't like start acting like bazooks and like Rambo. Like take it easy, bro. Take it easy. Like you got a family and everything. You got a family to feed. Like, you ain't got time for that. You get me? Like and plus if that was happening to your son, like peak time.
Yeah, Baki, can I respond to this question? What you said, yes, I agree with that. I'm not saying you should have broke that lady's body. All I'm saying is that her, and on top of what Monica said, if you said, what should I have said to him about being called a nigga, that doesn't make sense. Because, like, at the end of the day, if I was being called a nigga, I would have smacked him. I will always feel like that is cool. I'm not saying kill him or nothing too crazy, but it's going to be a reaction because I'm not okay with it. It's just, that's just how it goes. And it's always going to be like that. And it's nobody, as black people, we're never going to agree with y'all, but y'all feel like we shouldn't react to what y'all say because y'all feel like y'all can say it and we don't agree. Again, I don't think that it should be okay. And just as much as you feel like somebody shouldn't react the way, I feel like somebody should be called a nigga. Anybody.
As long as the word is used, it should be used by everyone. It should be used by everyone.
No.
As long as the word is used, you don't understand. It's a word, and if you use it everywhere,
that word and the meaning of that word and what it means.
Exactly.
And consciously choose.
It has nothing. It has nothing.
Wait. Words don't have anything to do with their meaning. Words have nothing to do with their meaning. So you can just use the word. Words have nothing to do with their meaning, Project. Please.
It has nothing to do with the use of the word, is what I'm saying.
Wait, but the use of the word is ingrained in the word now. Because it's been used this way. You cannot deny this.
Exactly. It's not
So
how you use it. It's saying it in general. Even if this is what I'm trying to say. Even as a white person, if a white person say nigga,
Here's the thing.
listen, if a white person say nigga, they can say they didn't mean it like that or just to seem down. But at the same time, we gon' feel like they meant it like that because we know what's up. We know what they mean by that. We know what it always meant and how they always wanted us to feel.
There's
when they
no moral
so saying that
justification.
it doesn't, it's crazy. That's how it's always been, and that's why there will always be videos of white people always getting smacked in their ass beat for it every time. A lot of white people think that it's okay, and that's why we don't think it's okay because we know the history behind being called a nigga. It's not okay. And as a black person, you shouldn't feel like that's okay because you're a nigga.
Trump stay winning.
Stop.
Trump is the winningest president in the history of presidents.
Hallelujah.
Trump is winning.
Thank you, brother.
Agree quickly.
I appreciate that.
Quickly. Let me just say something real quick, and I'll give it to you. You smack the wrong person, and you're going to end up 6 feet under, right? You smack who you think you can smack. You smack the wrong person in the wrong state, and it's going to be over. Okay? So just because someone uses a word doesn't give you a right to physically assault them. Grow up.
But that's what I'm trying to say.
Project is absolutely right.
At the end of the day, and you're saying that if I smack if you say the N-word to the wrong person, you will be 6 feet under because of how we take it. So it's not really a point being proved right there. Because at the end of the day, you think if I smack somebody for saying the N-word, I won't kill them? You don't know me.
That is ridiculously dumb.
Hold it. You're 13% of the population. If white people en masse decided that everyone's going to use the N-word, they'd use it and you'd like it. You wouldn't have a damn choice. Why don't you grow up and stop sounding ridiculous? You are called content. You're called content. People are laughing at you. Don't you get it, York? People are laughing. You're a joke. You're a fucking joke.
Well, what I'm trying to say is like, of course you can't control if they want to keep. Of course you can't control it. But if a person feel like smack because you feel like you can say whatever you want to, they can and they will. It's not just about me or what the next person would do. I'm just saying how the black mind works when they're being called a nigga.
You said yourself that you would resort to violence based on a naughty word.
Because some people
word?
I'm saying just calling me a nigga would probably not, I wouldn't care. But I'm saying if you really feel
No one is calling you. No one is going to call you.
What I'm telling you is, you can do it as long as white people allow you to do it. When they get tired of you doing it, when you get tired of you laying hands on them, it'll stop. It'll stop instantly. You are where you are, talking the way you're talking, because Dr. King was smart enough to know that that wasn't a smart strategy at 13% of the population. Don't you get it? Don't you get it? Aren't you tired of being disrespected? In order to stop being disrespected, you got to stop disrespecting yourself. You got to stop getting on stages like this.
And let me just say this, Project, you saying that really don't make sense because for us black people, before there was any excuse or reason a white person could come up with to say why they don't like black people, we never did anything to them. So let's stop saying how we act or how we talk or what we do because white people, any person of color can do anything we're doing.
You're making an assumption.
Just because you're loud or just because you talk a certain way or you do this, that you deserve to be disrespected or that's why they do it. They do it because they want to do it and they don't like how we look. They don't like us. They don't like how we look.
And why are you saying this? And why?
I love black.
And why you really think white people just en masse hate black people? Do you really believe that?
All white people hate black
I didn't say all. I said en masse.
Anyway, how old are you?
Like this is ridiculous. And why grow up?
I'm 26 years old, sir.
How old are you? You need to adjust yourself. In order to adjust yourself, you'll understand why God created you. The N-word has nothing to do with it. You have to readjust yourself. I'm new to this group, and I hear that you have to readjust yourself. And it starts with counseling. It starts with you. Find God. Trust.
So I'm supposed to be okay with racism? or handle it a certain way to make them feel more comfortable.
But once you
That's not
find
even like that.
yourself, sister, once you
You-
find
you-
yourself, you won't have to prove to yourself who you
Exactly.
are.
Exactly. Fuck racism. Who cares about racism?
Race has nothing to do with it. We believe the blood of Jesus.
She's 100% right.
So NY, you don't have to do anything that people are asking you to think about doing. Just understand that there's a cost benefit to everything. Everything will cost you. There's nothing free here. Nothing. So if you lose your temper,
Reacted, but I don't blame him for doing it. That's all.
right? If your coworker insults you and you slap them, who's going to be in more trouble? Because you initiate physical violence in response to words. You. And then what will happen? Like, don't let there's a Latin phrase that's not really Latin. It's don't let the bastards grind you down. When someone insults you with words, insulting them back with words is perfect. Because then if they come for you, if they hit you first, you're in the clear. You're unlikely to get in trouble because they attacked you first. It's smart.
Yeah, well, it's smart not to call people N-words.
It's intelligent.
You're putting a big emphasis. Monica, you're putting a big emphasis on the reaction and not the fact that what someone said.
People are gonna be jerks. You know, Marcus Aurelius, the Stoics, Marcus Aurelius said, the people I meet today will be jerks. The people I meet today will be unhappy and grumpy and miserable and recruiting. Don't let those people interfere with the way I move. That's Marcus Aurelius. He's a Stoic. That advice is thousands of years old. It's excellent advice, and people aren't teaching it.
Why can't y'all advice be to other, and not saying that anyone on this stage is racist, because I'm assuming this is just a general conversation. Why can't y'all advice be to people not be racist?
Exactly, because it's racist.
How can you control the behavior of someone else?
Well, how y'all are trying to control her behavior?
I am not. I am not.
Monica, I'm not gonna let Monica. Come on. You know how you've been on this app. Listen what I'm saying.
There are people in your life that will try to hurt you.
We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that with this. We're not gonna do that with this.
Making you do terrible things.
We're not going to do that with this particular idea. We're not going to do that.
Dysfunction. Of course I can do that.
Yeah.
There are jerks of every race. There are bastards of every color, race, religion, and gender.
I'm fine with telling NY, don't allow people to get you out of your comfort zone. Like, that's all good, but what we're not going to do is spin it like we should just be happy or take it as somebody being racist towards us is like a good thing. And we know the effects of that. And we're not, like let's stop that. Like, it's insane to even try to spin it.
Care of it at the table? How did Jesus take care of it at the table?
Let me tell you something. If you think this is what Jesus, if you think this is what Jesus, if you're going to use the name Jesus, if you're going to name the Jesus Christ of Nazareth,
Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
If you think Jesus Christ would stand for that, you don't know who Jesus was.
Oh, I know who Jesus
so
is.
Let's not interject Christ in the case about race.
I adjusted. Trust me on that one, Rob.
Can I say something?
Let's not use Christ in a conversation like this.
Yeah, because this is God's world. God rules everything. He makes the last decision.
Okay, yeah, she's taking it as a joke. But like I said, Rob, like I was saying, Rob, like I understand what they were saying about, like, like reacting and it affecting your life more. I understand that, but
that's not everybody. This is why the world is corrupted. It's not everybody.
Can I speak?
Linda, I promise to. I like what you're saying, Linda, I promise to give you my time after NY, and you know Rob's gonna have something to say. So why don't we let NY and Rob make their points, and then you can reply to both of them if you don't mind. Go ahead and.
Okay, yeah, like I was saying, like I understand, like yeah, he shouldn't have reacted that way because at the end of the day, it did cost him his life. Like I agree with that because it was a way to go about it different. But I'm not gonna say like whenever you ask me, what should I have told him whenever how he should have reacted. Like I can't tell another black person how they should have reacted whenever they were called a nigga. Like it's like you as a white person or a person of another race, you can't tell black people how they should react either. Because at the end of the day, for years, like I've been saying, people will always rather I do it, anyone do it. There's always going to be a white person getting smacked or cussed out or something for calling a black person a nigga. Because as far as I'm concerned, nobody will ever be okay with that shit. That's all I'm saying. So telling me how I should have told another black person if I was there how they should have reacted to racism, and that just don't make sense.
I didn't tell you. I asked you what would you say if you could reach him before the lady called him the black slur. What advice would you give him? I didn't tell you anything. I asked you your opinion. What would you do if that Popeye's employee was your brother or your son or your cousin or your dad? What would you say?
That's all I would know.
Yeah, you can't get past that.
Because that's where it started.
You would advocate him to beat up a senior citizen? That's so strange.
Monica, why
It's so
do you
weird.
want to advocate? Why do you want to advocate for this? Let's look at it from this. Fuck you. You ain't Monica. So that's what I'm hearing. Number two.
Sarah's a mod though, right?
You're not gonna.
You're not on stage. Oh.
Love y'all, Carnator.
No, NY, like you can give your cousin, brother's, dad, son advice all you want. You would say, look, when this woman comes up to you, and she will today, and call you the black slur, I want you to take her out of the restaurant and slam her on the ground so hard that she breaks her legs. Is that advice you would give her?
Somebody and why they do it. They do it because they're being called a nigga. No one.
You don't.
So why are you saying that? I wouldn't tell them.
I would prepare my male family members. Look, there's gonna be this woman that's gonna come and harass you today. She's gonna say words. Don't let her win by being violent to her. And I'll see you after work. Have a good day. That's not. You're not getting it. It's not a race
Why
thing.
you gotta put race in the
It's not a
situation?
race thing.
It's called people that gotta grow up. It's called people that why you gotta put race in the situation? We need the blood of
I promised
Jesus.
Linda mic time, and why?
That's the
Please give her
problem.
mic
That's the
time.
problem. People always gotta sit there and gotta last word. Thank you, moderate. Thank you, moderate. As I'm new to this group, I'm Puerto Rican and Italian. I break generational curses every single day. My son is Puerto Rican, Italian, mostly African American, and I'm breaking generational curses. When my mom sat there and met my father back in 1979, my mom's family abandoned my mom. Okay, this has to do with adjustments. It has to do with you finding Jesus. It has to do with you walking like Jesus. If you watch the show The Chosen, you'll understand. By calling people N-words, by calling people B-I-T-C-H's, 6 and stones will break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Why? Because I bleed the blood of Jesus and I walk like God.
Linda, and this comes from you not being black. You're
result of it, you're gonna see more violence. You're gonna see people's lives get ruined. You're gonna see prison time. It's not gonna change the laws. You know, you cannot change people to stop being racist by beating them, but you can go to jail.
Why don't y'all have this same? Why don't y'all have this same energy for anti-Semites? Because when people speak of anti-Semitism, it's fine to go abomination. You know, if some like y'all say that's fine.
No, you're just
Y'all say that's fine. Y'all say that's fine.
We can't morally justify.
Y'all say that's fine.
Rob, you can't morally justify.
Sarah, let's get some order to the stage and maybe even set up a queue because and what passing the mic around is beneficial. Right, Rob, did you want to say something?
I just want to say, man, I love these conversations because in real life, we don't have these type of conversations, man. Ain't none of y'all old enough to actually be in a black person's face. And I ain't even talking about, like, because y'all gonna get punched. I'm saying that the bulk of y'all wouldn't be old enough to say that word, let alone try to spin it like saying that word isn't disrespectful. So, like, I get y'all saying, again, y'all wouldn't try to spin it like that word isn't disrespectful in the presence of black people in real life either. So we need to stop that line. Like, don't like, I get y'all, and I tell white folks this all the time. Feel a little deeper for today, because let me make it clear. There's nothing that a white person can fucking do to me. Y'all can't stop me from doing shit. Y'all ain't hurting my kids. You feel me? Y'all ain't stopping my kids from growing up doing what they need to do. Like, y'all can't do shit to me. Y'all, half of y'all broker than we are. So we not even finna get into that. But what I'm saying, when you say that word, that's the equivalent of me coming up to you and saying, fuck you, you stupid motherfucker, I hate your guts for no reason. Now, depending on what mood you in, hold on, I just slid in my Wi-Fi. Hold on. 1 second.
I'm glad, Rob.
I should be out. Am I in the Matrix? Am I in the Matrix? Alright, yeah, so like, all I'm saying is,
after you finish your submission.
Yeah, my whole thing is, yeah, depending on the way you say that to somebody in the mood they in, man, a motherfucker don't give a fuck about no Popeye's job. If you going back to that situation y'all was talking about, y'all don't know what that person dealing with. Y'all ever seen the movie Falling Down with Michael fucking Douglas? You know, that type of shit is real. You say something to the wrong person, you might get your ass punched. So I would be advocating, if I was a white person, I would advocate for people not to go around saying that word, not being racist. And even if you are racist, maybe you should keep those fucking feelings to yourself, because this ain't 1963. Like, being racist ain't really proving much.
So yes, I don't advocate that people use hurtful words, and I don't think the solution is telling them not to, because people will do what the hell they want to do, and I have no control over their behavior. My question to you, Rob, is the same as I asked NY. Let's see if your answer is different. What are you teaching your children when they're confronted with race-based bigotry? What advice do you have for them? Because I have trouble believing it's taking a knife and stabbing them in the heart.
Alright, so now what you just did, you see what you just did was trying to make a point, and I was wanting to answer your question and be honest, was saying that at the end of it lets me know that
I apologize. Retract my last sentence.
We're adults, and I think, let me say this, I think any person, black, white, trying to make a victory out of the Carmelo Anthony situation is bogus. It's not a victory for the white guys. I can't think of the kid's name that died, and it's not a victory for the kid that's probably going to lose a good portion of his freedom. I didn't know his name off top, so Austin Metcalf is his name, but what you just did now, again, is another thing that racists do. Racists
you don't have to answer my question if you don't want to. We can hear from someone else.
We know what say his name means. Monica, let's not try to play those games. I know what you do on this app, but for the record, I have a 16-year-old who's now working. We actually do talk about how he's going to conduct himself at work. Get what I'm saying? In general, I'm teaching my son how to conduct himself. Am I teaching my son me a diamond switcher. Am I teaching my son to be out here and just going crazy anytime? Am I teaching my boy, hey man, go off on anybody anytime somebody fuck with you? No, I'm not. I'm also not teaching my son to let people push him over, let him treat him like crap. So like, no.
So
And again,
when
Sarah, we're not
confronted-
talking about reparations.
So when
Nobody
confronted
brought
with
up reparations.
so when confronted with conflict, what advice do you have for
I just
yourself?
have to tell you, it's just one sentence. All you have to say is that you're too smart to be talking like this. And usually, more often than not, it's going to snap them into reality. I don't think, like, putting Rob's child in this situation is fair.
Okay,
Sorry,
all
Rob.
right, AK, go on.
I mean, it's
I was
fine. It's
giving-
fine if she wants to do that.
I didn't mention
Like,
his son.
I get
I
what she's
mentioned
trying
his
to do.
relative, AK. So get off my neck, first of all.
Bob,
Second of all, I will say what I want to say, and I will face the repercussions because I do every damn day on this app. So I don't need that unsolicited
There's no
advice,
real
AK.
repercussions. There's
Thirdly,
no real
thirdly, Rob introduced his family. I asked him what would he tell a family member. And because
that's
he
what I'm saying.
shared
I
that
don't
he had
need-
his family
I don't
already,
need-
I'm
I
not
don't
going
need-
after his son.
Yeah, I don't need nobody to do that because you, like, as I stated earlier, it's nothing that y'all could do. Like, we're on the talking now. That's the reason why you haven't faced any repercussions.
You don't
like,
think
you're on
I've
the talking
faced
now.
repercussions? You don't know.
I'm sure people have
You
tried.
don't care.
I'm sure people have tried to
That's
dox you.
fine.
I'm sure people have tried. I'm sure people have tried to dox you. Like, I give you that. I'm sure they tried to dox you.
Why?
And I'm sure that's not
Why
cool.
would anyone dox someone for asking questions?
Monica, because what you're doing right now, there's multiple people in this room that have been on this app with you for years, and you can play this sweet, I'm a sweet, innocent white girl,
I am a sweet,
an American
innocent,
Christian nationalist.
Adorable. I've been classified adorable too. Just not.
Well, if that's what you are, then so be it. But I know you get a kick out of this. You don't talk to black people much in real life. It's all good. But yeah, keep spilling that bullshit, man. That people need to. Oh, it's how you respond, and everything is about how you respond. Yeah, keep spilling that bullshit, and see what happens if somebody come up in your face saying that type of shit, and see how you gonna respond. Right? You don't play like that. So you shouldn't play with disrespect like that on the internet. If I get to disrespecting somebody on the internet, man, I'm gonna tell you it's warranted. I'm not gonna troll just for the sake of trolling for content. And that's
Have
what
I
you
been
guys
disrespectful?
do.
Have I called you any slurs? Do you want me to?
Actually, you have been disrespectful. You've been very condescending. Like, disrespect comes in all forms.
Condescending is not calling people names.
And that's the whole thing. Disrespect comes in all forms. Just like when you tried to make the comment about how I respond to, my child or my family member, whatever you said, and then at the end you say stabbing them in the heart, and then you say his name. Those type of things. You know what you're trying to do.
I actually
We're smart enough to know
apologized for that because you had a good point that I was asking for your advice on what advice you would give the younger generation when faced with bigotry, and then I did throw that snark comment out, and I apologized. And then you told me you are teaching your son self-control, self-restraint, and dignity in response to ugliness. I don't think I could ask any more of you, Rob. That's awesome.
Well, you can't answer me anything because, like, my duty as a parent is to do that. Like, that's my duty as a parent. It's not my duty.
Whose family member do you think will get farther in life? The one that you're advising or the one that NY is saying, I'm not going to tell him what to do in any situation?
Man, I don't know what NY's family member situation is because I don't think she's wrong for how she responded to that.
NY said, I'm not going to judge him. I think that white lady deserved to have her bones broken for saying a naughty word.
Well, I think if you come into someone's place of work and you decide to treat that person who's there to serve you, and you decide to treat that person like crap, what happens to you is what happens to you. Like, we can't allow old age, we can't allow disabilities, things of that nature to justify people talking to people and racism and bigotry. Like, that doesn't mean that maybe you shouldn't slap somebody in response to it.
Can't?
Again, just like you can't control the words that you say, you can't control how someone's going to respond to those words either. So you got to keep that in mind. That's why, for a large bulk of Americans, we've kind of moved past that way of thinking. All coexist, regardless of how we look. And we have this app to have these type of conversations, because a lot of you guys don't actually coexist with people of different religions and nationalities and races. You guys don't know how to interact. You think what you see on TV is a representation. If that's the case, I should believe that all white people are like what I saw on Bonanza growing up. Like stop playing. Like, y'all are crazy.
Hey, can I,
Wait,
can I
what TV show are you putting on all white people?
You said Bonanza.
Bonanza?
Can I add something real quick?
There are worse shows.
Hey, can I add something real quick? Can you guys hear me? I guess so. Instead of telling black people, like, teach your kids not to respond with violence, that's not going to end racism. We're going to add more racism. I don't never hear you guys telling white people to teach your kids not to be racist. How about start there? You know what I'm saying? Let us worry about how we respond to something, but let's try to stop racism by you guys.
Can I add some? I have a 6-year-old that's going to be 7 years old in August. August 10th, to be exact. Nehemiah 8:10. The joy of the Lord is my strength. And when I tell you, I teach my son, and daily, because he's being bullied in school. You know what I tell him? We have no control over voice. We have control over our prayers. If Bob wants to walk up to you and talk about you, you tell him whatever you tell me is you. And you walk away from him and you pray for him. This is what I'm teaching my son. I don't know about anybody else, but I had to readjust to me as being a mom. I lost 3 babies before I had my son, and I had to fast on the prayer of Hannah. Within 2 weeks, I conceived my son. This is the reason why God blessed me with my son. And he said, if I'm going to bless you with your child, you are going to teach him the way I created Jesus. And I am not perfect, but every day I am growing, glowing, and going. And this is how I'm teaching my son. My son is African American first, because my husband is black and Cherokee Indian. My son is Puerto Rican, Italian, and Cherokee Indian. And every day that God wakes me up, my gift to my son is to teach him that he was created to break generational curses and not repeat generational curses. I had to get out of the room and I had to pray for NY, because that girl is so young and she got trauma in her. And she needs people like God's children to pray for her. I don't need anybody backing me or backslashing me when it comes to our God. We were all created to break generational curses, so let's start doing it, and it starts with us today. If we want to walk like God, we have to love like God and stop pointing fingers at everybody. We were all created to break generational curses. Now, I love y'all, but Jesus loves y'all more.
I'm going to add one more thing. You know what I teach my kids about racism? If somebody call you a nigga, knock them the fuck out. I literally do. And my
That's all. That's it.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, can I finish what I got to say? And this literally had my daughter play high school basketball. A white girl pushed her, and my daughter stood up. She called my daughter a nigga. She knocked that little girl out. In the white school and everything. You know what happened? Nothing.
Because she got pushed first. Right one? She got pushed first. She was aggressed upon. She was able to defend herself, Hakima. She was able to defend herself from a physical assault. That's not what I'm talking about. You're not hearing me at all. You rarely do. You have poor listening skills. I don't know why, but you do. So you understand what I'm saying? When I'm telling you, that's not my argument. That's not my point, that people get to defend themselves. If they're violently trespassed upon, they get to trespass upon others. It's something my friend Dima calls the non-aggression principle. So I validate your daughter's ability to defend herself. She has no problem. I have no problem with her. I do have a problem with you giving her shitty advice that words will hurt her and that she should beat people up when they say naughty things to her. I think that's bad advice. And I'm judging you accordingly as a crap dad. Glad we understand each other.
And that's something that I'm teaching my son too, because I'm battling with my husband. Be mindful who you marry.
Not a son. You can push it back on just a foul. They call it a foul. She responded to the N-word. And she knocked the girl out. And my daughter continued to play basketball, went to college, now she's a nurse. And if somebody calls her a nigga again, she's going to knock that mother.
How often has that happened? And if she knocks someone out at work who's called her a slur, guess who's getting fired?
And that's why God put us in the middle. He gave us the right to choose freedom, heaven or hell. And if she keep knocking people out, she's going to hell. Keep being a father like that. Trust me. Break generational. I'll be that, but I'm going to heaven. I'll be that. You need a lot of counseling. He may have a 40 in his hand right now as he calling us idiots. Why Satan's ruling, but God is.
He left because he and I don't agree on a few things.
Because
there are some differences.
For an hour. That's why, Monica. It's so good to meet you, sis. So
nice to meet you too. I'm very happy to know you. There are new voices I'd like to hear from. Good morning, Pops, Bree, Andy. Any thoughts on what you've heard today?
I like the way as a matter of fact, my PTR has my daughter. We live in the city, and our school is mixed races. And I simply tell this statement, it's not original. The color of someone's skin is as equally as important or unimportant as the color of their eyes. It doesn't mean shit. Period. That's it. That's what I teach you. Skin is random, eyes is random. Actually has to do with your element levels, color of your eyes and the color of skin. But to have significance, it has no significance. People are people, and that's what you teach kids. I teach my kid to walk away from confrontation because it doesn't help. She gets picked up, she gets bullied, she's the shortest person in the school. She's the shortest person in the class. So if it wasn't skin color be height, if it wasn't skin color be redhead, it's always going to be something with kids. Again, I want my daughter to see the differences, but I want her to understand that they're random, these differences, and they're not. Okay, I'm done.
Andy, I actually have some different advice for you. I think Austin Metcalf did as you're teaching your daughter. I think he wasn't aware or prepared for violence at the track meet. So I would beg you to enroll your daughter in karate or some kind of self-defense.
She is in karate. She's in karate.
Excellent.
Gymnastics.
Excellent.
And they teach you self-control. They teach self-discipline. And they teach that this is a skill of women.
And self-defense is very important. Thank you. Good morning, Bree. How are you? Hey, Pops. How goes it? video, Ruby Payne. I think her advice is excellent advice. She has stories about how to confront passive aggressiveness, which is, your tight shirt accentuates your eyes. How to handle mean girl bullying in the workforce with other mean girl appropriate insults instead of threatening violence, because that'll get you in trouble. Bree, do you have any comments on what you've heard?
No, not at this time, honey.
I'm glad to see you.
Now, what I said was, when alcohol is involved, Mr. Lion, you let the devil and demons get involved. Don't call me your sister if you want to talk down to me. Thank you.
Well, Lion in the chat is so brave. He's been finger fussing all morning since I got here, but he lacks the moral courage to say it with his chest on stage. I wonder why that is.
Because he saw it in the Bible. He saw it in the Bible and wants to be like Paul, but he'll never be Paul.
Well, there's Lamech too. There's a lot of Lamech energy on the app. I've slain a man to my wounding. It's actually representative of what we've been talking about. You're going to be wounded by a word, and then you're going to kill the person who uttered it. You're hurting yourself. You're condemning yourself. And you can, by all means, you can. But in a functioning society that is mostly high trust, acting with violence in response to words, I just think it's a waste. It's a waste of opportunity, a waste of life, a waste of potential. You're likely to put financial hardship on your family because you'll be in jail. And what kind of provider can you be if you're behind bars? But you can. You can be as stupid as you want to be. And I'm not going to stop you. But if I share that there might be another way for you to reconsider your life choices, it's not me telling you what to do. It's me broadening your lens and opening your eyes to a different way of living. But what do I know? Because, just a silly old woman on the app.
Oh, we're just women that's supposed to be quiet. No, that's why God made man and woman. That's why God made Adam, and he put him in a deep sleep to make Eve. So Eve can obey and walk by the word of Adam. They both deceived and ate the fruit tree. So that's the reason why the world keeps going around and around and around and around. I had to get on there because he wanted to bring me down and call me names. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me when I bleed the blood of Jesus.
Definitely a surprising response to what Monica said. That's good.
But sis, I gotta go back to work. It was so lovely meeting you.
Same.
You have a blessed day, and you stay the queen that God created you to be, Miss Moderator. Have a blessed one.
You too. Thanks so much, Linda. Bima, you like how I threw out that non-aggression principle thing? Did I get it?
I was just like, I hear Monica, and I was in the room, and I fell asleep, and then I heard you, and you woke me up, so I didn't catch you.
Oh, I'm sorry I woke you up.
But I think it was, no, it's okay, I need to get up. I just had such a hard time getting to sleep, and then last night, and so I'm trying to catch a couple Z's before I start my day again. But
if it was basically, emotional maturity, you gotta understand and respect people, even when they say stupid shit that you don't like. You still don't, stop reciprocating rights, because once you do that, then defender's choice. Lindsay's asking me about a book. I mentioned a book, or I mentioned, well, Ruby Payne actually has a bunch of books. She's got a framework for understanding poverty. It's amazing. It's an amazing book. It talks about how people in poverty are living day to day. They're living in their survival mode. So when we talk to them about their children's potential and future, they can't hear us, or it doesn't, it scares them. There was a viral video going around about a young man wanting to get a job, and his mom said, no, you live with me. You get a job, they're going to count that as my income. I won't be able to be in Section 8 housing anymore. You're not getting a job. And I'm like, oh my goodness, that's so sad. And he's like, Mom, all my friends have jobs. All my friends have the ability to live in houses. Doesn't matter. We're here because we're not making money. If you make money, we can't be here. And this is comfortable for me. This is where you're not messing up my ability to provide for us. And it's like, oh. She doesn't understand that when she's old and elderly, her son will be there to help her if she doesn't stunt him now. It was sad to see that video. Yeah, it has to be more common than we think. That's exactly the story of a girlfriend of mine's younger brother. So same thing. Younger brother lived with mom. This actually just recently happened, like last year. And now, like my girlfriend, I went to college with her. She lives away from her mom, and the brother. She's not anywhere in the vicinity that she can help. Like different states. And so the brother lived with the mom. The mom's ill, has some issues, gets housing assistance, gets a bunch of different things. The brother isn't even, young. He's like 20. Maybe he just turned 20, and he's in college, and he's putting himself through college. But while he was home for the summer, he wanted to get a job, and the mom's like, yeah, no, you can't, because if you get a job, that's it, I lose everything. And so then he's like, so then what am I supposed to do? Father isn't in the picture, so it's just mom, and she's, not put together well. He ended up going into a homeless shelter so he could get a job to work. That was what his option was. And so that's what he did. He stayed in the homeless shelter, and he walked to work. But I mean, like, it's interesting. People misunderstand so much on the app, Bima. They misunderstand that I'm not advocating for people to be cruel and mean. I'm telling people will be cruel and mean, and you can't control it. So if you can't control the words and actions of other people, what can you do? Well, a lot. You can do a lot. You can leave quietly. You can say, I'm a human being. Why are you treating me this way? You can say, whoever you think I am, that's who you think I am. And you can think that. And I'm going to be fine here where I am and who I am without you putting all that shit on me. I'm not shit proof. I'm not bulletproof. But I do have crap retarded, I guess. Like, it's just kind of like, okay, That's fine. Fee was in here telling me I'm race baiting. That's what she needs to think. That's what she wants to think. That's what she wishes to think. And she can think that. I know who I am. And I'm okay with that. It's very interesting to me how people need us to be who they need me to be. I'm a person on the internet. I'm a person on the internet, Rob, a voiceless actor who wants to learn from people. My 3 purposes on the app are to learn, to share, and to humanize. And when I see people saying that they will kill people for mean words, I'm like, really? That's kind of sad. And you're gonna.
But can I add?
It's gonna cost you.
Have those words been harmful to people? Like to the point, have that? Let's use that specific word. Has that word been harmful to people throughout history? Yes or no?
Have the people who use those words hurt people? Yes.
No.
Has the word hurt people if they allow it to be hurtful? Yes.
That word in your idea, no word has ever hurt anyone.
That wasn't my argument. I didn't say that. That wasn't my argument, Rob. Yeah, but you're misframing my argument.
So no, I'm not misframing it.
Yes, you are.
I'm explaining this argument in a way
You're
that I think would make sense to you.
I think.
No.
And you don't know what I think. It's weird.
I'm explaining this.
Ahead.
No, I'm explaining why it's an issue. All right, it's very simple. The same reason that our Jewish counterparts identify anti-Semitism, and they say when you say those type of words, yeah, those are just words. But that type of word leads to action that's dangerous.
So, Rob, Kanye West song, Ninja Hail Hitler. What do you think about that song?
I think Kanye West is a clown of a human being. I think he's disrespected his own legacy as an artist. I think that song is a mess. I think anybody, especially a black person that sympathizes with Hitler, is sadly misinformed when we talk about history.
He did say he was autistic, though, so you can't really get.
Don't interrupt him. Wait a minute! Don't interrupt, Rob.
That doesn't give him an excuse because there's a spectrum of autism.
Of course not.
I just asked you to not interrupt him, and you interrupted him right after you apologized for interrupting him. Who does that? Can you please?
It's all good.
Go ahead.
Man, we ain't losing nothing right now. We ain't tripping about that. But yeah, that's it's really that simple. Like I don't get why people don't understand that. Maybe because we live in America and we're taught to have a certain, we're supposed to be a certain way. We're supposed to be above that type of stuff. But man, all you got to look at is every day. And if you live in a major city in America, you'll see that we not over a lot of bullshit. And I ain't even just talking about racism, man. I'm just talking about the type of society we live in. It's a violent ass country. Our government is violent. Why the fuck wouldn't you think the people would act like they government? I mean, it is what it is. We violent. We a nation that got more guns than goddamn people.
All right.
We encourage violence.
Wait, are you
like
done?
boxing
Because I
matches.
want to I have a point I want to make with you, and then AK wants to.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
AK, you want to go before me?
No, you go ahead.
All right. So, Ninja Heil Hitler song. I don't think the lyrics are very strong, but the hook is fierce. And the visual of an army of men in wolves' clothing yelling at the top of their lungs is incredibly powerful. It's visually stunning and emotionally laden. And if you listen to the lyrics, this is a man who is hurting and missing his family and being told that he is too dangerous to be with his family. And there's a group of people he's not allowed to criticize. He's not advocating for harm. He's not advocating for death. He put Adolf Hitler's speech at the end, which I had translated, and it was like, I do this for you. I need you to support me. Not advocating for harm, but advocating for freedom and freedom of speech. He was interviewed in a black leather Ku Klux Klan guard, and he says, show me what hurts you. Show me what I do or say that hurts you, and I'll do more of it. And what he's telling you is that he shouldn't have to care about what hurts you because you obviously don't care about what hurts him. That's equality. That's kind of fair. So tell me what you think about that.
He can make that message. He's an artist, man. Make your art. But when you use Adolf Hitler, you say Heil Hitler, it's no way that you can spin Hitler other than who he was. Like it's enough. I think it's too much history that's out there about Hitler. Every damn day you see a fucking story about World War II. So we know what the fuck Hitler was, who he was, what he represented. And for Kanye West, a black man who has a lot of information, let's say, to wear a KKK suit in that moment, it takes away from your message. I have no problem with saying that, man, something is wrong with the idea that we can't criticize, I'm going to say Israel, and I'm going to say things that certain Jewish people do. I don't believe that we should just be critical of somebody because they're a Jew. I want to be very clear about that. But it's something strange that, like I heard somebody say this, we could walk around and burn the American flag and not lose our job. But if we was to say something about Israel, we gonna fuck around and lose our job. Like something strange about that. Kanye is right in that sense.
They're hunting teenage boys because they saw them rip up a rainbow flag. Well, wait a minute. Whose flag is it? Did they steal it? Because then they can be arrested for damaged property. They're going for hate crime because they ripped up a rainbow flag. That's a problem for me. I don't know. I maybe. And is ripping up a rainbow flag harmful to the LGBT community? If they can say, so then if we are allowing, then setting, I'm going to tell you that setting an American flag on fire is harmful to me. Do I get to prosecute anybody because it hurts my feelings? No. Should I be able to prosecute someone because they take something that they own, that they've bought, and they set it on fire?
Something that's harmful and whether they can be prosecuted are two separate stories, because then you would be asking about legality. As I stated, it's not illegal in the United States to burn a flag.
No, it is. That's what I'm telling you. If it's a rainbow flag and you set it on fire, if it's an Israel flag and you set it on fire, you might be in trouble. That's what I'm telling you, Rob. It's only the American flag that people can torch with impunity. Aren't they bold, beautiful, and brave? So, all right, prove me wrong.
Do y'all ever think that it's people in America, and not just black Americans, because there's plenty of black Americans who don't have the views that we have necessarily about race and all that, but do y'all ever think that it's just people who've had a bad experience in America, generational? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So is their American experience to be discredited because another American has had a great experience in America? I think when we start peeling back the layers of race, we start to see that there are more commonalities. The problem is, at least in my opinion, and I think anybody could debate this, I believe that race in America is actually culture. I believe there's a white culture. I believe there's a black culture. And then in those cultures, we have regional cultures that really conflate things in terms of how we see ourselves as Americans. I feel more pride about being a Texan than I do an American, if I keep it a buck with you. But
why?
Hey, Casey.
Why?
When I think about America, and I can use the historical treatment of people, my people, I can think about things that my family has experienced with the government. My grandfather as a farmer, being forced out of business, these type of things, I could look at that and just say, man, this ain't been the greatest experience, but the flip side of it is through all that, like, we ain't never had to worry about a bomb dropping over our head. So I am thankful for that. You know, I am thankful for the fact that, man, ain't nobody telling me I gotta drink out of a fucking water fountain, or a white kid can see me and I gotta bow my head and walk to the sidewalk so this white kid can fucking move. I'm thankful that things have changed to a degree in America, because I'm not dealing with what my grandparents dealt with. But if I'm honest, the experience hasn't been great. And if all I can say is, well, man, I hadn't had a bond dropped on my head.
Can you hear me?
What'd you say?
Do you
Yeah, go ahead.
experience more adversity in your life than your grandparents?
I'll say this. I don't think I face more systemic adversity. My grandparents, though, you know, they grew up in a small town, family oriented. So their experiences have been vastly different than how I've grown up and my experiences as an adult. So my grandfather would tell you that I faced more adversity than him, but I would say, shit, man, my grandfather started running a business as a farmer basically at 11 years old. So, I don't know, it's just his perspective. Where y'all go?
Yeah, I agree.
I'm looking for a video from Freedom Tunes that talks about ancestors' oppression. It's really funny. I wanted to share it with you, Rob, and get your take on it. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I say. Go ahead. Yeah, that's all it is, though, Monica. You think you didn't face more adversity than your grandparents?
Not even an ounce of the adversity that some of my family members have faced. I am privileged beyond measure, but not the way people insist that I am. It's fascinating how people think to tell you about yourself when they don't know you. So Freedom Tunes has this cartoon. I think, Rob, can I just play it so you can hear it so that you can get your immediate feedback on it?
Go ahead.
Alright, it's not very long. Let me change it to music mode because
I'm sick of racism. I'm so sick of racism. Oh, please, what are you complaining about? You know what my ancestors went through? Do you know what mine went through? Trust me, what mine went through was worse. No, mine had it worse. Mine did. Great grandma killed you. hands on it. Well, the truth is, I lost me mother when I was a lad too. Starved to death in the famine, along with half my country. She was given whatever food she could find to us. Well, me father was traveling in search of more. When he came back from his scavenge empty-handed, he found her with green lips. She'd been eating the grass to stay alive because there was nothing left for her. Never saw him smile again after that. I guess you could say we had it pretty hard. So what do you mean we have it hard? Is it still like that? Just everything I went through for nothing? Granddad, it's very, very hard to be Irish in America today.
What? Sir, your descendants are considered white and privileged.
We are. I mean, that's the second best news I've gotten all eternity. We're white, son. We're privileged. Stop it, Granddad. I'm a privileged white man. We're white. I have my privilege. I have my privilege.
That's actually not the ideal attitude to have about this.
We're not privileged. We're losing our rights.
Oh, please. White people have more money on average, and black people are more likely to be stopped by the police.
Now, don't listen to him. Black people are favored for jobs and college entry.
College? Because schools overcompensate for
Wait 1 second here. The cops. Did you say something about the cops? They're not still whooping Irish people's arses, are they?
No, you guys became the police force.
Oh, we became the police force.
What's this you're saying about college? My descendants are going to college? Yeah.
This is pointless. Let's go.
Actually, I was hoping I can go with him for a bit. Fine, whatever.
Do you mind if I spend a bit more time with this lad instead? Do your thing, man. College. They would never go to jail when they break the law. They get bent over backwards for being eaten. Everyone's constantly bending over backwards for them to protect their feelings. Music to my ears!
My thoughts on that is, man, that's something I hear all the time. I don't like to do the oppression Olympics. I will say that the Irish famine happened in Ireland. Alright. And while what they experienced was very atrocious, you know, I've read a lot about it. I understand how they, the government, the English Parliament treated them, the government of England treated those people. As Americans, we talk about America. One thing we talk about as Americans is we're the greatest nation on earth. American exceptionalism, things of that nature. And for the bulk of American history, that has not been true. It's just what it is.
Yeah, I think that.
So,
I was gonna say what you said, right? Like that.
you got it. You got it.
Yeah, a lot of whites just think that it's like we put a big emphasis on ancestry and what we went through in slavery and everything. But at the end of the day, I understand it's other slavery that went on in other countries that we're not the only ones, of course, but we are the only ones that are still being caught niggas, the only ones that are still being in these type of situations where we gotta be scared of the police. Like, I see this shit every day. It's an in denial thing because every day you hearing about how white people are racially profiling black people for crimes, and on top of that for stealing in stores. Some white people will follow you in certain stores because of your complexion or how you look. So let's not act like it's just only like as if we're trying to make it like we're the only type of race that go through things. We're not saying that we just go through more consistently today, and we speak about that because it's going on today.
All right.
And you see the shit.
Do you think that depolicing is more harmful to poor and impoverished communities than over-policing? Yes.
No, because it happens literally everywhere. Like, I'm from Michigan, and in West Bloomfield, that city is more whites with more fortune, and they definitely still do that.
I was talking about
even if you have money.
depolicing. Do you
It's
know
not
the
a poverty or
definition
what you
of
got there.
depolicing? Do you know what depolicing is?
Yes.
And you don't see that as a problem, where people are calling the police for 911 for help, and more Black Americans and white Americans on per capita call for police assistance in altercations, and they take their sweet time because they know it's safer for them, that they have a higher chance of going home to their families if they wait when someone's reporting that shots are fired. Because it's easier to bring a body bag to a crime scene than it is to risk their lives shooting down the people who hate them. That's what I'm talking about. Can we have the same conversation? No?
You put your life
I'm
on the
talking
line
about racial
for duty.
profiling. That don't have nothing to do with it. And
But
that's
you
what the
can-
video was
Alright, so-
Profiling happens because of the
If you want me to answer your question, Monica,
I'm trying to answer a question. It's not about coming
Go
home
ahead,
to your
Brandon.
family. When you a police officer, you put your line on duty for whatever. You put safety, you put your safety for other people's safety. That's just the job that you're signing up for. It doesn't matter if you return home or not. I mean, it obviously matters, but that's the job. Don't sign up for the job if you can't take what the job consists of.
Well, the majority of police in
So that's
minority.
that's where it goes.
I don't know where we
Wait a
have this
minute.
confusion
Wait a
about
minute.
when I start talking, when you stop talking, and you stop talking when I stop. Like, we have an exchange of information, right? So you over talking me is just rude. It's
You
bad
asked the
manner.
question, I'm trying to
So-
answer it, but you stopped.
But you didn't hear my question. You haven't waited for me to pause so you could respond. The majority per capita of police in minority communities are minority people. So the cops that you're fighting against look like you. So if we're gonna have a frank discussion about, all right, prove me wrong.
George Floyd.
The cops in our areas are white. So when they come,
All of the cops in my
so
area
when
is
they
white.
come to our areas and communities, like you said, they're scared because they need to make it home at night because they're not trained to deal with this type of, they're scared of black people. So they're over aggressive when they come to us. They don't know how to
Said the
approach us.
same
They
people. Okay, I interrupted you. Go.
Girl, never mind.
No, I apologize for interrupting you. I'll go after you, Brent.
Some stuff I was just in this group, it just don't understand. You will never understand. Nobody will never understand what black being in America is unless you're black. Unless you got sensitive eyes.
There's not enough research and all that to be understand
It's
being
not
black.
enough. It's not enough Google. It's not enough ChatGPT. Like, you just don't know the feeling of what's going on with being black in America. Because guess what? You don't have to wake up and deal with black people have to deal with every day. Yes, there's some black people that do get out here and do stuff. That's like saying,
But so is other races though.
exactly. But guess what? We're stereotyped because guess what? We the ones been going through this for millions and hundreds of years. Everybody think, oh, y'all need to get over it and all this and all that. How we gonna get over something that's still happening? This whole group,
It's still happening.
I just argued last night with this whole group calling everybody niggers and blah, blah, blah. I can't even believe people still sitting here in this group. This is a racist ass group. I just came back to see what the fuck was going on and I see. But guess what? Everybody that got the green light, we gonna always argue with y'all because y'all white supremacists.
Wait, he just got back in the room. I don't know you.
And it's like
You
they
have a
sit
plus
there
sign.
and
I have a
try
plus
to
sign.
justify
You
it
don't
and
know
really
me.
in denial.
Why are you judging me, Brandy?
Because the
You
people,
don't know me.
people that got green miles in here, I see how y'all roll. Like, very racist. I seen Sarah all night. I seen Matt all night. Come on now. You can't tell me you're not just
All
like
right,
them.
you got a match. What does that make you?
You're definitely a racist, Brandy.
I already said it last night. I already said it last night. I do not like white people, and it's not going to change.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to demod you because I don't mod with bigots. Sorry.
But all I was trying to say is that I just feel like a lot of you, it's like, how do you not understand that, like, some black people are innocent and still get criminalized because they're black? Like, that happens every day. It happened to George Floyd, and right after that, Trump
George
gave
Floyd
the police
was a
immunity.
criminal. Wait a minute. George Floyd had a rap sheet, including armed robbery for someone's house.
That doesn't morally justify
When
the
they
actions, though.
There's no justifying that
Respectfully.
because whatever y'all could say, even if that man was a criminal, when he was put on his neck and he was done that way, he wasn't doing anything.
He was.
It was on video. It was on video.
He was
He
in
didn't
the.
do anything.
You
He
know,
didn't even fight back.
how many
It's on video.
details do you know about the George Floyd incident? Do you know that he was in the police car and he wiggled himself out? That had he
Right,
stayed
so that
in the
makes him a
police
criminal.
car,
But if a white
Had he-
person do it, what do that make them?
had he stayed in the police car and gone to jail, he'd more likely be alive. But because he asked to be put on the ground because he couldn't breathe,
And they know.
do you know? Do you
That's
know
not
the
what happened.
whole?
I don't think he asked to be put on the ground.
Yeah, he did.
That's why they protested.
You don't know.
They
You don't know.
already did that before he couldn't
You're
breathe.
missing
That's why he couldn't
information.
breathe.
You're
They-
missing
they- they
information.
wrote it up.
No, he was in
Knowing
the
that
police car saying he couldn't breathe. He ingested drugs.
Because of what
He
they did to
ingested
him.
drugs to hide them from the
it's on
police. There's
newspaper
another
what they
video
did.
that shows him swallowing the whatever he took.
Okay, so he's a criminal because.
Do you
he
know
did
that the restraint that Derek Chauvin used on him was in the Minneapolis police manual? That it was a
Okay, but
sanctioned
like I
hold?
said, a person escaping a police car don't equal criminal. It doesn't. 'Cause if
He
that's
had
the case,
a
then
rap
usually
sheet.
listen.
He had a history of criminality.
That doesn't have anything to do with what they did to him that day, though. His history does not have nothing to do
What
with what he did that day.
percentage?
So
What
a person
percentage?
deserves to go through what he go through because of their history. That's
No.
an excuse.
He shouldn't have
Because
died.
whatever happened that day is the only excuse. There's none.
See, this is the binary lens that so many people look through. George Floyd shouldn't have died. It was sad that he died. And George Floyd owns some of his death. He has to have responsibility for his behaviors that contributed to
You can't blame the victim, bro. He has no power over her
I
dying.
actually can blame Austin Metcalf for his death a little
That's
bit.
like me blaming.
A little bit.
That's like me blaming the Jews.
It's called responsibility, not victim blaming.
Yeah.
I think Austin Metcalf was incredibly naive.
You are responsible for your life.
That don't make sense. It's not a choice.
Yeah, I
Thank you,
get it.
AK, for saying that I make sense.
You are responsible for your life and your decisions. Like, you are in control of your
Black
emotions.
people are not though. They're not.
Oh my gosh,
everyone-
why not? Why are you
Everyone has to.
like that?
What do you mean by
That's
that, though?
terrible.
Oh, I mean,
You have no responsibility over your life? You have no responsibility over your life, and why? None?
Black people don't. Why do you think
Oh,
we think black people
no, she might have a point, though. She might have a point right now.
Hey, Cakes, tell me more. Why do you
Okay,
think
so-
black people in America have no responsibility
Because
over
they
their
get beat
life?
by the police.
Wait a minute, and now not you, NY. AK, go ahead.
Just like, as I know I was saying with the police, like, systematic, like, loans and oppression that people face, just like terrible interest rate, crazy debts, like generational debt. That's not smart debt. And it's like, how do you get out of a situation when your interest payments are so fucked? Because, like, the job market is so fucked. Because there's so many other problems economically that are affecting that. And it's not like a racist thing. It's just like the system we live in has a caste system. The most educated people rise to the highest part of the hierarchy, and the people who get left behind are at the bottom.
So you're telling me that because he resisted arrest that equaled him what? Like being done that way? Like, that doesn't make sense. If that's the case, anybody that resists arrest should end up like that. That's basically what they're saying, though.
I don't think I made that argument. You know why? I don't think I framed that
When
up.
he resisted his arrest and that he was responsible, if he was responsible, he would have never died because I'm sure he didn't want to. So what does that mean? Like, that don't make sense. That's like saying he wanted to die.
Okay, so let's give you
If he was responsible for his life, he wouldn't have died.
let's give you an example from your life. And we don't have to make it personal, but what I'm going to assume is that you have a shelter, you have a roof over your head. Whose responsibility is it for you to pay so that you stay having a roof over your head? Whose responsibility is that?
That's not the same. You're comparing me.
That's your responsibility. Are you hungry? Do you eat food?
To a person.
Do you eat
To a
food?
person being done wrong.
Whose responsibility is it for you to have food?
If that's the case, it was the police responsibility
responsibility is it for you to wear clothes today?
Trayvon Martin is a great example.
Don't the police thought that they killed that man and he died because he was committing a crime?
I think
a petty crime.
What about Trayvon Martin? He was a kid. He was 14.
Don't introduce a third anecdotal when
Okay,
we're
this is
working.
gonna go too hard. We're gonna go too hard on for Trayvon.
When it comes to the Trayvon Martin, now see what you did, AK? We were focused
so
on
sorry,
Jordan
but this is
Boy, and
touching
then
me.
you introduced something else. You squirrel us. Can we stay focused on Jordan Boy?
You give a quick reset.
So we're talking about personal responsibility in the face of unfairness and injustice. And what is our responsibility when we are treated unfairly by people in authority? What do we owe us and them and society in reacting accordingly? Had George Floyd complied, and I know y'all don't like that word because it means submission.
Exactly. And that's
The-
a lot of white people in the same things don't happen to them that happens to black people.
I actually disagree with you about that too. But go ahead and make your point, and then I'll give you 3 examples of why it happens to white people too, but people just don't care about it. Duncan,
Yes.
So do you guys related to George Floyd?
Tony
Related to George
Tampa.
Floyd situation?
Like saying if he was responsible for his own life.
Are you saying he has zero responsibility, or are you saying he just has some
He
responsibility?
said black people in America have 0 responsibility over their lives. That's what she said.
I said not all the time when it comes to racist situations because it's not up to us.
So why do you believe that Derek Chauvin was racist when he had an interaction with George Floyd?
I didn't say he was racist. I said that it looks racist because you're literally, this is a black man. He resisted arrest and like you killed him.
Okay, so I agree with you. It
never
looks,
should have
I
went that
agree,
way.
I agree with you. It looks racist, but in actuality, you don't know if it was racist. So
Like
at this
you said, if it was a little white boy, would y'all be saying something different? If it was a 7-year-old little white child?
Yeah, because the same thing happened. As Monica was about to say, the same thing happened to a white man in Arizona by the name of Tony Temple. It was almost exactly what happened to George Floyd. It was a white man who was resisting arrest. They put their knee on his back, close to his neck, all the way up, close to his neck. They kept him down. I don't know how long, and he ended up dying. It's almost exactly the same thing. But the reason why you don't know about it is because the media didn't take it and run with it because there was a racial narrative. So like NY said, the Derek Chauvin and the George Floyd situation looked racist because you got a white man with a knee on top of a black man. And we can take that and get everybody. Excuse me, I wasn't done talking though. I was still speaking. So the thing is, Derek Chauvin and George Floyd fit the narrative. They were able to inflame the emotions of so many people around the world because Chauvin was white and Floyd was black. But go look at Tony Tempa. Look at it for yourself. There's video footage. It made the news. It didn't get to me, you, or anybody else because the media and CNN and Fox News and all these other places didn't want to run with it because it didn't fit the narrative. So we are being played. We are being bamboozled and hoodwinked. Injustice happens all across the board, and it cuts racial lines. But it looks like black people are under the thumb so much more because the media pushes it out there. And we probably are, but they're amping it up to the point.
Can you explain the Trayvon Martin?
Yes, I
That's
can.
not racist.
So what happened was, I'm gonna tell you what happened with that. Trayvon Martin, okay, did nothing wrong, okay, and Zimmerman, nothing. I mean, he did wrong in the sense that he was being he wanted to do too much, and he was following this dude. The 911 operator told him to stop, and he continued. That's not a crime. He doesn't have to listen to a 911 operator. He followed the man. He approached Trayvon Martin because he thought he was a threat. In his mind, he believed Trayvon Martin was a threat. And Trayvon Martin got this dude running up on him in the dark. Right, Trayvon Martin got a man walking up on him in the dark. Trayvon Martin did nothing wrong. This is what you call a tragedy. Because here's Zimmerman thinking he's protecting the community when he's wrong to do what he did. But at the same time, it's not illegal. So here's the thing.
I'm not saying it's illegal or what he did was like illegal, but it was racist. Let's just be.
No, I don't
assign a motive to someone. And it's like we don't know what somebody's motive is, and it could be you could be right. All I'm saying is we don't know, and it's better to just look at things through the prism of is it right or wrong? Could it be not whether his motive is racist or his motive is that we could play we're playing the guess game. So what I'm saying is what I've learned, I wasn't done talking though. I'm almost done. When I get to what I'm saying, urging you to do, NY, is stop trying to assign motives to one another. We can look at what happened, plainly look at the facts and say, you know what, that is unjust. But to say, oh, I know what he was thinking and he did it because he was black, why are we doing that? We don't gotta do that.
I know, that's not what I said. I said if we were Trayvon and that happened to us, and if we were in that situation, we would think the guy is racist.
I know, but what's the purpose of even doing that? Why are we, all we know is that Zimmerman.
Only way that your point will prove is if Trayvon had a gun or some sort of weapon of evidence to prove that he had no ill intentions. Other than that, it's giving racist.
Let me talk. I know, but we don't gotta get that far into it. It was wrong for Zimmerman to pursue him the way that he did because he was overzealous in his approach to keep the community safe. He was some kind of community guard. I don't know what the hell he was. He took his job seriously. Yeah, he thought he was literally, I truly believe in his heart of hearts, he thought he was doing the right thing. But when Trayvon Martin got the best of him, when Trayvon Martin got the best of him in that fight, and he was knocking him out, and he was banging his head on the concrete, the question that was posed to the jury was Zimmerman pulled the trigger? Did he sincerely, was he in fear for his life? If the answer to that question is yes, even if he instigated it, you gotta let him off. If I go start a fight in the bar, excuse me, one last thing. If I go start a fight right now in the bar, and in the middle of the fight, the dude's getting the best of me and about to kill me, and I got a gun in my pocket, I can kill him, even though I started. Because
but this was what Zimmerman had an intent. But this is what you just said, that Zimmerman thought he was saving the community. So if Zimmerman, if he was going to, this is what I'm saying, if he got the best of Zimmerman, and Zimmerman was about to get his ass beat, long before that, Trayvon there's no evidence that he had any intentions besides defending himself. So
I know, but at the point where he's banging his head against the concrete,
because he's defending himself, Zimmerman.
I understand that, but
he was a threat. So it's like whatever Trayvon did to react, so with him reacting to the defense, then it doesn't make sense.
No, but the thing is, with Zimmerman is getting his head banged up again. So the picture showed that Zimmerman's head was getting hit against the concrete. In that moment, that's the reason why he was let off is because the only question posed to the jury was, when he pulled the trigger, was he in fear for his life legitimately? If the answer to that question is yes, you have to acquit him. You don't even look at the fact that he instigated it, because that's a separate point. If I go start a fight.
After your comment, I have a question.
Yeah, when I start a fight, if I go into a bar right now, last point, I'm gonna reiterate it, but just to make it clear.
Can I go my question first?
Yeah, go ahead. I think Brady wants to ask me a question before Monica.
Well, you don't have to reiterate then. We heard you. If you start a fight in a bar, yeah, they did. They did.
Okay.
Go ahead, Brandy. I'll go after. So Infinity had Trayvon Martin had the gun, and the altercation happened the way it happened, and George Zimmerman was killed. Would the jury be asked the same question, and would the verdict be the same?
We don't know.
The jury would be
we don't know.
The jury would.
It's a
hypothetical. Would be asked the same question.
It's a hypothetical.
Yeah, it's a hypothetical. It's what you call a hypothetical question, and I agree that that's a tough spot because I agree that if it's a fair and just system, he would be let off too because he was in fear for his life. This man just popped up on him in the middle of the night. He had every right to
you're telling me that Zimmerman was more fear for his life than Trayvon, and he know he didn't do shit?
Trayvon was
I didn't hear your question then. Why? What'd you say?
I said, I get what you're saying, like, oh, Zimmerman being in fear. Who gives a fuck about his fear when Trayvon was the one that was innocent and didn't even know that this dude is watching him for no reason and don't know nothing about
I understand your perspective, but that's why you wouldn't be allowed to be on the jury because the juror is supposed to be like, I'm not in it for Zimmerman, I'm in it for justice. And I understand how you feel, but that's not true justice because if Zimmerman is getting the best of in the fight and he fears for his life and he's got a gun in his pocket, He has every right to defend himself, even if he
But
instigated.
Zimmerman started the fight.
Even if you instigated it, even if you instigated a fight, if in the moment you pull the trigger, you're in fear for your life, that's allowed in this country. That's called self-defense. Just because I start a fight doesn't mean I can't defend myself.
Okay, just because you don't like his answer doesn't mean that that's not his answer. That's his answer. Like, you cannot like it, I understand, but that's his answer. And I think it's accurate.
Yeah. Even if I
See,
start a
it's like
fight,
you said, right is right, wrong is wrong.
No, but things can be right or wrong in court of law, but they could just be morally wrong.
I think in the court of public opinion, NY would win all day. But in a court of law, the standard is higher, NY. And we can't just say, well, because he started it, he deserves everything he gets. That's not the law. The law is when you pull that trigger in that very moment, if you fear for your life, it's legitimate. Even though the tragedy of the situation is, it started because Zimmerman thought he was doing too much. He thought he could protect the community. He traced this man down.
But could Zimmerman prove that he did something or was up to something? Could he prove that due to him being black with a hoodie on at night?
But it's not been proven that he targeted him because he was black. That's what you believe. That's what many people believe.
Then why?
But that's not.
He
targeted him because. Okay, let me give you the context. Let me tell you what Zimmerman said. There was a rash of break-ins in the community, and you know, if you've read the case, you know Trayvon Martin didn't live in that community. He was visiting his father or something like that. So he's a strange face in a community where there's a rash of break-ins. Here's somebody walking down the street with a hoodie on, and he looked at him. I don't think he even knew if he was black or white. All he knew was there's a shadowy figure with a hoodie on. I'm calling the police, and I'm going to keep my eye on him. And I don't want him to get lost because I want to make sure this dude gets caught. That's what I'm putting in his head. I can't assign a racist motive until I see evidence of his racism. All I know is that he's a community, not neighborhood watch. He's calling the police. He obviously wants to do the right thing. If he wanted to just target a black kid, he would have just ran up on him. He called the police. He was doing too damn much. If I was in there, I'm like, nigga, calm down. Why are you following him? You called the police, leave it alone. But no, he wanted to be Mr. Macho Man. He got his ass kicked. And Trayvon Martin, this is the height of tragedy. Trayvon Martin should be alive. I promise you that hits me to my core. But at the same time, in the moment where he pulled that trigger, his life wasn't at risk. So he pulled the trigger. So you got to let him off.
The cops tried to Hold on. I was listening to Andrew Branca, Law of Self-Defense YouTube channel. Infinity, can you mute up so I can get this testimony out? Thank you. And he said the cops even tried to trick Zimmerman. They told Zimmerman, hey, one of the houses had video surveillance. We know exactly who started the fight between you and Trayvon. And Zimmerman said, thank God. Thank God you have evidence that I did not start that fight. But they lied, and they didn't have it. But that goes to George Zimmerman's defense. And that's important information that people should know. And I don't want people to hear what I just said and said, Monica said Trayvon deserved to die. That's not true. I don't think he should have died. And people get to defend themselves. Thank you.
It's the definition.
So basically,
yeah, but if Trayvon had it done,
that a black 17-year-old
Trayvon just beat the fuck out of Zimmerman, bro.
Yeah, but if he had a gun,
so y'all telling me a 17-year-old African American black boy with a hoodie is coming from a convenience store, and because Zimmerman didn't know his age or whatever, that's justifying it.
There's 360 million Americans.
Let me get in there, man.
Yeah, there's no morally justifying this.
Blake America, what's up, boy?
What's up, my boy? What's up, man? Look, this is the problem with. I'm not trying to make it a race thing. I'm not trying to make it a woman thing. But this feminine tendency to say he didn't do nothing. We're not saying Trayvon did nothing. But there is a fucking problem in our cities right now and in our neighborhoods, and it's because people are scared
to fucking say something or do something about your fucking sons running around here terrorizing us and everybody who's just trying to go to work. People who just try to live a life and fucking go to work, and we gotta worry about our shit getting ripped off. We gotta worry about getting shot. We gotta worry about our fucking daughters getting shot through stray bullets through sheetrock while she's doing homework. Because nobody wants to profile your fucking sons. It's your fucking sons running around here acting like YNs, and the old niggas ain't got shit to say about it. We got black activists in my we got black hold on. We got black activists in my fucking city right now who've done years of work for the community. Years of work for the community. And his fucking grandbaby gets killed by these YNs and he fucking hangs it up. And he still can't see it. He still can't see past the fucking race dynamic. He's still fucking around talking about this black thing shit. You know, this is shit. Look, the truth be told, everybody, if you somewhere at 3 a.m. and you're walking down the wrong street and you see the wrong, you already know what it is when you go in certain neighborhoods and the motherfucker asks you, ask you a dumb
Blake, I have a question for you.
I'm gonna end it with this. I'm gonna end it with this. Let me land.
After your comment, I have a question for you. Blake, I have a question for you after you finish your statement.
Yes, ma'am. I get short. I got short memories, so I ain't want to fuck up my thought. So, and I got you. But what I'm saying is, in the truth be told, like, you know what it is when you in certain neighborhoods, and you also know what it is when there's certain shit going on in your neighborhood that don't belong there. Like, you know what it is when you see a motherfucker walking up your street, you know your street ain't about their life, and you see somebody that don't belong there, you already know what it is. White and black, we all know it. It's just black people just be trying to fake the funk. We just want to believe this fucking this fucking story about our culture that is not true. The truth is, it's your fucking son. The truth is, it's your fucking son.
You said the black man needs to get his
Blake.
Your son did do something. Your son did do something.
Our sons.
If you have... All right. I waited in line. I have a question for Blake. Blake, if you have a young teen in your family, are you counseling? Blake, can I ask the question? I don't know what it is, and people think they know what my question is. My question is, someone calls them the black slur. What are you counseling them to do when that happens?
Black slur. I'm gonna give them something. I'm gonna teach them how to give a good comeback. I'm gonna teach them
a verbal insult in reply to an insult.
You want to talk some shit? That's how you gotta raise your son. You gotta raise your son to be able to meet and match whatever's coming at him. If a motherfucker coming at you with words, hey, dig deeper. You got something. Motherfucker coming at you with a fight.
So dig deeper.
Right. And so the incident, and why we heard your answer. I'm asking Blake for his answer. You already gave your answer about that. Blake, when you hear the story, because she talked already, like when you hear the story about the Popeyes employee who was called the black slur by a racist old white woman, and he bodied her out of the restaurant and body slammed her on the ground so that she broke several bones. If you could talk to him before she insulted him, what would you say to him?
Oh, dude, it's a fucking old white lady, bro. You got plenty of ammo. Come on. Like, you can even fucking do the Seinfeld thing. Bitch, no shit for you. Remember the super Nazi Seinfeld? You can deny the
Yes!
But you gonna body slam an old ass woman? I bet you $1 million the same motherfucker. I bet he was a skinny little scraggly little motherfucker lying there too. I bet you went through that shit with Danny Lane, said that shit or did some shit up in there and like, I bet you would have let Van Rice pump his ass out there too. That's what I'm saying. Your fucking sons are pussies, man. They can't even fucking take words. They can't even fucking take words. My uncles was telling me like, words don't like. Let my uncles find out I hate anybody, black or white, over words. Let my uncles find out I hit a fucking woman. Let my uncles find out I hit a fucking elderly woman. Guess who ain't gotta kill me? The cops sure ain't gotta do it. I'm done. My uncles will fucking kill me for that shit.
Yeah, my dad would probably kill me too. It's just the reality.
What advice would you give them, AK?
I would say,
AK
to
don't
like
have a
start.
black son.
My son's gonna be
Doesn't
black.
matter.
It does. How you gonna tell black people how they should react or ways they can react if you're not black?
That's a great question. Let me tell you how
That's
I
a great
can.
question. Yeah. I don't know how I'm gonna be a father.
Because it's not a race issue. It's a how to handle conflict issue. And if people are gonna insult you, your choices are you because
There's no way you're gonna tell me it's not. You're not.
oh come on. Yeah, go ahead, Infinity. I have to be on. In fact, Infinity, this is not my room, but I'm gonna trust you to co-buy with me, sir. It's Matt's room, so keep in mind the President Trump. Yeah.
I just want to say, NY, I hear your point. You think this is a racial thing, but really, in actuality, Ms. Monica is correct. This is how to deal with conflict issue. When you put race on top of things like that, it makes things so much more complicated. So all you got to do is, why do you want to overreact? Don't justify overreaction.
Yeah,
That man
overreacting, but I don't agree with the white woman telling black people how they should react to being called a nigga. Being called a nigga will never hit the same or feel the same.
I understand that, but at the end of the day, right is right and wrong is wrong. I understand that there's a whole history with it, but at the same time, when you're confronted with somebody, a white person calling you the black slur, I like that term. If somebody's calling you the black slur, it's up to you to act responsibly and not overreact. I understand it don't hit the same.
It's responsible to call a person a nigga.
Correct. So you don't meet your responsibility with hold on. You don't meet your responsibility with irresponsibility.
It should be a big emphasis on why you want to call somebody a nigga and think
Yeah, but we don't have the luxury of only dealing with one side of the equation. We have to deal with both sides. You're right. It's absolutely wrong. Hold on. It's absolutely wrong to walk up to a person and call them a black slur. When we can deal with that, just like it's wrong to give anybody any kind of insult, but particularly that one because of the harsh history. But we also going to deal with wait a minute, we don't have the luxury to just deal with them and not deal with the fact that you overreacting is also a problem. And we're going to deal with that too. It's not an either or, it's a both and. You understand me?
Hey, Fanny,
I'm just gonna say this. This is the last thing I was gonna say. What I was trying to say is basically like there's no way you can ever say the word nigga is not racist. It comes from the history is racist. So how could you ever say like or minimize?
Because some people don't understand it all. Some people don't walk around with that.
That's why they're telling us how we should react. And the only using the word nigga to be racist.
Hey, and why?
Yeah.
Hey, and why?
This is what I was gonna say to the infinity. Wait 1 second. This is what I was gonna say. This is the last thing I was gonna say. And this is all I was trying to say. Now look, I understand about the overreacting because if it's a situation where you're being called a nigga and it could cause you to be willing to lose something that's all you got, then I understand that. Like, 'cause he lost his job and everything he had about him, and she didn't lose nothing but a few bones, and she's probably doing better than him now. But I understand that, like in that case. But let me just say this: when it comes to black people being called niggas, this shit is just way deeper. It's on why we react that way. It's not just about the history, but let me just say this: it's deeper than that because of the simple fact you have people from other aspects. Like there's people that are in gangs. There's people everything that like if you're a Crip, blood's not gonna respect you being a Crip. So why the fuck would we respect a white person being okay with calling us a nigga? That's what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say about that. Wait, look, this is what I'm trying to get Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Infinity, it's not just about the word. It's some people that are naturally don't take no shit. They just don't take no shit.
Yeah, but we need to treat you.
And that's why I was comparing it to a gang, because a certain gang may not like another gang if you even recognize it. So it's the same thing with race. Some people are not going to allow you to call them a nigga.
That's a good point you brought up, and that's the point. I'm sure that's the point. You making my point. You making my point.
Put it emphasis, like I get the reaction and I get the word. I totally get like it's just the word. Okay, I understand that. But what I'm trying to say is it's a person that could be a serial killer and just kill people because if they kill a person,
Let me
so a person that kill people, a person that kill people in general, not a person that kill people in general, just because that's how they are and who they are, will kill you for saying the nigga word and they're black. They will kill you anyway for saying that because that's who they are. It's not just because they overreacted. They just don't play that shit. It's just in general. Some people just not gonna allow that, just like how they don't allow a lot of shit. And that's why they don't take no shit. That's all I'm trying to say. It's not just because somebody got caught a nigga. Like it's a person that like you don't know if that boy that boy that slammed her always slamming people. And that's the breaking point.
Why would an older white woman be calling a light black man a nigger in the first place?
Exactly. It's not a big emphasis on the reaction. It's a big emphasis on
why would that be happening?
Well, that's the problem, though. That's the
Since
problem.
this is not a race thing, why would that be happening? Because since I've been in this school, it seems like everything's been about race.
And it's been very in denial.
Hey, am I in the matrix?
You telling us to get our sons, but you a black man. It started with a black man because you know how to raise a black son, a black man.
Exactly. So look, check this
That's
out.
where it started
That's the
at.
point. Exact. No, look, this is.
Why say hate black men?
I love black men.
I'm not saying all. I'm not saying in general.
This is the problem right here, though. This is the. Am I in the matrix?
You're in the matrix a little bit. So basically, I understand your point. Nobody's in denial that people aren't motivated by race. But I'm urging you not to react to that until it's revealed to you. Don't go just off of what you see. If it's revealed to you, if somebody wants to, even if they do attack you on the basis of your race, that's a them problem. That's not a you problem. You don't have to overreact. If you want to, you can. You're gonna walk around very angry in the world.
But what I was saying about that is that I'm trying to basically say that there's people that may overreact in general, and they'll definitely overreact because you called them a nigga. It's not because you called them a nigga.
I'm agreeing with you, but that's the point. But why I need you to come up with the language to tell people who overreacts based on the word. You need it just the same way you're telling the white lady not to call a black man a race, the black slur. You should also be telling the young boy, do not overreact to somebody saying a word to you. And it's not, I understand you say you can't tell a black person how to feel or how to react when it's come. Yes, you can. You can tell them, even if they say these horrible words to you, you don't have to react. It's a both and. It's not an either or.
That's true. That's true. And I work in healthcare, and my patients call me niggers every day. I work for old white women that call me niggers every day. I'm a nurse. And guess what? I don't react. That's just today's, I'm used to it. I'm it's today's society. It's what's going on.
A lot of people will in the worst way.
I know, but you need to stop. But I heard what you said to Monica, though. What I want, but the problem what you said to Monica was you can't say as a white woman how we should react. No, that's not.
It's because it's a big emphasis on reaction instead of the cause.
Hey, that's what I'm saying.
I'm sad that that's the environment you have to work in. And I admire your resilience because I can imagine that takes a lot of time to get stoic about that use of that word. Impressed.
Hey, and why, Ira?
Slamming the lady on her back, but I'm
do you know? Let me just tell you, just so y'all know.
That boy was in a gang and he do that shit anyway. And that's
I understand that. But we still need to tell him he's wrong for that. You can't say, well, just because he's used to doing that in his life, it's okay for him to do that. No, it's wrong.
Okay, but I'm just saying that a lot of black people are. I'm just saying, like, even if we don't react, some black people are going to react in the worst way. It's always going to be.
Hey, and why? It's true. And why? Guess what? NY, guess what though? Guess what? There are white people. If you call them out their name or using anyone, just any fighting words, they gonna chimp out and act a fool, and that's the problem.
It's a human condition.
Yeah, exactly. And let me finish, bro. The problem is we as black people get black people a pass to not use deductive reasoning. See, the difference between white people and black people is that same white dude that chimped out because some dude called him an asshole or something even less. The fact is, his white brethren are not going to vouch for that shit. They're not going to vouch for it.
And
They
that's
will
what I'm
say,
saying about black people.
no, we're not.
It's because
No, 'cause look,
I'm saying because I'm not saying I don't agree with her saying something about the reaction. I'm saying her putting the emphasis on the reaction and not the cause. Because if we're gonna speak on how a person reacted to being called an N-word, we're gonna talk about how Jesus called an N-word.
It's not that she don't have an emphasis, is that was coming up in the conversation at that moment.
Buying chicken and calling the person making the chicken a nigga. Like,
the problem is once a woman broke her
Hold on, I
fucking
wanna
ribs, once
answer.
a woman got her, listen, look.
But
hold
Blake,
on,
I want
once
to
a woman
answer
got
her question. The answer to your question is because she's a stupid racist. She's stupid. Sane people who value themselves don't use that word because they know that there are possible consequences for that word. She's dumb. She was dumb. She paid for it by a hospital trip. I don't know if she recovered. She was morbidly obese, in her 60s, overweight, probably broke. She was poor white trash. And then, instead of him, and he wasn't a skinny little guy, he was like a linebacker-sized dude in his, I think, 20s or 30s, maybe even 30s, did not know how to handle being dishonored by a word. So he served jail time. This is a real story. You can search for it. So like with the cost benefit of that interaction, everybody loses. In my, there's no winners there. And that I find is terrible.
Here's the thing. Here's what I'm noticing. NY was not upset with you, but she called you out for telling black people how to react when they respond to a word. But it's like she needs to hear you also criticize the woman. When we already know she was wrong for that. It's like, if you don't articulate every specific thing, it's like, and why she didn't really have to. I think we need to stop telling people they can't tell us because they white. That's wrong. She's just saying that this man should not have overreacted. But you're saying, well, she has no right as a white woman to tell her. And you're not the only one that feels like that.
No, that's not what was said like about that. I was saying what she asked y'all, like what, or just all of us, like how we should tell our son how to react. You can't tell a black person how to react because you could tell your son that, but he may not take it lightly in the moment. It's just about being black and the disrespect that you're receiving being black when you don't deserve it.
Well, I can tell white women all day, don't be a stupid bigot racist. Don't call people names because you might get your ass beat. Guess what they're going to do? They're going to do what they want to do. So then what's the other option? Is to teach people to be bully-proof. And not let the bullies get you off your square, call you out your name, and get hurt because you fell for the troll.
And I
you took the bait.
Real quick. And just so you know, I remember Monica and I had an interaction years ago, probably in season 2. And she was being bullied on this app like you wouldn't believe. And I can tell you honestly, I've had dozens of interactions with her. And she is not the person that they make her out to be. So anyway, one day we were having an interaction. And she said to me, well, when do I get to respond? When do I get to be angry? When do I get to... I said, you don't. Your job is to stand on your square. Just like she's telling right now. And she was so upset in that moment. She's like, I should at some point be able to, I don't know if you remember that, Monica. I never forget that interaction because you stopped in your tracks when I said that. It's like you thought at some point it's okay to, I said, you don't have to respond with anger. No matter what they say about you, just keep doing what you're doing. So just the way I tell her, I can say that to my little brother. I can say that to my little cousin. I can say, because that's a principle and a value that I uplift to anybody that I care about. And Monica is somebody that I care about. And I'm going to tell you, stop overreacting. It's a word. Yeah, it's terrible in the moment. And sometimes I even get caught up. But I'm still going to preach. Well, not preach, but I'm still going to point people in the right direction. And I just wish that when a white woman is pointing somebody in the right direction, that a black woman, and it's not you, NY, a lot of people in your position, a lot of black women would say to her what you said. You as a white woman don't got no right to tell us as a black person how to respond to the N-word. And that sounds so good, but it's lies. She should be able to speak the truth.
I also add that people get to defend themselves, Manfinity, and if you're being racially slurred and you racially slur them back, it's so funny how they get to be offended and not you. I was accused of calling Dr. Articulate a jigaboo, and I don't even remember calling him that. And then they reminded me that Concrete called him that, and I repeated it. And so because I repeated it, and it's okay for Concrete to say it, but it's not okay for me. And when you're putting restraints on people based on their immutable characteristics, whether it's gender, age, religion, race, or whatever, then you're a bigot. You're a bigot, and you should reflect on that. And there are also, what I found is you can be a rapist on the app. You can be a pedophile on the app. You can be a human trafficker on the app. But if you're a white person who's been accused of racial bigotry, man, that's not allowed.
Hey, Manfinity. Good morning, everyone. I just want to acknowledge you for doing the work of the devil, spreading the white man's propaganda. You did a great job, Manfinity.
So Haitian is a trope. Don't fall for the trope. Don't fall for the trope. Hold on. Haitian wants to be the center of attention. Haitian will say outrageous things for you to explore ad nauseum because he knows if he attacks you, you're going to pull out your hot seat questions and do 30 minutes of entertainment for him.
Okay, I'm not going to do that no more. Thank you for keeping me in my light. Because you're right. He's coming from the darkness.
He's trolling you.
So I got to stop that. Thank you for stopping me in my tracks. I was about to go down that alleyway. But I'm in the light right now. And you can't get to me. They should take your ass over there.
Hey, Manfinity. There's a photo of a picture I seen. It was some artwork. And I don't know. You know how sometimes artwork talks to you. You know what I'm saying? And it's a photo of a man standing next to a cliff throwing a ball off the cliff with the dog chasing after the ball. And that is what nigger is to a lot of black people. It's just like all deductive reason, it shuts off. You don't have to, it's something more special about this fucking ball that we gotta go fetch it every fucking time. And I'm just telling you, NY, you're correct. You're correct about the history. You're correct about the word hit different than a lot of other words. But the truth is, there are other words that hit like that. And I don't see Jews jumping. Well, actually,
that's not true. They do. What a great analogy. What a great analogy. Because white people jump for being called racist. We're right after that ball because we need people to say what a good one you are. Oh, you're one of the good ones. Oh, you're an ally. No, of course you're not racist. They seek that approval from people who hate them. It's so strange to me how they need validation from people who hate them. Very good. That's a great analogy.
But there was, it's what I
Hold on, and what? Can you repeat what you said? We missed what you said in the first one.
Oh, I was saying, y'all the reason there's so much tension and emphasis on me speaking on the word racist is because earlier, there was way more racism going on in this chat. They were calling us monkeys, all types of shit. But once we start saying stuff about them, oh, we're racist too. Why is it so big? Why is it it's so much in denial on them being racist?
Okay, that was the Night Mods. That was Adams. gonna tell you what I know from a man that I've known on the app for 5 years. I'm gonna let you make your assumptions based on your one meeting with him. He's from California. But okay. Of course he did, because it bothers you. That's what Kanye West told in his interview. When he dressed in a Black Klansman leather outfit, he says, show me what hurts you. Show me, tell me what I say and do that bothers you, and I will do more of it. He's got your button. He's got your number. He knows what presses you, and he's pressing you like a vending machine, and you keep delivering cookies.
We can't hear two people at the same time.
All I was saying is that earlier that the Dr. Adams guy was calling us monkeys because he had naked hair. And if you hear him, you're gonna hear he's a white man. He's white and it's a white I don't know why she's saying
I've had enough interactions with him. I've had enough interactions with him, and I believe he is black. But I understand you might feel like he's not. But I've had
very weird because you're in a room with people that are actually racist and you're calling other black people words and monkeys and shit.